He drives that one to center field. Doyle back at the wall. It is off the wall. And it caroms back toward the infield. Patrick Bailey might have himself a triple. He will. Haniger has scored a big league triple for Patrick Bailey.
Dave Fleming on the call. We'll speak to him later on in the program as the Giants kick off this road trip with the win. And oh, baby, they're back to 500, beating the Rockies 10-4. And we say good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? Good morning to all the plumbers, all the janitors, all the youth baseball coaches. And I got something to say about that in just a second. Good morning to Spadoni. Good morning to Lutman. Good morning to the YouTube chat, Comcast Business Text Line, and Twitch. And you, Joe Shash, I got to say, man, it was fun being out there at practice with you. We'll get into the Giants in just a second, but a true man of the community. You know, those kids, honestly, I still remember Coach Greg and Coach Paul from the Seahawks, coaching me in junior mid, just my first ever youth coaches, and they still have an impact on everybody who played for them to this day. Your impact on those kids at practice yesterday, coaching them up. It takes a lot to go out there and volunteer and spend your time away from home with 12-year-olds, 11-year-olds, 10-year-olds, guys. You know, kids are goofy at times. And to go out there and coach them and to go give everything that you have, that means a lot. A lot of people talk it, but not a lot of people walk it. And I got to say, Shasky, I was blown away by that. And it had me driving home thinking, damn, am I doing enough? You know what I'm saying? No joke, man. No, seriously, man. Seriously, man. It was really cool to see. Jordan Watkins comes out there.
That was really
all
cool.
your coaches. Rob is a maniac. He's a Miami Hurricane fan, Lubman, which kind of made me sick there. But, no, it was really cool to see, man.
You know what? It's well, a couple things. First off, thanks to my wife who lets me, do all those things and fill my time up when she's working with other things. And then, I was talking with Charlie, Jim's dad, Jim Moylan, and I said to him, I said, when I was a kid, my dad coached us in everything. And at the time, it was just something that I just assumed every dad did, and I didn't realize the commitment. My dad was working his butt off, working side jobs, trying to, make ends meet. And believe me, our story is not exclusive. There are a lot of other people whose dad or mother or whoever it is, grandfather, uncle, guardian, whatever, is invested in helping coach, right? And so I said to Charlie, I'm like, dude, every now and then turn to your pops and say, Dad, thank you. I love you. Because there's a lot, to be out there and to be coaching everything. I know, coaching, the dad coacher kind of gets a bad rap because, you see the negative ones. It's like the police officers. We point at the negative ones.
Right. There's a lot of good cops out there.
Exactly. And there's a lot of great coaches volunteering their time. And I think at times, being a kid, you don't realize. And then you get older and you're like, damn, I was so lucky to have my dad coach us in so many things. And then you start becoming your dad and you start to realize, these times, these moments are precious. And I mean this with all my heart. The thing that I learned maybe 15 years ago when I stopped consuming and drinking and doing all the drugs and everything was that it's infinitely more rewarding to give than to receive.
Yep.
And it's a weird thing to say out loud. And I tell people, I'm like, look, I coach and the kids benefit. Nah, but the reality is I actually feel so much better. It keeps me from being depressed.
Yeah, no doubt.
I know that sounds super self-serving, but it's the truth.
And those kids loved it. I could tell they love you. Coach Shasky out there is pretty funny.
I'm a maniac.
Balls and, it was a lot of fun, man. The 1 year I coached in high school football, I didn't have the impact on these kids as you have. Not even close. But it did feel rewarding that you were teaching somebody, that you were giving somebody some life lessons. And 10 years from now, 12 years from now, 15 years from now, they're always going to remember Coach Shasky. Everybody, Coach Shasky, man, remember him, man, that maniac? Remember that guy? He's on the radio. Let's go listen to him now. So it was really cool. Baby Ches had a fun time out there.
She had a great time, huh?
It takes her about 5 to 10 minutes to warm up. Like every kid, they kind of get shy. And once they start looking around, they get perceptive. It's like, oh, I could roll around here. And then she's talking on the way home. Shasky, kids. And she's like, bye-bye, kids. Bye-bye, baseball. Bye-bye, playground.
When she was standing next to all the boys on their knees because I was rolling them ground balls, I saw that picture and I was like, oh, that was adorable.
Yeah.
It really made me feel good.
And so we were throwing her the ball and she was trying to get her own ground ball. So, and look, I'm not trying to force her to love baseball. No. I'm not trying to force her. I just wanted her to experience things. And that's where coming into a dad, why I love being a dad so much, is, unfortunately, my dad wasn't around much. And I wasn't able to experience that father-son relationship or being around different things. And being in this position, hey, let's go to a Warrior game.
Exactly.
Let's go to a Niner game. Just experiencing different things. And look, we're spending a lot of money. She's in ballet class.
You got one life, man.
But you know what? I'd rather do it for her as long as she enjoys it, as she figures out her world and her passion. That's going to be a lot of fun, man, to see. So it was fun to bring her out there. Jordan coming out there, and he's a really good dude. His career is just starting. The guy has a lot of talent. And the guy was a former football player.
Well, you know, it's funny. Jordan Watkins, we're talking about. You show up, and all the boys know you for. They all say the same thing. Is he the guy on your podcast on YouTube? Because to them, they don't even know what radio is, right? They just we're on YouTube, right? And they all thought you were a basketball player. I was like, he's not a basketball player. He's not. I'm actually way better than him in basketball, right? I'm just teasing. But like then Jordan shows up, and for a lot of these young men, like their dads are maybe in the trades, and I'm not diminishing that at all, but like. For me, I didn't go to college. Right. I didn't even graduate high school, right? So I think, hearing hey, stay in school and stuff like that, it lands one way. To see a Division I athlete, a black man, okay, from the South, who went to Stanford. I said, to the boys what his path was, and then later on, a couple of the boys came up and like, hey, man, like, I want to talk to him. I'm like, he does, some announcing, and he's working on stuff like that. It's really good for some of these kids from some of these other backgrounds to see someone like him put himself out there. I tell you this all the time. It's good for kids to see you on the television because, they want to see people that look like them, that have journeys similar to them, that are on that. We talk so much about like the nuclear family in 2023. Like, dude, your family is whatever your family is. And some people come with a mom and a dad. Some have two dads, two moms, one mom, one dad, an uncle, an aunt, a grandfather. It could be a variety, an infinite number of outcomes of what your family looks like. But to see someone who looks like them, who's done it, that means a lot. Yeah. So I appreciate you and Jordan showing up and being there. That was really freaking cool, man.
Yeah, no, Jordan, he works behind the scenes in NBC Sports Bay Area, and he just blends into everybody.
Yeah.
He's one of the coolest cats I know. He doesn't ask for much, little advice here and there, but it's good to see a kid like him. And for me to be in the position I am, I'm like, you know what? I got to make sure that I'm always open to a guy like Jordan. Mm-hmm. Jordan doesn't need me. He's got a great head on his shoulders. Great head. But for me to be available for him, because that's what I search for. I remember Rob Parker. He's going to be in town this weekend. A lot of people get on Rob Parker. But Rob Parker was one of the first people to tell me. I went down to the National Association of Black Journalists Convention in 2012. And there were some guys who told me, you can't really do both. You can't write and do radio. You can't write and do television.
Interesting.
And I went to go see Rob Parker, and Rob goes, young man, do whatever the hell you want. I write, I host a show, and I'm on television. Don't ever let nobody tell you what you can't do. And so I always remembered that. That's why I always love having Rob on the show, because he was one of the guys who motivated me. It's like, you know what? Do whatever you want to do and just go do it. Yeah. But Jordan is the same thing. You want to go broadcast, go broadcast. You want to sit here and work behind the scenes in NBC? Well, go ahead and do that too. But you got a great future ahead of yourself, and he's linked in with Kevin Dana. And just me as a black man, making sure that not only am I take calls from everybody. Zach Green is interning right now at NBC Sports Bay Area. He's a white kid from Greatwood Shores. Goes to Indiana University. But that's my guy. There's Izzy up in Oregon who's about to graduate. Yeah. He's Latino. My position is to be open for everybody. Yeah. To get everybody and that's what I see from you when you're coaching.
Inclusion.
There's a Filipino kid. There's a black kid. There's a white kid. Yep. That's what San Francisco was like.
Exactly.
That's what it is. So to see you going out there coaching these kids up and they're responding to you. By the way, Charlie's something else. These kids started showing off.
He had the best practice he's had in weeks. And I go, Bonte needs to come to all our games.
Dude, Charlie was throwing with heat, grounded balls, cheese. And I said, okay, Charlie, I can see why he get on you so much. But you know what? I love the guy. He's a good ball player, isn't he? He's a good ball player, man. Prince's dad coming out there. I'm like, Prince, what's up, man? So it was a lot of cool. He's a big boy. And he's smooth.
He might throw harder than me at 12 years old.
He's smooth. Oh. He's got that swag.
And so it's funny. I got a text from my buddy Paul Hargarden, who's up in Novato, city boy who moved up north. I got a text from my buddy Johnny Bologna, who's down in Millbrae area. Everybody's little leagues are having all these tournaments. Right. So this is what I want to tell everyone. We've done this for high schools.
Kenny Wardell's kid plays 10U. He's out there in San Bruno.
Oh, nice. Very cool. So if you're on whatever travel team or you're on whatever all-star team or whatever, and you're navigating this summer of tournaments, keep us informed.
Yep.
If there's a video that comes out, if there's, you guys win a championship or you get to the championship round in the Twin Creeks tournament or the Millbrae tournament, we're going up to Elk Grove, I believe, this weekend. Wherever you're going, keep us informed. Let us shout them out. I mean, this is what we do, man. I want baseball to be big in this community.
Is that where the game is Saturday?
Elk Grove? Saturday, Sunday, we're up in Elk Grove.
Okay.
So, of course, I gave Guru hey, we're going to be in your neck of the woods.
Guru will want to come now.
I know.
Guru's going to want to come now. I know it. I know he's kind of struggling. He texted me yesterday, man, I need my Red Bull and M&M's, man. It's rough right now. I was like, dude, just hang in there.
Hey, honestly, I was on the Red Bull for a long time before I really got addicted to coffee. They're not going to come out and say this. I think Red Bull's addictive. It's the sugar and the taurine or whatever it is.
Think about what you did in the club.
It really messed me up. It took me a long time to get off of it.
Well, I remember in the club, it was always vodka Red Bull.
Yeah, yeah.
Vodka Red Bull all day long, and then
Jaeger
you're chugging Red Bulls. I got off the Red Bulls pretty early.
Well, and then
the Monsters and everything like that. I was like, I'll just take coffee and tea.
Well, you're blacked out and up.
Yeah,
that's the problem with Red Bull.
That's a problem.
And then it's sugary as crazy, and so you're super dehydrated.
No, that is a lot. That is the truth.
Then they created the Four Loko, so it was 2-in-1. It was great.
I never had a Four Loko.
So what exactly is the Four Loko?
It's basically like an energy drink mixed with a bunch of alcohol together. It's very sweet, and they were very popular, well, when I was in high school. Just leave it at that.
Really?
Yes.
So we had like St. Ides Special Brew, and that was like it wasn't an energy drink, but it was like a sugary whatever. I don't even know how you would describe it. Like a sugary malt liquor?
Yeah.
And it used to give you the worst hangovers.
Yeah, that's right. Jules, when my daughter and I go out, I feel untouchable. I don't even go out by myself anymore with my daughter. And that's kind of how I felt going to practice yesterday. I pick up baby Chaz from the playground with the grandparents. I'm like, hey, let's go to Shasky's practice. Shasky, practice? No, I don't want to go, right? And then we get in the car. I'm like, hey, we're going to stop by Shasky practice. Okay. And she's kind of like my road dog now.
Yes, I see that.
And like everywhere we go, I'm like, come on, Chaz, let's just go. And we just carry her. She's with it. Whatever boxing match. I'm just saying, just throwing out anything. She's riding with me. Papa, can I come? Papa, I'm coming with you. Like if I leave the door, she's running out. Papa, I want to go. If I'm just going to get some coffee. So, Jules, I feel you. I do feel untouchable when I got my daughter with me. She is my road dog.
And like a lot of very small kids, she was very tentative. She was glued to your hip. And then once she touched one of the baseballs and saw all the little boys, she was all about it.
Yeah.
It was great. I love seeing that.
And she's just standing right there next to him in the line, waiting for her ground ball and stuff. Then she's trying to throw ground balls, and then she's playing with Jordan Watkins.
I gave her the bat. The bat's bigger than her.
I know.
Weighs more than her. She grabs the bat.
What she tried to do is she tried to use the bat as a putter.
Oh, yeah.
Because we've been in the house
you're working on golf?
And so she thought, well, she knows the bat. It was a little heavy. So she's just like, well, Joe Spinotti graciously bought her a birthday present last year where he bought her a wiffle ball bat. So we in the house sometimes, and Anna gets mad at us. Go play it outside, because I'll be in the living room like, all right, let's go. And she smacks it. Boom.
Are you working on launch angle?
Dude,
plate discipline?
Well, I'm just like, hey, don't chase that pitch right there. Don't chase that. Come on, Chester.
She's Joey Gallo right now, but maybe, just maybe, she'll turn into Ted Williams.
I need you to be a little more disciplined at the plate, okay? I need you to be like Patrick Bailey.
All the great hitters don't lunge.
I need you to be like Patrick Bailey hitting from the left side, okay?
Bailey looks good.
Bailey does look good.
Hey, you never want to say the BP, right? Buster Posey, because the shadow that man cast, it's almost impossible for anyone to be able to even remotely begin to replicate anything that he did in his career. Leadership, batting in the middle of the order, defensive wizard. I mean, he's the greatest player at catcher in Giants history. I'm talking 180 years, okay? Giants are one of the original baseball teams. Bailey's really good, independent of whatever you want to say about Buster Posey. But there's a lot of pressure being the catcher for the San Francisco Giants, succeeding, whether it's Bart, whether we're talking about Sable, and now Patrick Bailey. There's a lot of pressure that's wrapped into that.
Don't you think there's less pressure on Bailey, though? Because now we had that buffer. Joey Bart was a guy, number 2 overall pick. You have to follow up Buster Posey. We all held him as the heir apparent. He failed, and he's failing. And I don't know if he's ever going to get his job back. I don't know if he's going to get an opportunity again. What do you do with Joey Bart? That's a conversation for another day. But Patrick Bailey now has been able to see all the catchers. The Chatwood Trumps, the Kurt Casalis. He's actually, who's he playing for?
He was playing for,
his name surfaced. I saw it somewhere.
He actually played against the Giants recently.
Kurt Casalis with the Reds.
Was he with the Pirates?
It may have been the Pirates. I saw it.
He's with the Braves right now.
Braves. Wow, he's with the Braves. Jeez. They came back yesterday, beat the Mets. Wow. That team's so good. But Chadwick Trump, Kirk Casale, you had all these guys, Joey Bart, and now Patrick Bailey's been able to just do his thing in the minors, and I think there's less pressure on him now because we're a couple of years removed now from Buster Posey. This is now year 2 without Buster Posey. That pressure was placed on Joey Bart. Look, man, there's a lot of pressure on him. He hasn't lived up to expectations. It is what it is. But Patrick Bailey being that first-round pick for Farhan Zaidi, he's saying, this is the guy that Farhan drafted. I'm going to take this job. And he looks the part, man. He really does.
So it's interesting that we bring up the word pressure so early because I watched Grant Cohn's YouTube video this morning and I woke up. You know, you get these like alerts if you subscribe to someone and they'll be like, hey, you know, OTAs day 2 recap or whatever. And I click on it and I'm watching Grant and he was talking about the pressure for Trey Lance. And it was an interesting point where just the quarterback position for the Niners has so much pressure. Brock Purdy. Unbelievable amounts of pressure. Come back. Prove that last year wasn't a fluke. You know, be healthy. Like, there's like 15 things, right? Be a Pro Bowler. Win the Super Bowl, right? Trey Lance, prove you're not a bust, right? Prove that you're worthy of all the draft picks that they moved to go up to get you. Sam Darnold has his own sense of pressure. We can go through it. The young players for the Warriors, pressure. Pressure to not screw it up for the big 3.
Right.
Pressure to not ruin Steph Curry's legacy.
Yep.
The pressure to win another one. Yep. The pressure to prove that hanging on to you was justified. The pressure to prove that your minutes are earned. Like pressure. And it just made me start thinking about, like, I think we underrate not the media, but the fan fervor and the pressure in the Bay Area market. We may not have the New York media scrutiny, but the fans, and I'm not mad at them. I'm saying it shows how much we care about our sports.
It's a passionate fan base.
Fonte,
and I think that's been,
there's a lot of pressure in the Bay Area right now.
I think the fan aspect is very interesting because of social media and the pressure to live up to expectations. Yes. What we've seen, and with the Giants, I mean, heck, 2012, 2010, 2012, 2014, whether we like it or not, some of these youngsters have to live up to that.
Yep.
Oh, man, you ain't no Buster Posey. Oh, man, you ain't no Hunter Pence.
No Lincecum.
Oh, man, you ain't no Tim Lincecum. You ain't no freaking Pablo Sandoval. And with the Warriors, Jordan Poole, think about the spot he's in. He helped carry his team for a big stretch during that championship run. The guy did average 20. Now, it looked clunky, right? But the pressure to say, hey, he's an heir apparent to Stephen Curry, that's a lot. And this young man played at Michigan, for crying out loud. You know what I'm saying?
What's harder, being the heir apparent to Steph Curry at point guard or being the heir apparent to Barry Bonds in left field?
And that's tough. That's tough.
I think Steph might be even more difficult because of what he represents to the game and the organization.
Steph is still here.
Yeah, that's true.
And he's still playing at a very high level.
It's so difficult.
But thinking about Trey Lance, there's just pressure to do what Jimmy Garoppolo did.
I know.
Jimmy Garoppolo helped his team win a lot of football games. I know we had a lot of fun with Jimmy Garoppolo yesterday talking about his overthrows.
We're just goofing around.
But there's a lot of pressure for Trey Lance just to live up to that.
Yeah.
Just to make sure that this train continues to stay on the track. So we'll continue with that. We got a break here. I like this pressure question. Nico in Oakland will get to you after the break. Just hang out tight, Nico, because I want to take your call. This segment was brought to you by Golden State Lumber. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Cars.com. We got a lot going on here. We got sound from 49ers practice. We have Giants recap. Dave Fleming's going to join us at 8 o'clock. We got some stuff on the Golden State Warriors that we want to touch on when it comes to the leadership and more pressure. So that's all coming up here. Stick with us here on the Morning Roast on a Wednesday morning.
Oh, that's the sound of a car being added to Cars.com.
Gomez from 102 Jams. Listen to me every day, 3 to 7, playing your best hip-hop and throwbacks. Now back to my boys Bonte and Shasky right here on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, I love this. I love this. Major League.
It is so good.
And you know what? It's appropriate. It's June. It's time to turn up in the world of baseball. These teams are turning up. I'm watching the Braves come back against the Mets in a high-level baseball game. I'm watching the Diamondbacks outlast the Guardians. White Sox going to the Yankee Stadium. Judge back on the IL. Liam Hendricks picking up the save yesterday. How cool is that after giving up a leadoff home run to Josh Donaldson? Baseball's on fire right now. It's on absolute fire, and the Giants got to get going here. 10-4 win last night against Colorado. It's a hell of a start to the road trip. You got to start here because we know about the schedule. We touched on the schedule. Just take it day by day and continue to win. And look, man, Lamont Wade Jr., what a resurgence for him. 3 for 3 yesterday. Tyro Estrada back.
Thank you.
Well, he goes 3 for 5 yesterday, and he's back.
Like on someone like Estrada, let me ask you, like, he feels like one of the best Farhan finds. Like, Yaz, I know Yaz had his moments, and he's kind of come back down to earth. Estrada feels sustainable.
Well, Estrada, Wade, look good.
As the top of the order guy.
Top lead off in second, boom, you're setting the table for everybody.
Estrada's just a baller.
He is a baller. You get down in the bottom of the lineup, Patrick Bailey going 3 for 5. He's now batting 309.
Carl waking
Look,
up?
man, Carl's waking up. J.D. Davis doing what he's doing, driving in 3 runs.
Yeah.
I mean, this team's it's not about the hitting to me. The hitting's going to be there.
I agree.
Again, that's one thing. We talk about Brock Purdy being a guy. Well, the hitting's going to be there for the Giants.
Yeah.
What can they do on the rubber?
Yeah.
Who's going to toe that rubber and just deal? Now, they went with the opener yesterday with Brebria, and he goes 1 inning, he gives up 2 hits. It was a little scary there in the bottom of the first inning, but he gets through it. Shamania's got to figure this thing out.
Yeah.
All right, you can't give up 4 runs. Now, he did eat up innings at Coors Field. You had the big lead, but Shamania's got to get going here. It's going to be about the pitching for this Giants team. They want to get to where they want to get to, and I get what you were saying the other day about, look, we want to have fun.
Yeah.
But I also want to compete, too.
Yes.
You can get into this thing. They let everybody in the league in the playoffs, basically. 7 teams get into the league. Why can't you just get in there and get that experience? I want Lamont Wade Jr. to experience more playoff baseball. I want Patrick Bailey to call a game in the playoffs. Yeah. I want Casey Schmidt when he gets back into the lineup today because he had the day off yesterday. He needed he needed it. A mental day. Now he gets 2 days off.
I agree
2 days off of just film, watching video, and let's see what that chase rate is by the end of the week. These guys need to experience high-level baseball games, man. If you want to get to where you want to get to in the future, this is good for the Giants right now.
And I'm going to be 100% honest with you. When you look at it and you go, oh, you're going to go Brebia to start a road trip as an opener? I got worried, especially in Coors Field, B, because you're like, you're asked for it. But then Minaya comes in, and I thought he did a really good job yesterday. Now, he's been shaky.
Yep.
Right? He's been shaky. Up and down performances. You'll get a good one. You get a couple bad ones. If he can be just decent,
right,
it helps them tremendously. Because right now, if you're asking me, and I know you feel the same way, starting pitching is their number one need.
Yeah, they need it so bad. Let's go to Nico in Oakland. He wants to talk about pressure.
Oh, nice.
And the Warriors and Niners handling pressure.
Yeah,
what's up, Nico?
Yeah, so thanks for taking my call. Good morning.
Good morning.
I basically just wanted to look at, talk about the Warriors in the sense of, Jordan Poole, where they stand with Draymond, everything like that. And if Bentley takes the job, I'm wondering if he's actually looking at Minnesota. They have, everybody say that we need big men and stuff like that, but I'm wondering, would Minnesota want to consider trading Cat for Poole and maybe Moody? I know they're going to probably ask for Kaminga, but
so let me ask you something. No. Let me ask you something, Nico. Are you just over Jordan Poole? Why Jordan Poole?
No. I'll be honest with you, I'm not. If they can't, they need a big man.
Yeah.
And if Jordan Poole really just does not, if they feel that they were tired of the powder, because that's all we heard Steve Kerr talk about. So if there is a major move, I'm just talking about if there is a major move, would they be willing to do that? And if not, then could we possibly trade, I don't know, something for Naz Reid? Because I just think they mainly need a big man. Minnesota has 6 centers, well, more so dudes who can play centers. And they have like 3 6'9" dudes, 1 6'10", and 2 7-footers. Anthony, what's his name? And man,
Anthony Edwards.
Like, man, Anthony Edwards, he was saying if he finds it hard for him to even get in the hole with starting 2 7-footers, or more so just playing with those dudes. So I'm wondering, would Minnesota actually look at or say don't look at Minnesota? But I hear he's one of the best scouts.
I hear you. The offseason is going to be fascinating. Now, you notice the Warriors have become quiet. And what I mean by that is Joe Lacob and the Lacobs and their brass have become quiet, which I think is a beautiful thing. Take your time in figuring out who's going to run the show in the front office. And I like the fact that during the Bob Myers presser, they let Bob Myers have his moment, and they got to ask who could be the replacement. They said, hey, we'll cross that bridge when we cross it. I like that for the Golden State Warriors. What I don't like, and we didn't really touch on this yesterday because I think we're both just exhausted from the Golden State Warriors. How do you feel about the optics of Steve Kerr being on that podcast? What the optics of that? How do you feel about that? Because I got some thoughts.
Yeah, well, look, this might be an unpopular opinion. I called you, we were talking, or maybe you called me, we were talking the other day. I didn't love it.
Yeah.
I didn't love it.
I'm kind of with you.
Now, look, I also acknowledge it is a modern era where players, coaches, everyone's going to be on lots of platforms, right? Untraditionally. But for a guy who you'd have to drag on to our station at 5 o'clock once a week, and I know it's during the regular season, and so he's in the middle of coaching. Like, I understand it's an inconvenience for him. I don't get it. Like, what are you trying to do there? Because talking about your team publicly like that in that forum, you know it's going to get dissected.
Yep.
And yet when you're at a podium, you're much more diplomatic in what you say and how you package the phrases of what you're saying. To me, it just feels like a big microcosm of that podcast, Draymond and Steve Kerr, was played out throughout the entire year. Agendas. Everyone feels like they have an agenda that's not on winning. I was listening to the Roger Craig thing on NBC where they were doing a soliloquy, a montage or whatever about Roger Craig. And Vida Blue said something that it stuck with me, and God rest Vida Blue's soul.
Rest in peace.
He wanted to stay in the game. And Roger Craig said, oh, yeah, I know you want to stay in the game, but I'm not here to win for Vida Blue. I'm here to win for the San Francisco Giants. And Vida goes, I couldn't argue it.
Yeah.
And he walked out of the room, as in he agreed with them. And it just feels like, to me, everything that the Warriors want to do is to fulfill someone else's agenda. We want to win for Clay, for Steph,
what
for
is that
Dre.
agenda?
What about winning for the Golden State Warriors?
Yeah, and what is that agenda? It's also, to me, it feels like it's almost public negotiating for their deals.
That's what I'm saying.
Steve Kerr has 1 year left on his deal.
Exactly.
Draymond Green, obviously, yes, he opt out. He could opt in for $27 million, but he wants that extension.
Yes.
He wants that big payday. One more payday. And it almost feels like they're negotiating it public without really saying it, right? You got to read between the lines. If we're going to read between the lines and think that they're talking about Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga about moping, or if people think that they're babying the youngsters, well, I got news for you. Number one, how are you going to baby the youngsters when they're not even playing? That, to me, that's punishing them.
Yeah.
You know, if we want to talk about babying, and I don't even like using this term because these are grown-ass men who play for a lot of money, but I'm not going to disrespect them like that. But if anybody who gets treated with kid gloves, it's Draymond Green.
Wow.
Draymond Green is allowed to coach that. So take the Pelicans game. This is one game. I keep going back to that because he went crazy. Nobody could calm him down. Players, assistant coaches. Bob Myers literally had to come down from his seats to say, hey, Draymond, get back into the team huddle. Come on, you're a leader. Come on, Draymond, you're better than this.
Was it the Charlotte game a couple of years ago when Steph Curry got removed?
Sick right before the game.
And then Draymond went completely bonkers?
Yeah, with 9 seconds left.
I remember that?
Right, exactly.
And just threw away a game?
Exactly. But we say, hey, that's Draymond being Draymond. Right? Is anybody else on that team allowed to do that?
No.
Jordan Poole does that. He's getting sent to the locker room.
Yeah.
Kuminga does. And I get, again, people are going to say, well, he's a 4-time champ. I get the equity that he's built up. But what about this past year? Well, it's just, let's pick it up on the other side.
Yeah, because I have some thoughts. Durant referenced something in a podcast a couple years ago that kind of got swept under the rug regarding Klay Thompson. And I kind of want to bring it back up because I think it's a microcosm for what you're seeing this last year.
That's what's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Honey, did you see that?
No. What?
Something just ran across the hall and it wasn't the dog or the cat.
Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, man, what a Wednesday morning so far. We're going to have a lot of fun today. Dave Fleming's going to join us at 8 o'clock. Matt Barrows from The Athletic, who's been down there, 49ers practice. He'll join us at 8:30. I know we got some calls on Trey Tyler, the city we'll get to in just a second. Let's go to Anthony and Benicia real quick to set the segment off. I want you to set the tone for the segment, Anthony. What's happening? Good morning. Top of the top.
Oh, top of the top, fellas. I appreciate it. So you left the break talking about how Draymond, has the one being treated with kids' gloves. And I was thinking about this yesterday, but I didn't call because Steve Kerr had referenced the pouting and the sulking. But you look at somebody like Draymond, who definitely has the 4 championships to back up his behavior to a certain degree. But I would actually argue that neither one of the behaviors are acceptable, period. Like, at some point, all of us as fans are like, Draymond, that's enough. Like, that's enough. And you would think after 11 years and everything that he's always talking about growing and stuff that he would have had a handle on that. So I can't excuse neither one of those behaviors. But if the young guys come in on the team seeing Draymond do that kind of nonsense, then whether it's pouting or whether it's flying off the handle and throwing T-shirts in the air or towels and doing all that kind of stuff, like, they're both unacceptable behaviors. And young guys are learning it from them. And like I said, I don't think that either one of them are acceptable, but they're both the same thing. The only reason is that we give Draymond excuse because we've won with him over a longer period of time. And I remember when Doc Rivers was in that was with the Clippers, and one of the knocks that they had about the Clippers and the way that he was running that team was that Kawhi Leonard was able to show up to practice when he wanted to, and people didn't like that, and it got out. And I could think about my job right now as a truck driver. I work with guys who have a lesser license. I knew right off the top when I first got here that I had more of autonomy and more creative control and actually more freedom with my route because of my license, because I have a commercial license, I'm more valuable. But I never allowed that to make me feel like I could just act the fool out here and take advantage. I know that I have that creative control and I know that I have more leeway, but I never let the other guys see it, because I think that if they see it, they'll start feeling a certain type of way, whether it's about me or whether it's about the company and whether they're being treated. So I think it's important here to really kind of look at that with a fine-tooth comb, because Draymond, he has terrible behavior, but we excuse it because we won with him. And so, I just want to make sure fans understand that both behaviors are bad. And Steve Kerr, doing that interview, he did that on purpose. He wants everybody to get a glimpse into what's been going on. And I can't remember who on the station said that once the season was over, more and more things were going to come out. And this is just one of those things that's coming out. First it was Bob Myers, now it's this. I'll wait to see what else comes out.
Well, you know what, Anthony? It's interesting that you say that, because to me, it's all moot point. It's excuse making, unless you're trying to create or drum up an excuse for yourself so you can get an extension.
Yeah.
It's
honestly, a money play. It's a money play.
What you're under let's say he had a 3 or 4 year deal, right? Right now, Steve Kerr. What's the point of him coming out and telling you anything about what happened last year?
Right.
We'll just move on.
How many coaches
lost. I'll keep it internal. We'll move on. I'll save it for the doc down the line.
Right.
Do you get where I'm going?
No, I know exactly. Here's what I was thinking, because I know where you're going. Here's what I kind of paused for a second. And I think Steve Kerr's an excellent coach. I've been on record saying I don't think Steve Kerr had a great year as a head coach of the Golden State Warriors this year.
It's fair.
I think that's fair. Steve will probably disagree, but he say, hey, look, man, that's your criticism. That's your opinion. You're entitled to your opinion. But the optics of him joining Draymond Green on the podcast, if I'm a player and I'm saying, well, can that coach get the best out of that player if they're that tight? If they're that tight. One of the things we talked about Bob Myers was, man, if he continues to stick with the Golden State Warriors, can he make tough decisions by departing from the Big Three because of their relationship, because of how close they are? Now, I don't think it would have hindered their professionalism in making moves, but that was a question out there. I see Steve Kerr join Draymond Green, and they talk about some of the things they talked about on that podcast, some of the moping, the attitudes, the season, and all that stuff. And I'm saying, boy, can I get the most out of Draymond? Can I get the most out of Draymond Green with Steve Kerr as head coach? Can I move forward? Like, you get what I'm going here?
Mm-hmm.
The optics of that just doesn't look good. And I get it. You guys have played a long time together. You coached and played a lot. But all the things that have happened, and Draymond on the podcast said, you guys have had my back, and I've done a lot of screwed up things.
So let's push this forward slightly. One of the biggest things that I see as a detriment to playing with LeBron James is that when things go wrong, it's your fault.
Yep.
It's not LeBron's fault. It's your fault.
Yep.
If I'm a potential person that wants to be traded from my current situation, if I'm a potential free agent, and there's not many because they don't have a lot of room, why in the hell would I want to come play with the Golden State Warriors so that when it doesn't go well, it's my fault?
Yeah,
and then they're going to air my dirty laundry on podcasts, at podiums, God knows that I'm going to be alienated in that locker room. So
It's supposed to be sacred in that locker room.
That's what I'm saying.
Things getting leaked out of a locker room. Like, you talk to former players, and they're like, I didn't want my locker room business being broadcasted to the world.
Yes.
This is our locker room. This is the one time
Exactly.
where we have no cameras on, no microphones, there's no media, there's no fans. It's just us. But yet, things that are happening are getting broadcasted to the public.
It's too much. That's just the way I'm viewing it. And if I was one of the other players, everyone always of course you'd want to play with Steph Curry and an opportunity to play a championship. These guys all think that wherever they go, they can win a championship. For the most part, I'm going to be one of the determining factors on winning a championship. That's part of the hubris of being a professional athlete. And I mean that in a good way. I don't mean that in a negative way.
Right.
But the other part is if it doesn't go well, why would anyone want to put up with that baggage?
Yeah, well, that's, Lutman was texting me last night about the show, and had some conversations. This is I think, a valid question. What veterans now? Because we always talk to championship culture, the culture, championship DNA. Guys taking mid-level exceptions, veteran minimums, just to be a part of the Golden State Warriors. Well, what about now?
Well, you're Dante DiVincenzo. You took way less this year. Maybe you didn't have any other offers. Fine. He had a great year. But what are we doing? He wasn't good enough in the playoffs.
And this is where Dante DiVincenzo says, boy, I've been busting my ass. Curry's been out. Wiggins been out. I've been helping Klay Thompson out. We're winning games. We're staying in the playoff race.
I started a lot of games.
GP2 Cubs, and all of a sudden my role changes. I'm having the best season of my career from the three-point line, and all of a sudden I don't know when I'm going to play again. The cohesion of this basketball team was just off. It was off. You can't deny that. You can't deny it at all. Everybody's role changed except for Steph Curry and Draymond Green. And for that part, Draymond Green came off the bench a couple games in the Sacramento series. But Dante DiVincenzo now is like, you know what, man? I've been in that locker room for a year. It's a lot going on there. I'm going to opt out and bet on myself and just move on.
Yeah.
I don't know if you get those quote-unquote ring chasers anymore. Like, do you get David West?
I don't know.
Do you get Zaza Pachulia?
Not in this current environment.
You know what I'm saying? So there's some questions here, and it's just the optics of that podcast. The more and more I sit with it, I'm just like, why now?
Let's look. Okay, the main guys are all 33 and older.
Yep.
Okay. What do you think the league average is in age?
Probably, I haven't looked this up, but I'm guessing about 25.
Okay, so Kuminga, Poole, Moody, the younger players, are all closer in age to the median average age of an NBA player than what these other guys are. I'm just saying, people think so-and-so was acting a fool. They were pouting. Yeah, their personalities, there's generational gaps. This happens all the time. Joey and I, we're, 11 or 12 years? I think there's an 11-year difference between me and Joe Spadoni. We're very, very different. There are some things that we share in commonalities, but we're very, very different. Our cultural norms are slightly different. Some of the things, the way we act are slightly different. And so now imagine being a millionaire and being in the NBA, okay, and coming up a certain way, and you're closer in age to Poole and Kuminga. So this thing that they were acting a fool. Most of these guys in their young 20s do act a fool. I remember when I was in my young 20s, I acted a fool. All right? So I just think that we're way too harsh, and we act like the big three have never done anything wrong. Kevin Durant, and I want to finish on this one, and I'll throw it to you in a second here, B. Kevin Durant was talking on all these different podcasts, and it kind of got swept under the rug. And he basically said, I got a little frustrated in Golden State because Klay would miss practice from time to time. And I would show up, and I'm ready for practice.
Yep.
And, that's just Klay being Klay, is what other people would say to him. And I remember distinctively, Kevin said, I didn't really like that. I didn't like that there were different rules for different players. And this is a Hall of Famer, a superstar, who's better than Clay. I mean, I love Clay.
Right.
KD's better than Clay.
Yeah, he is.
Okay, in the hierarchy of the NBA landscape.
And it's not right. It's not right, especially it sets a bad tone for the youngsters.
Exactly.
So now think about what you just said there and think about when Jordan Bell was there. Jordan Bell, God bless his soul, thought he had arrived.
Oh, no doubt.
So when they had voluntary practices, which was, it's voluntary for the Hall of Famers. Mm-hmm. It's voluntary for the KDs, the Clays, the Currys, the Draymonds, the Iguodalas, but you're actually to get to practice.
Yeah.
What that did, by just Klay Thompson missing a couple practices, a guy like Jordan
showing
Bell
up late or
showing
whatever.
up late. Jordan Bell's like, oh, that's acceptable here.
Yes.
I'm going to do that. Well, Jordan Bell, you're not good enough. Remember, he missed a practice.
Yes.
He got punished for that.
Yes.
That sets a bad tone. So when things happen like they did in the preseason and nothing happens, then all of a sudden all systems go. Now the youngsters are saying, well, it seems like it's cool. So now Kuminga's going to the newspaper saying, you know what the hell with this? This season's been a train wreck. I'm not happy about not playing, so I'm going to go sit down with C.J. Holmes in the Chronicle, which I did not agree with.
No, you
I
didn't.
think that was a bad look.
Yeah.
But I understand. Because of the way the season played out.
I feel like we do this thing where, like, if a team wins it all, everything's culture. And look, I truly believe last year they had great culture. I do.
Right.
I truly believe. It felt to me like there was joy. They were all cohesive. They were pulling in the same direction. They were grinding together, okay? And maybe back-to-back seasons trying to win it all. This is just natural. Maybe this is just a natural evolution of sports from one year to the next. But B, it just feels like we have overlooked some of the cultural flaws of them looking the other way for certain individuals.
And
of differential treatment,
Listen.
special treatment, however you want to paraphrase it.
Listen. Pat Riley, Phil Jackson. You take some of the greatest coaches. Larry Brown. I was watching the 01 Sixer stock with Larry Brown and how he almost traded Allen Iverson.
Yeah.
And, he wanted Allen Iverson to listen because Allen Iverson would miss practice. He would miss time. He would get suspended. He just did not care. And Larry Brown's like, no, that's not cool. You're the leader of this team. You can't do that. So with Pat Riley, allow some of the things that's gone on with Draymond Green. And I go back, and it's not just, forget the punch. Forget the punch. It's a couple incidents. All right, Kevin Durant, I remember how everybody turned on Kevin Durant after Draymond Green called him out of his name. And how that kind of, there was a little weirdness with that team. But then the next year, Curry gets hurt, Clay's out, and Draymond, I get it. You're out there by yourself as a veteran, but that was your opportunity to really submit yourself as a leader. And now some of those youngsters will say he's a leader, and I do believe some of that. But Draymond Green came out here and told the world, I didn't play hard because I knew we weren't going to win games. So he melded in. What championship culture would allow that? You think Magic Johnson would do that?
No.
And I'm not saying Draymond Green's a Magic Johnson. Think Michael Jordan would allow that? The LeBron Jameses of the world, all these players that we've seen come in NBA history, he admitted after signing a new deal.
You know who that reminds you of? Even though one guy's more talented in his field than the other, reminds me of Randy Moss with the Raiders.
Right.
I mean, we dogged.
He melded in.
We dogged Randy Moss for that.
He melded in.
Did we not?
We dogged him, and he got traded. And he went to New England and said, I got a new lease on life. I'm going to go with Brady.
Raider fan, Spadoni, when I bring up Randy Moss's name, you acknowledge he's great, but what do you think of as
Quitter. Quit. I acknowledge him as a quitter.
There you go.
So you
that
look
was
at
succinct.
So you look at Tyler Miller, right? Everyone melded in that year, Bonte, with the 15-win season. Eric Pascal didn't meld it in.
He was trying for his life.
Marquise Chris.
Although he could not pass to save his life.
Marquise Chris didn't meld it in. He was trying to rejuvenate his NBA career. I actually thought he had a role with the Warriors.
Yeah, I did
said
too.
I was impressed with him.
I didn't like that trade, to trade him away. I didn't. And I think it was to save a couple bucks.
He was grabbing double-doubles, and I get these guys are not in the league, so stop looking at that. What we're saying is guys tried to play hard winning 15 games a year. To the point that Steve Kerr said, this is one of my favorite seasons coaching. This is a lot of fun. These guys are trying. Now, you weren't winning. All I'm saying is Draymond Green, we asked him, hey, how are you going to evolve your game? How are you going to work on your game? We always say, man, when Draymond Green's aggressive, the Warriors are a different team. Instead, he admitted, I melded in. Come on, man. Nobody wants, that's not, how is that acceptable? All I'm asking is, how is that acceptable?
Well, let me ask you this.
If I melded in on the show, we got ratings left and right. And if you said, hey, Bonte, I'm taking 6 months off, And Alan Styles comes in. I'm like, man, my guy ain't here. I'm just gonna, you know what, Alan, go ahead and do that.
So let me use a cross sport analogy. Remember when Nick Bosa tore his ACL and Jimmy Garoppolo hurt his ankle?
Yep.
The Niners season was over.
Done.
You know when I gained more respect for Fred Warner? The way he finished out that season.
Played his ass off.
Did he not?
Played his ass off.
We were talking about this. If we were just rank leaders right now in the Bay Area, I have Fred Warner number 1.
Fred Warner's a great leader.
Why? He doesn't take a practice off.
Yep.
He doesn't take a play off.
Played his
now,
ass off.
maybe that's the nature of football, and it's just different than the other sports. I'll acknowledge that.
Yep.
But in terms of what I'm looking for in a leader, day in, day out, I'm putting Fred ahead of Steph Curry.
Played his ass off.
I'm not even joking when I say that. People are going to roll their eyes. Fred Warner is one of the great template leaders in sports. But I gained more respect when everything was wrong that season, and they had no shot at making the playoffs.
And they had to spend 5 weeks in Glendale, Arizona. Fred Warner could have said, you know what, my shoulder's a little sore. I don't feel like hitting today.
In a league where your body gives up on you before you give up on the game.
No doubt. No doubt. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Let's go to our main man, Tyler in the city. Tyler, good morning. I know you agree with what we're talking about right now. Tyler?
Man, y'all have me on hold forever, bro. Come on, bro. Let the punch go, bro. It's over.
No.
Poole either got to fight Draymond. Poole either has to fight Draymond or let it go.
Come on. Dude, come on. Listen, Tyler, they admitted after the season that the punch wrecked the chemistry, that the punch wrecked the cohesion. We watched the games. We saw the way they played on the road. There was no chemistry whatsoever this season. The vibes, remember the Tokyo, Japan vibes, Tyler? We were talking about it. We were like, oh, my gosh, we can't wait for Warriors basketball. They're having so much fun. They're loaded. They're back. The vibes changed. Tyler, admit that. The vibes changed.
Bonte, did the punch make Steve Kerr not implement Kuminga, Moody, and Wiseman in the lineup over Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb?
Maybe. Man, we don't know how much the punch affected everything.
Man, no,
it affected
If
the
you
season.
don't think the young guys perceived the discipline of the punch or the reaction from the other players, like that's another thing I think we've underrated, Tyler, is if I'm Jordan Poole and I see Steph Curry and Klay Thompson, 2 icons for the team, not have my back publicly or maybe are just simply indifferent, that would bug me. I would feel like I was left out there all on my own on a raft. That's the way I would feel. I'm being real.
Shasky, if you notice in the video when Draymond clocked Poole, nobody even moved or reacted, Klay or Steph included, and Kuminga. So
because
come
on.
The coaches ran there, Tyler. Come on, the coaches ran there. Steph is not even in the video. Come on, Tyler. You're better than this.
When guys get in fights, I've seen Buster Posey sometimes stop, not do anything.
Buster Posey didn't even go defend Hunter Strickland when Bryce Harper got hit. Buster Posey stood at home plate and got ridiculed. He did get ridiculed for that. I didn't like it, but I understood it. There were a lot of
old school guys that did not like that.
Yeah, that was weak on Buster Posey's part. But Curry, coaches already broke it up. Curry and them were looking around like that's not fair.
I think they were also shocked. I've been in situations where things happen in front of you, and I don't even I'm paralyzed to even move because something happened so fast. That is shocking.
Right. We swept a lot of things under the rug. A lot of things of Draymond. And now the culture. If we want to talk about the culture is so good, we're going to find out this offseason. This culture's been tested more so than it ever has before. And now do you reward that player who basically admitted, yeah, my actions cost us basically a championship? That's basically what the Warriors...
See, but I would take it a step further. It's not the punch. It's everything after the punch. The discipline, the
lack of discipline.
Lack of discipline. The lack of other people having your back. Imagine you're in a work environment, okay? And somebody does something to you, and you feel like a bunch of your peers, your coworkers, don't have your back or aren't on your side or don't say anything. You would feel alienated.
I felt like that before at certain workplaces.
There you go.
I felt like that.
And it sucks.
And it's not a good feeling at all.
No, you feel betrayed.
And you gotta really find something deep down inside to keep going. You know what I'm saying?
I think we're too stuck on the physical punch, and I think it's the fallout of the punch.
It's everything else.
Exactly.
It's the podcasting. It's
podcasting.
And look, I'm all for players potting. I don't care. I really don't. But come on, man. Some of the things that were said, some of the things that were done, like and for some reason.
Well, I just don't know why Kerr had to go on.
Well, Kerr had to go on, but here's another thing. The Sacramento Game 3, this one bugs me. This one really, really, it's starting to bug me a lot more now. And again, I want to say I love Draymond Green. I love what he's done for this organization. I think he's a great father. I love the fact that he brings his kid around. It has nothing to do with that. It's the other stuff. Game 3 happens against Sacramento, and the Warriors roll them. Mm-hmm. And we come back on this show, and we get the first crack at it saying, boy, because leading up to that series, all I was talking about, Shasky, was I don't know how much you could go to the 2 big lineup in this series. I think you got to go to the 1 big lineup. Now, everybody will say, well, Looney will go to the bench, Draymond has to start. And I'm thinking to myself, boy, Looney's doing a great job on Sabonis.
Yeah.
Maybe he's the guy who needs to start, but the Warriors actually do that.
Yeah, that was the matchup.
So, Game 3 happens. The Warriors roll the Sacramento Kings. Draymond comes off the bench in Game 4, which I thought was the right move. And Draymond responded well.
Yeah, he played good.
To his credit, he responded well. Yeah. But everything after that game was about Draymond Green. Draymond Green's humility. Draymond Green and the collaboration of him and the coach. That's the problem. There's too much collaboration. Is Pat Riley and Eric Spoelstra collaborating with Jimmy Butler?
On everything?
On everything?
Hey, before I put in Duncan Robinson, you good with that, Jimmy?
Exactly.
Well, Sam Lubman, what did you say about Jimmy Butler in terms of his reaction versus maybe just the Big Three's reaction to young players struggling?
Yeah, so you guys, when Steph gets upset or something like that, he kind of goes up to the team, he's like, hey, if you guys aren't going to buy in, don't get on the bus. Whereas Jimmy Butler, when things start going south, he's like, you know what, I'm still going to trust my guys, I'm still going to get them involved, still going to find a way to keep them involved within the game plan. And I think with that attitude, you start seeing guys fall in behind Jimmy Butler on the Heat, and that reflects in kind of what you're seeing in this final series.
But to that point, Jimmy Butler had to be checked.
By Adonis
Eric Spoelstra and Udonis Haslem.
Adonis Haslem.
Actually, during the Warriors game 2 years ago when they won the championship down in Miami, by the way, Jordan Poole went off in that game, scored like 30 and was balling. Kuminga was balling.
Are you getting the same guru DMs in Instagram? Does he send that to everyone?
What's that?
He just sends me all these clips.
Oh, the Jordan Poole hot sauce stuff? Yeah, that was great. But Jimmy Butler went crazy. I get all of it from Guru, no doubt. I have to say, all right,
so
that's
does he just send that to everyone in his group?
I think so.
Yes, if all 3 of us, because I got the same video, then yes, everyone gets it.
God, Guru, I love you. Can you, if you're gonna personalize a DM, personalize it, bud.
But I'm not getting these Guru DMs. What's going on here?
Well, you're not one of his close friends.
But I don't even think it's
you're the Jordan Poole.
But seriously, Jimmy Butler had to be checked by them, and Eric Spoelstra did not back down. The Heat had issues this year with Jimmy Butler and Kyle Lowry. And Eric Spoelstra and Pat Riley and Udonis Haslem was like, you need to get your ass on board, buddy. We don't play that down here in Miami. We've got a culture, and we abide by that culture. How strong does their culture look?
Well,
Dwayne Dedman.
Yeah.
Remember he clowned?
Yes.
Walked off the floor?
Well, he threw the therapy gun. What is it called? Come on.
Oh, the wristband, armband or something.
No, the gun.
The Theragun.
Oh, the Theragun. That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
He threw it onto the court, and they were like, what?
And guess what?
Gone.
He was gone within a month.
Yeah.
He was gone within a month. We don't play that down here. The Warriors.
He slammed the Theragun off the chair, and it bounced back, I think, onto the court.
The punch may not have been the worst thing. You know what would have been may have been the worst thing? Was telling Draymond Green, you know what? We love you. But you know what the punishment is? Is you're not going to be able to celebrate this championship with your teammates. That would have been the ultimate punishment. And I think the Warriors whipped on the punishment.
Well, looking back, did it really matter if he was there on that first night? Honestly.
It would have sent a message. The Minnesota Timberwolves, I know we got a break here, Let me get this last point out. The Minnesota Timberwolves, during the play-in game, or the last game of the regular season, Rudy Gobert socked.
Oh, yeah.
Or hit Kyle Anderson in the chest. What did the T-Wolves do? Yeah. They said, we're packing our bags for L.A., but you're staying your ass at home.
Yeah.
You're popped.
For a playoff game.
For a play-in game. Just saying, it didn't look good for the Golden State Warriors. All right, we'll continue to talk 888-957-9570. At some point during the segment, we'll segue to the 49ers and Trey Lance and Debo Samuel and George Kittle because there's a lot of good stuff there. But what should the Warriors do here? As Joe Lacob stays quiet, we don't know who the new GM is yet. As Joe Lacob stays quiet, what decision will he make? Well, you think Joe Lacob like that podcast? I'm going to ask you that I'll ask you that. You can answer that on the other side. What's coming up on the game sponsored by the law offices of Robert Goldstein is just that right there. Is Lacob happy about that podcast? You think he watched it? If you have IRS or state tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 188-TAX-EXIT, 888-TAX-EXIT.
Complete your dream outdoor kitchen with a grill from Heston. And now receive a free...
All-time beat right here. All-time beat. Boom, 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 boom. Jordan Poole. What's going to happen this offseason with him? 888-957-9570 before we change this into the 49ers. I do want to hear from Warrior fans. Do you still believe this is a destination for veterans? Is this culture still that culture that attracted the likes of David West, Otto Porter Jr., Bielitsa, Dante DiVincenzo? Do you think free agents are going to line up to come play with the Golden State Warriors this next offseason?
Swaggy P.
Swaggy P. Hey, he had a big Rocket series. Western Conference Finals, he had some moments.
DeMarcus Cousins.
That was sick. I'll never forget that day. Damn, they didn't win a championship that year.
He played good in the finals, though.
He did play well. And
until
people
that
forget,
quad exploded.
When Kevin Durant got hurt, he actually stabilized that basketball game. He had a big second quarter to kind of weather the storm of, oh my gosh, KD. Carlos Ramirez, what is happening? He was looking dapper yesterday on Giants pre- and post-game live. He's kind of agreeing with this here. Because what's Draymond's excuse for bad behavior? Basically saying that Jordan had fire, Kobe had fire, Garnett had fire, all of them two-way stars, all of them champions. Dwayne Wade fire. Why is it okay with Draymond Green?
Who's that agreeing with us?
Carlos Ramirez. Go figure.
Is he texting you or tweeting you?
He's texting me.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, private text.
I'm with him. I was very disappointed that he jumped straight to the DeGrom is better than Lincecum portion of last night's postgame. Yeah, maybe DeGrom's regular season is better than Tim Lincecum's. That's undeniable.
Of course.
All right? You can't write the history of baseball without including Tim Lincecum. That's what his impact is.
That is kind of
I know, but I'm going to cape up for my guy.
Yeah,
but Carlos knows I agree with him more times than not.
I agree with Carlos 30% of the time.
30?
Maybe 25%.
Hey, 30% of the time in baseball, that means you're Willie Mays.
Yeah, that means you're batting 300.
Exactly.
Right? Carlos is doing a good job. Man.
No, he is.
I like Carlos.
They had the four-man crew out there. They had Sean
Tabs.
Estes. My favorite was Sean Estes turning to Carlos. I don't even know what WAR means, but DeGrom's at like 44 career WAR and Lincecum's at 19. That's the other thing. If Lincecum's only at 19 WAR for his career, like, come on, man. Like literally, if you were to write the history of the Giants franchise, can you write the history of the franchise without a giant couple of chapters on Lincecum?
No doubt. WAR.
And I'm not diminishing DeGrom.
Well, longevity matters there, too. I mean, Lincecum had 4 incredible years that make that up. I mean, if you do that over 10, 12 seasons, his WAR's probably going to look a lot more sexier.
Well, that's the difference between Verlander and Lincecum. Like, Verlander did it for 15 years.
How many high-level games did Grom pitch in as opposed to Tim Lincecum?
That's what I'm saying.
And here's the other thing, the WAR thing. Let's just put it to bed. I saw something Sunday Night Baseball between the Dodgers and the Yankees.
Tell me you're not going to go there.
They had the National League leaders in WAR.
Yeah.
And I get Juan
Is this
Soto's
all
playing
time
better.
or this year?
Just this year. This year. Ronald Acuna was number 1. Juan Soto was number 2.
Well, because he's got the great OPS. And he's striking out a lot, but like...
Is Juan Soto the second best player right now in the National League?
No.
He hasn't played like it.
No.
Certainly hasn't played like it this year.
He's better than the narrative, but by his own standards of when he's been rolling, he's been up and down.
I don't really care about WAR.
It's
an
interesting
interesting
metric.
That
No, I think it's an interesting metric.
But
like, for example, I believe Brandon Belt's time with the Giants, because he's played more years, his career WAR is much higher than I think Will Clark's. But like, no one's taking Brandon.
Manuel Rodriguez here, YouTube. What happened to the Saginaw Savage talking on BS Talk? Manuel, when I said I wanted the Saginaw Savage, I wanted Draymond Green to be barking. I wanted that in the Sacramento series. But I wanted that with the LA Lakers. So everybody's pointing at Poole's poor struggles, and he struggled. He was unplayable in the Lakers series. Klay Thompson struggled. He was borderline unplayable. It was like, Klay, stop shooting. It was bad. Steph Curry's 3 wasn't working well. Kuminga wasn't playing. Moody had the tough job of trying to slow down LeBron James. God bless his soul. But why does nobody talk about Draymond Green's series? We stay on Poole and Klay this whole offseason. I've been sitting back just kind of watching everything.
Because I was going to bring someone else up.
Who?
I feel like Andrew Wiggins hasn't been talked about at all.
Well, he missed 25 games for whatever reason. For whatever reason.
No.
I'm not giving him a pass.
Yeah.
That didn't throw a monkey wrench into the season. That didn't derail. That was part of the cohesion part. He came back in the playoffs. He came off the bench, and next thing you know, he was starting.
I'm not outraged. I'm just saying That's why they lost a lot of games in the regular season. Like, so, like, we can have the discussion about, like, damn.
Right.
Missing Andrew Wiggins really hurt this team. And I just don't hear anyone saying that.
No doubt.
And I'm not saying that, he needs to come back. No, I'm not huffing and puffing. What I'm saying is.
It messed up the chemistry of the team.
It was baked into the lasagna of losing.
No doubt. And so I don't want to revisit
that. Might be a new one for me. The lasagna of losing.
I don't.
It's Fedoni.
I know. Let's stay focused. Tyler Miller. See, this is what I don't even want to go back down this road where you're like, oh, man, Jordan Poole pulls Draymond. Well, Tyler, you're from the streets. We know the street code. When a guy like Draymond gets into your face the way he got into Jordan Poole's face, what is Jordan Poole supposed to do? Let him lean on him and stay in his face? No, you get off me. Give me my space. That's what happens. But you don't come back and retaliate and punch him. We all know that. So don't give me this stuff that Jordan Poole punched Draymond Green. Draymond Green walked up on Jordan Poole. And you do not know what was said. I promise you that. You do not know what was said. So just stop. I'm tired of hearing that.
It's not lasagna. It's lasagna.
Lasagna. That's pretty good.
Danker.
That's pretty good.
A lot of layers of that one.
There is. That's well played. That's well played.
Hey, you know what, Loveman?
That's well played.
You have been so efficient. So efficient as of lately.
Well, I just woke up. I didn't know if he was part of the show. You guys been so damn quiet.
War. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing.
What was said for Draymond to walk up on him is the part you're missing, Vontae. Listen, I'm not even going to speak on it. You don't know what was said. You think you know what was said. You just don't know.
I could not care less.
And hopefully it does come out for the public one day on what was said. Hopefully it does. Until then, it's all speculation. That's all it is. But all I want to know is from Dub Nation, are veterans going to want to line up to play on this team? You got guys podcasting, coaches podcasting with a player. You saw what happened this season. We saw what happened in Minnesota when Rudy Gobert, 3-time, 4-time DPOY, whatever it is, punched Kyle Anderson. They said, you know what? Kick rocks. We don't need you for the playing game. You need to be disciplined. Well, you know what? That didn't happen with the Golden State Warriors. And don't tell me that, hey, he couldn't go to a couple practices. Draymond Green's been here forever. He knows what's going on with his basketball team. He ain't no dummy. Draymond Green's one of the smartest basketball players I've seen on the floor.
And if I remember correctly, when he said he came back, he had spent time with his family. It was like very, not dismissive, but it was almost like,
Yeah. He didn't get popped for a game. So, do veterans want to sign here? That's going to be very interesting to see what happens this offseason. Let's go to Coach Hall in San Diego. Coach Hall, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, fellas, man. I just wanted to chime in on the Draymond conversation. I've been saying it, man, for almost 2.5 seasons now. Offensively, his game has regressed. And it's like our offense is so predictable. He will literally get the ball at the top of the key and stand there 3, 4, 5 seconds and, waiting on, everybody knows who he's trying to pass to, but, blowing layups, not finishing, getting 2 techs and thrown out of a game when we're up 30 seconds left to go against Charlotte in the regular season game. It's like he got so much to say and so much smoke for everybody else, but he won't look in the mirror. I love Draymond to death, but, man, we just got to keep it real. His game has regressed, and he only chooses – it's like he cherry picks who he wants to give the smoke to. He wasn't giving that smoke to AD and LeBron and his friends and things like that. It wasn't the same Draymond against Sacramento, helping players up. So we just got to call it what it is, man.
Hey, Coach Hall, it's a great point. And Shasky, before we segue to the 49ers, we want to talk about Poole and Clay struggling against the Lakers. How did Draymond Green play?
Not good. At all. Steph didn't play good at all. I thought Wiggins was
You heard Coach Hall. He loves Draymond Green to death. I think you love Draymond Green to death.
Yeah.
No, Michelle, your wife, that was her favorite player.
Yes.
I love Draymond Green to death. Love him. But what's right is right, is wrong is wrong. And what's wrong is people pinpointing at pointing the finger at Jordan Poole, talking about, oh, well, he's the moper, he's the baby, and I don't know. And that's why I called Mark Willard's show yesterday. I called the show because I said that was irresponsible of Mark Willard. And Mark Willard's a pro's pro. We don't beef. I don't hate him. He doesn't hate me. It's all love. But I thought it was very irresponsible to say, well, maybe the organization doesn't like Jordan Poole, and that's crap.
Well,
that's not
if
fair.
that's the case, why'd they give him an extension?
Right. What, just to make him feel good? Oh, here's $130 million because we feel sorry for you. What? Joe Lacob, the businessman that he is, you think he's just going to give away $130 million? Hey, here you go, Jordan Poole. Let's just be nice now.
Well, I also do understand, like, we want to retain an asset to be able to move down the line. Like, so there's layers to this, right? Obviously, from a business standpoint. Like, let's say you didn't. Hypothetically, they don't like Jordan Poole. Everybody's against him, whatever. Why wouldn't you have explored a trade in season?
Right.
Almost like immediate, especially when things were going south. Or am I tripping?
No, you're not tripping.
Especially when, like, the Kevin Durant thing was out there, and Steph said during the summer that they were exploring a Kevin Durant deal.
You made a move right there. You make a move right there. Mark Willer said, which is what made me call him, we've made it all about Jordan Poole and Draymond Green. I think it's way bigger than that. There's plenty of evidence that would suggest that this is the whole Warriors team against Jordan Poole. It feels like the organization is against Jordan Poole.
I think the front end...
I just thought that was unfair.
Well, I think the front end is true. I do not think this is just Jordan versus
the Warriors
Draymond.
Organization.
No, I don't know about... No, I'm saying it's not just about Jordan Poole versus Draymond Green. Mm-hmm. It's deeper than that. I don't... The back end, I whatever. But I believe that he's right on that aspect. I think that there's many issues.
Right.
I don't think it's just this. I do think this is a big one.
Now look, I think you and I have both been fair in critiquing this Warriors team. Jordan Poole, we had issues with this defense. Jordan Poole was unplayable against the LA Lakers. That was not good basketball. Did I agree with the quote-unquote moping or his attitude after the game in Game 4 against the LA Lakers? No, I didn't. But he has to play better. But I didn't agree with some of the media saying, oh, man, his bad attitude, he was moping over. Well, he's pissed off. You just lost Game 4. You're down 3-1, and you didn't play well. You played like crap. I would be mad, too. Hell, I wouldn't even talk to the media. That's just me. I'm a sore loser. These guys are better than me for going up to the podium. I would not talk. And Jordan Poole didn't have a great year. Defensively, there was a lot of issues. Offensively, there was a lot of issues. So we're not absolving Jordan Poole saying that he played great and we're keeping up for him. We're just talking. Steve Kerr and Draymond Green keep bringing it up. So now we're here talking about it.
Why hasn't Draymond come out publicly and say, I'm going to pick up my option?
Nobody asked him that. We ask Kevin Durant that every single day. Think about that. Ask Kevin Durant about New York every single day to the point where he took 12 days off from the media and said, I'm just trying to come here and hoop. I just want to hoop. I'm not thinking about New York. I just want to hoop. And y'all just keep asking me about what I'm going to do in the offseason when we're trying to three-peat. We didn't do that with Draymond Green. Why?
I don't know. I just don't know why he hasn't come out publicly and said, like, if he really wants to be here, that doesn't preclude him from working on an extension, right? Like, you could still just come out and say, I'm opting in.
Yep.
Like, now we're here. It's the end of the year. He said he wasn't going to talk about it during the okay, fine. But now we're here. Why aren't we hearing from him like I'm going to opt in? Or hey, I would like a 4-year deal, but if that doesn't come to fruition, I still want to be here. Right. I'm opting in.
Well, he said it before the season, and I guess everybody's like, well, that's that. But we didn't ask that question.
Well, I think at times, and I would say this to him, and Draymond's a bully, and I think a lot of people are afraid of him. Us included in the media, and I don't blame anybody because you don't want to get iced out by him. You don't want to be called out. You want to be able to have certain level of, conversation, dialogue, access, whatever you want to file it under. I think, the guy can be a bully.
It's tough because he's a homegrown player. You know how we all feel about homegrown players. And it's tough for a lot of people to separate the championships and what happened this season, or some of the things that have happened in the past while you won championships. Hell, this behavior, whether we like it or not, and I thought the NBA job to go to State Warriors, but whether we like it or not, his actions on the floor cost him a championship in 2016. Now, it may have been a blessing because you got Kevin Durant, but Kevin Durant, basically, his departure, a lot of people blame it on Draymond Green because of what happened that night on Monday night in L.A. against the Clippers. We know about him being held back from Steve Kerr. Cursing at Steve Kerr. I'm just saying, we love Draymond Green. We're not hating on him at all, but we got to call it like it is. That's why we do what we do, Shasky.
Well, so it's interesting you say that because
I'm not caping for anybody.
Well, it's funny that you say that because yesterday, and this is a different sport, but yesterday Debo Samuel came out and was at a podium. Now, I love Debo. Bonte, I said to you last year, the year before when they were in the playoffs, I said, Debo is an all-time 49er. He could have played in any era. Yep. He's the kind of guy, I don't care if it's the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, the way he plays football, he could play in any era. Heading into last year, I watched him at camp and I said, he don't look good. He's not getting any separation. He looks sluggish. He looks slow. And I was disappointed in the season that Debo was having. Now, he had a couple of really nice plays because he's a freak athlete and he's a monster. But just look at the numbers and look at the production and look at the attitude and look at the bounce in his step, right? Compared to the final 6 or 7 games of the year prior to where he is. And I said, dude, he doesn't look that good. And Fillmore Mike's coming down my road destroying me. And I'm like, dude, I call it like I see it. And then Debo goes to a podium. And I got to give Debo credit. Debo goes to a podium yesterday, and he basically comes out and says, yeah, I played like crap last year. And that was refreshing.
Yep.
But the difference between Debo and Draymond is Draymond does that every 3 games where he's calling himself out. And then he plays a little better, and then he slacks a little, then he calls himself out. It's like this wash, rinse, repeat cycle, and it's just nauseating.
Yeah.
Now, if Debo says what he says yesterday at a podium and comes out sluggish again this year, now we got a problem.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
I think he's going to respond, though.
I think Debo's going to have a monster season. I think the skill position guys, Ayuk, Debo, Kittle, could be their last hurrah together. I think they're going to ball out, especially with Christian McCaffrey. And don't let
But it's not hating. I guess
this is where I get frustrated. People think we're in our feelings. We just call them like it is.
I'm trying to assess what's going on.
Yeah, we don't like the optics. And I just think the youngsters have taken the blame for everything this season.
Exactly.
When I watch, again, do you want to revisit the road trips where the veterans were on the floor in the last 5 minutes of the game and they couldn't close deals in Orlando, Charlotte, Miami? And that's just the first road trip. We saw that all season long. All season we saw that. The veterans. I'm just saying, why do we blame the youngsters so much? Kamika's playing 15 minutes a game. This is on the big dogs.
But I just don't. This is the other thing. I don't understand the magic that he holds among Warrior fans. If I said to you, Draymond goes to the Lakers, do you dramatically look at the Lakers differently?
That's a great question.
Phoenix. He's good. He's good, but it's not like a deal breaker. He goes to the Kings. Right? Yeah, they're better. Okay. Why does he hold this mythical power only in Golden State?
And we again,
like Curry can't operate without Draymond
Well,
Green.
that's a disrespect to Stephen Curry.
Now, do they need him on defense? Yes, this team needs him on defense because they don't have a lot of great defenders. That I'll listen to. But this thing that like Curry can't operate without Draymond, I just think that's absurd.
Let's go to JD and San Mateo. JD, what's happening?
Not much. I just want to say Draymond Green is a coward for what he did. He had no right to do that. If I was Jordan Poole, I would have got a bag out of that. I'm sorry. This is the league. This is where I get paid from. Everybody watching. He lucky he didn't go after the Warriors too. He lucky in the Warriors. He didn't sue they lucky that Poole didn't sue the Warriors for not protecting the players that's on their team. And another thing I want to say, this offseason, do y'all see Looney and Draymond actually developing the mid-range? Because they both got to go. I'm sorry, we need a double-double out of one of them to help out the team because they're not helping besides getting a couple boys here and there. I mean, or go get Vujicic from Chicago, one or the other.
So it's interesting. And I don't mean to cut you off here, but like everyone's, they don't have any defensive dogs. They have nobody who could be a defensive anchor. We watched 2 series in the playoffs. We would all agree the playoffs is more replicative of what they need to do than the regular season. So let's go to the playoffs. Who was more of an anchor? Who was more of a dog? Kevon Looney or Draymond Green? You answer the question for me.
I think it was Looney.
How anyone can say Draymond was better than Looney in the 2 playoff series is tripping.
And see, this is
tripping.
This is why this all season, this crossroads we're at with the Golden State Warriors, and everything going on with them. Because, look, man, Draymond Green is a valuable asset. He is. But against the LA Lakers, They said, please play Draymond Green because we're going to rest on defense against him. You can't be a one-way player anymore. Even Kevon Looney. I want to see Looney shoot the mid-range jumper more. Yes. I think he's had it. I see him shoot it in more. I was like, shoot it more.
Well, I think his offensive ability is actually more restricted with Draymond on the floor with him.
Exactly. And it kills the shooter spacing. Yes. We talked about that all season long. You need a one big lineup, but maybe Looney's better as a 25-minute backup center if you had somebody else, but you're probably not going to get that this year because of the financial restrictions that you have on your basketball team. But every time we discuss Draymond Green, it's fascinating because it's hard to separate the championships. I get it. Trust me. It's hard for me to criticize a 4-time champion who's given us the best time of our lives as basketball fans in the Bay Area. And people, whenever we say one thing about Draymond Green, it's, man, you're in your feelings. You're this and that. We're just assessing basketball. We're assessing basketball, and we're assessing what happened on and off the floor and how some things, how is it acceptable in today's game? Sometimes you got to evolve as a leader, right? Sometimes you got to evolve as a basketball player. That leadership was lost this year because of what happened in training camp. It was. And every time he tried to get it back, he talked about it. It was like, maybe less is more. You know what I'm saying? Maybe less is more. So it's not, we hate Draymond Green. Nobody hates Draymond Green. When he gets his jersey retired here in the Bay Area, we're all going to give him a standing ovation. And we're going to say, thank you, Draymond, for the great times. And we're going to ignore what happened off the floor. We're going to ignore some of the stuff that we don't like. That's real. Those are facts. Mm-hmm. Nobody hates Draymond Green. We're assessing the situation. What I do hate, though, and I'll say this right now, what I do hate is the youngsters getting blamed for everything. Now, are they perfect? Absolutely not. I said it on the front end. We disagree with this. When Kuminga went to the Chronicle, I did not like that. Mm-hmm. I did not like him storming off the court in Game 3 against Sacramento and going to the end of the bench.
I just think I was more delicate with understanding he's young, he's speaking in his second language. He may not understand the impact of what he's doing. But it's not a good look, which I acknowledge.
It's not a great look. Jordan Poole's defense, oh my gosh. It drove us all crazy. Him slipping left and right on the floor drove us insane. Insane. He was inconsistent. We're assessing situations here. I just don't think it's fair to say, oh, it was all the youngsters. They were moping. They weren't up to speed, and we were the championship team because of it. No. Some of the veterans didn't play like champions.
Yeah.
Clay was inconsistent at times. Clay, he came in, and I get why he did it, but he wasn't in shape. Steve Kerr called him out.
I know. You know, let me ask you another question, because this is something that I found interesting as we kind of like go through the Warriors' carcass here at the end of the year. Did the Bob Myers heading into the final year as a lame duck GM, was that good or bad for the Warriors?
Didn't feel like it was good.
For anyone, right?
Didn't feel like it was good.
You can't do that again with Steve Kerr. You got to make a decision. Like, you got to make a decision whether you want him to be here. Like, if he gives him an extension, he's going to be here 15 years.
Right.
And you got to understand that. And I was just thinking about this. And, you know, I know people don't like the finance talk. Some people love it. Some people hate it. But I was just thinking, the Phoenix Suns just gave a huge deal to an assistant coach for $2 million.
Right.
Okay. We were talking about paying the GM, like, what, $15 million? That's what the guy up in Philadelphia is making, $15 million a year.
Daryl Morey.
Okay. We talk so much about luxury tax and how much the team roster costs. What we don't talk about is the hidden costs of the front office and the coaching staff. And I'm not here to cape up for Lacob and all that. I'm asking you, would you feel comfortable with a $25 million payroll for your staff if you give Steve Kerr, let's say, $15 million a year, you match what Monty Williams is making right now, and then you pay off that bench, and then you're paying Dunleavy, and I don't know what Dunleavy's asking. I'm just saying, that's a lot. That's a lot of money. That's a lot to invest in your coaching, and you're telling me I can't develop any young players? I can't save you money on the roster by finding a couple of young players? So I think that there's a conversation here to be had about, if I'm investing that much in my coaching staff and my coaching staff is turning to me and saying, I can't make a $3 or $4 million player who's a rookie into a 8-minute-a-night contributor, to me as the owner, I got a problem there.
Whoa.
That's a lot of money I'm investing into my staff to tell me, no, I can only do this with veterans.
And Joe Lacob will probably want answers because he loves him some Jonathan Kuminga. Joe Lacob loves Kuminga. Loves him. Love James Wiseman. His plan was to have these youngsters get up to speed to help these veterans out. I don't think Joe Lacob was happy about the way the year played out. And now, I think Joe Lacob is speaking to all of us. He hasn't given Steve Kerr that extension yet. He hasn't. And then now he's remaining quiet. Why is Joe Lacob quiet now?
Because I think he's thinking about what he wants to do.
Exactly.
I think the quietest man in the room is the most dangerous.
Exactly. So Joe Lacob.
But would you feel comfortable? Like, let me ask you. Like,
would I feel
forget the
comfortable?
money.
I wouldn't care because it's not my money.
No. I'm talking about, would you feel comfortable having Steve Kerr coach this season after what happened last year without a contract extension? Do you think that would be good for your organization if you were running it?
It would be good if everybody could be professional and not bring it up. And then you come back at the end of the table saying, but I get the questions will come. I personally like making players play in a contract year, personally.
Okay.
Because I think you get the best out of them.
No, that's just why I'm asking.
Because they're playing for their money. So if Steve Kerr.
On one element, as a businessman, I think you're right.
I think if I'm Joe Lacob, I sit back. You don't have to make a move yet.
But don't you also understand that there are personalities involved and there's a human element? And some guys don't necessarily work well.
They don't respond to that.
Yeah.
And that could be a problem. That could be a problem.
Would you feel comfortable? I'm just asking you, would you feel comfortable spending $25 million on a front office and a head coach? And that's
if you want to be the best.
Let's say it's like 18 to 20 million. And then they're telling you, yeah, we can't develop any young players.
Those guys are printing money down there.
I'd be a little pissed.
Those guys are printing money down there. They're printing money. I would feel comfortable with it personally. Say, hey, let's play this out.
Now, to his credit, he did offer. Now, we don't know the timeline because there's times if you offer like, hey, hon, let's get married now. No, I've been dying to get married for the last 6 years and I'm ready to leave you because you weren't ready to commit to me. I understand that element of timing has passed. In his defense, he did offer the most amount of money apparently to Bob Myers. Was it?
But here's the problem. Did he do that originally?
That's what I'm saying.
Was the initial deal worth what Murray was? And from what I hear, it wasn't. The first couple deals, it wasn't up to Murray's speed. And that's where it should have started. Bob Myers is a better GM than Daryl Morey. Daryl Morey's overrated, in my opinion.
I agree.
What has Daryl Morey ever done?
I agree he's better.
All right?
But the way business, I don't want to go crazy on this. Just because Deshaun Watson got 240
no doubt.
doesn't mean that Lamar Jackson's going to get 180.
But that's the game you play now.
Yes, now I hear
Buddy
you.
Williams,
from your negotiation plot, you're right. You do play it.
I'm Bob Myers. I'm saying, this guy's making that much. Here's my jewelry. Where's his jewelry at? Look at my moves compared to his moves. So there's a lot there. Let's get to these calls quick. I know we're going to talk Niners.
Yeah.
We're going to get to Flynn. We'll get to the Niners because there's a lot there. We got caught up in the Warriors here. There's a lot to chew on with the Golden State Warriors this offseason. This offseason is going to be fascinating. Let's get to May Money in Oakland. Then we'll get to Greg. What up, May Money?
Hey.
Hey.
Good morning.
Morning. Top of the morning.
Time no talk.
We got your gifts, May Money. We love your gifts.
Oh, yay. I'm so glad you like it.
These are luggage claim tags. I like this. SFO. It's got the Niners and the Giants on there. And then Oakland, OAK, with the Warriors and the Bridges. Really cool. Really cool. Thank you.
I got an A's one if you want that one.
Oh, you get it, Joe Spadoni.
Does that say Vegas or Oakland on it?
Oh, God.
That was a joke. I apologize to A's fans.
Shasky said it, not me.
I apologize to A's fans. They're probably not going to Vegas now.
Okay.
Team market.
Well, I wanted to drop in on this Draymond talk real quick since we're here, since we've logged into this. The reason why I haven't called in a minute is because I couldn't really talk about the Warriors without cursing. So I thought it would be best to hold my tongue.
Well, don't curse now. What you got on the Warriors?
Yeah, no, I know I won't. No, I'm good now. I'm really. But the thing about it is they've been fighting. They've been fighting all season in the locker room. You could tell. I don't need my tarot cards to investigate on this. They've been fighting in the locker room. The big three. I think Steph, Clay, and Dre have been fighting all season, and it's just cast a kind of a shadow over the entire season, and they need to figure it out.
Yeah.
The way that Draymond was hugging up on LeBron after that game, I mean, Clay looked sick. He looked like he wanted to throw up in his mouth. So I just think they need to get it together.
Yeah.
And, like, otherwise, like, it's going to crumble. People that are that close, they're going to fight. They're going to not have their good times. They just need to really get it together. I think Draymond kind of needs to go. I think he's kind of just too selfish at this point. And I don't think he's going to be traded. I think he should just retire and go into media.
Wow.
Honestly.
Wow.
Take
that Fox job that Tom Brady's not going to take.
Why wasn't Draymond on TNT this postseason? After they got eliminated.
Oh,
he wasn't on postseason.
That's a great
He wasn't on
question.
TNT. Usually works with them and breaks down the playoffs and whatnot.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Yeah, that's interesting because I know he's got a contract with them. And look, Draymond Green, here's what we do know. The Draymond Green conversation is very uncomfortable for a lot of people. Why? Because he's a champion.
Yeah.
And it's tough to move on from champions.
Yeah.
Think about how tough it was to move on from Brandon Belt. Think about how tough it is to move on from Brandon Crawford. Think about all the champions in the past. It's tough to move on from them. Yeah. I get it.
Yeah.
It's very uncomfortable even think about life without Draymond Green.
Do you struggle right now watching Bruce Bochy do what he's doing?
I'm happy for Boch. I don't struggle with it. I'm happy for Boch. He used to go out on his terms. And he's down in Texas. Yeah, he did what he did in San Francisco. I think personally, it was time for him to go.
Okay.
I thought he was slipping a little bit in San Francisco.
The way it went down wasn't clean.
It wasn't clean, but it's never going to be clean.
No, that's true.
Know?
Breakups are always ugly.
It's
My
tough.
buddy Eric Jones said it years ago. When two people break up that you're friends with, it's always uncomfortable for everyone involved. Mm-hmm. That's a good point. That's a good point. But like Madison Bumgarner too, like even when he wore a Diamondbacks uniform, the first year it was like, it's tough. But eventually it was like, we probably dodged a bullet.
Yeah, I didn't. Because think about how rare it is. I was listening to Rasheed Wallace. He was all Worldwide Rob Perez. He does a podcast. And she was talking about guarding Tim Duncan in the finals. He goes, man, Tim Duncan was that dude. Yeah. I remember him, they battled at Wake Forest, North Carolina. Yeah, the big fundamental. And he was talking about, think about how rare it is for a player to stick with one organization. Kobe, Dirk, Tim Duncan. We hope that Steph Curry retire. We hope that Klay Thompson. Hell, I hope Draymond Green retires to go to State Warrior. Well, it don't feel like it is. It doesn't feel like that way with the way things are playing out. Yeah, but to me, I know it's not a common theme. So when a player moves on, it's like, all right, man, it's a little strange at first to see him in another uniform, but you move on very quickly. So, that's what I do personally.
No, I hear you, but like, it's interesting. We do this thing. You got to retire in a uniform. You got to retire. Will Clark didn't. Frank Gore didn't.
Jerry Rice didn't.
Joe
Montana didn't.
Terrell Owens, Joe Montana. I mean, all
Ronnie
these guys.
Roger Craig.
Chris Mullin.
Rick
Barry.
That's what I'm saying. It's
Wilt Chamberlain.
It's okay to move on.
No, but like, but why do we do like? Okay, is Buster Posey is Buster Posey that much more honorable than Lincecum, who wanted to go to the Angels because he kept wanting to keep playing?
No.
Is it that much more honorable? No, I get there's some specialness around it. Like, you get that Jeter feel. Like, hey, Jeter only played for the Yankees. Well, if Jeter was a Royal, like, would he have stayed with the Royals his entire career?
No.
And like Dirk and Reggie Miller and Kobe, hopefully Steph, like, those are rare.
Well, people, they may think Barry Bonds was a lifelong Giant. Youngsters forget, oh, wait, he was a Pittsburgh Pirate?
Yeah, exactly. Willie McCovey played for the Padres?
Exactly.
What?
Yeah, right? Vita Blue played on both sides of the bay?
Yeah. I don't know. I think that we do this, gotta retire.
The Baby Bull?
Like right now.
The Baby Bull has a statue.
Brandon Belt, who's, I think, just my particular opinion, I don't hold him in the same regard as I do Clay and Draymond. I hold them in high regard, but I don't hold them in the same regard as Clay and Draymond. Maybe some people do. Is anyone like shedding tears that he's playing for Toronto in the final year of his career?
Yeah, nobody.
I'm not.
I'm definitely not.
And good for him. He's playing well now, finally. Right. Great.
Let's go to people get wrapped up about Draymond. When we talk, we always say this. I want to get to Greg at Walnut Creek. There's polarizing figures in the Bay Area since I've been in radio and since you've been in radio. Just the last 10 years alone. Yeah. Kevin Durant, Jimmy Garoppolo, Draymond Green. And I don't even think
that's
it's
the
close.
Holy Trinity?
I think it's not even close.
Jordan Poole's up there.
Well, now he's starting to rise because he's been on the opposite end and has divided his fan base.
Trey Lance, Brock Purdy.
We'll see. It'll get there. Real quick, Greg and Walnut Creek.
Shanahan winning the big one?
That'd be fascinating. Oh,
Jimmy
boy.
and Derek.
Jimmy versus Derek.
Greg, Walnut Creek, what's happening? Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for taking my call.
Anytime. Hey, who's that?
2 days. Those are my kids. 2 days left of class.
Nice.
Oh, what up,
Nice.
kiddos? Hey, you better hit the books. You better not mail it in the last 2 days, kiddos.
Mail it in. Mail it in. School's out for summer.
Don't be acting a fool up in school, kiddos.
The school is mailing it in. We only got half days the last 2 days.
Well, that's my type of school. What you got, Greg?
So I think the 2 timeline thing was like kind of a farce. Like, if you want to win, those guys, they can't play that many minutes. But if they need minutes to get better, then, you got to choose one or the other. Like, those guys need heavy minutes to get better because they need to get the bumps of doing the wrong thing and being shown, like, this is why you don't do it.
Yeah.
And so Wiseman, Kuminga, like, you can't be playoff basketball unless it's a transcendent talent. Like, this is a once-in-a-lifetime guy. And so you gotta choose. Do you want the young guys? Do you want them to get better? Because if you do, you can't have playoff aspirations, or at least serious deep playoff goals, and that's why those guys didn't play. And I think, it's a farce to try and say, hey, we're going to do 2 timelines and win championships.
Good call, Craig.
I hear people say that all the time, and yet I look at Jeremy Pena last year, who played starting shortstop for the Astros, and
he's a rookie,
right?
And Juan Soto when he won the World Series. Buster Posey wasn't he a rookie when the Giants won that title in 2010?
And the argument for those would be like, well, they were more ready than others. Yeah, but you stuck with them through thick and thin.
Yep.
Like, Pena had bad weeks on end, and they kept trotting him out at shortstop. Yep. Now, I guess you could say that they could still win despite his struggles. Like, I hear that, but I don't know. There's layers to it.
Look, we got a lot to get to here. We got a lot to. By the way, Damian Lillard's on a radio show talking about via Showtime. Says that Miami is obviously his first choice over Boston, New York, and Brooklyn in a hypothetical trade. Be on the lookout for Dame Lillard going down to South Beach, Miami with Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo. He's already putting the fillers out.
Could 2 subcultures be any different?
Portland and Miami.
Wow.
Oof, wow. Dave Dollar would fit.
I mean, if 2 cities could be any different, I mean, Portland and Miami.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I meant. Like the culture of the cities.
Oh, yeah. I thought you were teams. Cities and
that
the teams.
Too. The team.
That's
Yeah,
what I was thinking about
the
team.
cities. Yeah,
the cities too. Yeah, no doubt. All right, quickly injury report. Boy, we were just talking about Jacob deGrom, and my poor fantasy baseball team is going to suffer for this, and the Texas Rangers may suffer from this. Jacob deGrom will undergo Tommy John surgery, ending his season. Remember, he signed a 5-year, $185 million deal with the Rangers in the offseason. deGrom's elbow shows significant damage on his UCL tendon. He hasn't pitched since April 28th, and he's probably not going to come back until late 2024 after making 171 starts in his first 6 years of his career. He's been limited to just 44 starts in the last 4 years. Tough for deGrom. He cried yesterday talking about it. All right, we're going to get to Fleming on the other side. That was the injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Hillary, what's up? We still going to an A's-Giants game? That's coming up. We're going out to the Collie. That's right. That's what's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises, the one and only Dave Fleming. Soda today.
Diana Ross? Heck yeah.
All right, we're going to get a Flim on in just a second. He's in Denver, Colorado, as the Giants take on the Colorado Rockies. They win 10-4 yesterday as we segue. We're going to get into some Niner stuff. We got some great Niner stuff. Matt Barrows going to lead that off at 8:30, so don't you worry, folks. We'll get to Trey Lance, Debo Samuel. What George Kittle said about Trey Lance, you don't want to miss that. I'm not going to lie. Got me a little excited.
I'm getting tingles.
I just want to see good quarterback play. I just want the Niners to settle in on it, and let's just move on. But good morning, everybody out there. As we say, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Nice Wednesday morning. Foggy out there, but hopefully everybody's having a good day. Everybody getting off the graveyard shift. Good morning to you. If you're at work, getting ready for work, good morning. Good morning to all the students getting ready for the half days and end of the semester. Hopefully you had a great school year. Shout out to all the little leaguers out there playing at all these tournaments. It was really cool to see all the little leaguers yesterday. Shasky doing a hell of a job coaching. My guy, Charlie, man. He was swaggy yesterday. I like the tiny kid. What's his name?
JT's a baller.
Little JT.
Yeah, JT O'Kane. The O'Kane family has been in the sunset forever.
He's like 4'5", and he looks like a baller.
Yeah, he's a great player. Catcher, middle infielder. I mean, he can really play anywhere. You should see him pitch. He pitches like Louis Tiant. He does like the booty wiggles, like the Johnny Cueto for some of the younger people. Yeah, he's got the eephus pitch. I've been working with his knuckle. But the problem is they don't even know how to throw strikes yet. So I'm like, you got 50 pitches and none of them are strikes.
All right, let's get Fleming on. Flem out there in Denver, Colorado, calling the game. We got some thoughts on golf.
Speaking of who's pitching well, Sean Manaea.
Sean Manaea. Well, Logan Webb on the mound today. Logan Webb, 2.85 ERA, 1.04 whip. Don't let the record fool you. It's misleading. He's pitched really well this season. Going up against Connor Siebold, who has a 5.4 ERA. So I feel like the Giants are going to hit well at Coors Field. Flem, good morning, man. How you doing today?
Good morning to both of you. I'm good. Thank you.
Absolutely. Giants start off this road trip really well, 10-4. Feels like a very important road trip before the schedule really heats up here in June. We're excited about that. But let's start with something that was brought to our attention on Sunday, which was a passing of Roger Craig, Mr. Hum Baby himself, who helped change the culture here in San Francisco alongside Will Clark and Robbie Thompson. Of course, they had a great 89 team. I know you had many interactions with Roger Craig, who was a four-time World Series champ, passed away at the age of 93, lived a great life. How was Hum Baby to you? What will you remember about Roger Craig?
Yeah, he was a great man. He was a very distinguished man, even into, old age. I mean, he lived to be 93 years old, and all the way to the end. Roger was just a delight to be around, had a great laugh, great smile. I mean, I did love how Kruko called him, because there was an element, I think, that's true. Like Mike called him the original Ted Lasso. And in a way, that is exactly right. Like, the Giants were an organization that was really good at feeling sorry for themselves. They weren't very good for a long time. They played at Candlestick. Nobody wanted to play at Candlestick. Nobody wanted to be there. Kruk has told the story many times on the air about how terrible he felt when he got traded to the Giants. It was like, no, I don't want to go there. You're talking about Mike Kruko, who's turned into like the ultimate all-time Giant. Right. But that's what it was like, and it's hard for those of us who have been around in the last 25 years. The era of Bonds and the ballpark and the World Championships, and just the renaissance of Giants baseball, where no franchise has had more great times in a lot of ways than the Giants over the last many years. It's hard to take that perspective and remember how bad it was in the early 1980s, late 70s, early 80s. After Willie Mays left, it was just bleak. And, ultimately, Will Clark and that gang, you got to give those guys, the players on the field, get the credit. But Roger Craig deserves a lot of that, too, for not just changing the wins and losses, changing the whole attitude of the Giants, what it meant to put on the uniform, taking sort of the stigma away from Candlestick. Like, was Candlestick beautiful? It wasn't a great ballpark. It wasn't. But it ultimately had a lot of great memories for the Giants in those years, because they did learn how to love it and play well there. And so we are forever in his debt. He truly is. I mean, I'm not exaggerating. He's one of the most important figures in the history of the Giants franchise. We will always be indebted to him for that.
Yeah, that was really, really eloquent and well said. And I think Bonte and I are both that was our first guy, and we started first collecting cards and watching the Giants. My dad used to take me out to the family pavilion like that. That was my dude, and he'd wear that like shiny windbreaker under the jersey. It's interesting because you were around Bochy for so long. I do think he shares a lot of Bochy qualities, like just in terms of kind of like old school, been there, done that, not too razzled. I mean, there's many ways to manage a team. There's many ways to get the best out of people. But I think he had a lot of Boch qualities.
I do too. I do too. I mean, I think, and first and foremost probably would be, and the secret power for so many people who are great at that job is caring about others. A genuine interest and care for other people, many of whom are very different from you. Bochy cares about everybody. And so did Roger Craig, like at a real human level. He really cared about people. And you don't fake that, and you don't fool anybody if you try to fake that. And with those two guys, it's really genuine. And the players, the front office people, the broadcasters, everybody felt that being around them, that this is somebody who cares about me, and I'm going to do my best for him. And, it's like a real, genuine human quality that I think both of them really do share.
Dave Fleming here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, of course, the voice of the Giants. You catch them on NBC Sports Bay Area. So they call it Game 2 of the series between the Giants and the Rockies. The Giants approved the 30-30. Of course, Dave Fleming calls golf for ESPN, college football, college basketball. We will touch on golf in just a second here. But the house of horrors that is Coors Field. The Giants now 23-12 at Coors Field in the last 4 seasons. And that's because the bats show up and they hit more, and they scored just enough to hold off the Rockies there. Although Sean Manaea gave up a few runs yesterday, he was able to eat up innings. And that's how you draw it up in the bullpen game, right, Flem? You get some runs, you get some good hitting, and you get the pitching just to stabilize the game just enough to get out of there with the win. Yeah, I mean, look, I know the term bullpen game makes some people just break out into a sweat. Like they just hate the idea, hate the concept. But really, when you look at what last night was, it's really more about you've got a guy who's going to be your, quote, starter. And Manaea was that. I mean, he got 14 outs for him. That's not like a superstar starter, but that's a good starting pitcher. He gave him 4 2/3 innings, so you got that guy. Then how can you maybe manipulate the game a little bit around him to make the opponent construct the lineup in a way where you can more easily mix and match against them? And that's exactly what the Rockies did. It's what the Twins did. It's working for the Giants. They've gotten teams to sort of commit to a lineup that looks a certain way. And I know it's a small, subtle thing, but the second inning last night, Ryan Walker comes in instead of Manaea. Like, clearly Bud Black set the lineup up thinking that Manaea would be the second guy in. And instead of that, you steal 3 outs, 1, 2, 3, bang, 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 no problem. And it's Ryan Walker who does it, not Sean Manaea. And then Manaea starts against the left-handed part of the lineup, and it's a little gentler intro into the game, perhaps, for him. And it gets his momentum going in the game. Like, this concept right now is working well for the Giants. But I'm glad you brought him up because he was my player of the game pick last night. Yeah. And he just, it was a much better performance than 4 2/3 and 4 runs would indicate. He threw the ball well. He threw strikes. He attacked. He pitched like he had a lead, which he did. He should have been the winning pitcher. The official scorer gets discretion, and they should have given him the win. He was the most important pitcher for the Giants.
And Dave, I think you hit on something for the astute eye. Like, we obsess about numbers and box scores and stats, and the essence of baseball at times when you're a pitcher is when you have a lead, just throw strikes. And yeah, you might give up a couple runs and you look up and you're like, oh, the guy gave up 4 runs. No, he was in complete control and he wasn't walking guys. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I think that sometimes we get a little bogged down with the numbers, and that kind of leads me into Bailey. I would read all of the box scores from the minors, and I'm like, the bat seems like it's a work in progress, but he wins a Gold Glove defensively in the minor leagues, which is a big accomplishment. And then I'm watching him. I'm just going off the eyeball, and I'm like, oh, defensively, he's so much better than where Bart was and where Sable was, and for a variety of reasons. And it feels like the staff has really picked up to him receiving the ball behind the plate. And then I watch his at-bats and I go, oh, he just gets it. Balanced swings, spraying it all over the place. Patrick Bailey's been a revelation, Dave.
Yeah, I agree. I've been impressed, and I didn't know exactly what to expect from him. He looks like he's been doing this for a long time. He does have that innate quality, and that really is what Buster had. Now, look, is he the player Buster was? No, he is not. Is he going to be Buster Posey? He is not. But we're talking about one of the all-time greats. That is not there's nothing that I'm saying negative about Patrick Bailey and saying he's not going to be Buster Posey. Buster Posey is a once-in-a-lifetime player at that position. But what the two of them share is that just it's sort of almost like inborn understanding of what that position requires, the demeanor of being on the field in the middle of all the chaos, and I think especially the ability to process these guys. You guys know I skipped, I'm lucky enough to get an inside look at it every day. The amount of grinded out preparation that these guys are doing every day is astonishing.
I heard he's very serious, Dave. I've heard from a couple people. Yeah, he's more mature than his age.
He's serious, and in a way where when I first came across him, I almost thought it was going to be a problem.
Really,
dude, you can't be that serious all the time. And he's not like that. It was a total misread by me. He's more lighthearted and fun and easy to get along with. Sometimes the guys who are ultra serious, it's like nobody really wants to sit down next to that person because it's like, geez, lighten up a little. He's not like that. He's a fun guy to be around, but he just has that ability, all that info that they pour on top of him. And he does it himself. It's not like they're forcing it on him, but all of the stuff that they give him and he just pours through every day, it just clicks with him. And in the speed of the moment of the game, he remembers it all. He retains all that stuff. It is a real talent and ability. He just gets it. And yeah, a night like last night is exciting because the hitting part of it is almost like gravy. The hitting part of it for him is if he can be a solid major league hitter, you're talking about truly, I'm not exaggerating. You're talking about one of the most valuable players in the league. If he's a solid hitter, I think he's got the upside of a franchise cornerstone player. No. If he's not, he can still help you. He can still be a good big leaguer, even if he's a below average hitter. He's that good defensively. If he's a good hitter, you're talking about somebody that can help lead your team for a long time.
Yeah, no doubt. Fleming here, Dave Fleming here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game, joins us every single week. I want to talk about Lamont Wade Jr. here. I don't think he's gotten enough love here. He batted nearly 300 in the month of May. He's batting .462 so far in June. He's hitting with power. I think he's playing a damn good first base defensively, learning that position. How about the comeback and the resurgence of late-night Lamont Wade Jr., Flem?
Totally agree. He's one of the best players in the game right now, and I mean that.
Wow.
Now, will that sustain? I think he's got to prove that it can last for longer than 2.5 months. Because look, it's this is a sport where you prove yourself over a longer period of time. But right now, he's one of the best players in the game. He has the Bonds thing going. Now, he doesn't have he's hit 8 home runs, and he's hitting a lot of doubles, so it's not like he's not tapping into what Barry had, which almost nobody has had in the history of the game, is what Lamont has, plus all-time great home run power. But Lamont is not swinging at balls, period. If you don't throw a strike, he ain't swinging at it. But the difference is between Lamont and a lot of other guys who have a real good understanding of the strike zone, and this is what Barry did so brilliantly for all those years, is when you do throw him a strike or a mistake, he's on it. The ability to, A, be passive enough to take all those bad pitches, and B, be ready. He swung at the first pitch of the game yesterday and ripped a double into the corner. Ready to go from pitch one. If you throw it where he's looking for it, he's swinging, and he's going to hit it hard. And if you don't, he's not swinging. That is the ultimate recipe for a good hitter. The guy's been awesome. I hope he keeps it up because, gosh, you're right. He's not getting enough attention here or everywhere. He's an all-star player right now.
I was just going to ask you that question. With him, Tyro Estrada coming back going 3 for 5. How about J.D. Davis, Camilo Doval at the back end of the bullpen, Logan Webb? Giants may have about 3 or 4 all-stars this year, Flem.
All those guys you just rattled off are deserving, all of them. Now, I haven't gone through the whole the all-star game has rules, and you got to fit players in, and you got to accommodate, star power. Right. And so it's likely that all those guys are not going to be on the team. Every single one of them can and deserves to be on the team. That's, and when the three of us have been having these talks early in the year, that was what was so perplexing to me about the start for the Giants, because the Giants got off to this, they're 6-13 or whatever, and everybody's moaning about another year of, and I understood it. It was ugly at times, but underneath that, so many good things were happening. Like, you don't often have a team that's really struggling like the Giants were early in the year with 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 players where you're going, gosh, those guys are having a great year. There was a big disconnect with some of the individual performances and the team record. And now I think you're starting to sync up a little bit more the overall team record matching what is happening, which is the Giants have a bunch of guys who are having really good years.
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, Lamont Wade defensively at first, I didn't think he'd be this good. He's been excellent. I want to squeeze in a couple quick things here because we're going to be up against it. But, Dave, first, any worry about Casey Schmidt's plate discipline? Quickly, are you anything you worry? I know he had the day off yesterday. I've been kind of saying, guys, we don't want to take away from his aggression, but at the same time, slight development and being a little more disciplined.
Yeah, just a little worry. The numbers are not pretty after the first week. They aren't, and he's going to have to make that adjustment, and he absolutely can, and I am very confident that he will. And so the problem is, and where you have to thread the needle here, is the Giants think they're a playoff team. They're trying to contend. Casey gave them a huge jolt when they really needed it. But now how do you balance allowing a young player to learn while you also want to win games? Now, I think it's going to be easier with a healthier lineup. There's not if Casey's hitting 8th or 9th and you're getting production up and down, it's a lot easier to say, hey, go pick it clean, play your great defense, and work through some of your growing pains. That makes it a lot easier. So I hope that's what happens here. He's going to be a good player for the Giants, but you cannot exist at this level swinging at everything. You got to dial that in a little bit. You can still be a really aggressive, effective hitter, but he's got to make an adjustment, and he will. Look, the track record for Casey is, until these last 2 weeks, his whole career with the Giants, aggressive, but not like this. Not a chaser like this. This is just, to me, an anomaly and a young guy who's trying to do a little too much. This is not who he is. He's going to be an aggressive hitter, but more disciplined than this, and that's going to be a formula for success.
That's a reasonable opinion. All right, lastly, obviously you're a big golf guy, and so yesterday the news of the LIV Tour and PGA merging, I guess they're going to create an entire new entity. I don't know. I've got some very strong opinions on Jay Monahan. I feel like he's really I just think he's a coward and a backstabber. What are your thoughts on, because obviously you're in the middle of this and you're someone that does a lot of tour broadcasts. You're involved in a lot of stuff with ESPN when it comes to the majors. You're a golf guy. What do you think about this entire thing going down?
Well, I mean, look, I can't believe, I guess McElroy this morning was pretty supportive of Monahan and pretty gentle in his commentary about what just happened. Rarely am I genuinely shocked. I was genuinely shocked yesterday when I heard that. And I just think, putting aside whatever you think about the partnership with the Saudis and what they're trying to do and what this whole thing is going to look like and the ridiculousness of this, grow the game, team golf,
so phony
thrown out there. It's unbelievably phony. Even putting all that aside, the idea that you could be so cynical to spend a year railing against these people and using 9/11, I think somehow have we forgotten what that day event in this country, using that event as a reason why you're opposed to this new golf league. Silliness of golf and sports, and using that event to be like your primary reason for not wanting to support or partner with this new league, and then turning around and doing this. Like, I don't understand how anybody could ever take anything that group says again seriously.
Thank you.
And I'm glad that I have a great association with two of the four majors. The four majors are independent of all this nonsense, and the four majors are still amazingly great sporting events, and I love the sport of golf. But the tour itself, how would you ever put any credibility again, ever, in anything that they say? I don't know how you would. Like,
Jay's a fraud to me.
I can't remember a more 180 turn. I cannot remember a more cynical thing than what just happened. It's hard to believe.
That's incredible. That's well said, Dave. We don't want to get you in trouble. We don't want to mess those checks up. So
sorry
well
for the indelicate question, Dave.
Doubt. We make sure you keep that money in your pocket, man. You do a great job when it comes to the golf covers on ESPN. Flem, we'll talk to you next week. Let's see where the Giants are at. Good opportunity to get healthy, to get the bats rolling, to get a win streak going on before they take on the big boys with the Dodgers, Padres, Diamondbacks, Cardinals. I mean, it's going to get real tough here in June, but you got a chance to stack some wins up against the Colorado Rockies and the Chicago Cubs. So they're off to a good start. Logan Webb Day. Let's see what he does today. Flem, have a great call today.
That's well said. It's a big week for the Giants, and let's just see if they can keep everybody together for more than a couple days. I think if they do, good things are going to happen.
No doubt, Flem. Have a great call today, man. Thanks for the time.
Talk to you guys soon.
Dave Fleming,
see you, Dave.
Voice of the Giants, man. He's so good, man. I'm glad we have him on every single week. He could touch on so many topics there, and we'll say it with the golf stuff. A lot of hypocrites. Even Jason Dubas had a tweet a few weeks ago about the PGA Tour. It's like, the PGA Tour could talk about morals and this and that, crap. But they could go out there and host tournaments on golf courses that still don't allow minorities or women on there. So stop with the stuff.
It's the hypocrisy. And Jay Monahan, who's at the head of the snake, if you will, is the biggest coward of all time. This guy basically lost half his workforce, talked smack about another company forever, did nothing to improve his own product, and then partnered with them only to get put on the board and get hundreds of millions of dollars of a buyout. The guy's the ultimate fraud. To me, and Rory McIlroy, who I've been railing against, have I not? Biggest, most overrated athlete in American sports in the last 10 years because we like him, okay? Rory McIlroy and Jay Monahan can go to hell together.
Oh.
Frauds.
It's a lot.
Rory, you've been a millionaire for 20 years. Shut up.
The golf beef is kind of cool. I like the golf beef.
I want Brooks to knock out Rory.
Well, that's not going to happen.
In a joking world.
That's not it. Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Rory's a nice guy. He's thoughtful. Yeah, and he can't stick a wedge from 100 on out within 5 feet.
I like the beef with these country club members and everything like that. It's like fake little beasts when they're so sloppy. It's kind of amusing. It's amusing to me. All right. Hey, Danker, we'll get to you first right before. He's a joke. Danker, you'll be the first call we take after the break before we get to Matt Barrows. We'll get you on, Danker. Thanks for staying patient there on hold. We'll get to you in just a second here. We got to break real quick, and let me find my read. We are breaking. It's going to be sponsored by Valley Transportation Authority. This is a great job for somebody. You're out there looking for some work, looking for a fulfilling career with opportunities for job growth. Do you want to earn up to $39 per hour within 3 years of starting? Then apply right now to become a VTA bus driver by texting VTA Bus to 333-161. Again, text VTA Bus to 333-161.
Hey everyone, it's Boomer Esiason, and you know a championship team is all about each player being a perfect fit. Same with your vehicle. So for parts that fit, head to eBay Motors and look for the green check. Stay in the game with eBay. Guaranteed fit. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride. Eligible.
right now. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, man. First of all, rest in peace to the Iron Sheik, man. He left us this morning. One of the best Twitter accounts out there. He was wild. The Iron Sheik, WWE Hall of Fame wrestler, passes away. Also, Messi looks like he's going to sign with the Miami MLS team.
Inter Miami. The pink jerseys.
With the pink jerseys. So I think
most underrated color scheme in sports.
It's nice. Man, when does Inter Miami come out to San Jose? May have to check him out. Earthquakes game. Let's look at that schedule.
You can check it out on Apple Plus.
Apple Plus. There it is. Look at you promoting, trying to get a job there. You can work with Kyla Mills. She works with the Earthquakes.
Goal!
Come on. What's your best goal? Give me a goal real quick.
Goal! I could have kept going.
You want me to go?
Did I just blow everyone's eardrums out?
Messi in the corner. Go! That took a lot out of me. Real quick. Go to Dacre real quick before Matt Barrows. We need to catch our breath. Dacre, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, guys? I'm still laughing from yesterday about the Jimmy plays.
Oh,
if anyone's out there does any editing,
well, you know what, Dacre? I'm thinking
those videos behind your audio.
Well, I'm thinking is we play Tears of a Clown and we play those highlights of Jimmy Garoppolo overthrows. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh, I love it.
All right.
Fire. All right, so I guess you got to say, for everyone bringing up Bill Walsh, yes, he would trade guys early, but that's because we were 3 deep at every position. Why? There's no salary cap. Salary cap is like the Bill Walsh tax, like you can't do that again. That's not happening again. And if you bring that up, you better have the guy who's replacing him on deck. The Warriors don't have that. The Warriors don't have the guys ready to swap in because I don't think they even really have a system. It's like chaos. Can we create a high pick and roll that works for Steph? And it's just not helping. And my main question is, so Dre seems to have a lot of input with drafting these players. It's like the Warriors have this shotgun effect. They're not really developing anyone. So I kind of wonder, there's a disconnect in when we draft these guys and how they're being used. And I don't think I don't know if there's a vision that Kerr produces for the team. It's just kind of like get Steph his shots, which we understand, but without a big, it just doesn't make sense. It's redundant. And all I'm saying is bringing up Bill Walsh and all this stuff, it's not even close. We had a West Coast offense. We had a system. We knew what our job was when we were called on. Warriors, it's complete chaos. And I think it points back to Kerr. So have a good one, guys.
All right, good take. We'll pivot off of that for a second to talk some 49er football, but he did bring up Bill Walsh. By the way, George Seifert, I saw George Seifert getting some love. How is he not in the Pro Football Hall of Fame? Great defensive coordinator, head coach, Super Bowls.
San Francisco native. Cal Poly.
He's not in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
I'm with you.
I don't know. Maybe we could ask Matt Barrows that. Matt Barrows, 49ers insider for The Athletic. We love him here on the Morning Roast. He's been covering mini camps down there.
Poly High.
And yeah, no doubt. Yeah, Poly High, Polytechnic. Right across the street from Kezar Stadium. Matt Barrows, what is going on? Good morning. Thanks for joining the roast again. And, everybody's talking about the quarterbacks. I want to ask you, all your years covering OTAs and mini camps and then training camps, does every year get hyped up a bit more? Because I don't remember OTAs and mini camps being covered like this, say 10 years ago, maybe even 15 years ago. Talk about your experience to cover these events and how much hype it gets year after year after year.
Oh, for sure. When I first got on the beat, these things didn't exist. Like the season ended, and then you had free agency in March, and then the draft, and then there was nothing from April until late July. In fact, I got a teacher's certificate at one point because I had all this dead time, and so I decided that I would substitute teach in that. I didn't know what to do with myself.
What subject
I had 3
did you
months
teach?
of doing nothing.
What subject did you teach?
The NFL is genius. They've got the shortest season of all the pro teams, but they figured out how to fill up the full 12-month calendar with events now. And OTAs and mini camps are part of that, and credit to them. I mean, they dominate even when it's kind of small time stuff in the off season.
Now I gotta ask, what subject did you teach? Was it math? Was it English? Was it geometry, geology? What the hell did you teach, Matt?
I never got off the bench. I mean, I did all the testing. I got my certificate, and then I think that's when they changed it to the OTAs, and we started covering those. So my time went away. But I remember spending a couple of off seasons. I was just beside my. I mean, what do you do? I was like in my 20s. I had nothing to do with my time during the day, so I did that.
Well, what do you think's going on right now with Darnold getting first string opportunity or first team reps, and then Trey's getting first team reps? I mean, is this all much ado about nothing, or are you seeing, you're seeing the strategy from the organization trying to identify the best guy?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's a far cry from last year when the 49ers were doing everything they could to prop up Lance as the number one guy. I mean, there was no competition. All the players were talking about, oh, yeah, his leadership is fantastic, and he was the guy who spoke to us at the podium. He was the only QB who did that at that point. And this year, it's clear that he's in a battle for that number two, not even the number one spot, for the number two spot on this team. And so I think the strategy is to put him in a real competition and see if that takes him further than sort of anointing him would have. And I think to Trey Lance's credit, he's not batting an eye. He's not saying, "Oh, how dare they? I'm the former number 3 pick in the draft." He's taking it all in stride, and I think he is better. Certainly looks better than he was at this point last year. So I think that the strategy is going to pay off. What's interesting is that they're going to have this big Darnold versus Lance competition through most of training camp, and then Brock Purdy's going to come back healthy, and he's going to be automatically the number one guy. So basically, it's a big fight for number two.
All right, very, very interesting. Well, George Kittle mentioned it yesterday after practice that Trey looks a lot better. You just said it as well, Matt, and we had Matt Barrows here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, 49ers insider for The Athletic. So what makes Trey look so much better than a year ago?
Yeah, I think it's just a smoothness, and it has everything to do with his delivery plus his knowledge of the offense. Like there was, I'll give you an example of a bad play yesterday, and there was one that stood out, and he actually completed this pass, but there was hesitance and there was a hitch in the delivery. The ball eventually got there. It was maybe a 15-yard pass into the middle of the field, but it would have gotten picked off, I think, if the first-team defense had been out there. And that's something that was sort of we were seeing the last couple of years, that he just didn't have the full offense down or to the degree that Kyle Shanahan wanted it. This year, everything is more in sync. It's more fluid. The motion looks more fluid. He's completing more passes. David Lombardi and I, my partner at The Athletic, we chart all the passes every training camp, and his completion percentage has been pretty much what it is in games. It's been a very good marker for what we're going to see in the regular season, albeit he hasn't had a lot of opportunities. But he's completing passes in the 50% range, which is not good. You want it in the 60%. Some QBs are in the 70%. So that's going to be very interesting to watch this summer, whether that number creeps into the 60s. And if it does, I think that everything that we're saying here in the spring is going to be proven correct.
With Brock Purdy, man, you've been covering this team a long time. Like, I just worry about these quarterback injuries, especially on the moneymakers, the shoulders, the elbows, that right arm for most of these guys. Alex Schmidt and Mike Nolan famously got into it over the health of the shoulder and him coming back prematurely. This particular organization has greenlit guy after guy after guy to only have their body kind of fail them. We understand the game, very violent. Are you worried at all about Brock Purdy and the timeline and maybe the pressure to get back out on the field?
I don't think so. I mean, I think that the 49ers have kind of built in this cushion with Trey Lance, with Sam Darnold, with Brandon Allen, who's looked pretty good so far this spring, to the point where if there is a setback, if something happens with it, they're not going to push Brock Purdy into the starting lineup. So yeah, I mean, your point about Alex Smith is really well taken. That dynamic. I was going to say incident. I mean, it was bad. I mean, they were literally pushing the guy onto the field with an arm that was dangling out of its socket. Wow. I'm not. That's not hyperbole. That actually happened. And so that's not happening with Brock Purdy. They're not putting pressure on him to return too soon. And I think the nature of this injury and the surgery is such that if it does all go according to plan, that arm should be just as strong as it was previously. And those will be the questions that's going to be written about ad nauseum, say, in late August, early September. Is that arm, does he have the same snap that he had last year? So that's a story to come, but I don't foresee any issues with them kind of pushing a guy in before he's ready.
Interesting stuff. Matt Barrows here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game, covers the Niners for The Athletic. Debo Samuel yesterday admitted that, hey, burned the tapes from last season. I was not good at all. Talked about him coming in out of shape. What did you take away from Debo? That's a maturity. It looks like Debo's matured this offseason, and we know he was kind of holding out for a contract. He didn't work out with Trey Lance last season. He does look in better shape in the videos, no doubt about that. Looks a little more slender. What did you take away from Debo admitting that, hey, man, I don't think 2022 was my best season?
Yeah, I think it says two things. One, the relationship between Kyle Shanahan and Debo Samuel. Shanahan had this guy come into his office, and they went over in a kind of painstaking fashion his tape from 2022. And Shanahan's telling him, look, you could have hit this one for a big gainer, and you didn't. You're a little sluggish. So the bottom line of that session is that you left a lot on the field in 2022, and it's a far cry from what you had in 2021. And I think that, with someone like Debo Samuel, I mean, that's going to wound anyone's pride. But with Debo Samuel, the guy is like a force of nature. He's a hurricane. So if you get him upset, if you get him discontent, you're gonna reap the benefits. And that was the message. I mean, that's the vibe that I got. And George Kittle even picked it up when we sort of said the quote that Debo Samuel gave us, that I was awful last year back to him. Kittle, knows Samuel as well as anybody, and he said, that's great, because that means that this guy is motivated. And when he's motivated, like he was in 2021, big things are going to happen. He's going to be running over safeties and cornerbacks, just like he does when he gets going. So I think that's all good news. I think Brandon Ayuk has been the best player on the field this spring. So you have that. You've got a motivated Debo Samuel, and you've got a healthy Kittle. Wasn't healthy at this point last year and missed the first two games of 2022. If all that kind of remains, that's very good news for whoever is under center in week one.
Considering who's under center in week one, if I gave you one of two options, just for fun here, we all believe that Bosa is extremely important to what they're doing on defense. You get one of two options, okay? And you tell me what would be more difficult to win the Super Bowl, with a banged up quarterback's room or a banged up Nick Bosa. What are they more likely to be able to overcome?
Oh boy, that's a tough one, because I mean, you look at that defense and you automatically think, oh, they're such a good defense that they could stand to lose somebody, but it's that DN spot that is sort of the only question mark, and it really makes the whole defense tick. So I mean, I'm going to weasel out of this and ask, how banged up is this quarterback room in your scenario here? I mean, is it NFC Championship banged up? Or is it just different guys playing? Because I would say, just given the depth that they have at QB, that they'd be able to kind of limp their way through the season, whereas no Bosa, boy, that's bad news.
Interesting. That might be the only team in the NFL we do that exercise with.
Well, that's so funny you say that, because it's the only team in the NFL really that isn't kind of set up so that the quarterback is by far and away the highest paid guy in the team. The 49ers have gone the opposite way, where they've got a bunch of affordable quarterbacks and then some really expensive pieces all around him, including Bosa in a month and a half.
Right.
Fred Warner and Kittle and McCaffrey and all those other guys. It's not the same setup as most NFL franchises.
It does feel like it's kept them away from the Super Bowl. Next time we have you on, Matt, we'll talk about some contracts. I know the Niners like to negotiate during the training camp. I know Bosa talked about it. He's not worried about his contract extension, but Brandon Ayuk is one guy to look out for coming off his breakout season from the season ago. Matt, you're always good to us, man. We'll continue to follow your work at The Athletic. You do a great job for them. You've been doing a great job covering the Niners for a long, long time. Matt, we appreciate the time.
All right, I appreciate you guys. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Anytime. Matt Barrows, Athletic 49ers Insider, does it as well as anybody out there, giving us some insight on minicamp. And minicamps have exploded. The videos are left and right. You see Sterling Bennett making his way down the videos. He knows what's happening with the clicks, getting Trey Lance on the field, and we're all suckers for it. We're all suckers for it. As soon as we hop out, all right, let's watch this. Let's watch the footwork. Then we watch back. We watch footwork. We watch throwing motion. We're obsessed with this stuff. Obsessed.
All right, let me ask you this question. They're down to their third quarterback. Pick whoever you want that you believe to be their third quarterback. And or Bosa's out. What do they have a better chance of winning the Super Bowl with?
A third-string quarterback on this team?
Or a backup D lineman, and let's say Bosa's out.
Considering that.
What's more important to this team this year right now?
Well, they need Bosa.
You think Bosa's more important? Because I think there's a Bosa question. Let me ask you this one.
Bosa faded last year, and you know what?
And they weren't the same.
As good as Bosa is, and we found this out in the Super Bowl, I don't care how good your defense is. You need offense. This is an offensive league now.
We can agree. If you're just creating an organization, quarterback 1, pass rusher 2, or quarterback 1, protection 2, pass rusher 3.
I go protection 2, pass rusher 3.
They're all right. We're splitting hairs here, right? Pass rush is extremely important.
You know, the way I seen it played out last year, Bosa was not a factor in those playoff games. The offense you needed plays to be made offensively. It's an offensive league now.
Okay.
I think the NBA has been there for a long time, where buckets gets championships. This whole misnomer that you need defensive stretches, but at the end of the day, you need to score. So you got to have great offense.
Then let's have a real conversation about this. We're talking about these three quarterbacks, and I like Trey Lance in terms of what we could see. I actually have no problem with them picking up Sam Darnold. Let's see what happens. Brock Purdy. Let's say hypothetically, for whatever reason, and I think they're going to get a contract done, but let's say they don't. All right, B? And you're the 49ers, and for whatever reason, your quarterbacks leave you undesired this year, for whatever reason it is.
Right.
And you have one asset that the entire league will trade heaven and earth for.
Nick Bosa.
It's Nick Bosa.
You're trading Bosa for picks
I'm
paying him?
asking you out loud. If this year is a quarterback disaster, what could you get for Nick Bosa? I want to keep him. I'd give him a contract.
I think I know where you're going here. I think I know where you're trying to go.
Well, but what I'm saying,
let me guess where you're trying to go.
Where
Caleb Williams is going to be available.
I don't want to do this whole thing where a kid's going to be the savior. I'm just asking you.
That's where you're going.
If you were going to go down that rabbit hole, let's just. Khalil Mack got traded a couple years ago. And you know what? Maybe the picks that they used to one that they got back aren't the greatest picks in the world. Like, I wouldn't take a running back in the first round.
I know where you're going.
But that Khalil Mack trade wasn't that bad.
Well, the Raiders never recovered, though.
Yeah, but I don't think Khalil Mack has been that great. Khalil Mack
hasn't been the same. He hasn't been the same. He's had some impact. That first game, remember that first game he had with the Bears?
Oh, he
on Sunday
killed
Night Football
Aaron Rodgers.
Was unbelievable. I think we really did hit.
But was it that bad? Like, we thought the world was ending for the Raiders.
Yeah,
was it that bad?
It wasn't that bad.
So just hear me out here.
But
what could they get for Nick? I'm not saying they're doing it. I'm asking you if Jimmy, like Peter King thought Jimmy Garoppolo could get you 2 first-round.
You could get 3 first-round picks for Nick Bosa,
right?
Easily, 3 first-round picks easily.
So if you ever did,
hold on, stop. Pause for a second.
Okay,
pause for a second.
I'm keeping him. I want to know. I'm keeping him.
All right, but I want you to pause for a second.
I love Bosa.
You get those 3 first-round picks. You still got to draft players
oh,
to make
no
sure
doubt,
they pan
no
out.
doubt. And you're hoping one of them becomes close to as good as Bosa.
And the 49ers, with this regime, we love John Lynch, we love Shanahan. Well, some people think I hate Shanahan, but I actually don't. They haven't done well in the first round.
Oh, that's
the track record.
That's fact.
Outside of Bosa.
Bosa's been their best first
Brendan
round
Ayuk has been good.
Yeah, not as good as Bosa, but good.
He's been good.
Yeah.
They don't have a good track record of drafting in the first round, so let's not even go there. But if it's a quarterback disaster.
Let's just say.
And you move off from George Kittle, you need to reset.
They're not going to.
They're not going to. But if you're resetting with everybody. You're resetting with the head coach. You're resetting maybe with the GM. And if you trade Bosa for 3 first-round picks, it tells me that you want Caleb Williams. Well, you're trying to trade with the number 1 overall, the worst team in the league.
So look, like I'm looking at like Jacksonville. Everybody ripped Jacksonville for trading Jalen Ramsey, and the Rams, swung big, and they got their Super Bowl. So the Rams succeeded. And I don't even know who the hell the Jacksonville Jaguars picked with those picks.
Exactly. I don't care. Nobody cares.
No.
Christian McCaffrey.
I think they got Etienne with one of them.
Do we know who the Panthers selected with the picks the Niners gave for Christian McCaffrey?
No,
we don't care. Why? Because Christian McCaffrey's a baller.
And I'm not trading Bosa. He's my favorite. You are praying to God any one of these. I'm just saying, I like to know the exercise. If you were talking about Niner roster right now, he
I can't believe you're throwing this out there. You're the biggest Bosa fan out there.
No, but what I'm saying is that
it's unbelievable.
Would you agree with me? He's got the most value on the team, open market.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
So if the Bosas play hardball and for whatever reason they want $40 million a year and you just can't afford that, is it really the end of the world if they shopped them a little? I'm just asking.
It's the end of your defense being elite.
What?
It's the end of your defense being elite.
I agree with that. And I'm not trading Bosa.
Right.
I'm simply asking the exercise of what is his value?
Well, you asked the first question. I want to go back to this.
Okay,
because I didn't get a chance to
Sorry,
answer.
I'm all over the place.
You are all over the place.
Because no one's ever brought it up.
No.
And I do think, I'm like, he might have more value, like, right now than any Niner player in 20 years.
But you know what?
In terms of open market value.
Yeah, but you don't even explore that right now.
But then you'd become terrible.
You want to keep premium players. It's about keeping premium players.
I agree. They're not in reset mode.
There's an injury history with Nick Bosa. There is. And if everything goes awry and you decide to clean house with the coaching staff, because that's my number one thing going into the season is what is Shanahan going to do about the quarterback spot? Did he finally hit on the quarterback with Brock Purdy? Because as Matt Barrows said, he's going to start. I got no problem with that. He was dynamic last season once he played. But now there's tape on him. I'm eager to see the adjustment. You're going out there week 1 in Pittsburgh, they're going to be fired up for that football game. And their defense ain't no slouches. T.J. Watt is coming off that edge, and he is causing havoc. And we have problems at tackle. At right tackle, especially. T.J. Watt is coming. Think about that one, folks. You need a quarterback to win a Super Bowl. With that, Nick Bosa is so good.
I mean, we just watched Jalen Hurts against Patrick Mahomes, and it was like quarterback porn.
Well, to my point, Philadelphia is 8 deep.
Yes.
On the defensive line.
Yes.
8 deep.
Yes.
I don't even know what quarterback porn means. We say that. I know.
I felt like I was watching the. So to me, like
you gotta Google it.
No. But honest to God, we're in real. I feel like in real time, I'm watching the position being played at the highest of heights that no one has ever played.
It was the greatest game Jalen Hurts has ever played as just a football
I'm talking
player.
about Mahomes.
Well, both of them. I'm saying Jalen Hurts has never looked better than he did. And that one mistake he made ended up costing him. It's unreal.
It was
fake ankle injury, by the way, by
that
Mahomes. Fake.
I'm not denying that Brock is good. Like, did you watch the plays? Burrow was making he was getting pelted in that pocket, making plays. You and I were devastated after the Philly game, and we're sitting in the hotel, and I'm like, Joe Burrow is ridiculous.
Oh, he threw that pass down the field to Jamar Chase. I was just like, this is
Trevor Lawrence in the second half.
Listen, man,
was incredible.
As we were leaving the studio yesterday, Guru was talking, and we were talking about deep shots, right? And I still remember it. Ask Big Dog City. He took me to a Raider game, and I was sitting there like, wow, Raider games were fun, right? I think it was Damon Heward.
Oh, yeah.
Of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah. Back up in New England for a minute.
Yeah. Damon Heward. I'm telling you, this is how much I love
I bet he has a podcast now.
Dude, probably. He rolled out. Dude, I'm telling you, it was a slug-em-out game. It was a slug-em-out game between the Raiders and the Chiefs.
Uh-huh.
Damon Heward rolled out, and he threw a spiral like 60, 70 yards. And I said, oh, my God. And I still remember the throw, and I was like, oh, my God, there's nothing like a deep ball in the NFL. When you go to
how about the Chiefs game this year? Niners-Chiefs, when Mahomes rolled left, flipped the hips, and then slung it. And I was in McCole Hardman. Who was the guy that caught that deep ball?
Maybe McCole Hardman.
It was like
Maybe. I don't remember.
Stride across the hashes,
it's the same,
60 yards in the air.
It's the same thing when we went crazy with Trey Lance's first ever preseason game.
That was
and he
pretty
run out to the
incredible.
left, set his feet,
Trent
and he
Sherfield.
threw a bomb to Trent Sherfield. We're like, oh, my God. And the crowd went crazy.
And everyone drafted Trent Sherfield only to not play him all year.
I know. Because of that deep route.
Every single
all I'm
person
saying is,
highly drafted Trent Sherfield who did nothing.
So where I'm getting at is, I still remember that Davey Heward bomb. And Big Dog, he threw it to Dwayne Bowe, and they won a game 13-12.
Bowe, LSU.
Right. And I was like, I'll never forget that deep ball. Who?
Dwayne Bowe, wasn't he? Or that was John Baldwin?
That was John Baldwin. Don't do that to me. Dwayne Bowe was not a Niner. He was good at hard knocks.
Dwayne Bowe was the wide receiver during the Alex Smith era who didn't catch a touchdown pass that year.
A wide receiver didn't catch a touchdown pass.
That was what it was.
First time in NFL history.
Yeah.
Alex Smith, come on. How did you do that? Hold on. So if you do trade a Nick Bosa, and you entertain that, you better be getting me Caleb Williams. You better be getting me a surefire franchise quarterback.
Yeah, you better be trading with a team that you know for a fact is in the top 3. But I'm not trading Bosa. I'm just saying, if he holds out and he plays hardball, you have two things here. A, the franchise tag in your back pocket.
Right.
Now, he might hold out.
Hold on. Before one of you people on the YouTube chat.
Don't clip me, Kristen and Whitley. Please don't clip me online.
Somebody's gonna clip this video, put it on there. These bozos in June are talking about trading Nick Bosa.
I'm just asking what his value is.
All I'm saying is this. That Eagles defensive line, you can blame the field all you want to. Mahomes did what he had to do to win that football game. He was lighting them up.
Would Jacksonville trade Trevor Lawrence straight up? I'm asking you, as let's say you're Jacksonville. Would you trade Trevor Lawrence for Bosa?
I don't think Jacksonville would.
I don't think so either. Which is crazy, isn't it? Because Bosa is the excellence at the position.
You need a quarterback to make throws. Why did the Niners lose the NFC Championship game? Why have they lost? And it's a quarterback play.
I know.
You need great quarterback play. So, to your point, your boy Nick Bosa, I did ask you this. Paying him $33 million a year or $35 million a year, I'm a little uncomfortable with that. I know how dynamic he is.
No, he's amazing.
What have we done with the Warriors since the season has ended?
We traded everyone.
We talk about Klay Thompson, right?
Yeah.
He stunk this year.
Yeah.
Why? Because of 13 games. That's what people were saying. Jordan Poole, why did we want to buy here? Oh, he didn't play. He didn't do anything with the LA Lakers. We remember what the lasting image is of a season. And the lasting image of Nick Bosa in the postseason was, where's number 97?
Got clipped on the sideline during a special team play, and I said, Bonte, I swear to God, I think he just got taken out on a special teams play, and he wasn't even in the play. And I know they have
and he doesn't play every snap.
I know.
That's one thing Max Crosby does with the Raiders. He plays every single snap. Nick Bosa doesn't.
Would the Chargers trade you Justin Herbert, even though they have his brother? Would they trade you Justin Herbert for Bosa?
No, unless they knew they were getting somebody else.
Like, where's the quarterback on the like tier?
I'm not trading.
Would Baltimore trade you Lamar for Bosa?
I'm not trading a top tier quarterback. I think Baltimore is a team that may entertain that. They're one of the few teams that would do that.
Okay, so you think Lamar's just low enough?
They're arrogant enough to think they're Tyler Huntley.
8, 9?
Yeah,
in that range.
Would Dallas trade Dak Prescott straight up for Nick Bosa?
I don't know. Because they've got
then you pair up Micah Parsons and Nick Bosa.
I know a guy who Shanny would trade for in Minnesota.
Oh my God,
Kirk Cousins.
You imagine Nick Bosa and 3 first-round picks? That would be great, wouldn't it?
That'd be hilarious.
That'd be great.
Like, so you get like the exercise I'm doing. There's like 8 players. So let's identify.
I can't believe you took
Mahomes.
Now,
no, I'm showcasing the value. No, I'm showcasing the value of Nick Bosa to you. I'm not saying we're trading him. I'm telling you why the Niners absolutely need to meet his demands of $35 million, which is steep.
Don't you feel like that's a lot of money?
Of course it is.
And like he disappeared in the playoffs.
Mahomes? Give me your list of guys you're not trading for Nick Bosa.
Well,
it's Mahomes. Burrow.
Would you trade Jalen Hurts for Nick Bosa straight up?
I still need to see one more year of Hurts. I would
keep
Bosa. I would keep Bosa.
Josh Allen?
I would trade Josh Allen for Bosa. And Josh Allen has warts.
Oh, my God. You are insane.
I would.
Oh, my God.
That quarterback.
Trading. Yeah,
I'm saying I would acquire Josh Allen.
Yeah.
I'm saying I would acquire.
I would trade Nick Bosa for Josh Allen, too.
Okay.
Because you know why? My offense would be my best defense. My offense will put so much pressure on your offense to keep up with me. I would do that straight up.
Yes, and it's because of the position of quarterback, right? Who else? I'm not doing it for Russell Wilson. No. I'm not doing it for Aaron Rodgers. He's too old. Who else?
Matt Stafford, would you do it?
No way. Not Stafford.
Bryce Young?
Huh?
CJ Stroud?
Bryce Young, no.
Deshaun Watson?
Unseen. Deshaun, no way. Not Deshaun, no. For a variety of reasons.
Well,
no.
Yeah, that's
no. We're talking about like 6 guys. Like, that's how good Bosa is. Yeah. We're talking 3 first-rounders. We're talking quarterbacks who are top 6 of their position.
We are wacky right
now.
So
the Arizona Cardinals, let's say they're projected to be the worst team in the league.
I would not trade Bosa for Kyler. No.
No. That's not what I'm saying. Cardinals are sold on Kyler. They have the number 1 overall pick. They don't want Caleb Williams. Do you go knocking, hey, we'll give you Bosa, Arizona, and a couple of first-round picks for the number 1 overall pick?
We just did this with Trey Lance.
To get Caleb Williams, though.
I think Caleb's way more developed as a passer.
He's supposed to be the next Patrick Mahomes, right?
Oh my gosh.
The greatest thing since sliced bread.
Now, you want to talk about PR hit? You trade Bosa for those
in the division, too.
For another quarterback?
For Caleb. Bosa would haunt you maybe for the next 10 years.
In division? But like Seattle, we thought they were done when they traded Russ.
No, I didn't think they were done. I thought they got great value for Russ at the time.
So we're being real here. There are 6 quarterbacks, maybe. And is there a defensive player you're trading straight up for Bosa? Because I don't think there's one.
Oh man.
That shows how valuable he is. He's worth $35 million.
Is he though?
I think he is.
Is Bosa worth $35 million a year?
You know what a quarterback's making? $50 million.
Yeah, I get it. But quarterback's the most important position in all of sports.
Second is the end. Or pass rush.
Left tackle?
I think it's more important.
I think you need to protect the quarterback more so. That's what Kansas City did. They got their ass kicked by Tampa Bay, and they revamped that entire offensive line to protect their most valuable asset, the quarterback.
But I also watched a hobbled Patrick Mahomes move around.
That offensive line's good, though.
No, they are.
They revamped the offensive line. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HG1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Let's get to Will and Marin. Will, long time no talk. How you doing, brother?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. Yeah, it's kind of tricky when you're trading a player of Nick Bosa's caliber, because when you have a player like that, the other team obviously has to give up significant value, and that's what kind of makes it difficult. And especially at the quarterback position, it's very, very tough. Like, yes, like Bosa can disrupt the game. He can take over the line. He can, shut down that pass. He can, fluster it. But I mean, if you have a good quarterback, Tom Brady's kind of changed the game so much that he's kind of shown if you got your franchise guy, you can make all the people around you better. And then to me, that just is more value. But in my opinion, I do think Bosa is worth a Burrow or a Herbert. Like, if you look at those trades on paper, you go, yeah, that's really fair. But when you look at the context of the trade and you see the values of the team, it's like, hey, I think that the Niners would win a Super Bowl faster without Bosa if they didn't have all this depth I like them having more depth at quarterback rather than having a whole bunch of depth on the offense, on the defensive line. That's all I'm saying. I just think they're both valuable players, but nowadays, which is how difficult it is to have it.
You're leaning quarterback.
The quarterback is just way more important.
I think most people feel that way.
Shasky,
you love this, didn't you?
No, I got an inkling.
Huh?
You would trade if you knew you were getting Caleb Williams. You trade Bosa right now.
I think Caleb Williams is one of my favorite players of all time. When I texted Baldy, you want to go
all time?
Oh, I think he's the best college football player at quarterback I've ever seen.
Yeah,
well, hold on.
We're watching college football.
I'm sorry.
Really quick, we're watching Kyle Shanahan struggle to integrate Trey Lance into a win-now roster. Do we really think that Kyle Shanahan would have more success with Caleb Williams trying to integrate him into a win-now roster?
You're asking me, though. You're not asking Kyle Shanahan. You're asking Joe Shasky. I'm telling you, I'm obsessed with Caleb Williams. Yeah. I think he's that good.
I like Caleb Williams.
And I can't believe this is coming out of my mouth because I think Bosa is a Hall of Famer.
But you know what? I love Michael Vick coming out of college. I loved Andrew Luck coming out of college. Trevor Lawrence coming out of college. Deshaun Watson. It's a little unfair to Caleb to say. For me, for my money.
Well, of course it's unfair.
Caleb Williams is really, really good.
But you asked.
He's really, really good. He ain't the best college quarterback I've seen.
So who is?
Oh, Andrew Luck is better. Michael Vick is better. Hell.
I think I've seen better throws.
Reiner was better in college than Caleb Williams.
No.
You go back and watch that national championship against Texas, and he went 16-17 in that second half against an all-NFL secondary. Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
Matt Leiter was sick. Vince Young was sick.
I watched Caleb.
Tommy Frazier was sick.
Carry a flawed USC team this year. He's special.
They got weapons outside.
Oh no, they got the kid that
in the Pac-12.
The kid
We know the Pac-12.
Is it Addison?
Pac-12 doesn't play any defense.
Well, they played.
So they finally played Utah, and they got their clocks cleaned
twice.
Let's calm down here for a second. Joe Burrow at LSU. You're right.
Yeah,
Joe Burrow at LSU.
But hey, wait, they were throwing to Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, and I love Burrow. But
Burrow hasn't had any drop
the
off.
Greatest. We want to talk about the all-time bag team getting paid under the table. Ed Orgeron getting Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase. Who was the third receiver?
Cam Newton.
There was one other third receiver. Cam Newton was special. But I'm saying, as a quarterback,
Tagovailoa, no, his first year. Oh my God, at Alabama. Oh my God,
he got replaced in the championship game.
Well, who?
He got hurt.
No, he got hurt in the SEC championship.
Whatever,
game.
SEC championship game. Yeah.
But he replaced Jalen Hurts in the championship game. Terrence Marshall, that's who it was. Terrence Marshall went to Carolina. Andrew Luck was unbelievable. Oh my God. Caleb Williams not even in my top 10 in college all time. Now I got to see it this year. He can move up those rankings, but right now. Oh, it's disrespectful to Charlie Ward. How you going to disrespect Charlie Ward? Charlie Ward at Florida State when he won a Heisman.
Thrower of the ball.
Charlie Ward was sick.
Me and guys who are sophisticated, like the play-by-play guy for the Niners, when we see throwers of the football,
don't
we can
give me this stuff
them.
about sophistication because I love quarterbacks more than everybody. So stop it. Stop it. You act
Some
like you love
have
quarterbacks.
A keen eye.
Quarterback is everything. That's why I love John Elway and Dan Marino.
To Ramona Shelburne, you have an untrained eye.
No. I got a great eye at quarterback. A great eye.
I love this conversation. This is so much fun. Isn't this better than the Poole Draymond drama?
No, the Poole Draymond drama is going nowhere. We'll be talking about that again.
I think that the Harbaugh final game against Virginia Tech is one of the greatest dismantlings of another team. Andrew Luck dismantled.
You gotta disrespect.
Was it Michael Vick? Who was the quarterback?
Is that Tyrod Taylor?
No, what was the Vick brother that might have been? Was it Tyrod Taylor?
Marcus Vick.
It wasn't Marcus Vick?
No, Marcus Vick. What are you talking about?
When they played them in the Orange Bowl, Stanford,
Andrew Luck?
It was Harbaugh's last game.
Yeah, no, that was...
Who was that quarterback?
Was it Logan Thomas who turned into a tight end?
Thomas, oh my God.
I think Tyrod Taylor was still the quarterback of Virginia Tech that game.
They destroyed Virginia Tech in that game. Beaver Ball got
He came out 2011 draft. So, 2010. That makes sense.
That was Tyrod, huh?
Come on, don't sleep on my football knowledge. Come on.
Literally was doing what's your deal from the sideline the entire time. He pulled his shirt up. Remember that? Oh, my God.
Jameis was special at Florida State. How are we going to say Caleb the best quarterback we've ever seen in college football? Steiny Gruber talk about what a hot take is. That's a hot take.
Okay.
That's a hot take.
Sometimes when you're doing a prophecy, you have to speak it into existence, and you're a little early. Like with the person who identified the fax machine and the iPhone, everyone thought they were weirdos.
You guys are telling me about Zach Wilson, and Zach Wilson got his ass exposed by Coastal Carolina, and when I was in the Zach Wilson.
I was the first in, and I was the first out.
No, you were not the first in.
It's called FIFO.
I thought the same with Johnny Football. I thought Johnny Manziel was going to be the guy.
Let's give Tommy Call his credit. Tommy Call, formerly in 95-7 game, was the first. He texted me before the first game. Bonte, watch that goal because I don't know why he doesn't anymore. He forgot about me. I get that.
He's busy with a baby girl.
No, he used to text me all the time about quarterbacks to watch, right? Because we get caught up in the pro game. Zach Wilson, you got to watch the Zach Wilson. So I sat back in.
We saw the Coastal Carolina game.
No, Shasky came in about 3 weeks later. Who's Zach Wilson, Bonte? I'm the first one. He said, "Why Zach Wilson?" I said, "All right, calm down, dude."
I was,
and you actually turned me off to Zach Wilson, and that's why the Coastal Carolina game I'll never forget. I actually rooted against Zach Wilson because of Shasky. I'll admit this. I freely admit this. Baby Chaz on my right arm watching that game the second day she was on this world, and I called Shasky from the hospital phone. Hey, man, Zach Wilson.
Not that guy.
Not that guy.
Not that guy. He is not Himothy, as the kid says.
Oh, my gosh. Now the quarterbacks are just all Marcus Mariota, Jameis Winston.
Marcus Mariota was not a great thrower of the ball. Bonte, you drove down and watched him at the Rose Bowl. I'm well aware of this.
Jameis Winston was. Peyton Manning was. You better put some respect on Charlie Ward's name. What's coming up on the game sponsored by Chilton Auto Body? More hot takes on the morning roast.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle.
here doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
One of the biggest heels in WWF/WWE history. The Iron Sheik has left us at the age of 81. 81 years old. And he was a hoot on Twitter. Oh, boy, his Twitter account.
A hoot?
A hoot. I'm getting my old white guy in.
Okay.
Mariner white guy. He was a hoot.
This tune's a doozy.
Yeah, it is a doozy. I still use that.
Toodaloo.
When I used to write articles cover high school games, I used to be like, boy, this game between Stewart Hall and University was a doozy. I love doozy.
Or you could do the, as we're doing Iron Sheik right now, a slobber knocker.
A slobber knocker. I do like that.
JR?
I do like that. Iron Sheik, man, one of the biggest heels out there all time. And, we're talking about heels in sports. I want to get to that in just a second because I want to finish up this Bosa conversation.
Where do you want to go?
Because I got it. I'm not coming down your road.
Well, can we acknowledge something on the front end?
Yeah.
I'm the biggest Bosa fan there is.
Well, I was going there.
Okay.
You took the words out of my mouth.
Okay.
See, we work together too much. We know each other too well because I was coming down your road saying, you've talked about Bosa being an all-time 49er.
Yeah, I think he's a Hall of Famer.
One of the greatest 49ers of all time.
Yeah.
And because of Caleb Williams, I know you.
I love quarterbacks. I'm like, you know what I am?
I love quarterbacks.
I'm like Bill Walsh. I'm always looking for the next. I'm ready to trade Montana after one Super Bowl for John Elway.
Listen, man.
I know. I have a sickness.
I love quarterback just as much as the next guy. It's my favorite position in all the sports. All sports. That's why I love Dan Marino, because he was a pure quarterback. Pocket quarterback. Delivering. I don't care if he didn't win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, he was great.
Died trying.
Yeah, he was great.
John Elway. Oh, my gosh.
I mean, come on.
Warren Moon, the spirals he used to throw. Oh, my gosh. Hey, that's why with Colin Kaepernick, when he was hot for those 2 years, just go back and look at some of those highlights. When he threw that laser throw to Michael Crabtree to the back of the end zone. The throw in Tampa Bay, when he dropped back and threw a bomb to Vernon Davis, and Vernon Davis over hit the wall. Remember that throw? Mm-hmm. So I love deep passes. I love it. I love it. There's nothing better. But I'm not going to put that pressure on Caleb Williams. But the fact that you, out of all people, who've come down my road, putting Bosa ahead of Charles Haley and Aldon Smith and all-time Niner, Bosa.
All-time playoff 49er sack leader.
Bosa disappeared last postseason.
He did, and it hurt me. It hurt my soul.
But the fact that
when I watched Tyron Smith with one arm push him down, it hurt my soul.
Talk about loyalty. You would pivot off of Bosa so damn fast.
I'm all about the Niners. Niners. Name on the front.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure.
Name on the front.
Trust me. If Trey Lance starts and he balls out this year, you don't think there's going to be some flexing on the show? Come on, man. You're a fool if you don't think that's going to happen. But the fact that you would trade Nick Bosa, you of all people. Because you know what? I'll say this on the front end. I'm going to be serious here. I'm a little uncomfortable paying Bosa $35 million a year. Now, it's not my money, but paying one player $35 million a year, that means you have to be in the DPOY conversation every single year.
Annually.
And you can't be taking possessions off. Because we go to Levi Stadium. We go to every single game. Mm-hmm. There's possessions where's Bosa at? Where's number 97? He takes the first 5 plays off of a possession. Cannot do that.
No.
Cannot do, I need you to play every snap like Mike Crosby. Suck this up. Now, this may not be possible for a Nick Bosa who has an injuries history, but man, $35 million a year for one player is a lot of money. And I'm not going to lie to you. It makes me feel a little uncomfortable.
Why? What part about it is
That's a tough contract to live up to. That's tough. As great as he is, that is tough to live up to. The expectations now, when you make $35 million a year, you cannot go sackless in a playoff game.
Yeah.
You have to get you got to be in on tackles. You got to have pass deflections. You have to force fumbles. You have to be in that backfield every single play.
Okay. The playoffs weren't great. We'll both acknowledge. How about the regular season? Was it as close to one of the great regular seasons a 49er defensive player in your lifetime
Probably.
has accomplished?
Yeah, in my lifetime, no doubt.
Now,
Aldon Smith's up there, Justice Smith's up there.
In the playoffs preceding this, was he not excellent? Both of them before this.
He was really good.
Yes. Okay. So he had a bad playoffs. I'm going to mark it up to an outlier, and I think it was an injury. I really do. And I'm not trying to make an excuse. I'm explaining why he dropped off. I didn't see the same burst, push, power, groin. I don't know. Was it a pec? Was it so? I'm not sure. I've watched every snap of his career. I've never seen the guy go to his knees because of a tackle. Tyron Smith did that to him.
Yeah.
And I was shocked.
That, I feel...
They played really hard down the stretch
and listen,
to get that second seed.
And if you're going to give Bosa $35 million a year, right, which he deserves it, I just feel uncomfortable doing that and giving him all that money. In a year or two, you're going to have to pay the quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's Brock Purdy or Trey Lance. At some point, you're going to have to pay the quarterback position again and give a contract like you gave out to Jimmy Garoppolo.
Well, you're hoping. You don't know. We'll see.
Well, if you keep playing quarterback roulette, guys are going to be out of jobs.
But you do have the franchise tag in your back pocket.
You do, which is a lot of money.
It is.
Especially for the quarterback spot.
It is. What is it, in
the 40s now?
Yeah, considering that the price tag just keeps going up. So, look, Pete, I think he's worth it because we're going through this exercise and we're saying there's like 6 or 7 guys, for most people in the NFL, that you're trading Nick Bosa for. So you're telling me a guy who's not one of the top 6 or 7 guys in the NFL, okay, you're not going to give... If you're not going to give him the money, then that signals to me... I'm talking about you, not the Niners. You're never going to pay anyone top dollar, even if they've outperformed. We agree. As a number 2 pick, even with all the expectations wrapped into it and the pedigree and who his family is and what his brother's done, he has exceeded our expectations.
Mm-hmm. He has. He's lived up to the hype. He's been great.
Is there risk with every contract you sign?
Yep.
Okay. You just paid Debo Samuel a lot of money, not franchise record money, but a lot of money, okay? He had a down year this year. Down year. And there were way more injury concerns, work ethic concerns with Debo than there are Nick Bosa.
But not much. Nick Bosa has an injury history. Let's not forget.
He's missed time this year, and he missed time a couple years ago with an ACL.
But go back to college and high school, too.
I mean, we can do that with every NFL player.
Yeah, we could do the same thing. So, you know what? As crazy as it sounds, after this year, will Bosa play on his current rookie deal this year? Will he play on that deal?
Meaning, will they give him the money in August? I think they're going to pay him this August.
See,
John Lynch, from every indication at the podium, and I'm taking him at face value, John Lynch has said, as long as I'm here, Nick Bosa will be on this team.
Nick Bosa missed time in college. He missed time in high school. It's not going to happen because Bosa will probably hold out. And that's a dangerous game to play. When you pay Debo, you pay Fred Warner, you pay George Kittle. What are you going to do with Brandon Ayuk? You paid Jimmy Garoppolo.
I mean, you paid Charvarius Ward in free agency.
Ward. You paid a lot of guys. Quan Alexander, D Ford,
Eric Armstead.
You paid a lot of guys. If I could get Bosa to just play on his current deal this year and then decide what to do next year, whether or not pay him big money or trade him. I'm dead serious. I don't want to trade Nick Bosa, but I also am very skeptical of playing one player $35 million. Is that guy going to be that much of a difference maker in a big-time big? I watched Philadelphia with Fletcher Cox, a Hall of Famer. Hassan Reddick, who had over 20 sacks.
They paid A.J. Brown this last year.
Right.
Was it worth it?
Absolutely.
Okay.
But it's an offensive league.
And
it's an offensive player.
I agree, but you also need to
playmakers.
get stops.
You got to get stops, but Kansas City, Philadelphia basically didn't get stops all game.
Kansas City pays Chris Jones.
In the middle, defensive tackle.
Right?
And he is good, but he doesn't have that injury history that Nick Bosa does.
That I agree with. I just look at Parag's history. Has there ever been a contract that's really weighted them down where they haven't had optionality?
No, it hasn't. Bosa's going to get paid. I get that. But now I'm warming up to the idea
that's the other thing. Just because you play this good at the beginning of the year doesn't mean moving forward you're going to sustain that level.
Yeah.
I'll just say this. I'd rather have him than a lot of guys who are really highly paid right now. I think the best contract of the top 5 DNs or defensive players, is Max Crosby. I mean, he's making like $24 million a year. That's a steal. So maybe 2.5 years from now, when Bosa gets, let's say, $35 million a year.
And you front load the contract. He'll get most of the guarantees or whatever.
Yeah, maybe it looks like right now. The Mahomes deal, 2.5 years later, looks great.
Right. I always loved the deal. I don't know how people could even question it.
Let me ask you about Jimmy G. They paid Jimmy G with very less of a resume. Was that a good deal for the Niners? Now, I'm not saying bang for the buck. I'm saying, was that good to provide stability? And did that end up working? Did it really crush them?
It didn't crush them, and I actually think it was a good deal. The Niners did go to how many NFC Championship games with Jimmy Garoppolo? 2?
Yeah.
In the Super Bowl?
Yeah, well, and he helped get them to the playoffs this year.
Last year, yeah. Exactly. He helped stabilize the season. So I would say the contract, how much we crushed Jimmy Garoppolo, the contract was worth it.
And it was at the time.
And it's not the cost, it's the price of doing business.
It was
the
market
quarterback
value.
spot.
Yeah, market value, and it was record setting.
And they put themselves in a spot where they had no choice but to pay Jimmy.
Well, and I feel like that's kind of where we're at with Bosa. He's earned it, and I don't think you can look at all those other guys in that locker room. If Bosa's not going to get paid,
right. It's tough. It's tough. They also chose not to pay DeForest Buckner, and they paid Eric Armstead, which made a lot of us kind of look the other way. So, whoa, really?
Well, and rightfully, they're still paying the sins off of that. That's why they paid Javon Hargrave.
Yep.
Now, the boss and I were having a conversation briefly at the break here.
Hold on, real quick. Let me wrap up on the Bosa stuff.
Yeah.
I think they're going to pay him.
I agree.
And I think he deserves the money. I'm just saying, I see big money contracts like that. Whew.
You think the Rams regret the Aaron Donald one a year later?
Aaron Donald's been a beast. He doesn't miss games, though.
He had to peck.
He had to peck a little, but he plays through stuff.
Yeah.
He plays through stuff. But Bosa's worth it. He's a top 5 defensive end, if not the best defensive end in football. I get all that. But at some point, you're going to have to pay the quarterback, and you're going to have to pay Brandon Ayuk. What's going to happen here? We'll see.
Bosa's better at what he does than what Ayuk does at what he does. And the other thing is, I think there are infinitely more wide receivers that you can find than there are special pass rushers.
It's tough, though. The Niners haven't been able to find those guys.
Okay, where I agree with that, but like Ayuk is the what?
Right.
30th best wide receiver in the game? 20th?
I think he has the potential to be a top 20 wide receiver.
Oh, top 20. Bosa's top 1 or 2 or 3.
His numbers are becoming comparable with CeeDee Lamb, who's in that same draft class.
Okay,
CeeDee Lamb gets all the limelight, but Ayuk was unbelievable. I think he's the best pure wide receiver on this football team.
Okay, but again, Bosa's top 3 at minimum at his position.
Okay, I get it. I agree. But you would still trade him for Caleb Williams.
Well, it's because I like Caleb.
See, the truth comes out.
In this hypothetical.
You would trade him for a college quarterback.
I know. I sight unseen.
Who got his clock cleaned by the Utah Utes.
And I would also pray that Lincoln Riley would come with him.
A USC quarterback.
A USC quarterback.
He's an Oklahoma quarterback.
No, not his best season was USC. He's a USC guy.
Hey, Oklahoma, he threw. Go look at the pass in the Red River shootout when he rolled out to the right. He was about to get sacked, and he threw a dime 50 yards on the field.
When it's all said and done, he'll be known as a Trojan because he had his best season as a Trojan.
Right. I like Caleb Williams a lot. When he took the job for Spitzer Rattler, I was like, oh, yeah, that's the right move. There's no question. And first of all, I was like, who the hell is this guy? Caleb Williams. He came in the Red River shootout against Texas. I don't even know if you were watching that game live. Boy, I was like, damn, they had this guy on the bench? What was Lincoln doing? Did he even compete in training camp?
Well, Spencer Rattler had the the bandana going.
Yeah, he did. So does Caleb.
I know, but I'm saying like that the look.
Caleb also
paints
paints his fingernails.
Yeah, that I didn't like.
Well, you mean you don't like it?
Well,
That's
he
what the kids do these
put
days.
some things on there about Utah that need some swear words and stuff.
Oh, did he?
The high def's going to catch everything.
He does that with every opponent, I'm pretty sure, last year. He did that with every
I know, and
single
I
team
don't
he played.
think he should.
So-and-so.
Yeah, I don't think he should do that moving forward. It's just a bad look.
Well,
he's 20, though.
Yeah. Best college quarterback you ever seen. I think
As a thrower.
Yeah, no, stop. As a thrower. Better
As
than
a
Andrew Luck.
thrower of the ball.
Better than Andrew Luck.
You know,
Better
as
than
a
John
throw,
Elway.
I actually think he can contort his
Better than
body
John
better.
Elway. Come on.
His
John
arm is
Elway.
ridiculous.
Did you see John Elway in
John
college?
Elway threw like 17 times a game.
Yeah,
and
I don't give a damn.
He played
And
for
was
like a
that good.
6-4
And I don't care.
Stanford team.
And he's still legit.
Come
and he was
on.
still the number one pick.
And he
was
lost
still
the game
guy
that we know
and
about,
he was
the big
still the
game.
guy
Come on.
everybody was trying to trade up to get.
You know, I'm going to
Despite
look
all
up.
that. Despite all that.
I bet Caleb threw more
Don't look at
passes
the
in
backstory.
10 games
No,
this
of course
year
he is.
than John Elway
It's a
did in his
passing-
entire career at
It's a
Stanford.
passing era.
I'm going to look it up.
It's a passing era. Of course. He threw more passes than John Elway. Why did every team in the league, including the San Francisco 49ers, who had Joe Montana playing quarterback and winning to Bill Walsh, who had a Super Bowl winning quarterback, a 2-time Super Bowl winning quarterback, was like, I need to trade up to go get John Elway.
Mm-hmm.
He could have thrown 10 passes a game. The entire league wanted John Elway. By the way, the NFL conspired against the Los Angeles Raiders and Al Davis. Remember that one? 30 for 30. Told the truth. Al Davis was going to get. Speaking of which, you know what's so crazy about this conversation? John Elway. Who is Al Davis going to trade for John Elway?
I don't know who.
Howie Long. He had a deal for Howie Long
Really?
going to the Chicago. It was either Howie Long
minds think
or Greg
alike.
Townsend. And he's like, go get me John Elway.
Great.
And the NFL played him. NFL flat out played Al Davis for John Elway.
Can we just? I know it's passing and everything's different, like because it's impossible to compare eras. All right, I'm going to give you John Elway's senior year. All right,
Okay.
his senior year, 24 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. All right, he threw for 3,200 yards, less games, 11 games. All right, 64% completion. This was Caleb this last year. 67% completion, 4,500 yards, 42 touchdowns, 5 interceptions.
They're throwing the ball every single play.
Jesus!
They're throwing the ball every play.
And that doesn't even include the running stats.
And how bad is the Pac-12 these days? You can't compare numbers. That was 30 years ago in a different era.
The offense is maybe much better today, but the defense is in the 80s much better than today.
Much more physical in the 80s.
Oh, because, those 82 Cal Bear defenses were like...
The band was on the field,
The band was on the field. The band was on the field. And everybody still wanted John Elway.
Oh, it was awesome.
Andrew Luck, Michael Vick, Eli Manning, Phillip Rivers,
NC State,
Peyton Manning.
Peyton Manning, SEC. I will grant you that. Although T. Martin won the championship.
My God, he did win the championship. But Peyton was sick. Sick.
Hey, sometimes when you're ahead of the curve, people reject you early on. Columbus was considered crazy. Wouldn't have discovered America without him.
Oh, man, Brian Greasy was great for the 97 Michigan Wolverines. Brian Greasy.
Even Jesus' concepts were rejected by current society.
God. Caleb.
I know. I went a little too far. Spadoni.
We're comparing ourselves to Jesus now.
That was a joke. That was a joke.
We're losing at 9 o'clock hour. We're losing it. We have a poll question up at the Morning Roast. Would you rather see the Niners spend $35 million per year on Nick Bosa for the next 5 years or just trade him now? Damn, what a caption said, Lubman. You went right for the jugular.
I have a feeling we'll be getting crushed online.
Yeah, well, that happens every single day.
I'm sure Whitley's like, this is going to hit on social.
I feel like,
and it's just the part of me saying, what could you get for Bosa? Not that I love them, they'll never do this. It'll just be that part of it.
Well, let me tell you. I know Whitley Sandrino has my back. She wouldn't put me out there like that. But Kirsten Moran, I try to play nice with her because I don't know what I relate. I love Kirsten.
Please don't do me like that.
But please, she sometimes clips some things. I'm like, Kirsten, you got to delete that. You got me looking like a madman. I actually host a television show.
Whitley and Kirsten, going back to Jesus, they're going to turn some water into wine with some of these takes.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, man. Oh, my gosh. All right, what was the boss talking about with Iron Sheik? Because Iron Sheik just passed away. Bonte, you casual, go get your Messi jersey. I will go get a Messi jersey. Oh, my cat. When I went on Willer's show yesterday, I saw the YouTube chat. I logged in. The YouTube chat. There was one guy. You're a fraud, Bonte. What does that even mean?
It means you're inauthentic.
So
NBC Bay Area is authentic.
And I'm
you're
inauthentic. Inauthentic. I'm not. What am I inauthentic about?
That ain't your real hair.
Oh, okay.
You don't really look like that. You're not really that tall. That was the first thing all the kids said yesterday when you came to baseball practice. He's way taller than I thought. I go, yeah, he's not athletic. Trust me, guys. He didn't play anywhere. The other guy did.
Wait a minute. So Jordan Watkins did. Where did you play? Did you even play varsity sport?
Yeah, I did.
No, you didn't play varsity.
Okay.
You played, 5 games of varsity?
Yeah, probably before I got kicked out of multiple schools.
So stop about the athleticism, because I played varsity for 2 years, okay? Athletic, stop it.
Jake Brendel.
Stop it. Athletic. Y'all gotta stop around.
I'm
we're
gonna
get a game together, and we're gonna see who's athletic and who's not. We're gonna see the real ones here. Because I'm about sick and tired of that one too.
Are people saying Columbus didn't discover America?
Well, that's been like a proven fact.
Yeah.
So what the Vikings did? Is that what we're saying?
More or less, yeah. I mean, you can make the.
I mean, it was already technically discovered by the actual natives, but that's just more of a, I don't know, not narrative. But
he brought Europe to America.
There you go. So I guess I misspoke.
He took America mainstream, I guess you could say.
I think we should move on.
I feel like Tony Soprano and your Uncle Junior.
No. I'm definitely not Uncle Junior.
The Columbus Day episode of Sopranos, real quick. One of the all-time episodes.
One of
the great.
How can you be Tony Soprano when you admit to snitching? You snitch. You're not Tony Soprano.
You're
Paulie Walnut snitching on Tony
Tony
Soprano.
was homies with Agent Harris.
Tony
with the
was
FBI.
the one who actually dropped the dime with the feds to get the leak on, to get the jump on what's his face in New York. Who was the
Johnny
guy?
Sack?
Tony Sachs.
Johnny Sack.
Well, Johnny Sachs died. It was the other guy,
Phil Leotardo.
To find out what Phil
the Shah of
Leotardo
Iran,
was.
as he called.
He had to give up one of those terrorist cells, which I don't even know if it was a terrorist cell.
So many
You
good
can't be
clips.
Tony Soprano and be a snitch and dime out everybody.
Well, Tony was going to work with the feds. He was getting boxed in.
Well, yeah, because that's.
Do you
that's
think he
what
got
they do.
shot?
Just like Nicky Barnes. I don't know. Probably. Everybody.
I always watch that.
He had a name on his name was on a bullet. Nicky Barnes. I was reading this old story about Nicky Barnes, who used to roll with or used to being New York, slinging drugs, is big time drug lord, time lord, gang affiliated, all that stuff. He did a sit down with the New York magazine, the New Yorker.
Currently?
And basically, no, this is back in the 70s. Because you remember Nicky Barnes, he was an American Gangster with, was my guy, Frank Lucas.
Oh, the
And of course,
Denzel
Bubba Johnson.
movie.
Yeah.
But
And
that's
so-
kind of like loosely
based,
Yeah.
but there's a lot of facts.
Not
in
like
there.
Scarface, which is
Not
real.
like or you watch American Gangster. Yeah, Scarface, very real. Or you didn't watch the movie with or the show with Forrest Whitaker.
No, I haven't seen that yet, which I heard is highly recommended by JP Money.
unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
The American Gangster with Denzel was okay to me.
Yeah.
You didn't like it?
I liked it.
On Denzel's list of movies, I don't have it in the top.
It's not in the top 5. Not in the top 10. Not in the top 10. But Nicky Barnes basically snitched on everybody in New York. He basically digged his own grave. And I was like, damn, why is he doing that? And I'm with you, Austin. The Wire is better than Sopranos. The Wire is better than Sopranos. Snowfall is better than Sopranos. Breaking Bad is better than Sopranos.
I don't know.
Breaking Bad is so much better than
Sopranos. The family dynamics in Sopranos, they age well.
No, the last 2 seasons of The Sopranos.
When your mom puts a hit on you, can't everyone relate to that?
The last 2 years of The Sopranos were terrible. It aged like Entourage. Remember Entourage started off hot?
Yeah.
And then last 2 years of Entourage, like, all right, this is goofy.
Yeah, no, I agree. But no, when he kills Chris, I mean, you had to feel some kind of way.
What was that, season 3 or 4?
That was the final year.
That wasn't the fight. Chris made it to the final season?
Yeah, it was like 10 episodes in, I think.
Yeah.
I thought Chris
When
died
he
in like the
plugs
season
his
before.
nose, and you're like, oh no, Tony, there's no coming back from this.
Yeah. No, I'm The Sopranos doesn't touch the Wire.
And he's about to get it on with Adriana before Tony.
Speaking of rats.
A lot of rats. So where are we going with the heel turn thing?
Oh, well, no, the boss was saying we're having a conversation. I asked.
You watch Power?
No.
No, you don't watch Power. Nobody watches. This is a great. You are. Felipe Estrada. Shasky is Cooper Sacks on Power.
Who's that? Now I'm worried.
Man. Oh, man. You are Cooper Sacks. That's a great call. Cooper Sacks. Guru. Where's Guru at? Somebody yell at Guru.
He's an antagonist. He's an anti-villain. Okay.
No, he's a villain.
A defense attorney. I don't know. I'm not comfortable being an attorney.
No. You're Cooper Sacks, dude.
I'm looking at it here. Joe, you're on fire.
Oh,
He was an
man.
FBI agent trying to arrest the drug dealer, and now it's all over.
Yeah, you got to watch it.
Okay.
You got to watch it.
So is Power worth it?
It's an acquired taste.
It was.
But they also have a lot of spinoffs. So you got the original Power, then you got Power Book Cooper Sacks. Dippers on the private text. Listen, you got Power Book Ghost with Tariq, where he goes to college. He's Ghost's son. Then you got spinoff with Tommy, and then you got Raising Kanan. Power is a great franchise. Guru and I talk about it all the time. Power's a great franchise. It's hooked. It does hook you. Sopranos, man, I don't know. I think it gets a little overrated.
So I asked the boss, I said, look, let's say the 49er quarterbacks.
Big rich town. You got to hear the theme song.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Let's say the 49er quarterbacks underperform or are hurt. All of them. All three for the Niners. Do you have a better chance of winning and overcoming that? Or do you have a better chance of winning and overcoming Bosa being hurt or underperforming?
You can overcome Bosa being hurt and underperforming.
That's the way you think?
Yeah.
See,
You can't overcome the quarterback spot.
I go back to 2020 when Bosa was out, the defense was just different.
Yeah, it was different. But the defense actually kept them in some games. It was the offense that was the problem. Yeah, bad quarterback play.
Yeah.
Nick Mullins stunk.
Yeah.
CJ Beathard stunk. Jimmy Garoppolo stunk. Raheem Mostert being out, Debo Samuel being out, the offense fell apart. You need to be able to score points in today's NFL, man. A lot of points to keep up with Joe Burrow, to keep up with Josh Allen, to keep up with Patrick Mahomes. You have a great offense and you have great quarterback play, your offense can be your best defense because it's just like the Warriors,
right? So do you think
right?
any one of these guys, Darnold, Brock, or Trey, can overcome a bummy defense?
I don't know about Sam Darnold, but I think Trey Lance and Brock Purdy can overcome a subpar defense and help you win a Super Bowl. I truly believe that. It's just like the Golden State Warriors,
Man,
for
I have
example.
a hard time seeing
the Golden
that.
State Warriors.
Yeah.
Do you consider their championship teams?
Until I see it, it's hard for me to
Do you
visualize.
consider their championship teams great defensive teams? I know the numbers will say they are, but when you think back to Steph
which
Curry,
ones?
Klay Thompson,
The first
Kevin
one. You're
Durant,
talking about the first
one or any iteration
Well, I thought
of the
that-
Golden State Warriors.
I mean, they had great individual defenders.
Right.
Like Klay was a great
their
individual defender.
offense was so
and
devastating.
Iggy was a great individual defender. And Draymond was a great off-ball defender. And I thought that Bogut was a great rim protector. So, yeah, I do think they were a pretty damn good. Like, yeah, Steph was liabilities maybe too strong.
But their offense put so much pressure on you because they could go on these 15-0 runs in a heartbeat, right?
Well, they were elite offensively, no doubt. But I also think
Their
they were
offense-
great.
but
I mean,
their
that
offense-
73-win team,
No,
Bonte,
it was awesome. But their offense, Steph Curry, offensively.
They didn't have a hole.
Offensively, you had no answer for the splash.
And I think we also underrated Harrison Barnes' defense.
He was okay until the finals.
I thought he was pretty good.
It was okay.
Thought he was pretty good.
It was okay.
Maybe I'm overrating their defense.
Their offense, to me, was their best defense because they put so much pressure on opposing teams
Yeah.
to keep up with them. How to answer from those devastating threes from Steph and Curry. Their offense put so much pressure on you. I kind of feel like that in today's NFL. Mahomes and company put so much pressure on you.
Well,
The
he's
Eagles'
so
offense-
uniquely qualified.
Right.
He can
But
overcome it.
Even the Eagles, their offense was so devastating this season that their defense is really, really good.
Yeah.
But their offense put so much pressure on you. It was like, damn, if we don't
They
stop
were suffocating.
Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals.
Although their defense is actually extremely underrated.
Who, the Bengals?
Yes.
It's a bit better than
But
they get
when you
credit
look
for.
at the individual personnel, you're like,
Right.
they shouldn't be elite. But
they-
they're
they
pretty
make
good.
plays.
I think it's also a byproduct of how boring that division is offensively. Cleveland was mediocre. Pittsburgh mediocre offensively. Baltimore can be dynamic, but with an injured Lamar Jackson, they were pretty mediocre defensively.
Yeah, I think you need elite quarterback play. I think you need elite quarterback play. You got that theme song, Spadoni? You can find a clean version.
What, woke up this morning?
No.
What is this?
I just come from the poet's pots.
What show is this?
Lifetime City Lights. I gotta make it where it goes down. I just come up hot. Legal or illegal, baby. I gotta make it.
That's why I gotta fade it down. Fitty drops the F-bombs like in the third verse.
What show is that?
Power. It's the greatest theme song to a show.
So it's Power.
Power.
And is it based in New York?
Based in New York.
And is that 50 song?
It's 50 songs.
Was it
he actually
made
plays
just for,
in it too.
Was it no? But did they make it for
Power? Big Rich
So
Town.
now I gotta watch it. What's it
Big
on?
Rich Town. Stars.
Is it over?
The original Power's over.
Okay.
Now they have the new Power.
How
That's
many
4
episodes?
seasons in.
Okay, 4
Now there's some bad acting. So altogether, it's about 10 seasons, right? There's a lot of episodes of Bitch.
Is this the one Lala was in?
Yeah, Lala
Okay.
was in this one. Lala was in this one. She had a cameo. See Tyler Miller. Song is so great. I got to know my gym playlist. It's awesome. Big Rich Town.
Okay, what's the name of it?
Now
Big
you
Rich
got the
Town?
new Power.
I'm gonna look it up.
Now the song is hot. And so let me tell you, the song was so good, right? The last season of Power, Trey. So the guy who sings that is Joe. Remember the singer Joe?
Yes. Bald head.
Bald head, right? They even have a music video for the song, which is funny as hell. And 50
And I'm
Cent
looking
music
for the
video.
one featuring Joe because I'm looking at it right now.
Right.
Okay.
So the last
I'm
season of
adding
Power.
it to my library.
The last season of Power, right? They switched up the intro song. They had Trey Songz sing it.
Okay, I don't really know any of his stuff.
Yeah, but Trey Songz, this song was so impactful. The culture was like, if you don't get Trey Songz off of here, we made such a big noise about the song that they went back to Joe. That's how impactful that song was. It was like, if you don't get Trey Songz off of here, I'm telling you, man, it was unbelievable. Unbelievable.
This is just a hole in my game because I'm looking at. I can't even keep up with the text messages and the YouTube chat here. It's rattling.
Yeah.
I didn't realize this is a huge hole in my game.
No doubt. I mean, now Power is not the greatest show. I'm not saying that
This
it's
is like Jimmy Garoppolo throwing deep.
Yeah,
It's a hole in my
it's
game.
a hole in this game, no doubt. Some people think deep balls don't matter. Power is not up there on the level of Snowfall, Sopranos. I'm not saying that at all. It's one of those guilty pleasure shows.
You haven't seen Top Boy because that's what people are asking. That's on Netflix. It's
No, I haven't
excellent.
seen Top Boy.
So you're in London. It's excellent. I
I
highly
heard about
recommend
that
it.
show, actually.
They had one from like however many years ago, and then they brought it back. It's really good.
Yeah.
I think the guy Sully's his name. He's a big dope dealer.
Some of the things.
It's
on
just
YouTube.
insane. I can't even keep
YouTube,
up with it.
Yeah, they're saying some of the things that happened. It's a hell of a show. Cooper Sacks. You would not like being Cooper
A lot
Sacks.
of cake talk.
Yeah. What kind of cake? Chocolate? Vanilla? Mocha? Caramel?
I like carrot cake.
Or are we talking about sweet candy yams like Charlie Wilson?
You have any cake on a Saturday, Bonte? It's good.
And a chocolate cake.
The chocolate had the strawberry with the vanilla was delicious.
Yeah, it was
Whole
really
Foods, sneakily, good cakes.
Very good cakes. Very fresh.
Whole Foods?
Very fresh.
Yeah, reasonably priced. The
So
one
there went
thing
your
that's reasonably
paycheck.
priced there is the cakes.
Is there one thing?
What's your one thing?
That is such... Dude, we are just on fire.
I think
9
my one
o'clock
thing is
hour.
final thoughts.
There we go.
What's going on? What happened?
It's just there's so much going on. I'm so distracted with my ADD. All of a sudden, Spadoni goes, "Look at our A's."
Oh,
And
wow.
I'm like, wow.
Hopefully nobody bet against the A's today.
Damn,
They're on 4-0 top of the first.
They can win 2 in a row.
Oh, I bet you Guru took his Pirates. Or wait, Guru doesn't bet. My bad. Evan took the Pirates.
Word on the street is Guru took the under.
Oh, my gosh.
Here's my
Oh,
final
buddy.
thoughts on today.
Oh,
Jay Monahan, the supposed leader, commissioner of the PGA Tour, is one of the biggest spineless frauds in sports history. We rip all of these team owners for weaseling out of certain things. Crush this man, Jay Monahan. He basically bankrupted the PGA Tour and then claimed that he couldn't get sponsorships. That's his job, is to negotiate these things. And then he lost half his workforce, only to get bailed back out by the Saudis that he ripped for a year and gets put on the board of governors. It's one of the most fraudulent things I've ever seen in sports. Jay Monahan, big loser.
What you got, Spadoni?
Lionel Messi getting reported that he's going to be joining Inter Miami. This is the greatest soccer player, football for those in the know,
The GOAT.
of all time. Like, this is
GOAT.
a big freaking deal that if he comes, I know he's like 35. This isn't David Beckham. This isn't Zlatan. This is the greatest person in his sport coming to play here. It's pretty freaking cool, and I hope he goes and plays at San Jose.
Lubman?
Giants fans, keep an eye on Ryan Walker when he takes them out. It's been a small sample size so far, but this dude, he's been fun to watch. I love his delivery. It's a very weird delivery, and I can't imagine being a hitter trying to figure out that arm angle.
Dude, there's something going on with Zion Williamson. Maybe Steiny and Guru could pick that up. Something's going on with Zion.
As in what? Yes,
Man,
I would
don't know.
trade for him.
So.
If you're asking, would I trade Bosa for him? No, but I would trade some Warrior players for him.
So my final thoughts is Shasky would trade his favorite 49er of all time, Nick Bosa, for Caleb Williams, who hasn't even left college yet, who got his ass kicked by Utah.
Yeah, and Tulane, even though he balled.
Final thought is that we hate Draymond Green, apparently, on the streets. And final thought is we got 2 more minutes to the show. So I got to come up with something for the next 2 minutes. Rest in peace to Iron Sheik, 81 years old. Rest in peace to an all-time legend. His Twitter handle was an all-timer. He still hates Hulk Hogan to this day. I recommend his documentary. Also, the 30 for 30, Bill Walton. That's my final thought. I got a lot of thoughts here. But Bill Walton's 30 for 30, I was watching last night. Did not realize how good of a player he was, how much of an impact he had on the game of basketball. Bill Walton, man, if he was able to stay healthy, could have been one of the best centers of all time. That's my final thought on a Wednesday morning here on the Morning Roast.
Man.
Oh, closing read, which we, kind of forgot to do yesterday, or I kind of forgot to do yesterday because we always get sidetracked. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. The next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now.
Biggest what ifs in sports. Now we're talking about DeGrom. What could have been? You mentioned Bill Walton. Is it Bo Jackson?
Alden Smith.
Alden Smith.
Both Jackson's a great one.
I think it's Bo.
Sterling Sharp, I said too.
Sterling Sharp was so good.
Sterling Sharp's a good one.
That's a great one. Don Mikowski.
Altoon,
breaking the neck.
Yeah, he was great.
What about Don Mikowski?
Yeah.
Remember him, the Magic Man?
That's a good one.
Green Bay Packers?
Well, because I'm thinking about DeGrom and the arm.
Yeah.
2 Tommy Johns. That sucks.
That's tough.
Man.
Mark Pryor?
Mark Pryor's up there. absolutely.
Yeah, Kerry Wood also in there.
Yes, absolutely. Although I thought Pryor was better than Wood.
I thought Pryor's stuff was so much better.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Wood was awesome, but I thought Pryor was better.
Getting some good ones from the YouTube chat. Brandon Roy. We got
Brandon Roy.
That's really good.
Derrick Rose.
Derrick Rose. Yeah, that's a good call. Marcus Dupree, Uncle Looney. You ever see that 30 for 30?
Of course,
the
it's
best
one
it
of my,
ever
my
was.
dad's favorite one. When he goes into the wrong huddle because he's so concussed.
I cried.
It's incredible.
That one made me cry.
Yeah.
I mean, and did he be able to fight back and come back and get a sniff in the NFL? Should have got a shot with the LA Rams. Damn, that was a good one, Mark. That one made me cry. That was a good one. Bo Jackson.
Chris Borland?
Stop. Penny Hardaway.
He has a podcast.
I will not be listening. Penny Hardaway.
Penny Hardaway's a good one.
It's a great
really
one.
good one. Grant Hill, obviously.
Yep.
Len Bias, I'm seeing on the text line.
Len Bias is really good.
Yeah,
Len
there's
Bias
some really good ones.
Antonio McDyess.
Josh Hamilton.
Yeah, Josh Hamilton. Antonio McDyess. Josh Hamilton's a really good one.
Josh Hamilton and that home run derby, that was one of the most incredible things
His
I've
old
ever
pitching
seen.
coach.
So sick. And then he threw the ball up into the stands to a fan, and the fan fell down and passed away.
Oh, my God.
I mean, I can't even imagine. That's like one of the most heart-wrenching situations.
Yeah.
He was so good for the Rangers.
Sean Livingston is a good one.
Sean Livingston is a good one. I remember watching that knee go, ugh. I remember ESPN's like, if you are wheezy, look away. Yeah. No, if you have eyeballs, look away. Ken Griffey breaking his wrist into the fence.
Yeah, Ken Griffey, once he went to Cincinnati, was like, damn. There's another one here. I said, Stevie Strasburg. And that's it for us. We got to go.
I would put Pablo Sandoval on that same one if he would have just stuck with Camp Panda.
Let Panda eat.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA Midsummer Day.
don't like any of it to start.
Yeah. Give me your yeah live. Yeah.
I just realized I have no signature. I have no signature like, woo.
You got to hell with the kids? Look at you.
But certain guys do something every day. Bonte,
you going Bonte's
does
old
the old
baby?
baby. Some other people.
I got Jesus. In my life.
Are you all right? You threatened to break me in half 5 minutes ago. Now your team's down 7-0 already.
Shafsky didn't know if we were playing. Because you were taunting me. I had to let you know, dude. Outside of radio, Stoney boy, you'd be in some trouble.
I'll tell you what.
Big decks.
Yeah, you better come at me soon because you're whittling away to nothing.
Oh, please. Day 5.
You're whittling away to nothing.
I love you, man.
All right.
What's on your mind?
I'll tell you what's on my mind. First of all, Warren Moon, 11 o'clock.
Yeah. My
Warren
favorite
Moon.
quarterback, Danny White, your second, Warren Moon first. Go ahead.
Wonder why.
hey, I knew that was
so
coming.
You like somebody better than your favorite Cowboy quarterback?
Yeah,
Interesting.
Warren Moon, Stoney. The CFL should have never had to go there.
Hey, what's up, Drew Down? How you doing, man? Good to see you on the YouTube chat.
I'm bringing it up.
Welcome to everybody. All right, here's what I was thinking. Sometimes you just think stuff. Maybe we'll talk about this for 14 seconds. Maybe we'll talk about it for the next 3 days.
Look at you.
What's everybody so afraid of?
With what?
All these fans are so afraid of moves. We can't come off Draymond Green. What?
I think it's half and half.
What happens if you come off? Let me ask you a question. Serious question. Say the Warriors just came off Draymond Green, and they said, Jonathan, it's your job. You don't get to keep it if you stink, but we're gonna make a commitment to you, Jonathan.
Wow.
Think the Warriors make the playoffs next year?
Hell yes.
I do too.
And I'm excited.
I do too.
Okay.
Spadoni, Evan.
Man, I can't wait to hear these two.
If Draymond Green just left, walked out the door, would the Warriors make the playoffs next year? All things being equal.
Yes.
Okay.
I think so too.
That's 3 of us. How about Evan?
They're a playing team.
Oh.
That's not the playoffs. I hate that he stops there.
That means they could go to the NBA Finals too.
But remember, you and I fought because the people that walk around here and wear Steph Curry underwear, I use the deodorant, and just say he's the Messiah, don't dare shortchange him and say, and I know what Draymond Green does. I know what he brings to the table, but don't dare talk to me about basketball and say the chef couldn't cook if there was no Draymond Green. And to put the rat on the table early, sponsored by Atco Pest Control. Go to AtcoPestControl.com, Stoney, for all your pest control needs. I'm looking forward to life for Steph Curry without Draymond. How about that? Don't tell me he can't do what he does without Draymond.
Well, listen, I have always been a guy that says, hey, Draymond helps Steph Curry. Careful if Draymond Green's not. He's a great facilitator
and I know
for Steph
that.
Curry.
Okay, I will never not say that.
If I've always said, hey, you lose Draymond Green, you're not going to be as good. Well, you're not going to be as good from a championship team. Well, that's a problem. Well, I don't think the Warriors are a championship team anymore.
Well, that's how you feel.
That's right.
All right.
That's how I feel.
Okay.
I watched them play the whole year. They won 44 games. They almost lost in the first round. I don't think this team is currently a championship group, and I see the writing on the walls. It being very, very, very hard to snap the finger and be right back among the top 2 or 3 teams next year.
So you're not writing that check for Dre. If you're Stoney Laker.
No, I'm not.
And
ideally, Dre, any chance you can come back for 1 year?
Okay, this is how.
Yes or no, and we'll live with it. And we get it. Hey, Draymond, if you need to go somewhere else to make more money or to get that extra year or 2, good luck to you. You've been a great career. At the end of your career, we'll get you back. We'll retire your number, and everything will be fine.
Okay. And when I left you yesterday, you said something to me, and I'll tell you how I do it. You said, Goo, how could the Warriors can't get better? Yes, they can. Let me tell you 2 guys who could get better if Dre was not on the team and they didn't have to be around them every day. That's Jordan Poole. We'll talk to you on changeover. Oh. That's Jordan Poole, and then that's Jonathan Kuminga. Stoney, I know you always talk to me about, we were at the cafeteria with show topics, ideas, you, Evan, and myself.
Yep.
And you always talk about great coaches. I need, before we get out of here today at 2, to tell me what are the ingredients? What makes a great coach? Is it the players? Is it can the coach make something out of nothing? We'll get into that. But you got your first piece of business to me, Joe Lacob, is get Jordan Poole back to where you wrote that check and gave him that chicken because of the Instagram video that I sent to you and everybody I work with here of Jordan Poole getting busy and cooking guys left and right. It was incredible. You need to get that Jordan Poole back. How do you do that? You get rid of his kryptonite. That's Draymond Green. And then Jonathan Kuminga. You call him in, you close the door, you say, kid, you got all the talent in the world, more than Draymond Green. This is your show. We know there's going to be turbulence, but the chef, Steve Kerr, Kenny Atkinson, Clay, we're all invested in you. And Steiny right there, I think that's 8 to 10 wins. That's how you get better. And obviously there's got to be some other things done behind the scenes, but it can be done. There is life without Draymond Green. And for the stands that are telling me, what am I smoking? Did the Warriors win a chip with Dre this season? After he played, and I got to give him his props, 70 games. Answer is no. Could he check AD? Could he guard Lonnie Walker IV when he was on one? I'll wait.
All right. Now, this isn't about the conversation of what you do with Draymond. We've talked a lot about that. But what I've gotten... What I've been thinking about a lot is, well, obviously the mistake, or obviously people are really afraid of what? Making a mistake? What would the mistake be if you let Draymond Green go?
You have no replacement, and the championship,
you're going to give it to Kuminga.
They're not
you're going to
you're going to give it to Kuminga,
yes,
and see what you got.
That's right. But what's the worst thing that could happen?
What Evan said. You're a playing team.
Okay.
Well, he said Steph Curry's window is ticking. Steiny.
My point is this: is that what are the what are the worst moves that a Bay Area team's ever made? I mean, a move that has.
Can I give you one? I'm being real.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on.
Yeah,
but like, I'm sorry, but if Draymond Green signs with another team, okay, you're a 44-win team. He leaves. You know what? You may be a 44-win team without him. So now.
Okay.
How much does that really hurt you? Well, it helps you financially. My point is, how big of a mistake could it be? Start to think about other mistakes. Like,
oh my gosh, I got one too.
What?
The Oakland A's, when they were damn near a dynasty, they were on their way to win a World Series with Cespedes, and they traded him for a pitcher, a guy that took the bump every fifth day. So I thought that was a bad – it was almost your heart and soul ripped out, and they haven't been the same since. That was a bad move to me, Steiny.
It was a bad move, but I'm talking about it feels like
the Niners letting Charles Haley go to Dallas. And the Cowboys
wasn't Charles Haley. He had issues here by that point.
So that don't count. Yeah, well, he did.
What I'm getting at is it's never as bad as you think it's going to be.
But you said to me, what do you owe Steph Curry? If you call Steph in there and you just casually tell Steph what you just said to me about, hey, Steph, and I'm Joe or Dunleavy or whoever takes the job, and I do wonder why it's taking so long. We'll get to that. Steiny, hey, you know what, Steph? I know you got about a good 3 or 4 left.
Yeah.
We may be a play-in team this year. He would go berserk.
Shouldn't be.
Oh, well, you didn't put that on. Okay.
What?
You said what's the worst that no, you said what's the worst that can happen, and I told you, and you were like, you just shunned it like it's no big deal. It is a big deal. Like you got to appease the chef, man, because you don't want them problems, Steiny.
Why does everybody think that the Warriors if you think Steph can play for 3 more years, why is next year the be-all and end-all? If you think he's under contract for 3 more years, everybody talks about how great he's been aging, and I'm with him. Again, it feels like what you're saying is if we don't win it next year, then
you're 2 years removed. You just keep kicking the can down the road.
They were 2 years removed, and they won it.
Well,
in 19.
My rebuttal to that is what gives you the confidence that the year after will be any better?
Because they'll have more flexibility. Because then Clay will become a free agent, and you can do something with him or not with him, and then maybe that's when you make the trade. What I'm saying is, what if I give you if the Warriors get rid of Draymond Green, or not get rid of him?
Okay.
If Draymond Green walks, what if I told you, yeah, we're going to get a little worse next year, but the year after that we're going to be better than this year.
I'm biting my. You know what? I don't want that.
We're going to take a step back.
That.
We're going to take a step back without Draymond next year.
Yeah.
But then the year after, when Clay comes off and Draymond's gone, and now maybe we can move Poole for Sanana and I just don't understand why.
A lot of Warrior fans, Philip Chavez and YouTube, the Warrior fans, and they ain't feeling that. Take a step back and then it'd be greater the year after, though. But how would Steph feel about that?
He might like it. He might. People think that, why would yes, Steph obviously likes Draymond and vice versa, but Steph also knows that they don't have a lot of moves they can make. And if Steph thinks, well, this isn't good, we're not going to be able to get it done with or without him, why wouldn't you start moving off him? Is this crazy? Okay, we are going to try to maximize Steph Curry. That's why we're going to just bite the bullet on 3. We're going to suck it up and not let Draymond. We're not going to re-sign Draymond. We might even let Clay walk. We'll move Poole and and we'll see if we can create salary cap to space to get a free agent.
I mean, if he's a killer, like you say, Snotty, it would start with this Draymond Green move. And I'm going to read this text to you from the 408.
Yeah.
Where is it? I'm sick of hearing this because Draymond Green is not going anywhere. And some people really feel that way, but
why would
he cited the podcast.
Okay.
Like the podcast was Joe Lacob talking. I'm telling you right now on this Wednesday, I'm looking at you, Snotty. I don't know Steve Kerr's future. I wouldn't bet that he'll be here after this year. So there are a lot of things starting with the GM position to find the successor to Bob Myers, but also Steve Kerr. Was he talking greasy like that too and subliminals because he might not be around? I don't know, Stoney, but my head coach that has 4 titles, I do not want him to do the Bob Myers thing. And that's coming into a year as a lame duck. So for the people that text us with that, saying, oh, it's automatic, like a contract extension's been announced, it hasn't. So I'm just saying, proceed with caution, because, Donnie, this thing could go so many damn ways with so many different people.
Matt Williams, he was a big fan favorite.
Well, they got Jeff Kent.
Thank you.
We wouldn't be getting a Jeff Kent in this scenario.
Not right away.
All right.
You'd have to wait a little bit.
But how long? But what do you lose while you wait? Playoff
I get it. He's not a chair. But remember Monte Ellis? How big a mistake was trading Monte Ellis for a guy who couldn't even play when they drafted?
No, that's my favorite.
Joe Montana. Nobody's like, whoa, that was a big mistake.
People are still mad though, Stoney.
At what?
That they got off of it.
Well, they can be mad, but it was the right decision. They won a Super Bowl right after they traded him.
But what if he would have won you 2 Super Bowls?
But he didn't.
No, what if
but
Joe could?
But they don't have that to compare it to. All they have to compare it to is what he did in Kansas City. The thing that's hitting me is just sometimes I feel like we treat a move as though it will impact a franchise for 5 years.
Okay, right.
And I just don't think it.
I'm with you.
It will, or it does.
And to give Draymond what we think he wants, 30 for 3, that would be shooting yourself in the foot.
Well, okay.
Financially, that would be irresponsible, wouldn't it? Or is Dre going to get paid for what he's meant?
I don't know. I'm just thinking, okay, big mistake. Warriors. What are Warriors? Big mistakes. All right, James Wiseman. That was a mistake. Can we say that?
Yes.
Okay.
He ain't a bust.
Okay. Now,
yes.
how much did it really matter? Okay. You certainly now don't have a player that you thought was going to be a part of your team for 10 years.
No doubt.
But it did not cost you a title. In fact, you won a title in spite of making that mistake. And we won 44 games this year, and we still think we're kind of in other words, as big a mistake as Wiseman was, it hasn't drastically changed the fortunes of this team or franchise.
Just imagine if Wiseman was Ayton, or he would be Ayton this year. Hold on.
There's not an Ayton in the draft.
No, I'm saying the impact of Wiseman not panning out. You could say night-night to Draymond and know you got a 7-1 savant down there that can hold it down. So the Kuminga or whoever would come after Dre, the job description would be easier because you got a rim protector.
Well,
that's what I'm talking about,
you gotta look at that
Steiny.
draft. What was it, 2000 and... What was it, 19? When was
when they
Wiseman
won
draft?
15, that was after the...
it's 20. Must be 20. Shoot.
But what are you missing from me saying Wiseman?
Well, I'm going to go look at the players that were drafted after Wiseman. That's what you do. And was there some Lonzo Ball? Where? Okay.
I mean,
I like Lonzo Ball.
He's special.
He would have been a better pick than James Wiseman.
Okay.
But would the Warriors be destined for greatness in 2026 with Lonzo Ball? But knowing Curry won't be around, like, maybe.
And the impact of Dre leaving because he sets screens and he brings the ball up, they would look different. They would play different. And it would alleviate the pain, the immediate pain of losing somebody like Draymond Green. So that's why I keep going to James Wiseman, Stoney. Forget who was in the draft.
Well, no, you can't forget who was in the draft.
No,
that's my
the whole
point.
thing, the premise is if Wiseman was productive. So when you say it was a mistake, you would have something, a presence down low, offensively and defensively.
Right. But what I'm saying is you've got to show me the player. Sometimes you have the second pick in a draft, and the draft ain't good enough.
Oh.
James Wiseman, he might not be good. Okay, Lonzo Ball, he's different. Patrick Williams? Who the hell's Patrick Williams?
All right,
Isaac
Chicago.
Okoro? Okongwu? I love Okongwu. Nice role player. Good player. Killian
rebound.
Hayes, he stinks. Obi Toppin?
Actually,
Denny Avdija? What I'm getting at is you can't kill the the Warriors for drafting James Wiseman if, unless Akeem Olajuwon was taken fifth.
With this exercise, we can stop at LaMelo Ball. Well, LaMelo Ball, Steiny, that's it.
All right.
That's the end of the exercise.
Okay.
And I kind of wish he wasn't there, so you would be right. I get what you're doing now. Yeah. LaMelo Ball.
Okay.
And
I don't know that the Warriors would be
that Curry
that...
could pass the baton to him.
Okay.
His
Maybe.
passing.
Maybe.
And the flair.
Again.
Oh, my goodness.
I like Lonzo Ball. And the idea of Steph passing the torch to him, it's interesting. This guy,
and learning from
Lonzo
him.
Ball, played professionally. This is funny. Why would this strike me? LaMelo Ball plays in Australia, so he played a pro year. You talk about LaMelo Ball as, Steiny, Curry could have passed the torch to Ball. Okay, fair enough. But that would have been by the time Ball was in his fifth year. Like, why did everybody want the baton tossed to Wiseman? Why did everybody expect that to happen right away?
Because he was 7'1" and 240 pounds, Donnie.
Am I saying Lonzo? My bad. LaMelo Ball. So I guess what I'm saying is, if the Warriors right now were sitting with LaMelo Ball.
Oh, my gosh.
What?
Fast breaking, running up and down the court. Curry.
Would they be more of a title contender?
I mean, it's hard to say, but I would say yes.
Okay. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying, as bad a mistake as Wiseman, what we thought it was. And then we're gonna actually give the Warriors the best player from that draft.
Okay, which was oh my god.
And I think as a practical matter, I don't know if they'd be a ton better right now, but yes,
you would feel
they
better.
Would have
business would be. How many ball jerseys would we see around town? A perennial all-star this dude's probably looking at if he don't mess up. A natural passer. Come on, Steiny. And then now you get the tutelage of Curry and Clay.
I'm talking more about, to me, LaMelo Ball. Like the Warriors won a title without Wiseman or LaMelo Ball in both of those guys' second years. So they won it. They had a championship team without Wiseman,
and they had a different Jordan Poole pre-punch. He was a big part of what they did.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
Well then you can't even. Then you can't say Wiseman was even a bad pick. If you acknowledge, well, we draft LaMelo Ball, what are we going to do with Poole? Then you'd have to do something with Ball and Poole. All I'm saying is the Warriors, to me, had they drafted LaMelo Ball, they'd basically be in the same position right now, essentially, in terms of how good they would be. But yes, they would have a player who you'd be excited for in 2026, despite knowing, though, we got to get players around him because he's not going to be able to do it all by himself. What I'm getting at is I just don't think he can be afraid. You got to make moves. If you think the move is we got to get off Draymond Green, you can't stay on Draymond Green because the best reason is you're afraid to get off Draymond Green. That's all I'm saying. Well, that can't be the best reason.
And I'm using your words of what you told us now because I'm waiting to see if he's a cold killer with the books and the money and the cash. That's Joe Lacob. If he's a killer, this is not even a question. You do not pay Dre for what mostly he's done because this contract would be that. This is not the 2016 Draymond Green.
Yeah, I'm not. And here's the other thing that we have to. Go ahead.
I'm not letting it go. The punch affected Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga. Has a roadblock, which is Draymond Green. If I'm Joe Lacob, I'm saying by me saying bye-bye, which would be tough, I can unlock two dudes. One that are already paid because of his metamorphosis, and then JK, we would have to empower him. Get on our Miami Heat. And I know he ain't 25, 26, but that's what it would be. But it would be it would make financial sense.
Here's what I'm coming in today saying, and it's just bad luck for the Warriors. We are going to talk about Wiseman for a long time, probably.
I'll never die.
We shouldn't.
We shouldn't.
No. They didn't miss on anybody. I mean, yeah, okay, LaMelo Ball, but they look at, like, sometimes you have the sometimes you have the second pick and the draft stinks.
And that's why you traded to get the big boy.
Okay,
and we talked until we were red in the face. Okay. Bradley Beal, whoever. That's why I want to throw the mic at you and everybody. That's when you traded. And that's what they wanted you to do. The stars.
Okay.
So this is a blunder of umpteen. Like, that's what makes this worse.
So
You're right with the players.
You might be sitting with, what, Miles Turner right now?
I don't know.
It does
but
matter.
what if it was Beal?
Who?
Bradley Beal, who we talked about every day from 10 to 2 or 12 to 3.
I don't necessarily think that.
Big boy, Steiny. That I'm using your big boy. Now, the name, we can play, but that's the route that you should have went.
Well, it's funny.
Come on now. It ain't hard. That was the route, especially now that
was everybody saying that then?
Well, you and I talked about it, and I said I want the big boy, and Andre and Steph wanted to give me a ready-made player. He ain't got to be Moses Malone. We gotta go.
Tough.
That just
they probably
me
could.
we gotta go.
My sources say they couldn't get a big boy that year because the rest of the league knew the draft wasn't very good, and they weren't going to give up good players. I made up those sources, but that's the argument that you could throw out there. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warren Moon, Guru's favorite quarterback, coming up at 11 o'clock, but we'll get on the other side of this topic next.
Oh, my God.
Alameda County Fair is back in Pleasanton, June 16th through July 9th.
I have no sources.
I made up those sources.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny Guru, The guest at 11 o'clock's a good one. Warren Moon.
Yeah, number one.
Warren Moon.
Part of one of the biggest choke jobs ever.
Why don't you say that to him?
Why
don't you say that to him? No, use that verbiage.
I won't. They were playing that game on NFL Network the other day, and it was with the backup quarterback that came back, Frank Wright.
Yeah, he's from Lancaster County, Pennsylvania. Went to Maryland.
Look at that.
What are you laughing at?
Just how proud
I'm
you are.
I'm talking about Evan.
How proud you are.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, pour one out today. I made up those sources. No, this is true. Pour one out today. The Iron Sheik has passed. 81, the Iron Sheik, otherwise known as Bubba. That was actually the other.
What era was he? Like what year?
Mid-70s. He was absolutely phenomenal.
So where were you catching wrestling? Like Worldwide to Sports? Like where were those guys on your TV?
Saturday afternoon at noon, Channel 29.
All I know is baseball.
And I would not go to the swimming pool opened at 12. My family would go to the swimming pool at 11:45 for when it opened. And I would watch All-Star Wrestling till 1. Then I would go to the pool. If I'd go at all. I didn't need the pool. I was out there shooting hoops when it was hot.
Look at you.
Yeah,
and now I'm going to give you a random.
The Iron Sheik.
Last time Matt Steinmetz swam in a pool. Because it's the best thing for your body. But serious. Dude, I got in one the other day, and my feet couldn't splash. I had some cargo on me, but last time you've been in the pool and swam.
No, and swam?
Yeah.
I don't know, 1974.
You being real?
Swam?
No, yeah, well,
I actually think it would be swum, but we'll let that go. I take a dip. I don't swim.
But do you
no.
Kick your feet up?
Little breaststroke. That's about it.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. So Iron Sheik. Iron Sheik. That was when you talk about our top 5 fights of all time, I think the wrestling one's got to be in there.
No, that wasn't a fight. You were more. I think you were more like not hatred, just blown away at where I was coming from. The fight of all fights was Lonzo and your boy who's on the couch, Ben Simmons.
They're both on the couch.
No, Ben Simmons is actually back on the basketball court, according to sources.
Did the Warriors use him? He ain't taking no discounts. They can't afford him. Go ahead, Stan.
Let's go to Austin and San Jose. Hey, Austin, how you doing?
Hey, good morning, guys. Enjoy the conversation as always. Hey, listen, this whole thing with Weissman miss, I think, Stan, you're understating that. All
right.
Significantly. Number one, there were several people in the draft after Weissman that I would consider would have had more value and would have contributed. They're not super big names, but they're not stars. But we didn't necessarily need a star. But when you draft somebody at number 2, the expectations are always going to be higher. So you can't compare Weissman to the other guys because the expectation was always going to be higher for a number 2 than those guys. But Toppin, Okoro, Cole Anthony was even drafted.
Anthony, a little baller, quietly.
Yeah, and Austin, you know why, Austin.
Keep it moving,
I'm just saying, you get Okoro, Okongwu, you get Patterson.
I like Okongwu in Atlanta, man.
I like them all.
Yeah.
But would the Warriors be discernibly different? And I'm saying they wouldn't.
You had different production from a young player. They have struck out with 3: Moody, Kuminga.
Well, I wouldn't even say Moody or Kuminga at this point.
Well, I'm a Moody. I'm a Moody fan. What I'm mad about Moody and why I put him in that category is what took so effing long for him to get on the court. And he
would have just finished his junior year in college had he gone to college.
Well, I was talking about more so last year. He played against Dallas in the Western Conference Finals last year, held his own. I'm not telling you he's Scottie Pippen. I'm just telling you, Steiny, why would Steve Kerr wait to the playoffs to trust him? And that's across the board.
Well, the answer is easy. Now, you might not like it because he wasn't ready to play until the playoffs. But that's the only reason. Now, but Kuminga and Moody are still works in progress. And when you say Moody's a hell of a player, I think Moody can be a rotation player.
I think
Kuminga can be a rotation player. So that's 2 rotation players.
Kuminga could be an all-star at some point, Donnie.
Yeah, I don't know.
If he got with the right folks.
I don't imagine. Yeah, see, did you hear what you just said?
What?
And this is the kind of thing where it's like, wow, should I just gloss over it?
I'm questioning everything with the Warriors right now.
I thought they had the best culture in the NBA.
I did too, and that's why we're all perplexed. In that podcast the other day, that gave me more questions, Matt. And one more thing. I told Evan this. I know you broke the story or the possible leak of Mike Dunleavy Jr. What's taking so long? Now
negotiations.
Okay, you want the job? Yeah. How much you want? I mean, I'm asking, let's go. When? It's not that hard. What do you want? How much? This is what I can give you. Let me move on. I'm asking you to prepare me, your boy. How long is this going to drag out? Because business is better when you don't have voids in big spot sectors.
You really think
of your
there's
organization.
A void? How's there a void?
Who's the GM for the Warriors right now?
Bob Myers.
And that's a joke.
Okay.
Bob Myers said he was going to be with his family, and the 630 should have never been brought up. And the new person getting the job should have. They should be groomed.
Can I give you some advice?
Yes.
This is the last thing in the world I think you should get worked up over.
Well, the podcast sent me over the top, man.
Well, that's okay. You can be mad at the podcast, but Joe Lacob had Steph Curry as a free agent, and there were negotiations.
Gotcha.
Joe Lacob said, no, I'm not giving you the max.
Yeah.
They got back to what do you mean? Yes, you are. Let me think about it. Okay, we will give you the max. We're not giving you a no-trade clause. You know what? Okay. Steph Curry, I can live with that. You don't have to put a no-trade clause in there for me. Okay. So when Joe Lacob was asked about Myers early this season, remember what he said? It's a negotiation. That's what he said. It's a negotiation. This is what Joe Lacob does. It's not like, hey, Mike, why don't you be the GM? $4 million a year. Take it. He's not Kramer. Taking the deal with the coffee.
Are you prepping
Jackie Childs?
Are you prepping me and the masses that there could be a scenario? And I'm not hating on Mike Dunleavy Jr. Cool dude, Sonny. I wouldn't be mad if he got hired. But there's a number that he would be like,
yes,
no thanks.
Yeah. What if they're not giving him a raise? What if he's got a 4-year, $4 million contract, and Lacob's like, look, you have 2 years left on it. We're just going to promote you.
Oh man.
And now, of course, this is not happening, but.
So you're really like
you want to talk about where I'm like nothing to see here? I would say nothing to see here. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I don't know how we'd find out.
Yeah. I wonder how the people feel.
I don't know. Somebody tweet here was Steiny. Why are you acting like great coaches don't make mistakes? Who said that? Of course, everybody makes mistakes. Yeah. Well. I seldom do. Tony in San Jose. What's up, Tony?
Yo, nothing much. Hey, listen to this. Hey, it's time to clean house. Mike Brown already left. Myers is gone. They traded Wiseman. I don't think Iguodala's coming back. It's time to move on from Draymond. Why not trade him with Patrick Baldwin? I don't want to see Patrick Baldwin go to waste. Trade him to Toronto, go bring Pascal back, and that go make us a contender right there. What y'all think about that, man? He's trying to clean the house. Klay Thompson and Curry, they're untouchable, the only two. And then Looney go be this following next year, go be gone. What y'all think about that?
I love Pat Siakam. I mean, gosh, who doesn't? I love OG. But I got one thing about Laker.
We're getting both those guys?
No,
we're getting Anunoby.
No, you would be happy with one of them, but both would be on the list. My question to you, Evan, and Spadoni, and I mean this, Donnie, do you think Bob Myers leaving hurt Joe Lacob in the sense that was the Band-Aid of, you know what, I ain't giving Dre this money for what he's done because I think he could fall off. The fall off is imminent. Like, did that toughen him up like leather to where now he's ready to go Arnold Schwarzenegger and the Terminator in regard to close the door, Stein, and you know what? It's been a good ride. Those tough decisions. Clay,
we don't know.
I can't believe you asked me for that. Like, I'm wondering how much of, not how it went down, but Bob leaving has Joe like, oh, it's on now.
What's on?
Dre, I can't pay you that. I don't think you're going to be worth that in 2 years. 3. Like, I'm wondering, are we going to get that lake up? Like, people think because that podcast went down that was like a contract extension.
We don't know how Joe Lacob feels about Draymond Green. I mean, that's to me the interesting thing, is we really don't know what Joe Lacob thinks of Draymond Green. Is Joe Lacob sick of Draymond Green? Is Joe Lacob worried about re-signing Draymond Green for 3 years with Bob Myers nowhere to be found? Does Joe Lacob want to kick Draymond to the curb? Like, we have that's one thing where...
Well, he didn't get suspended for hitting pool. And that tells me
but that also
Dre has a lot of gravitas within the organization.
Or it could mean that Bob Myers was just given total control of that kind of crap because Lacob doesn't want to deal with it.
I'll give you that.
Yeah, that's a good question, 650 from the Comcast Business text line. Who holds Draymond Green accountable if Bob's not here? That's a good question. Bert's in Benicia. Hey, Bert. How you doing, Bert?
I'm doing pretty good, fellas.
Hey.
I just want to say when it comes to Joe Lacob, I'm going to quote Jay-Z right here. I'm not a businessman. I'm a businessman. And he's about to go stone cold on the organization and on the Warriors. I think, like the last caller said, a house cleaning is coming. He's not going to pick Draymond. He doesn't want to go into the luxury tax for this kind of production. To hear Draymond say, I don't play games in March, for what they saw this year on the court, I think Jordan Poole, like you said, Goo, him and Kuminga will elevate.
Oh, my goodness.
Kind of shadow in the room. Let them grow, man. It's time to let them play. And if Kerr is the coach that we think he is, and what Popovich has done over the years with the different talent and being able to adjust and adapt to the roster that he has, it's time for Kerr to ball out, coach the young guys, maybe change some of the things that you do, and lead that next generation of Warriors basketball, man. It's time to let it go. I appreciate what they did.
Frozen.
Morning show earlier saying it's hard to say bye to a Belt and a Crawford. Yeah, but Belt and Crawford on the Giants and bringing them to the championship didn't come with the baggage that Draymond does. I appreciate Draymond bringing in the 4 chips, but you know what, man? It's a got-to-go situation, and I think we're going to see Lacob really pull his weight and show some clout and count.
Interesting. Wow, good call. So that would be Boys to Men. It's so hard to say goodbye.
Earlier in the show, I asked, what's the worst, and I think I have the worst move of my lifetime, at least. So I've been in the Bay since 90.
Where you going?
To me, there was a move where you made a move/decision, and it was cataclysmic. When the Warriors traded Chris Webber, it was over.
That was, man. How did I not use
They
that
traded Chris Webber for time, but even that move in and of itself,
they were
the only reason that move ended up killing them was then they made 3 bad moves after.
Which were?
Well, they got Tom Gugliotta.
NC State.
And they traded him for Donyell Marshall. Well, Tom Gugliotta was an all-star, at least.
Make who?
Donyell Marshall never became an all-star. So they went from Chris Webber to Donyell Marshall, and then the guy who drafted Webber left, and it was sayonara.
Oh, my God. The beginning of the...
And my point is, the reason that was a killer? Chris Webber was a rookie. Name me the last time a team had to say goodbye to an older player, and it really cost them. It almost can't really cost you.
God,
because the nature of an older player is they're declining.
Well, that's what Bill Walsh thought Joe Montana was doing, but you're right.
And
they got the one Super Bowl.
He absolutely was declining.
Well, he took Kansas City almost to the Super Bowl.
Right, but he won Super Bowls with the 49ers. Andrew, Santa Rosa. What's up, Drew?
Hey, what's going on? Good morning, gentlemen. Good afternoon. I was just wanted to talk about that Jordan Poole and the Draymond Green, the punch, and like, don't get me wrong, I feel like it definitely could have thrown those gentlemen off and the whole team off this year. But for those two guys who are probably worth, this next season, let's just guess $60 million, to think that little punch is going to discoordinate a championship contending team, yet again, I don't find that possible. I don't think that they will fall. I think this punch will actually make them stronger in the end. And I think they need to keep Jordan Poole, and they need to keep Kuminga as well. That's their future.
What about Dre? Yeah,
what about Draymond?
What about Draymond? Well, that's a great question, gentlemen. Draymond is a hell of a player. There's not anyone in the entire NBA that's like him. I say you keep him, but you don't give him all the money he wants. He's a real team player. He's going to make a sacrifice with this next contract here, especially because he did punch him. He's 33 years old. He's almost as old as me, older than me. He knows what he's doing, so he has to take accountability for that.
Thanks for the call.
Well, wow.
Hey, Dre, we were going to give you 90, but now we can only give you a 60 because you punched Draymond.
So the things that I think about, just down there, I went to the gym yesterday and I'm on the elliptical.
Taking video? You go to the gym to take video. I find that interesting. Most people go to the
spied
gym
on me? How did you
most
know?
people go to the gym to work out.
No, I'm just letting people, it's a timestamp for me.
Oh,
I'm
I thought you might be doing a documentary on something or something. What's up?
Boy, the camera crew. So this is how bad it is for me in regard to Poole and Draymond Green. And I'll be done with it. So I can call Kevin Durant out of his name and get suspended, but I can then punch a youngster and nothing happens to me. That's a stench.
No, something happened.
What happened?
He's going to get an extension.
Well, I'm going to give you a 3. But do you see the hypocrisy?
Well, I see something I don't like. That, I see... You know what?
Like if we had Brownie Blend,
but in a crazy way, they're not hypocritical about Draymond. They give him everything he wants. You know what I mean? Like I know exactly what you're saying. They are hypocritical because I don't think they hold him to the same standard that they hold other players to. But they're kind of not hypocritical because they say, "Oh yeah, we treat Draymond differently. He can get away with murder."
Oh man.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating.
I'm asking you right now, point blank range. Do you think, Matthew Steinmetz, Jordan Poole wants to be a Warrior moving forward? I do not. I honestly believe he just, even if he wants a fresh start. I could be wrong. I feel that. When he threw that man's hands, Draymond's off of him, and Steph had to come chastise him. This podcast, I don't know where Jordan's at, if he's still in the Bay. I don't know, Steiny, but I just wanted to get your opinion if you think he just wants new scenery.
You know me. I would say, choosing my words carefully, I think it's possible.
Yeah.
Jocko in Pacifica. Hey, Jocko, what's going on, man? People want you to sing the...
hey, guys.
It's new edition. Okay, hey, what's up?
Oh, I know that song.
Jocko, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, thanks. I just wanted to set a couple of things straight. Steiny, you're talking about trading Joe Montana, and that'd be like trading Steph Curry. And I know there may not be a Steve Young behind Steph Curry, but Joe brought 4 titles and transformed the organization, and I still have troubles thinking about them trading away Joe.
But it didn't. Also, it didn't come close to destroying an organization.
You're right. Just my fandom. That's all.
Fair enough.
I love that word.
I know you do. And
fandom.
Why we seldom get along.
It's a group. Yeah, an allegiance, alliance.
And Guru, you were lamenting not getting Bradley Beal, but I just want to remind you that it was Wiggins and the pick that was going to get Beal, and I don't think they win a title with Beal, Clay, and Steph as the 1, 2, 3 as they would have with Wiggins.
I just got a text.
Salary got to come back.
I got a text just like that, but the point, Beal was just the head of a player of his caliber, a ready-made, maybe all-star, on the cusp of being an all-star, something like that, Stoney. So it wasn't just exactly Bradley Beal, who, by all accounts, is loving life in Washington, D.C.
See, now, this is where I think this is unfair from the 707. Steiny, Desmond Bain, Sadiq Bey, LaMelo Ball. Those 3 players in the 2020 draft that Bob Myers passed on. See,
Why are you calling Steiny? That's their reality.
What was Desmond Bain drafted? 20th?
No, I didn't know he was this good.
First of all, Sadiq Bey.
Hit the game winner on you, though, last year here.
Okay, so.
Bay?
Thank you. So.
Desmond Bain was the 30th overall pick, by the way.
30th.
Okay. I mean, so does the whole league get a big X because they passed on Draymond Green? And, hey, the Atlanta Hawks could have had Draymond. The Celtics could have had Draymond. The Pacers could have had him. Suns could have. Lakers, Clippers. Yeah, they all could have had him.
Only teams that don't win 4 chips in 8 years. The Warriors, they're not doing that, Stoney.
The Golden State Warriors select Desmond Bain with the number 2 pick.
He'll play in 2029. How old are you, son?
By the way, that does bother me. We got to get back to that. It's part of your. And
we had lunch yesterday. You didn't have anything to.
No, you reminded me though now.
Oh,
about your 19th pick. Who cares?
Oh, well, you know what I'm doing though.
What? Reverse devil tongue?
No, it's. I'm hurt 3 times over.
Why?
How old's the pick going to be, Steiny? If you're telling me they're going to get somebody 24 years of college, okay, I'm in. But other than that.
Jordan Bell played as a rookie.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. We could have actually had that game. His career is over.
Murillo and Petaluma's got a question for Goo.
Not Amarillo.
Hey,
Murillo.
guys.
What's up,
Murillo,
baby?
what's up, buddy?
What's up, guys? Sorry for calling back to back, but I love the conversation. Go. Well, first of all, before I drop the question, I just finished watching the conversation between Kerr and Draymond. I'm sorry, guys. Didn't feel any indication that Draymond is not going to come back. And I agree with you, Steiny. Joe is a businessman, or agree with JD, but
nice.
I think Draymond controls the today. I don't think he's going to find a better option than $27 million for next season, and he's going to opt in. However, and how he plays the season is going to determine how much he gets on the rear end of that. That's just my point on Draymond.
You think Murillo? You think Draymond's coming back on the 1-year deal?
Oh, Murillo.
I think he does. And the thing that I mentioned to guys yesterday, relationships and trust. There's a big part, and from what I heard, his words about Joe. I don't know, guys. I think there's an element of trust between Joe and Draymond that gets pushed under the carpet because of the things under the rug because of the things Draymond does. But I don't think it's so assuming to say that Joe Lacob is done with Draymond Green.
I have no idea what that relationship is like.
Well, Murillo, before we let you go, I'll tell you and Stoney and the listeners this. Bob Myers being so open about his relationship and everybody telling us what he has meant for Draymond Green, I do wonder and question the last time Dre and Joe have actually had a conversation. Like, I feel like there's a void, Steiny.
We don't know that.
No, because Joe always has to be the middleman to go get him and bring Draymond in. The way Draymond was talking to Steve Kerr on the podcast, I just thought to myself, not that it's bad blood, like I wonder how much he actually talks to Joe Lacob.
Well,
and if there
some owners don't talk to the players at all. Some players talk to the GM a lot, and owner too. Warren Moon. I don't know if you know who he is. He's a hell of a quarterback. He used to play for my Houston Oilers. We're the Houston Oilers.
You going Bump Phillips?
Houston Oilers. Houston Oilers. Number one.
Some said win.
The segment brought to you by calhope.org. That might have been another verse.
It's okay to feel stressed and
I don't watch him, to tell you the truth. He's right on pace. I think he throws 3 times a week. I do not sit and watch those. It's part of his process of getting back, and he's continuing right on the track he's always been on. No setbacks, and it's been very good so far.
All right, that was Kyle Shanahan talking about Brock Purdy, who's throwing on the side, apparently either on schedule or ahead of schedule. Our next guest, Hall of Famer, Warren Moon, great quarterback in his day. And Warren, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Hey, thanks for having me on, guys. How you doing today?
We're doing well. When it comes to the 49ers quarterback position right now, it looks like Brock Purdy's the number one. If he can get ready by week 1, they have Trey Lance, and they just brought in Sam Darnold. When you look at the 49ers, how do you view the quarterback position? Position of strength or weakness?
Well, it can be a strength, but I think whenever you have 3 quarterbacks and you don't know who your starter is going to be week 1, you don't have a quarterback. So I think there's a lot of questions surrounding the 49ers at that quarterback spot. And, Brock Purdy being the biggest question right now because of that injury, and you don't want to have an injury to your throwing arm if you're a quarterback, and that's what he has right now. So we don't know when he will be ready for the season, how much practice he'll get beforehand, if he gets any preseason games to get ready for the season. Trey Lance is still a guy who's unproven. He only has, I think, 4 or 5 starts in his career. And then Sam Darnold is a guy who started in this league. I think he has over 30 starts, but hasn't had a whole lot of success. So there's a lot of questions at that position, and that's a very vital position in the NFL today.
Warren, like you, I got a family, I got a wife, kids, and, I need to put the phone down. I'm just on social media a little too much, and sometimes it gets to me. And I say that to say is, my partner and I were just talking about the tradition and the history of quarterbacks that get drafted where Trey Lance got drafted. And I got to tell you, Warren, Brock Purdy was incredible. Nobody saw Lance getting hurt, and he comes in. But I keep reading all these tea leaves and these stories and these prominent announcers talking about, Trey could get traded. They should trade Trey. And Warren, I'm a black man. I told my partner, and I wasn't ashamed of it. The other day, I felt like there was a race element in the sense that how can you move mountains like the Niners did and be so quick to get off of Trey Lance? Now, they didn't say that. They haven't done that, the organization. But the stuff that I was reading from fans and the stuff that I hear every day on our show, the energy was just a bit different. But can you speak to, you saw what the Niners did to get Trey Lance. Wouldn't it be too soon to not find out what Trey Lance is going to be? And don't you owe that to the organization? And before you answer, my partner was like, you know what? Maybe he ain't doing it in practice. I'm like, I don't care if he's not. We have to see it, the public, on the field, right?
Well, that's just the culture we live in today. It's called a recency bias. And who's ever doing the best job for you right now in your face, that's who everybody wants to go with. And he was the flavor of the week, Trey Lance, when he first came out, and everybody was in love with him. And then he gets hurt, and you start forgetting about him. And then Brock Purdy comes on the scene and takes off and does very well right off the bat. And now all of a sudden, who is Trey Lance? Because this is the most recent guy giving us success. We don't need Trey Lance anymore because we have a guy. So that's kind of how the way things go in our society today, and that's just something you have to get used to. I think if you look at it every week in the NBA, there's a best player in the world, whoever has the biggest game that week. Mm-hmm. So that's just the way sports are analyzed. But I think organizations look at it a little bit differently. I think they, like you said, they moved heaven and earth to get Trey Lance with all the draft picks and things that they gave up. And I don't think they want to give up on him this quickly. And I also think they see his potential in practice, even though he hasn't gotten to the stage where they think he can be the penciled-in starter. So he's still got time. This is a young man. I think he's only, 23, 24 years old. He's got a lot of years left ahead of him. So we'll just have to wait and see how that whole thing plays out. But, yeah, you can't go by what social media says or what the public says or what even the media says. You got to go by what the organization is talking about and how they view Trey Lance and what they think about him as the future quarterback for the 49ers.
Warren Moon joining us on 95.7 The Game, Hall of Fame quarterback. Do you make anything of the 49ers bringing Sam Darnold in?
Well, I think they have to just look at, depth. They have to look at experience. Say if Brock Purdy isn't ready to start the season, they're going into the season with Trey Lance, who doesn't have a lot of starts or experience, and then I don't know who the fourth guy would be. So yeah, I think they would bring in a Sam Darnold because they're bringing in somebody that they probably liked when he came out in the draft, didn't get to have a chance to draft him, but they've liked what they've seen over the years and feel like he fits into what they do best offensively, and he brings them some experience. So it makes a lot of sense that they brought him in. If they didn't bring somebody in, then everybody would be saying, well, what happens if Trey Lance gets hurt again and Brock Purdy's not available? So you have to bring in an experienced guy just to cover yourself for all the other things that might go wrong.
Warren, I got a lot of fans because they listen to the show, and my partner knows you're my favorite quarterback of all time. I say that at every turn, the way you spin the ball and all that you accomplish. But I got to ask you this. Last year's Super Bowl was the Chiefs and Eagles, first time two black quarterbacks, started the Super Bowl. We know you had to start your journey in the CFL. When you look at college, and I know not so much with the black head coaches in the NFL and ownership, that's a different story, but are you proud at what you see now with so many black quarterbacks in the NFL?
I really am, and I know I played a small part in that with the success that I had in the league because I think it opened up the eyes of owners and general managers and coaches that we could play this game at a high level. And, with Doug Williams winning a Super Bowl, I think in '88, and Randall Cunningham, the way he played when I was playing in the '80s and early '90s, and also myself, it showed by our play that, hey, these guys can play the game at a high level. And you started to see more guys get drafted higher in the draft, and they went on to becoming number one overall picks. And now you see what the game has evolved into. So, yeah, I'm very proud to see what happened in Super Bowl Sunday. I was a little disappointed that it took that long for it to happen, but it did happen. And the more power to these guys because they're being paid well. They're being some of the highest paid players in the league. They're being highly endorsed, and they're using their voices for doing a lot of positive things like social justice and things like that. So I'm very proud of the way these guys are carrying themselves and the way they're playing on the field.
Warren Moon joining us on 95.7 The Game. Warren, and I don't know if this will have a racial component to it, but I'm looking at Geno Smith more like in this day and age. We've got Trey Lance down here, and now he's 2-3 years in, and it's decision time. Can he play in the NFL or can't he play in the NFL? How do you explain Geno Smith? 2 years into the league, everybody probably thought the guy can't play, hung around, and now he's the quarterback who he is. Is he a rule? Is he an exception? How do you explain that?
I think he's a guy that just stayed at it, and I think everybody always appreciated and identified his physical talent. When he came out, as a second rounder out, I think West Virginia, everybody knew that he could play the game, but I think he was a little immature when he came into the league. He got into some scuffles with some teammates with the Jets when he came in and rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. Some guys just aren't that mature when they come into the National Football League. Some guys are more mature than others. But I think from him playing behind a Eli Manning with the Giants, playing behind a Phillip Rivers with San Diego, playing behind Russell Wilson, for 3 years here in Seattle, he got a chance to see what it takes to be a professional and what you have to do in order to prepare and how you handle yourself. And I think over that period of time to go along with his physical talent, it all came together. And I think Pete Carroll saw that, and that's why he made him his starter last year, and Geno delivered. So I think a lot of it has to go to Geno for not giving up and not getting down on himself, but just keep staying at the process and then learning from the guys that he was playing behind. And I think that's why he's having success today.
Hey, Warren, we're here in the Golden State Warrior country, and Steph Curry, some say revolutionize the game. I say that, but when I watch him, Warren, and I watch him shoot, I'm like, you know what, that's different. And that takes me back to Patty Mahomes, who played the Super Bowl on a bum ankle, won the Super Bowl. But, Pat, do you think we take him for granted, just how good Patrick Mahomes is?
Yeah, I think we really do. They're always trying to compare or put somebody ahead of him, but there's nobody better than him in the game right now, and he continually proves it each and every year. What has he been to 5 straight AFC championship games? He's been to 3 Super Bowls. He's won 2 Super Bowls. This is all within his first 5-6 years in the league. So he's not even hit his prime yet, and he's done all of these different things. The guy's just always does something in a game that amazes me as far as how he's able to get a ball off, how he's able to see a receiver, the platforms that he can throw the football from with accuracy and velocity on the football. So he's the best quarterback in the league right now. We do tend to take people for granted because they are the best, and we're always looking for somebody to knock them off. That's kind of the way this society works.
Seattle got something cooking up there, Warren?
Uh-oh.
Beg your pardon?
The Seattle Seahawks, they got something cooking up there?
They really do. I'm really impressed with what they've been able to do this offseason. You know, they brought back Bobby Wagner, who was a mainstay here. He's going to be a Hall of Famer one day. They brought back Jaron Reed, another guy they had success with on their defense. They brought in a kid, Mario Edwards. So I think they boosted up their defense, which is what they needed to do, because that offense, the way they played last year, they were an offense that could have went deep into the playoffs. And now they bring in the kid from Ohio State, Jackson Smith, Naingma, I think that's the way you pronounce it, and that just gives them another weapon to go with Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf. So this is a really, really good football team. Kenneth Walker came on late last year, and he's going to be a mainstay as their bell cow running back. So this is going to be a really good Seahawks football team in this division. And the thing that gives them the edge over everybody right now is they have stability at the quarterback position. They're bringing back an all-pro quarterback where nobody else in the division can say that at that position right now.
Warren, my late mother, she loved mystery movies and novels. That was her thing, mystery. So I got to ask this before you get off. The Denver Broncos gave Russell Wilson, who I thought was in the fast lane to the Hall of Fame, $245 million. He was the former quarterback. You saw him every game. Can I ask you, Warren, what has happened? What is going on with Russell Wilson? Because we don't know.
Well, I think he tried to be something last year that he wasn't, more of a pocket passer. And what has made Russell special over the 10, 11 years of his career was his ability to get outside the pocket and make things happen, and then play action passes, throwing the ball down the field. I think he wanted to be more of a Drew Brees type of passer, and I think that's what they tried to incorporate into the offense in Denver, and that's just not his strength. One, because of his size, you have to have some size in order to see the whole field if you're going to be in the pocket. And Russell's only about 5'10", and he had a lot of trouble sometimes seeing in the middle of the football field. So I think they're going to get back to what he does best. I think you'll see Sean Payton do that, getting more out on the edge, getting more out on the move, a lot more play action, and he'll make sure that the middle part of the pocket is a little bit more stable for him as far as the guard and center position. So he'll have that vision when he does have to throw in the middle of the field. And I think Russell will get back to being who Russell Wilson was. I think it was a down year for him. He has a tremendous amount of pride. He's a hard worker, and I think he'll be much better this year than he was last year.
Warren Moon, thank you so much for joining us as always. Really appreciate it.
All right, guys, no problem. Have a great day now.
All righty, Warren Moon, Hall of Famer. You better watch out for those Seahawks, Niners. You better be careful.
You got me thinking about Geno, though, Stoney. We threw him out to pasture.
I didn't.
But you never knew he was going to rise.
No, I actually thought.
Dude, it's like.
During those lean years, I thought, you know what? I like Seattle for Geno Smith.
Boy, you ready for the improv.
I felt like if Geno Smith got to Seattle,
Evan, what am I going to do with your boy? Man. But Trey Lance going to get a chance.
Don't let Seattle win that Thanksgiving game.
Yeah, you better not let Seattle win that division.
And quietly, they were winning the playoff game against the Niners at half.
Yeah, it's at 4 quarters most teams play
it's
in football and the NBA.
I'm not missing that part. I'm just letting you know they were formidable. I'm just telling you that.
Bottom line is if a team doesn't beat another team 49-0, good chance the other team had a great shot to win it in Guzman.
You know where I'm going is
I don't know.
Willard and Dibbs, when we did the changeover the other day, we were talking about the state of the NFC West and the quarterbacks, but we got to do some Rodney Dangerfield for Geno. Put some respect on his name. Throws a nice spiral. He's got some weapons. DK Metcalf. Lockett. I can't wait for Niners Seattle.
Oh, yeah, 5-1-0. What do you mean, ha, 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 the Seahawks? They're a playoff team.
The Seahawks.
That's nobody calls him that. There's one guy who calls him that.
Who is that?
Chris Townsend. Remember him?
Townsend. I talked to him the other day. Yeah, he checks in on your boy. Poor John.
Is he worried about you?
He got enough to be worried about what that baseball he has to watch every day.
Talking about. They're going to win 45 games this year.
Dude, do you know
what's your point?
I'm going to stop. Okay, I asked a 10-minute question. Come on, guys, grow up. I got long-winded. That was my hero. I know the clock was ticking. That's not what you were about to go to, were you?
Well, I don't know how we're going to set it up.
Oh, Evan,
whether it's going to be now or down the line.
Evan.
It was a great question, Goo.
Yeah, but
I know you had to explain everything.
Yeah.
It was
because I feel like I'm talking to him at the bar.
Is it a record?
Oh, you guys, man.
It's about 1:28.
Oh, that's not a record.
No, that is a record. I thought the record was 122.
No, 146. It's 148, 146. It ain't by me either. I'm not ready to hear that right now. How about we play it before we get out of here?
Okay.
Yeah,
1-2-2.
Because that's my guy, and you guys going to do. I knew you were up to. I said, uh-oh.
I didn't say a word. It just started. Yeah,
sometimes
just started
you got to explain. You know, I didn't.
Yeah, it just started. I just started taking notice after
people
63 seconds.
60, please. You get long-winded sometimes.
Not like that.
Wow.
Not like that.
Wow.
You just intro Warren Moon as great quarterback back in the day.
He was. Hall of Fame quarterback.
You didn't say that the first time.
See, I was so locked in.
That's called being succinct. The opposite of what Guru's question was. Good, it's fine.
Both sides of the same.
Got a little tongue-tied with your guy. He's your hero. Did you ever know that you were my hero?
Bette Midler. God, she was great.
Was it her?
What you mean? I just said it was. I don't have to fact check my work.
I don't know who it was.
Evan.
All I said was
going in on his boy today. I didn't like that drop. Play it again, Evan. I do. Wow. Warren Moon, Stoney.
Here, let's. We played this at the beginning of the Moon segment. Let's play this, and Guru will respond.
I don't watch him, to tell you the truth. He's right on pace. He has, I think he throws 3 times a week. I do not sit and watch those. It's part of his process of getting back, and he's continuing right on the track he's always been on. No setbacks, and it's been very good so far.
Goo, how can Shanahan not even be watching?
No, because he's
not even watching.
Because I'm telling you, Stoney, I've come to see the light.
Oh,
they're going to report back to him. There's no red siren. He probably will be ready. I'm talking about Brock Purdy week 1. Because, again, when I read that story about how I was going off the ranch in regard to the whole reconstruction of the elbow, he didn't have that surgery. So that's why Kyle's letting the experts do what they do, report back to him. By all accounts, and I'm telling Trey Lance this if he's listening, man, if he's ready to go, you better hope last year was a fluke, those 8 games and the 3 playoff games, but I don't think they were because everything around Brock Purdy or any quarterback for the Niners is golden. I mean, man, it's hard not to look good. So I'm telling Trey, if you get an opportunity and somehow I'm wrong and there's a delay, Stoney, and Brock's not ready and it's Darnold and Trey, I think Trey wins that even if Darnold was a slightly bit better because of what Warren talked about and what I asked him.
Yeah.
The mountains that were moved to bring Trey Lance in here.
Yeah.
Number 5.
Got it. I don't know who's going to play for the Niners. I just want Kyle to play the best quarterback on the roster.
And he, in your opinion, you're my partner, he didn't do that last year. Well, he had no choice. Jimmy wasn't ready.
Okay. All right. No, I do.
Because remember, you said they called him in and told the OGs, hey, I'm going to run with Trey Lance.
We got to play the quarterback who stinks.
Like,
and they said,
whatever the verbiage was.
We'll run through a wall for you, Kyle.
I'll pull it out. Yeah. Well, he got hurt week 2.
Here's more timeline talk.
We're taking it very slowly. It's not like you just jump out and push stuff. You're only supposed to throw on this date at this percentage, this many yards, and then you do a couple days later. And if you stay on track, it should heal the right way. And right now, everything's right on track, and so we don't go I don't ask 3 weeks ahead. You just keep trying to stay on that trajectory.
Wow.
Kyle, what about these timetables? You getting sick of them?
I know we want updates. I totally get it, but there are none. So I can make something up, but there are none. It's like just the next day of working out and rehabbing, and I don't get true involved in that. See him in the meetings, talk to him about football and stuff like that. Things, what will happen when he's healthy, and we're just waiting for him to get healthy.
I can make something up.
Gotta love Kyle.
Why does he always sound out of breath?
That is the one, Evan. Like, could he hoop? Or would he be
bet Kyle
winded?
Shanahan, I bet he's a pretty good little pickup basketball player.
You know what? I don't doubt
receiver in
that
college.
either. You're right.
Yeah, I know.
But why does he have matching tattoos with Phil Sims' son, Chris?
Hook 'em horns.
They got the hook. Yeah. I would never get the same tattoo as you, even if we were on the same team.
Yeah, do you guys get matching tattoos? Steiny and Goo matching tattoos?
With your face, my face? Yeah. Please.
No.
Could you have felt how awkward is that?
You're kind of bothering me right now. I don't know why.
Well, you're out of here at 2 today. You're in a good
surprise. We got to talk about your guy who quit on last season. How much is this Debo Samuel thing?
Oh, dude, this
is everybody's favorite. This is
You wanna
everybody's
save it for the other
favorite.
side?
Yeah, I was just going to say that,
wait,
Evan.
one more time.
You want to save it for the other side?
We can save it for the other side.
We're up against it.
We're actually not. We still have 2
Well,
minutes.
for that to play and then to
We
do
don't
it justice.
Let's see. Basically, I always like to keep people abreast of me and the way I'm feeling. And I put out this tweet yesterday. If you're a listener, you don't. This is no new information, but my 2 broad takes on the 49ers and the Golden State Warriors. The quarterback position for San Francisco, it doesn't phase it. It's going to work itself out. It just is. Purdy's either going to be ready for week 1 or he won't be, and Trey Lance starts the season, and then let's see what happens. That'd be fun. As for the Warriors, a broad take. Ready to start transitioning. I'm ready to start moving off the core.
Wow.
That's my 2 broad takes, and
I saw it.
I know. You'll try to say, hot take Jake. But really, they're thought out takes. Good call with Cespedes, the Cespedes trade.
That got me. I loved him, Steiny.
Was that in the middle of their run?
The middle.
Okay,
It made no sense.
No, I know it was in the middle of the year. Was it their last playoff appearance?
No.
See? So that you get my point, is even though they made a bad trade that year, they came back next year in the playoffs again.
Oh, well, sorry. No, they did not make the
wrong?
playoffs in 2015, but they tore it down at the end of 2014.
Okay, so that may have been the first Jenga piece to be pulled.
And not that he went up and lit the world on fire. His career just, remember, messed up both ankles. Cespedes. It was never good for him once he left.
He was an exciting player while he was here. No
and
doubt
that
about
place
it.
was packed. With Brandon Moss.
Wasn't packed.
Steiny, the day games. The Ranger game that I was at where they ran down the Rangers and won the AL West.
That was
it
the
was
last
packed.
weekend of the season.
Yeah, but it was packed.
No,
they got hot before that, Steiny.
But you can't say the Coliseum was packed. Not every night.
Well,
They didn't
Cespedes, he was like, he wasn't
We'll go
Ricky
back.
Henderson, but he was, man.
No,
he had
wasn't.
an arm.
Oh, Murillo's back, and he's got a question for you. We can get that.
You
to
get
that.
to call twice?
Yeah, he's got a question for you. In fact, Evan said, we might open up the phone lines for questions for Goo. And if you have a
nobody ran this by me.
Yeah, no. Gotta go.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA Midsummer Days. We're celebrating with lots.
this is where I'm growing, man. The puberty is real.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. I guess this has to be the Matt Steinmetz is a jerk portion of the show. Sometimes it happens more than once. Yeah, the A's have drawn over $2 million once in the last 18 years. So they don't. While they've had games that have been sold out, the place was never like packed.
Well, compared to what it is now, the A's fans came out doing that run.
Yeah, average about 22,000 a night.
I mean, that's like a sellout to
well,
huh? And I was at that game where Donaldson dropped that ball. It shook.
I believe you're talking not about Donaldson. You're talking about the guy with the drug problem that I can't remember his name.
Well, thank
Josh
you.
Hamilton.
Well, thank you, guys.
Boy, was he a talent.
How did you know that?
Because I remember the game, too.
Yeah.
He dropped the fly ball.
Booger sugar.
What does that mean?
Coke.
Never heard that? You said he had a problem.
Nose candy?
Looks like Murillo has a question for Guru. I'll bet he can ask it in less than a minute and 28 seconds. Hey, Murillo, how are you?
Hey, guys, I'm sorry. It seems like I got squeezed by the side there.
Oh, go ahead, baby.
So my question is, Guru, you say it very often that you're from the Union, right? From the streets of the U. So, and you played ball, I assume, in the street. So I ask you a question. There's a point I want to make. Alpha male basketball players, they don't take mass. They don't take some stuff. And I want to ask you, is there anything that Jordan Poole might have said to Draymond Green on that interaction that warned him a punch?
And
I know the punch is inexcusable, but is there anything that a man should never say to a man's face?
You know what? I love the question.
Thanks for taking another call. Thank you.
No doubt. I love the question, and no. Because this is not the streets. This is your job. This is your organization. You are supposed to be Jordan Poole's OG, his vet, and to go knock a dude out or damn near knock him out, knowing that energy is not coming back. That was the whack part of it too. But Steiny, you've said stuff to where I wanted to give you a psh, psh, but you know what?
What is that?
Oh, right,
Is
left.
that gun? Oh,
No,
I thought that was gunplay.
I ain't Ja. Now they're saying the Ja gun was a toy gun. But anyway, Steiny, I would never do it because of the ramifications. Dre did it because he could, and he got away with it.
You're a little light in the A now. So you better be
Stop
careful.
it. Dude, my weigh-in Saturday.
I can't wait.
I can tell the belt already. It ain't.
I can't wait.
It ain't bacon, you know?
I had a good day yesterday.
Now, you shocked Evan and I. You can tell the people why you had a good day. Because I didn't. When we do stuff, we share it while we're going through it.
Oh.
You're a matter of fact. You know?
No. What is that?
If we go to I'm going my single days. We go to the club.
Okay.
We're on the ride home. How many numbers you get? Oh, I got 7. I think 11 was my record. I got 6. I'll say it to my guys right then and there. Rutherford would always wait a week or two later. Hey, who's that you're with? Oh, yeah, you remember her from the club. You didn't tell anybody you got to, you know what I mean? So I don't like that. Yeah. And then I had a friend, Palmer. We would eat. We were roommates.
Oh.
And I'd eat my meal down. He would wait till I was done. And then he would eat later. And I always thought that was weird. Like, dude, so now I got to watch you eat. Why didn't you eat while I was eating? But that was his thing. You're like that. Why didn't you share with us what you were doing while you were doing it? Why did we get it at nighttime?
Because I didn't know I was doing it when I was doing it. I woke up yesterday morning.
Yeah.
And I had one of those little things from the company kitchen. By the way, company kitchen making a comeback.
What did you have out of there?
I like one of those little croissant things, about 350.
With sausage in it?
No. Oh, that's what I bring from home.
I got you. All right.
Which I did today. But no, I had a little breakfast yesterday, like a little small bagel with cheese on it, and that's all I had to eat yesterday. To eat. That's all I had.
No, dude, you're killing it. But you look good. You're good.
Well,
I need face and stomach loss.
Okay.
Yep.
And we're on your side.
Okay, just whatever. Stop.
Oh, sure.
We're gonna do it once and once only. Evan, play the minute 28 because it's hanging over my head. No, it's me.
No, I know, but they're not ready.
Oh, okay. All right.
Evan's not in there right now.
Good.
Hopefully, he's not getting reprimanded.
Man, that's the first thing I thought. Spadoni in there?
Well, so if you think you're going to be ready, I'll set it up.
I want Evan
then.
to be in there.
He's not ready.
Okay,
they're not ready.
Right.
It was so long a question. It's probably going to take a
Dude,
segment
the
or two.
record's like a minute 48 from I won't say who.
I think there's a new record.
Minute 28.
Kind of like Eddie Murphy. I think there's a new sheriff in town.
Hammond.
Nick Nolte. There is something that I do want to talk about with the Warriors, and it's Andre Iguodala. And I want you to hear me out here. And
Take your time.
If you care, you can respond. If you don't care, you can respond or not. But I've been really giving this a lot of thought. And I'm not anything I say here, I would be prepared to say to him. And I would love to have a conversation.
That's how I do our show.
With him.
Well,
Well,
I like
don't.
you saying that.
Well, you operate oftentimes out of fear. I don't, because I've been in the business.
Get that
All right,
F
before
out
I
of this
before I
thing.
tell you about Andre Iguodala, get your stopwatches out, everybody. This was Daryl the Guru's question to Warren Moon, which right now we believe has broken the record for the longest question, if it was one, ever asked. Take a listen.
Warren, like you, I got a family, I got a wife, kids, and, I need to put the phone down. I'm just on social media a little too much, and sometimes it gets to me. And I say that to say is, my partner and I were just talking about the tradition and the history of quarterbacks that get drafted where Trey Lance got drafted. And I got to tell you, Warren, Brock Purdy was incredible. Nobody saw Lance getting hurt, and he comes in. But I keep reading all these tea leaves and these stories and these prominent announcers talking about, Trey could get traded. They should trade Trey. And Warren, I'm a black man. I told my partner, and I wasn't ashamed of it. The other day, I felt like there was a race element in the sense that how can you move mountains like the Niners did and be so quick to get off of Trey Lance? Now, they didn't say that. They haven't done that, the organization. But the stuff that I was reading from fans and the stuff that I hear every day on our show, the energy was just a bit different. But can you speak to, you saw what the Niners did to get Trey Lance. Wouldn't it be too soon to not find out what Trey Lance is going to be? And don't you owe that to the organization? And before you answer, my partner was like, you know what? Maybe he ain't doing it in practice. I'm like, I don't care if he's not. We have to see it, the public, on the field, right? I told
Hold
the
on,
man
hold
not
on,
to
hold
answer.
on. I just finished my taxes.
Dude, that's a
Looks like I'm getting a refund this year.
I told him don't answer. Hold on, I got more. Yeah. But that is not the record. I stand by that.
I think, what's the new
record's
record?
like 140 at 146.
Produce it.
I gotta find Ernie Chavez. Ernie, find it for me. Good God. He need to know I had a family and kids.
650. I made lunch and ate it before Goof finished his question. That's Oscar in East Palo Alto. 415. Boy, there's a lot there. 650 saying that's a dissertation. And then the 415 just said OMG.
Yeah. Somebody said,
good Lord, that was longer than most crossovers.
Our very own Bonta Hill with an OMG.
Where was that? Hey, Bonte, help me.
Yeah.
God. Did I tell him my address? I almost off of my timeline. I'll send him a text. Warren, I appreciate you hanging in there. Warren.
Will it be as long as the question?
Dude, man. Yeah.
We can.
I thought I was doing a segment with him.
I can help you.
I
with that
forgot
kind of
about
stuff.
you, and that's what happened. I thought I was doing a segment with him. So it was Warren and I just diarrhea. Yeah.
Warren and me.
Rick James, you and I.
Yeah, but he uses it in a different way. Don't tell me about Rick James' first concert.
I do like that you had that.
Thank you.
But the title's you and I.
Okay. Oh, anyway.
Devontae OMG got to me.
How would you assess your season last year?
Oh, it was awful. It was awful.
Oh. In what way?
Every aspect.
I hit a button. We'll get
That's
back
an
to
error.
him. That's Debo Samuel. And we can get to him. Because he's another one of your guys who clearly doesn't have the commitment that a true pro does. Anyway.
You're talking about all pro Debo Samuel.
Last year?
No, in his career.
Yeah, well, that's right. Okay, so this is about Andre Iguodala, and Jordan Poole's a big part of it. And I was thinking about this. Andre Iguodala, his role as a mentor, and why they kept him on the team, and the fact that he was supposedly helping, working with Kuminga and Jordan Poole. And I was thinking about this, about the kind of person and player Iguodala has been. And the one thing about Iguodala that I've always believed, especially the last 10 years, is he's pretty cynical. And he's also a player who is very much about kind of getting what you can get out of, getting everything you can get out of the business of the NBA. He's about getting paid. He's about not letting organizations take advantage of you. He's about player empowerment. He's the guy who got traded to Memphis and said, yeah, I'm not going. So when I think about Jordan Poole, and Iguodala has a relationship with Jordan Poole, I have no doubt that Iguodala, for years, was talking to Jordan Poole about being a pro and how to get better as a player. And if he does get better, it's about getting paid, this, that, and the other thing. And I really think that Iguodala, some of Iguodala's stuff rubbed off on Jordan Poole. One of them is the importance of that first bag. And I think that had I think
which he earned.
I think right. But I think Iguodala really put the bag in his head and influenced the way Jordan Poole viewed his role, the league, all that kind of stuff. And I also think that because Iguodala was a mentor to Poole, like he's taught Poole to be aloof almost, or your own entity. Yeah, you're on the Warriors,
a brand,
but it's still about you. So, long story short, with Iguodala is he the best suited veteran to mentor a young player when you know how cynical Iguodala is and how a little bit mercurial and about how much he is about taking care of yourself.
All I can say to that, Stoney, is that's how you feel. I don't know, but I'll say this. Jordan Poole was focused on the bag, I believe, like every other athlete, with or without Andre. What I'm focused on is what Bob Myers told us on the executive show many of times, and it was the role and importance of behind the scenes and bringing these guys together if there was ever a rift. I'm ad-libbing, but damn. So when somebody brings up Andre Iguodala now, to me, I'm disappointed because you couldn't fix. You couldn't even bring these guys closer. And I'm talking about Poole and Dre. So that to me showed me, okay, then everything Bob said, and only Bob would know, up until that point, it was all good. But to me, it was a disaster, Andre, because you let this go on and you were on the bench every game and you couldn't fix this. Some might be saying, Goo, that's not right. That ain't fair. But damn it, that was his job,
so
Steiny. Not about the bag part.
Oh, you don't think he?
I believe Jordan Poole had his sights on the bag with or without Andre.
Well, he didn't have his sights on the bag first year.
Oh no. Well, his game wasn't where it was at.
Exactly. So he started getting better, and Iguodala started putting stuff into his ear.
But and some people can say, great point to you on that. I'm not saying you're wrong, but do you take points away from Andre from my standpoint of he didn't bridge that gap between the young player and old player?
I've said that before.
Dude, that's
he was the mentor of Kuminga and Poole.
That was the assignment.
Okay. Yeah, I said that. And I mean,
like, that hurts me. Like, I don't ever want to hear what he means or what he stands for. And I know he did good stuff, Stoddy, but miss me. This is when they needed you. And you were, quote unquote, a brother. And not race. You were a brother. You were a player. So you know what it is. You know what it takes. Meyer never played. He told us that. And you couldn't bridge that gap? And you know what, Murillo? Shame on Murillo for and the people like Murillo, Willard. I'm going to get to him when we get him. What could Jordan have said for you to deserve that?
I don't know.
There's nothing, Matt.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Yo, mama? Come on, man.
Come on.
There's nothing, Matt.
I disagree. There could be something. It's like when people say, oh, you would never hit a woman. Yes, I would.
What?
I would absolutely hit a woman if the woman had a gun to my mom's head. See? That's like what I'm getting at. Wouldn't you? Like I just, that's the English in me. It's like, well, does that go 100% of the time? No, it doesn't go 100% of the time. So, as for Iguodala,
Ted Biasi on YouTube is saying now we're blaming Iggy.
Nobody's blaming Iggy. What did he do,
I'm blaming everybody, but Iggy's a big part of it because I'm looking at what I thought this culture was about. And if there was a riff, when was the last riff between two players on the Warriors during this whole run outside of Durant and Draymond? There hasn't been. To me, none I know about.
Let me think.
I know why you think. I'm just saying the one we all know about is two that played out in front of the world. And you know what gets me? You know what really gets me? For the people saying, oh, I'm coming at Dre or I'm wrong, we actually tried to find who leaked the video.
Who did?
The people, the Warriors, they wanted to know who leaked the video. That means nothing to Jordan Poole and his face. To the outside looking in, that's what y'all worried about? Who leaked the video? What you should be worried about is what went down. Nothing to me, Matt, supersedes that. And there were times in conversations about, and from the Warriors, how that video got leaked. Rather than how do we fix this young man because he's wrecked. Well, and come playoff time, he won't be the same.
See, I don't think it's fair to say something like they cared more about the leaking of the video than what happened. We don't know that. They said they wanted to find out who leaked the video. I get.
Matt, there was no suspension. And there's not a person walking this earth that thinks that was the right choice. For whatever reason, Draymond got nothing.
See,
there was a press conference, and Draymond got nothing. Nothing.
Well, I disagree that everybody, I don't think everybody thinks he should have gotten suspended.
Wow. And you might be, wow.
And I know I could say, well, of course, Bob Meyer, but I do think there are people on the other side of that. Maybe not as many as I think. But all I'm saying is
too big.
All I'm saying is, what's that?
My heart is too big.
No, it's not.
I've never played in the NBA. I'm a part of a team here. I've been a part of teams and corporations. I know you don't. Well, you should know this with the restraint that I use every day dealing with you because it takes that. That's coming out in my book. But Steiny, I know I would never embarrass you, man. I would never put you, Evan, or Spadell. I'm not perfect.
You might if you make a mistake.
And I want to be I'll tell Nahegan, hey, do this to me. But if he doesn't tell me what's coming, this was foul. The non-suspending.
Most foul.
Bob Dylan. Take Draymond out of it. Said player A socks player B in practice that viciously and gets no suspension. That hijacked the season.
Yeah, Bob Dylan he put the song out a couple years ago. It's 17 minutes.
He's still doing it? I have not heard a new Bob Dylan song in forever and a day.
He's prolific. He puts out an album like every 9 months. He's a poet. He's a writer.
Well, what's his best album?
It's impossible to do.
But I could do that for Jay-Z.
Exactly.
And Drake.
You're answering all your own questions.
Stop it.
Anyway, he has a song called Murder Most Foul. It's 17 minutes.
Okay.
17
now
minutes.
Now that's old school.
Just a little longer than your question to Warren Moon.
Let me give you a 2. The other one was better. But damn,
can somebody please come at Guru right now?
for?
Oh, Robert in San Jose is going to answer the bell. Hey, Robert.
Thanks for taking my
Sure.
call.
Hey, Rob.
Guru. Guru, you make Jordan Poole sound like the most fragile player in the NBA. That he's mentally weak. That it's something that he can't get by. That a grown man shouldn't be able to get by, and that it ruined his season. That makes him sound so mentally weak and so fragile that I question whether a guy like that can ever be a big-time player in the NBA if you're that mentally weak.
Well, let me ask you this, and I respect your opinion. Don't hang up. Let me ask you this. When Jordan got the bag and he balled out last year, he showed you what he can do. This is not prison, man. This is not a prison yard. So for you to call and tell us about a grown man and how they should act after getting assaulted or socked in the face and for the world to see, just think about that after you hang up. Like, are you really putting yourself in Jordan Poole's shoes? I'm not acting like he's soft. That wrecked him.
Dude, have you never seen two guys in a playground on a basketball fight before?
I have.
Did they come back and say, "Oh my God, I can't play anymore"? No. A lot of times they were friends the next day. Or This is not the military where you're waiting for that guy's got to have your back to save your life. When you talk about trust, I'm trusting you to make the right basketball play. Whether that guy hits you or not shouldn't have any bearing on whether or not you make the right basketball play. It shouldn't have any bearing on whether or not you show up. Once you put your name on that contract, I'm expecting you to show up and ball out.
Okay.
Period.
Hey, that's fair. Don't let him go, Snotty. Let me just leave you with this one. Okay. I was just going to ask, do you think Jordan Poole had a bad season all because his basketball skills eroded, or was there something going on in the dome where opposing defense is saying that's why your teammate slapped you upside the head?
It's always, to me, a multitude of things. Okay. He got defended better. He wasn't himself after the punch. He regressed naturally, I think, for some. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. And we got a lot more to get into. We still have a lot of 49ers to talk about, but I see Father Time, I see Scott, I see Mike. If you want to jump into the conversation, we're open at 888-957-9570. And that segment was brought to you by calhope.org.
The days I think you complete me. Today's not one of them. The train is off the track, Jack.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, coming up at 1:30, we'll replay the longest
I'd say we're one and done. Calipari, it's not being played again.
Oh, it's not?
And if y'all try to play it again, we got problems.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Let me tell you who just texted me. The Godfather, not of soul.
Al Pacino. Robert De Niro.
Yeah, Lionel B. Steiny.
Brando.
The hell is he?
The Lionel. Come on, Steiny. You got this where you get your.
Evan, do you know who Lionel B is?
He's young.
Yeah, I do.
Who?
Thank you.
Shout out Bill Graham, Auditorium.
One of the biggest promoters in the Bay Area.
Lionel,
ever.
my man.
Okay. He texts me 1 word, 2 words.
Tickets?
That was long. And I ain't heard from him. Oh, remember when I got on stage? Give yourself a round of applause. I had some gas on my tongue. That was courtesy of Lionel B. But Tiny, you need to Google Lionel B. Too Short had him in his verses. Give yourself a round of applause. Yeah, boy.
That is Stephen A. Smith. That is not Guru. Let's see.
Lionel B. said, just to text, Tiny, I love you, Lionel. He said
Lionel Richie, Lionel Hollins,
B-E-A,
Lionel Trains,
Lionel B.
Lionel B.
P-E-A.
I see Lionel Barrymore.
Wow. Yeah, not Messi.
Okay. Well, anyway, thanks for listening, Lionel B.
He's the
Dead
man.
serious.
The Godfather, one of them of the Bay.
All right.
So we got Mark Ibanez, Sal, Lionel B, Radnich. We got to find him.
No, we don't. He's unfindable.
I want to fight.
He's unfindable.
Come in, sit in for an hour, Gary.
You don't understand a guy like Gary Radnich.
Divs or Bonte
because you don't have
to a show. Come
the
on
integrity that he has. That's the difference.
Now, you know that's a low blow. What do you mean integrity?
Well, I'll tell you. Gary Radnich was known for saying nobody cares. Right. He didn't take himself too seriously. He knows and knew at the time everybody was expendable. And so when he left, he said to himself, when I leave the business, I'm gone. I'm gone. No, listen again. I'm gone. I'm not going to be a boxer coming out of retirement. I'm not going to be Steve Carlton trying to go to 7 teams. See, that's where he's different than you.
Yeah.
He has integrity and can walk away with his head held high. He doesn't have to come weasel back.
He did it, though. I miss him. He had me on the show, Steiny.
Yeah.
Me
Everybody had to have you on your show. You knew how to get into those phone lines.
No, he had me in studio with 2 friends. One was a singer and the other ran track from 2 females. Maya and LaTanya. She was an R&B singer that I knew and also knew Maya. So we all rolled up there, had my Jeffries Inner Circle outfit on.
You get paid?
No.
Oh.
I got the VH1 video cassette. It was the first time I was on the mic. It was dope.
You didn't get paid for a TV appearance?
Well, it wasn't. It was Bay TV. It was simulcast. I went to his radio show.
Nevertheless.
Yeah, so no, I didn't get paid. It was pub.
Better not let unions find out about that.
The streets knew. I finished my shopping at Costco and had a hot dog in the food court during Guru's question.
Yeah, my buddy Derek says thank you. Made the trip to the printer worthwhile. You ready?
Yeah, what you got?
Father Time's in Napa. Hey, Father Time, how you doing?
You guys are blowing my mind and giving me goosebumps.
How?
How? So Dylan, like Murder Most Foul.
Yeah.
But I know maybe not in the demographic, but it is the history of America.
No doubt. It was a sad day.
I might check it. I will check it out.
One for Stevie Nicks.
Oh,
come on.
Yeah.
It is so good. Our country changed, and he nailed it. Best album, Blood on the Track. Done. Easy.
Blood on the Track?
America's Greatest Poet.
Thank you.
Oh, my gosh. Come on.
Well,
oh, yeah.
Hey,
all day, every
get
day.
off that snooze button.
For real.
I'll do a show with Father Time alone. I don't need y'all.
He's going to outwork you.
Is this The Sopranos or your boy?
I got screamed at. as a 10-year-old backstage. I had hippie parents who were connected to the dead. Backstage at Henry J. Kaiser, Bill Graham screamed at me for eating all the Haagen-Dazs. It was Jerry's. Enough of that.
I don't
Enough of that. So Warriors, man, we've been talking about this for 9 months. Talk about the topic that just gives and gives and gives to Sports Talk Radio. You guys know the theory here that 2 things can feel like they're opposing but both be true. You know, Jordan Poole got destroyed in front of the world, and it wasn't really about what happened. It was really about back of the house. He didn't get the support from his teammates.
Man.
And that's what happened. The psychology of a young person is like tough these days, really tough, pretty weird as somebody who has younger adult children. Secondly, I don't want to live in the past. I would much more prefer on sports team to be excited about the future. I think that the Warriors, Steinmetz, you would know this, and Guru probably too. There's not a team that has ever won a championship with their three best players, let's call them Steph, Clay, and Draymond, who are over 33, 34, 35. It's never happened. So Warriors fans, wake it up and think about what it means to compromise your history. Guru, you're absolutely right. Bill Walsh would cut ties before destroying his team for 3 or 4 more years. And that's a fact, Jack, because we're in a precarious situation. Whether the Nuggets win or not, those guys are ascending. And the Warriors, Steph Curry is not, that guy's a miracle. He's the sun. We revolve around him. He may get better. He may blow our minds. I would never doubt him.
Father.
Draymond Green's not getting better.
Father, I'm going to send you out on this just because you're my guy. Don't let him listen to this.
This is a first.
'Twas a dark day in Dallas, November 63. That's the start of an 17 minutes song.
You told him to hold for that? I thought you were going to actually play the song.
It's 17 minutes.
Part of
it's longer than your question.
I'm going to listen to it. But Blood on the Track, that's like gangster rap stuff.
Well, I said he was the first rapper.
Murder Was the Case, Snoop Dogg's Donnie.
I remember that. I totally remember that.
Let me throw something to you.
Please.
And the guys in the back.
Please do.
Going Prince Rogers Nelson. Sign of the times.
Would have been his 65th birthday today.
You got to be kidding me. And is that fact? Make who? I'm not following the right people on social media because that should have been the first thing that popped up on my timeline. Happy birthday, Prince. Who outside of Steph Curry are you excited about? My answer, I'll go first, Jordan Poole. What if he gets traded? Then what do you have? Who are you excited on this Golden State Warrior team not named Steph Curry? Who's the second? It's either Poole or Kuminga. That's it. And we're talking about possibly packaging them two up. Come on, man. You think Joe's going to give Dre that 3 for 90?
There's a lot of, there's so many times you ask me that, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he's giving him 3 for 90. To me, that sounds high. But 75 for 3 sounds high to me, too, even though I know it's not. But Tom Petty, it's time to move on. Time to get going.
No, that's free fall.
Okay. Yeah. Jeffrey's in Albany. He wants to get into some psychology.
This is the right show.
What's up, Jeffrey?
Not a doctor.
Hey, Jeff.
Hi. Yeah. I wanted to make 4 points. It's all about the team psychology. Father Time made the first one, which was totally disrespected by the team leader. And who had his back? The coach complaining about a leak like the former president of the U.S. It's not.
Hey, Jeff, you got to call back. You got a bad connection, but I'm open to your 4 points. Basically, he said they didn't have Jordan Poole's back.
Yeah.
And
it was almost like, Stouty, I know from an organizational standpoint they want to define the leak, but for that to be public, if I'm Jordan Poole, that's what y'all worried about? Even if you were, kind of keep that up. Come on now.
Comcast Business Text Line 510. Steiny, can we get a shout-out, RIP for the Iron Sheik? Yeah, I've already given him one. I'll give him another one.
Where was he originally from?
He's the Gamote.
Middle East. He was such a great heel / villain that he was loved. Kind of. He was
Irish? Wow.
The Iron Sheik.
Yeah. I saw the boss tweeting. I told you.
Yeah. Gosh. I think I am. You know what I'm going to put? I was thinking about this. On my Twitter and LinkedIn bio, I am going to start putting wrestling expert. Seriously. I don't know that I've ever come across.
All right, well, tell me about the Junkyard Dog.
What do you want to know?
How good was he?
He was all right. You could not take him lightly, but he was beatable. He was he was a guy who probably was a little over 500 with his record, but he was never a threat to beat one of the big boys.
Wow.
Ever.
How do you grade a wrestler?
Oh, my gosh. It's ability. It's entertainment value. It's Riz. Riz is a lot of it. That's charisma.
And Hulk Hogan was the GOAT? Is he?
Well, that was a little after my time.
You did something to know a little bit. Oh, okay. You're saying it was.
But no, Hulk was fine. Like everybody says Hulk's the greatest. He was all right.
Right, Andre the Giant.
To me, the greatest wrestler of all time was Bruno Sammartino.
What a laugh.
Because he combined he combined showmanship, legitimate wrestling, and he had this kind of charisma about it. He back in those days, he wasn't all over the place. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So you know what I'm saying? So when you saw him, it was special.
But which ingredient was? Well, I'm going back your era when you were watching on Saturdays.
Okay.
How did you? Which ingredient was most important? Was it?
Well, Chief Jay Strongbow
was it personality,
that's a big one.
Would I look at the NFC East or NFC West and see the standings of the wrestlers? Like when you say he was 500, like Hulk Hogan? They never It's like boxing. You know the record when you know it when they're fight that day.
Yeah, the record's not so much as important as just how entertaining. I love Chief Jay Strongbow. Huge rivalry. Chief Jay Strongbow and Spiros Arion. They had some epic battles. Epic. I mean, you want to talk about a fun show, a fun fight? Any Haystacks Calhoun fight is absolutely incredible. Blackjack Lanza and Blackjack Mulligan with the claw hold. I mean, how do you pick your favorite? Professor Teru Tanaka and Mr. Fuji, they were fascinating.
When is this? 70s, 80s?
70s. They used to throw salt in your eyes. There were stereotypes. Yes, there were.
Wow.
But we embraced them back in the day.
And now it's pretty much it's done now. Huh?
Back to Wiggins.
I better be careful.
What?
Wrestling, I was going to say it's done, but it ain't done.
Not even close to
They got
done.
the WWF.
Now, I'm not a huge fan of today's game, but I respect it.
You won't dial it up on pay-per-view, though.
I'll watch a little of it.
Uh-oh.
When I cross it. Yeah. But I'm old school.
The Sheik was from Iran.
Yeah. Yeah. You better believe they played that up. The Sheik had many, I think, matches against Sergeant Slaughter.
Wow, right.
So they had the U.S. Marine against the Iranian Sheik. What do you think they were trying to...
yeah, I got you. I get it.
Okay, here we go. Mike's in Oakland. Back to Draymond and Mike. What's up, Mike?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Yes, sir.
I've been holding my peace since the playoffs ended.
Okay.
Because every time I call in or every time I listen, it's always Draymond slander. I want to take it a couple ways, but it all ties in with one situation, basically, because the Draymond slander is just getting to a point where it's just like obnoxious. I understand we don't want to max him out, obviously, but we do want him on our team. And I want to give this, both of you guys have children, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when your two children, say you have two children and they're fighting and they're both wrong, do you publicly scold one or do you just leave it alone if they're both wrong? Because like we said, we don't know what Jordan Poole said to him. But for me, watching on television, seeing clips, seeing what I can see on TV, you can tell his personality is a little bit childish. Just in the Sacramento series on the bench, I know you guys seen the clip where he was getting into it with the coach, and he's making faces at one of the coaches. And obviously I wasn't there, and I don't know, but I want to compare Jordan Poole's, and I want to make this clear. His play style in this system is similar to Kevin Durant in this system. Sometimes he wants to be isolation, but isolation isn't always what this offense needs. And so probably, and you can see it, you can read body language from players on the team, on the bench, when things happen in a situation. Everybody points to that fight with Draymond and KD on the bench when he called him what he called him and everything. But there was a game prior to that, right? I don't know if you guys seen it, where it was the same situation. Draymond brought the ball up to the court. brought the ball up court, gave it to Steph. Last second, KD called for the ball. They gave it to KD. Steph just put his head down. KD fired a three, missed a shot, lost the game. But it's the same situation.
Well,
everybody wants to just harp on Draymond. Everybody wants to harp on Draymond. But
that's it. Thanks, Mike. No, I mean,
but hold on, before
Mike,
you go, Stoney, let me say something about that punch. I got to. Draymond has opened up and told us he was in a dark place the day he came to the gym. My point is, I don't care what place you're in. That doesn't just so for the people saying Jordan had this, it was all Jordan's fault on what came out of his mouth. That's not right because Dre told us he was in a dark place with stuff in his life that he kind of took it out on Jordan Poole. So it's not 100% Jordan Poole said the magic word and got hit in the kisser.
Well,
and I come in here in a dark
place.
Oh, go ahead, Mike. I didn't know we had him.
I didn't say it was all Jordan Poole, but every action has a reaction.
Yeah.
Simple. And I don't know what he said. I don't know how long their feud has been boiling. Maybe it wasn't that was the first day. Maybe they've been having issues in the past as well as that same day. But just to blame Draymond 100, now he deserves the blame. But to say, he's the reason why this, even though he went on national TV and took blame and said we would still be playing if it wasn't.
Well, appreciate the call, Mike.
Yeah, because
if he truly believes that, then he really did F up the season. But I don't believe that.
And neither do I.
How is that taking ownership?
They weren't good
though?
enough.
Like, that's not apologizing for anything.
I just want to make I don't. He used the word slander, Draymond Green, and I just want to be clear. He's a hell of a player. I'm just ready to start moving off my guys,
right.
Some of my guys, and he's the first one to come up, and so I'm ready to move off him, fully recognizing that we're going to be a different team, and we run the risk of being worse, but maybe we're not.
And what about Jordan Poole, Joe Lakeup? If you don't want to trade him, don't you think you get a better version of him if Draymond's gone?
Maybe. You would think.
That has to be, part of it.
Oh, boy, I love greatest football player transitioning to wrestling, Ron Simmons. Come on, 408. You're crazy.
Ron Simmons.
It's not Ron Simmons. The greatest transition from football to wrestling was the one and only Ernie the Big Cat Ladd. Please. Played for the Kansas City Chiefs. All 6'9" of them.
How good of a wrestler was he?
He was good.
Well, damn, you're
6'9",
300.
And he could lower the boom.
I bet he could.
So with all due respect to Ronnie Simmons, 408, I got to go with the Big Cat Ernie Ladd. Mm-hmm. Let's go to Neil in Newark. Hi, Neil. How you doing, man? What's happening today?
Hey, guys. Hey, you know what? I have to say it is Ron Simmons because Ron Simmons actually won championships in the WCW and the WWE or WWF, it is known. So if you're looking at pro wrestling accomplishments instead of the Big Cat Ernie Ladd, I got to go Ron Simmons.
Come on, Neil, you're killing me.
Saying, if you're talking accomplishments, accomplishments.
Well, who would you rather see wrestle?
Just want to drop the note.
Who would you rather see wrestle?
Well, to be honest, he has more. If you're talking pro wrestling audience, Ron Simmons has more weight with the pro wrestling audience, and I'm not just having a knock on your age there, Steinmetz.
Well, I'm gonna have to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah.
What else you got, Neil?
Yeah.
Well, I was just going to say, I love the old school wrestling knowledge. I just want to say that Iron Sheik they played up the Iran angle when he was wrestling the great American Hulk Hogan.
Yes.
Right? I am a real American Hulk Hogan. And then during the Gulf War, he magically actually teamed up with Sergeant Slaughter, as Sergeant Slaughter turned heel, and he miraculously came from Iraq. He was an Iraqi during that time. So, yeah, they do play up the stereotypes, but it's all entertainment. It's all fun. And, love the Warriors talk and love the old school wrestling talk.
Thanks, Neil. Appreciate it.
We're talking to you. And how can we forget the GOAT? Forget Hulk. And shame on me.
Andre the Giant.
No, the Rock Johnson.
Yeah.
What do you mean, yeah?
He's not on my Mount Rushmore.
What? I got to ask why. What's he missing? The dude,
he's in the wrong generation.
No, it's the best generation. The Attitude Era is when you stop Steiny. No.
Do I know this?
I'm not taking the slander.
Give
here.
it to us, but don't.
The Attitude Era had Stone Cold, The Rock, Triple H. Come on, Kurt Angle, the Olympic gold medalist.
This is what really can get to me. Evan did this morning, and now I can't
HBK?
remember. I'm done with you for now, Spadoni. Evan, what did you say again this morning?
What did I do?
You declared somebody the greatest of something, and I just...
Oh, yeah, he said Messi was the best on the left. And
Messi.
you go, what about Pele?
Okay. Pele on the phone.
Little fireworks this morning.
Maradona on the phone.
You see, I got quiet, let you two go at it. It's pretty good.
Wait, but where did you see Pele play again?
For the New York Cosmos?
At age?
At Giant Stadium?
Yeah, and wasn't that great, right?
Oh, my God.
That'd be like a young soccer
Canaglia?
fan going to see Lionel Messi play for Inter Miami.
Franz Beckenbauer?
Like who?
Exactly.
That's a made-up name.
I don't even know why. I don't even know why I argue with these guys sometimes.
It's not
They're
arguing.
not in my league.
It's conversation.
But they're not in my league, Goo. You see what I'm saying? My knowledge is vast.
I would hope so. You got 30 years on us.
Oh, damn.
Not quite.
20.
Not quite.
10.
Damn. Is right? I'm the youngest guy my age you know, if you know what I mean.
I do. I kind of use that for myself. Still hooping, Stoney.
Well.
But you hate on The Rock. I don't like...
I don't hate on The Rock.
The dude has
fine.
done...
Cool. I think he's cool.
But he does it all.
If you are talking mic skills, though, The Rock is
No doubt.
all-time one of the great mic...
Yeah.
Yes, all-time.
He's not a Freddie Blassie.
Don't forget about the great poet, John Cena.
I forgot about... Wow, he was in a good move. What
I
was
could never
it?
see him out there.
Dude, they got some personality. You know what? I'm warming up to wrestling.
All right. See?
No, we met and
We're in
had
no man's
lunch
land.
yesterday. No, we're not.
No, I mean, it's 24.
Oh, okay,
we got a minute and 9 seconds. The hell
Let me ask you a random question.
All right, cool.
Giants reached 500 yesterday with the win in Colorado. Okay,
in the season, but
I'm looking at Texas, and I'm just looking at Major League Baseball because I love it. Bruce Bochy, Stoney. The Rangers are a half game out of having the best record in the game.
All right.
Would the Giants be any better with Bruce Bochy as manager? And the reason I ask that is, how much does managing coaches matter when we talk about the GOATs? No, you called Pat Riley a Don on both coach and owner, GM. I'm asking you, how much does it matter?
Depends.
You think that this Giant team would be better than 500 with Bochy?
Well, I
and
think
how many other would Spo have won 4 chips with this Warrior team? That
Yes.
why did you say it so just?
I mean, if you want it, like, here's how I'll start the conversation. Like, yeah, I think Eric Spoelstra could have won 4 titles with the Warriors. I also, in a crazy way, don't think Bruce Bochy would have won 107 games with that Giants team. I think he would have managed them differently.
Tell us on the other side. I can't wait to hear this.
What do you want to hear? My Mount Rushmore of great minds below mine?
No, I'll give you
do
my
that.
Mount Rushmore managers and coaches.
Right.
Oh, okay, we can do that.
I think you know number one is for, but there is no number one on Mount Rushmore.
Roberto Clemente.
He's a manager.
Oh,
yeah.
But hey, who do you Roberto? No, hey, nothing about. By the way, I'll tell you the documentaries I watched yesterday, if you really care.
I gotta ask first. I didn't
Not
ask.
necessarily. There's nothing applicable in terms of reads. So when we come back, 888-957-9570 is the number. Get back into some 49ers talk. Guru wants to talk about the impact of certain managers and coaches. We'll do it on the other side. I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Finish and then lay out.
For life.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru with you.
Hey.
Couple public service statements.
It's called PSA.
I made it up.
I watched a few things yesterday that I'd like to talk about. One is if you're a fight fan, people still like boxing.
Hell yeah.
Because you know me, I love my old time wrestling. I love old time boxing.
We watched something together yesterday.
Yeah, and you guys, and it was clear you guys had so much less appreciation for it than I did. But that's fine. That's fine. To
Evan
each his
and
own.
I were like, that's a
fine.
big dude. Tell him who it was.
To each his own.
I haven't seen it before.
I am going to tell you who it was. If you want to see two of the greatest fights
this is
in boxing history, two of them involve Ron Lyle.
This is great. He's a big dude, man.
Go Google on YouTube, Ron Lyle versus Ernie Shavers. That fight was in at the Denver Coliseum. Unbelievable fight. And then almost every bit as unbelievable. Ron Lyle versus George Foreman.
My God.
That was in Vegas.
And I'm coming off the George Foreman biopic. Oh, my God. Big George Foreman.
See, now, get me a documentary on Ron Lyle, and we got a ball game.
The problem is, there's not one. Nobody wants to do one.
Fascinating life.
Hey, tell the people why, like you told Evan and I, it was at the Denver Coliseum.
Well, he just got out of prison, so he couldn't leave the state. He got pardoned early.
Tell him why, Steiny.
So he went to prison as a late teen, and I think he had like a 15-year sentence. But he got out a little early because there was a little melee at the prison.
There's a shocker
involving a guard, and apparently Ron Lyle did some stuff here and there, and quelled the uprising, and the guard didn't get killed.
And what happened?
They pardoned him.
Dude,
they
that's incredible.
I did do a little research on Ron Lyle Steiny and found that the only reason he started boxing was because he was watching on TV while he was in the clink and was like, I can be better than these guys. And turns out he was.
He was boy, did he have a...
But to say it was the greatest fight is I was on Bart like Steiny. Hagler Hearns on line one.
I'm talking about heavyweights. Okay? I'm not talking about these flyweight and bantamweights. Talking about the big boys.
Mayweather, McGregor.
We got a lot of heavyweight ones.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Jeffrey's back in Tiburon, and he's got, I believe, 4 points to make about the Dubs. Hey, Jeffrey, how you doing?
Yeah, thanks. Sorry about that. Yeah, sorry. I've just been wanting to get this off my chest. I already made one of them, but to tie it in what you're saying about impact of coaches and managers, to me this comes back to where were the parents at? And this is a whole team psychology. And Kerr played under Phil Jackson, one of the greatest of all time. He was some kind of Zen Buddhist master. He was writing books about basketball psychology. You think Jordan was easy to practice with, right? Just watch The Last Dance. You got a team, you got Clay. He's either lights out or he can't buy a bucket. You got a team that's either unstoppable at home or they're in the basement on the road. So this could be an off-season project. And to me, the appropriate response to coworkers getting in fistfights is, hey, we've got everybody's back. Green, we're going to get him some counseling. We're going to do conflict resolution. We're going to do nonviolent communication. And that's having Green's back. If he doesn't know how to handle a bad day, we're going to teach him. And Poole, we're going to do what it takes to get this right. We're going to get together as a team. We're adults. It's the 21st century. It's $1 billion business. We can spend a little money to talk things out. And I want to know what Kerr learned from all those years under Phil Jackson of working with the GOAT of basketball. Like, there's all kinds of lessons there. And I'm not in the locker room with those guys, but I think there's just a lot of psychological work they can do in the off season. I love Poole. I love Kuminga. I think it's up to the staff to develop those guys and get this team back together. Sometimes they're playing the beautiful game, and sometimes they're just like white-knuckling themselves to victory because they're so good, but you can't do that forever. And I think this is the time to come together as a team and project that legacy that Kerr's coming from.
Fair enough, Jeffrey. Question is it
and there you
salvageable?
Go. Yeah. And how long is Steve going to be around?
It's a good question.
And I'm going to say this about because Phil Jackson's on my Mount Rushmore of coaches, And a lot of it, Stoney, is not X's and O's, it's psychologically. And that dude, I mean, that to me means so much. And that's why I have Steve Kerr the utmost respect for him. But I can say to you, Matt, and we've sat down with him, I'm a bit disappointed that he personally couldn't use that, whatever he learned, and I know it was a lot from Phil Jackson, to kind of bridge this gap where you had a whole season before the playoffs started with Jordan Poole and Draymond Green. Now, you could say out there, well, one part of it, he can't control Draymond. So how was he going to be able to facilitate this, them getting them back on the same page? But I believe Phil Jackson, Stoney, would have been able to do that. Or or he would have risked it all trying. Everybody's calling about where this team is and what it is, but can we get a list of who wants to be here and who doesn't? Because, Stoney, I think there's a list that the players have themselves on. Some may want to get away from here.
I don't know.
And I've never said that before about a Warrior team since the inception of the Steve Kerr era.
So, you were talking about coaches. NBA coaches, I take it. And you asked me about Spoelstra, and you said, Steiner, do you think Spoelstra could have won 4 titles with the Warriors? Yes, I do. I do. Do you?
It's easy for me to say now. I'm going to say yes. I'll give Spo his respect. And you know why? Because now I'm looking at Steve Kerr, and this could be unfair. You let me know. You guys let me know, Stoney. But Mark Jackson set the tone. And why I respect Steve so much is he always gives Mark his credit for doing that. But I don't think there were any Draymond v. Poole type of scenarios during the run. And maybe that was part of Steve Kerr and the culture. But, Stoney, do I dare say it was ready-made? So a lot like Popovich would have won 4, I believe. So I don't want to take anything away from Steve Kerr.
Well, I got Spoelstra on my Mount Rushmore.
Oh wow.
Of 4 greatest coaches in history.
Yeah, I don't.
I got...
Who you got?
I got Pat Riley.
Wow.
I got Spoelstra. I got Phil Jackson. And the last one might surprise you.
See, I went all leagues.
I got Chuck Daly.
I'm not one of my favorites.
Okay.
He was a badass.
So there you go.
Where'd he get his start?
Penn, the University of Pennsylvania. He was an Ivy League coach.
Chuck.
In fact, I'm glad you asked about Chuck Daly.
He wouldn't be wearing that crap they're wearing out of the games.
He cut my brother from the freshman team.
Come on. How'd he take it?
Didn't matter. He stunk.
Oh, well, damn.
My brother's still jealous because I was such a much better player than him.
You say that like it's a real thing.
It's a totally real thing.
Oh, you guys got
to this day. He's like, you know what? You were
my goodness.
You were so lucky that you got to go to Holy Name. And you had a good coach.
He won't give you credit.
If I would have had that coach, I could have been. I'll tell you what.
It runs in the family. Give me a 4, Evan, and I'll give myself a 5. But damn, Stoney, he won't give you any credit then. That's TV show stuff.
He'll say stuff like,
damn.
One of the only reasons you were any good was because all the refs liked you.
Yikes. Yeah.
So, but that's my brother.
We're lucky to have this.
I couldn't be, very tight with him. We're very tight. I talked to him in 2017. What's up, Goo?
I did my Mount Rushmore with the baseball, basketball, and football.
Oh,
I like how
we should have given this a little more time in terms of for the listeners. But go ahead.
I'll just give you my 4 just in
just do NBA right now, and I'll try to put together a list.
Chuck Daly was on mine. I had Chuck on mine.
I'm taking him off now, mine.
Phil Jackson.
I'm going to take Larry Brown instead. Go ahead.
Well,
I don't like to overlap with you.
Come on.
On questionable ones, I don't.
My 4, Phil. You listening?
Yes.
Phil, Chuck, Pop, and Kerr.
That's fair.
And
no Pat Riley.
No Pat Riley. And when you said his name, I was like,
no Pat Riley.
Yeah.
Wow.
I put Kerr above him. You know what? I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna say something about Pat. I'm mad that he transitioned the way he did. He didn't leave the game. He didn't do a Radnich And I know he was great upstairs, but I always wanted him to keep doing it.
He's old. Brad's in Fairfax.
Subi Brown.
Hey, Brad, how you doing, man?
I'm doing well. How you guys doing?
Dynamite.
Hey, so I was gassing my car up. I got back in, and I heard just the last part of you talking about Ron Lyle and one of the greatest fights. That had to have been the Foreman fight, right?
Well, he had 2 fights. One was with Ernie Shavers in Denver, Colorado in 1975.
I was there live for that. He was a friend of mine. I used to sit courtside every fight he had.
Wow.
Ron Lyle or Shavers?
Shavers knocked him down. It took Ron like a couple of rounds so he could get his wits back together.
Right.
And he knocked Shavers out, knocked him on his ass.
Correct.
Sorry.
And then a year and a half later, he fought Foreman in Vegas, which was an unbelievable fight. So you're saying you were at Ron Lyle's fights, not Shavers' fights?
No, at Ron Lyle. This is all in Denver. This used to be out at the Coliseum.
Denver Coliseum.
How did you know him?
My stepdad managed a hotel in downtown Denver, and when they closed the Elks Club, where the Denver Rocks used to box, my stepdad built a gym in the basement of the hotel, so they practiced there. And I met Ernie Shavers, and met Ken Norton. I met 5 of the top 10 heavyweights.
Damn!
Oh my gosh!
And then,
hey,
I found out.
I'm sorry. It's right. I forgot about the Denver Rocks. A guy, after Lyle got out of prison, a guy started, I believe, a boxing league so as to give Lyle a platform to box. Is that correct?
That is correct. Bobby Lewis was his trainer.
Damn. Denver Rock.
Hey, he had he's a pretty tough guy, Ron Lyle. See, now I wouldn't have hung up on him.
Yeah. That's back to Wiggins, I think Evan's doing.
But
I'm playing with Evan.
Nah, you know what? A lot of people
Dude,
saying
Denver Rocks. You didn't tell me that.
Yeah, a lot of people said Red Auerbach. I'm taking myself out of Red Auerbach just because I never really saw him.
And that's what I went on. I got
that's fine.
Yeah.
I mean,
people that we saw.
Auerbach belongs.
And I do like the Larry Brown.
Larry Brown was a great coach. All levels.
Did you? They got the
all levels.
Evan, help me out.
I love Larry Brown.
The Allen Iverson, the Philly
coach.
About the year they went and lost to the Lakers in the finals.
What about him?
2000.
It's a documentary, but they're running that on NBA TV. When I'll get the time.
When we were Kings.
No, that's boxing.
When we got beaten 5. What was it called?
They were
when we lost 4 straight games, but at least I stepped over Tyronn Lue.
Which they say is the most disrespectful move in sport.
You
hate that.
Yeah, well, I mean, he'd rather have that than a championship ring.
He scored and stepped over him in front of his teammates. Oh my gosh! It's like Harden when you drop somebody.
How does that kind of get you off? I don't get it.
It gets everybody. It's called Twitter.
But
come on,
Bud's in Oakland. Everybody's so mean.
It's called Everything But the Chip. Check it out. Look, they got you.
Hey, Bud, how you doing?
Hey, what's good, man?
Not much. Just hanging out.
Listen, I know y'all see what you got to deal with over there with Goo. Hey, I saw that,
I'm here.
Hey, I saw that the Seattle Seahawks and somebody had signed a Daryl Johnson, and I was going to call in and I say, "Goo, you got signed?"
I wish, man.
Hey,
wide receiver.
Hey, but listen,
no hands.
So the Steve Kerr thing, man. I actually like it. I actually like the fact that he came out and said what he said about the team. He basically got a chance to sit down and have a heartfelt one-on-one. You know, although it may have reached national, media or whatever, but it wasn't like the national media cameras was in his face. He got a chance to sit down, whether it's his player, teammate, you know what I mean? He got a chance to put it all on the table and say what he really felt about the season and what he really felt about the team. Now, did he take shots at guys? Was it kind of aimed at some of the young guys? Maybe so. But, and in this world, you're going to take the advice that you're giving. You're going to take the harsh reality that someone's giving you, and it can do 2 things. It can break you down or it can make you better. And basically, Steve's words are challenging these guys to be better. You can look at it from a standpoint and say, oh, it's not a good thing. But, I mean, that's just like if your mom or your dad is getting on your case about messing up at school. That's not going to make you go to school and do worse. You're going to straighten it up. You're going to go to school and want to do better, get some better grades. So, guys can pout and they can look at it at a certain way, but at the same time, you still got to be a grown man in this league and take it as a grown man that they're still able to give you a chance. He's not saying that he wants guys going. He's just speaking the real. Hey, we were sorry. Guys are pouting. I understand there's this and that, but like I said, when you're grown men and you guys are playing for championships, multiple, and getting a chance to do some things that a lot of guys in the NBA can never do. I mean, look at Charles Barkley, one of the greats, never even did it. Dan Marino, one of the greats, never did it. So, just be a grown man and take your lumps and chumps and keep on going.
But
that's all I got to say. Thank you for taking the call.
Stoney, my retort to that would be, that was Steve Kerr's truth. But there seemed to be, to me, some type of finality with some relationships with some players on the team. Because there is a lot of times great bosses and coaches have closed doors meetings, one-on-ones. And it felt like he was airing out a lot of stuff that should have been directed at some of the guys that maybe he was disappointed in or didn't get his message. But that's why I'm over here biting my nails like something's about to pop off. Maybe some guys ain't going to be here, Stoney. And that's why Steve felt freely to say what he did and have that conversation with Draymond Green.
Yeah, I wonder how much or if too much we're reading into what Steve Kerr said. Like I said, when I saw he was on the podcast in the first place, I just thought it was a little weird. That's all. Just a little weird.
Yeah.
And then that specific part of it.
So he'll have one after the night.
Again, I always look at it in hindsight, in a way. It's like we have opinions about the Warriors, and then they're proven right most of the time. And there's a problem between the old and the young players. Anybody want to say there wasn't a disconnect now after everything they've seen, after the punch, after Kerr, after... No, so I don't doubt for a second that Steve Kerr and Draymond Green are thinking about, let's start planting the seed to be here for the next 3 years. Do you want them here? Do you want both those guys here for the next 3 years?
And we'll find out what Joe Lacob thinks.
Mike's in the city. Yep, we sure will. Hey, Mike.
Hey, what's up, Steiny? What's up, Goo? How you guys doing today?
Doing well, man.
Man, it's a nice day. It could be sunnier, but it's still cool. Man, I'm listening to you guys talking, man. It's got me thinking. Before the people listening, bash me, I just want to say I'm very grateful to Steve Kerr. I'm not hating on Steve Kerr. I think he's a great coach. He's brought us numerous, about 4 championships here. I got nothing against Steve Kerr, but I do want to say that I think Steve Kerr has had the luxury of working with some tremendous coaches throughout his tenure here with the Golden State Warriors. And I think a lot of his success can be attributed to most of those coaches. I think Steve Kerr's offense is a little outdated, in my opinion. His system is a little outdated. We rely too much on the shooting, on the triangle offense, trying to get Clay open. Like, Clay cannot be a second option going into 2023. Based off of this year, like, the Warriors just need to have a reality check and just need to be real with themselves and just be honest that this system is a little outdated, and Steve Kerr just got to look into like exploring different avenues and different ways of adapting to the stars slowly regressing. So I think Steve Kerr got to look in the mirror and make some changes. If not, then I think the organization got to make some bigger changes, and that's all I got.
Appreciate the call. Really do.
I don't believe the Warriors' offense is outdated. I just feel like they need other guys that can put the ball in the hole.
Well, it's outdated with 2 no scores.
Well, there you go.
So
the 2 big lineup, and Sacramento kind of exposed that.
Yeah, I want to follow up with this kind of text, because this has always been on my mind. When you can talk about Kerr and pick a player, Kuminga or Poole.
Oh, no, Poole.
Pick
what? Now, Kuminga.
Thank you. Yeah,
go ahead, Kuminga.
Sometimes I feel like you think that they haven't communicated for 2 years, and that Kerr needs to. Like, how many conversations do you think Kerr's had with Kuminga? I'd say dozens upon dozens upon dozens. Okay, how many times do you think Kerr undressed him verbally?
A few.
Maybe a few, yeah.
How many times the closed doors?
How many times did he pat him on the back? How many times did he encourage him?
Right.
How many times did he probably run the gamut of ways? So, don't you think he's kind of tried everything?
It's interesting you bring that up because so much of me wants to say yes, but my answer to everything you just asked me, Steiny, I'm swear to you, not enough. Because if it were enough, good and bad, I'm talking about communication. There was some type of roadblock to where Kuminga, and I'm not saying he's all the way 100% off the hook, Steiny. There was something not promised, but something that I think Kuminga was told, had the 2 months of good basketball, and something happened. And I'm not saying he's justified in pouting because I don't agree with that. But when I saw that man pouting and he knows what's at stake, I felt like Kuminga saying, get me up out of here.
Okay.
And get me up out of here because of the pool of Draymond, the Draymond not getting checked by the organization. I don't know. But I look at you right now on this Wednesday and I tell you, you know what? Not enough communication.
Wow.
Because there's never
that's supposed
enough.
to be Steve Kerr's strength.
But really, when has he had? He didn't have to babysit Livingston. He didn't have to babysit Ian Clark. All these guys he's had, he's never had to do this. And that's why I wonder if Dre isn't brought back. You asked or brought it up, somebody did. Is Kerr the guy to change the diapers moving forward? And I would think Kerr is like, nah, that ain't what I do.
The other thing I was actually thinking is the whole idea of, is it Steve Kerr's responsibility to develop Kuminga?
Oh my gosh.
Isn't that the assistant coach's job? Steve Kerr's kind of paid to win games and to play the most deserving player. That doesn't mean Kuminga can get worse, but my point is, in this day and age, Kuminga's a player. He's the eighth man. Kerr's coaching him, trying to get him to be better. Then he goes to Jama or whoever, and he's working after practice. Then he comes the next day, and he's not any better. And so you can't play him because he's not any better. It's like, I actually do believe in this day and age of the NBA, I bet you a lot of coaches would say, I don't do development. That's why we have 15 assistant coaches. But I wouldn't mind talking about that a little bit on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. But I think it is it's food for thought. How much and what has Kerr done in terms of communication and where we are with the youngsters? By the way, Damian Lillard throwing bones out there. We'll talk about that. And it's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Hey, Brad, I thought you had a date tonight.
Hey, Mom. She just left, using my phone for a Wi-Fi hotspot. Backfired.
live on the free Odyssey app.
Give yourself a round of applause.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, good afternoon, Bay Area and beyond. Who's this?
Daft Punk.
Yeah. Now, Rich is on hold. Rich in Fremont. He's got a disagreement with you, but I don't want to take him right away so that you might feel, blindsided. Should we
please?
Should we keep Rich
Great
on hold
movie,
for a
by the
minute?
way. Yeah.
I'm a roaster.
What?
Blindside.
I said blindsided. Just FYI.
Yeah.
I'll go to Rich in Fremont.
Rich.
The heck? We got nothing else
I've been
to
on
do.
his podcast.
Hey, Rich.
What's up, guys? And Guru, I always thank you, man, for being on my podcast. I was really big of you.
Hey.
I can remember everything.
Hold on.
I can remember everything we ate.
Hey, Rich, don't you
Rich
dare
had wings,
pull a
dessert.
Steve Kerr where you're talking about the Miami Heat, but you're really sending a message to me.
What you got, Rich?
Actually, you know what? I'll tell you something, Simon. I don't have to do that because I know with you, I got to be direct. So I've been direct with you. We've squashed that. We've moved on. And, hey, I'm here to give you my take.
All right, buddy.
All right. So I got to disagree with Guru. I think that the reason why Steve Kerr put that out there on this show with Draymond is not because he knows guys are going to be leaving. I believe he did it because he knows guys are going to be here. And that's the reason why he put it out there, because he knows, hey, next season it can't be known about pouting and people complaining because they ain't getting minutes, none of that. It's got to be about y'all go out there and contribute what you can to help the team win. That's the reason why I believe he put it out there. It's not because people are leaving. It's because he knows that, hey, if they act the same way they act this season, next season, Steve's not going to have it.
Wow.
And I tell you something, I honestly believe that they need to add a big man, and I've said this time and time again, they need to go after Brook Lopez. He's available, okay? He's not happy in Milwaukee with that contract. So if I'm Joe Lacob and company, I go get Brook Lopez because they need a big man. Thanks, guys.
I agree. They need a big man. That's why I hate the departure of you-know-who. But, man, Wiseman.
Well,
but
you need a functional big man.
Yeah, but Steiny.
You can't.
I would tell, hey.
You need a big man who can play.
Can you rest that James Wiseman slander? What? But listen, I want to know or find out.
High school player.
Coach Kerr's contract. Like, when is all that going to pop off? After the new hire is announced, Steiny? When are we going to find out with Dre? Like, what are the Steiny metrics? What do your Steiny senses say?
Dre.
Well, it don't matter for Steve Kerr. If it was all good in the hood, wouldn't it just be kind of, wouldn't we hear something?
I don't know. Sometimes you ask very tough questions.
This is basketball heaven, right? No. But Kerr,
I don't think there's any big. I don't think it's a big deal.
But we're at a crossroads with Kerr, right? In the sense that not that he's done anything bad. I'm disappointed in some things in how we treated Kuminga and the youngsters. But he is a Don. This shouldn't, like, I guess I want to know what I'm not privy to. What's he thinking? Does he want to do this youngster thing? Or is he talking to Joe like, give me some guys in here because they can ball?
Maybe they're figuring it out.
And that, you know what? That's a hell of an answer.
Not everybody.
No, you are right.
Not everybody makes rash decisions and talks without thinking.
Well, Bob said he didn't do one until he had to.
And you know what I'm saying. Because I'm thinking, what I'm thinking is they don't have to do anything. I mean, Bob Myers was in the exact same situation last year. They didn't do a thing, and nobody knew a thing until Woj reported it.
But can I just...
Okay, we know Steve Kerr's in his last year.
Isn't this different, though, that he's the coach, Steiny?
Why?
Like, don't you want to send a message to the players that he's going to be around?
I don't know.
Oh, I hear. Wow.
There's like what Rich just said. Now, what Rich was just saying was, if I heard him correctly, he was saying that Kerr and Draymond, through their podcast, they gave some tough love because they know that Poole and Kuminga are going to be back, and they better come back with different attitudes.
Wow.
Now, That one I feel like is a little bit of a stretch.
And I don't agree with that one, yeah.
But he might not be wrong. Okay. It's possible.
Right.
That's the thing. There's like when we say Draymond and Poole can't play together. Well, we don't know if they can or can't. Nobody knows the extent of the relationship.
Dre said he got his voice. He didn't have his voice because of the punch. Then he said he got his voice back. Then he said if he didn't punch him, we would still be playing. Right. That's 3. I'm asking you, where's it at now?
I don't know.
Where will it be going into training camp next year?
If you bring them both back,
if you bring them both back,
I don't know. Is what I'm saying.
I would break it up. So no matter what happens with my basketball team that I'm overseeing, Evan, I would never be able to look in the mirror and say, I wonder if it's the residue between these two dudes. One that wants to bury the hatchet, the other that doesn't. Like, I want to alleviate everybody from that.
We don't know whether they can play together or not.
If you had to guess now.
I don't.
They had a whole basketball season's long, Steiny. You go on the road for 41 games, and you couldn't get it right then. And then in the playoffs, that video of him throwing, get your hands off me.
What if I were to say, big deal?
The video?
Yeah.
Oh, it was a big
deal. It was in the middle of a game. Emotions. Get your hands off me.
Dre looked neutered because Dre wanted to go at him.
Don't you dare touch me.
How dare you ignore me? And you could tell Dre was showing restraint.
Oh,
Curry had to come check him. Pull.
Okay.
It is what it is. We saw it. But, Steiny, that means it's still running hot. When you get your hands off of me,
okay,
and the hands were, hey, I'm on the bench, you're in the game, you're coming to the bench, I just want to give you some words of encouragement or whatever, some pointers, and for you to, and Dre got it. He felt that, like, okay, yeah, I tell you what, if we were at the YMCA,
let's
Dre
say you're right.
Let's say
you're right. Okay, I don't know that, okay, you're right. They can't, so what do you do now?
That's the $1 million. No,
I'm asking you.
The question is, what do you want to do?
You have assessed that these two guys cannot play
break
together.
It up.
Okay, who goes?
Dre.
Okay.
And that's you like one more than the other. Poole if Jordan Poole can get back to last year, Jordan Poole,
and I would do that too. But
I got 7 more years of that in a Warrior uniform.
Okay. And just so we all know we can do this. Okay, what about Steph? Does he go with that?
That's the $1 million question.
Yeah, because if he's not, he can't.
But I did mention Steph having pulls
back. He's the president of basketball operations.
I give you that. But listen, what about the times I told you that kind of went unnoticed? Steph Curry had pulls back a few times this year, mainly at the end, just in, everybody's blaming him. He kind of stood up for Jordan Poole.
How many times is it going to take for people to get it through their thick skull that Brook Lopez is not attainable? Yeah, I'm with you. I think he's a free agent, but he's not.
Well, why would they want to say bye and Giannis have him go?
Well, he's unrestricted. Let me see. Yeah, 22. Signed a 4-year, $52 million contract in 19. So yeah, he made $14 million this past year.
It would fit right in though.
How?
He's 35 years old.
Oh, wow.
That's a 3.5.
That's a 3.
And quietly, he was a better shot blocker than I thought, Steiny.
They were talking about him being Defensive Player of the Year.
Well,
that to me seems a little bit far-fetched, but I was thinking about this too, because and I said this to Evan, great kid. Sometimes he just asks the wrong questions. You know what I mean? And so I was thinking, we're talking about Draymond Green, the Golden. Here's the way I look at the Warriors last year. They won 44 games. I'm going to go with the Bill Parcells, you are what your record says you are. They got to the second round of the playoffs where they were handled by the Lakers. And you know what? Almost got beat in the first round.
No, went 7.
Okay. So let's say Draymond Green says, I want a 3-year contract. And Joe Lacob says, we've got to start biting the bullet. And he goes, okay, I'm going to the Lakers, or I'm going to Memphis, or I'm going to wherever. It doesn't matter, Detroit. And Joe says, you know what? I hate that I have to do it, Draymond, but I have to do it. I just have to. We have to begin to transition.
Wow.
Okay. So now Draymond walks. Like I said, you won 44 games. You got to the second round. You won the first round series in 7 games. Okay, Draymond's gone. What are you?
Well,
how many regular season games did you win?
I need to see it play out, but I'm not saying they can't win 44.
44.
And if you're telling me Steph plays 70 games like Dre did last year, I don't know, Stoney. What version of Klay Thompson are we going to get? But I'll tell you this.
Yeah.
In that 7-game series that you allude to, his role got somewhat reduced. So the Sacramento Kings, you could go to Looney was more valuable than Dre against the Kings. And Dre can sit here and talk in a microphone that it was his decision. It helped the team that one of the bigs was off the floor. So you do with that what you want, Stoney. But moving forward, I think we're going to see more of that. And I'm telling you, for the betterment of my basketball club, if I'm not going to, and I don't want to trade Jordan Poole, I mean, it's not brain surgery. You have to get rid. You got to tell Dre it ain't gonna happen here.
Okay. Well, I think I'm with you. I think they can win 44 games next year without Draymond Green. Does anybody think they can't win 44 games next year without Draymond Green?
I'm gonna bring up Dre
and the question
stats
now becomes, well, why are you bringing 44? Like 44? You know, because that's what you won last year. You won 44 games. I think you could win more than 44 games without Draymond Green.
Okay, let's say Kuminga starts. Could he average 9, 7, and 6?
No, he couldn't average 6 assists a game.
Okay, that I give you. But the 9 and 7, Steiny, I think he could do that easily.
Well, has he had 7 rebounds in a game once in his career?
Well, I'm sure.
Now, that's a joke,
yeah, I know
everybody, but he doesn't
Steiny, if you're just looking at it for face value.
I mean, the numbers to me are far less important than how many wins can we get. Like, I don't. So now you win 44. And here's the other thing. Well, this is what I do not subscribe to. We won 44 games last year, but we could have won a title. But if we win 44 games next year without Draymond Green, we can't win a title.
See, I don't think.
What the hell's that?
Yeah, and I don't think that would be their mindset. But I'll tell you what, because I'm looking like, damn, the offense will be more dynamic if Jonathan Kuminga was the starter. You can meet me halfway. There's going to be some.
I'm not going to do that.
He has more in his
I don't know.
portfolio than Draymond. And if
what are you talking about? Jonathan, yes, scorer.
Yeah, okay.
Well, there's other things to the game, defense and passing.
Yeah, but I was just talking about scoring. Yeah,
passing.
Yeah, you're right.
Like, they can't have a guy just holding the ball in the perimeter 5 seconds at a time. But again, I'm willing
and he'll shoot the 3. Kuminga shoots the 3, Stoney.
Okay.
And he'll shoot it more if he were to get a bigger role and start. I think what's good is his mindset of knowing if I F up, the days of me getting benched are over. That's all. Yeah, the passing, you are right. The Curry screens, but man, we'll see how this plays out.
Just the idea that
it's off the table if he dips.
Well, if you let Draymond walk, you're giving up on a title. What the heck? That's another one. It's like, what are you talking about? Giving up on a title. You won 44 games with him. That's all I'm saying. We can wish and hope next year, Steph, you know what? Steph's getting better. You know what?
Well, we still
Clay's getting better.
Top 5.
Draymond's getting better. They're all going to have great years. And here comes Wiggins, and he's going to. That's all I'm saying is you got to do something. You can't. And that's why Rich's call to me was interesting, was because he was saying he thought they might be saying that because they know Poole and Kuminga are back. Well, I wouldn't bring the same team back.
But if you were Poole or Kuminga and I'm honest, Donnie, and you heard that, you're ready to go work out in the gym. Well, you're going to go do that because you're a pro and you want to work on your game, but that ain't helping nothing. Let's have a one-on-one. If that's how you feel, and I'm like that doesn't match to me. That doesn't match what Rich is saying. And again, he could be right, I could be wrong.
Well, but there's also a lot of coaches.
That matched, we can keep this thing moving if you and I were to come back. It was almost like drawing the line in the sand.
Some coaches never go public with something unless they've already said it to the player. So I think it's very possible that Steve Kerr may have said to Kuminga and Poole, look, man, I don't know if you guys are going to be back or not next year, but you can't be moping around. Grow up. This is the NBA. If that's the message he needed to send, and then he says, then he goes and says what he says, well, they know how he feels. Yeah. Gabe. What's up, Gabe?
Hello?
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, how you doing, fellas? Thank you so much for everything you do every day, man. You guys help make my workday a lot more enjoyable.
Well, it is quite a sacrifice. Thank you.
Back at you.
Hey, so Jordan Poole talk. I saw some things from Jordan Poole during the playoffs this year that were pretty rough to watch, like the looks he was giving, the slouched shoulders, the attitude, like his entire attitude. I feel like telling this dude, man, you're a champion, dude. Walk the court like a champion. Walk the court like someone who's been here before. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just I don't understand because, you got Steph, who's like this. I can tell he's an unbelievable teacher, and I can tell that he's there for guys. You can just tell in the interviews and the interactions how he was protecting him in that interview, like you were saying, Guru, as well. I just, it's really hard because it's all there for the taking for him, literally, to be the next guy up, but he doesn't have patience for that. So if you guys, all I wanted to say is if you guys are talking about trading Draymond Green, if you're going to trade Draymond Green, you're going to have to completely reinvent the offense because not only do you need a dude who can do what he does, but you need a dude who can actually put the ball where he puts the ball because he's always got the ball in the sweet spot of the shooters. And if you're gonna talk about that, trade both of them, package both of those guys up for someone like Giannis, or someone that's literally going to change the structure of the Warriors. I love you guys, Steinmetz. I've been listening to you for years, man. Thank you for doing what you do. Have a good one, gentlemen.
Oh, thank you, Gabe. Appreciate the call. Appreciate the support.
Years, yeah. Giannis is, come on now.
Appreciate it all, actually. I couldn't be where I'm at without sports fans. And I have I'm proud of my relationship with Bay Area fans, Goo.
Yeah.
It's Bay Area fans have helped mold me. Bay Area fans have given me a different perspective of fans than I came with when I moved here because my perspective was from outside Philadelphia. So, Goo, what I'm saying is...
Dude, this should be on Matthew Steinmetz. What happened?
I get
no, but I'm going to be honest. You know what? Tired. You deserve to take a break because you did good, man.
Well, why did I do that? You need Freud in here.
Well, I'm here.
Why do you think I did it and then stopped?
No,
Other than I'm a quitter.
It was an itch you needed to scratch.
Right.
It gained momentum and traction, and then you stopped.
Right. No, I know. Good recap. Why did I stop?
Hey, I don't
Go
know.
ahead.
No, you were
Put
on fire.
the rats on the table.
I liked it. Brought to you by atcopestcontrol.com. Dude, they're texting you and I and Evan.
Oh, no.
The Atco Pest Control cars, they're out and about.
I've seen a couple of them now.
Dude, it's incredible what you know and what you don't know, but what you know. Yeah. I hope I don't need a truck at the house. That's what I'm going on, Stoney, because that's who I'm calling, but damn.
Yeah, Anyway, here's the thing. When we talk about Draymond Green and the Warriors winning 44 games, and could they win 44 without him? My feeling is, yeah, I think they could. But here's the remember when I said Evan sometimes just gets all the questions wrong. He doesn't know the questions they ask. And it's always, well, how many games? Let me ask you this. What did he just say in your ear?
Dude.
He just said something in your ear.
We're talking about you. We're focused on you.
Exactly. What are you saying about me?
Quit ear hustling.
Dude, yeah, ear hustling. Go ahead, Stoney.
I'm going to put it on the other way. How many games did Draymond Green hurt the Warriors last year?
But
how many games did Draymond Green cost the Warriors
There's no metric for that. But, Stoney, just the inception of that thought, can I serve you a glass of Haterade? Even if remove Dre, but if you got to go do something to get that answer,
but what I'm saying is,
you know what I mean? You're cooking the books on.
No, I disagree. If you're going to tell me,
making players
if you're going to tell me that the Golden State Warriors, that Draymond helps them win games which I agree with.
Okay.
There are times he doesn't help them win
there's
games.
no doubt.
Okay.
But we can do that for everybody.
Well, he's helping them win games less now than he ever has in his career.
And we're not talking about the turnovers.
Well, okay. Yeah, exactly. Butterfingers.
No, these are bad passes.
Whatever.
Testaverde, I call them.
That's the first time I've ever heard you say it.
Man, it is. Different vine. Dude, what did you say? Because you're feeling good.
Well, what I'm really concerned with at that time is now I realize, during those times I realize I've got a partner and a producer who are completely and utterly distracted and apparently at those times aren't even a part of the show.
I have 3 kids and a wife. I'm not distracted, Stoney. I'm focused on you, baby.
Okay, then bring something up. You bring something up. You one time. What was that? Hank Stram? One time.
Dude, I like
One time. Go ahead.
What team did he help?
What?
What team did he help? Hank Stram.
Chiefs.
Okay.
What? He won a Super Bowl.
All right.
I think they won the first Super Bowl, didn't they?
Speaking of football, you did walk in here during the break and said, hey, we still got that sound, that Debo sound that we haven't touched.
I was giving
What's
you your
point?
propers.
You were trying to say we should bring something to the show.
I'm telling Goo to bring something.
No, I brought an hour yesterday after the show of topics. So don't come at me about the
it's not about
clip being empty.
It's not about to fill a void here while I get my bearings.
I'm getting ready for my read.
You got a live read?
Yeah, that's what I was getting
Juan
ready.
Vito?
Yeah, no, Atco. Hey, I ain't gonna be laughing like that too much longer, Stoney.
Your voice get deeper when you lose weight? Is that what happens?
That was bad material.
Right on the table, Steiny stopped riding because his priority is golf. Man, not really.
Was that Willard? How did stuck it to you? We love.
Oh, by the way, it's a Karika Park Wednesday.
So you're out of here.
2:00.
I'll stay.
Of course.
Guys,
You'll do whatever they tell you to do, Goo.
Dude, I got out of here early.
Goo, let me repeat that. You'll do whatever Willard and Dibbs tell you to do.
I'm not going to let you get mad at me.
Okay, Green Bay won the first Super Bowl.
No, but you knew.
Oh, that was a Chiefs' first Super Bowl, right? They were in the Super Bowl and lost.
Was that the Super Bowl where Len Dawson's pictured smoking a cigarette?
That is the
sideline?
greatest with the folded
Anybody out
chair.
there? Did the Chiefs have one or none? I think.
Well, they got 2 in the last 4 years, but
should have. Man,
you caught me. Great gotcha moment.
Oh,
Guru brought a long-winded question to Warren Moon, Stoney. That's what he brought. Oh my! And you smile. It's just amazing.
So you're not going to let. So we have a lot of new listeners. The second hour of the show.
Yeah.
Well, let's do it just by a show of hands.
Yeah.
And you guys know the Comcast business text line is 888-957-9570. Guru with what we believe is maybe the longest question ever asked.
It wasn't. It was a
minute and 28
Now that we've
seconds.
listened, it was a statement.
The question is,
Oh boy,
you guys want to hear it on the other side.
And I hate
if you-
Bonte heard it because
if you
now
missed
that
it.
could be played. I'm worried.
Well, it's up to you.
Oh, it is.
Are you willing to?
Yeah.
We can cut that segment down by 2 minutes.
Oh my goodness, minute 28, Stoney.
So we'll, if
1, 2, 2.
if there's enough of a clamor for that question,
And I think it's died.
To Warren
It's
Moon.
subsided.
just hit.
Somebody
hit up
asked,
on
"What do you know about Bones?" Ernie Chavez on YouTube.
Domino's?
Yeah.
A
Any
little?
good?
Not really. I always felt the pounding of the table was gratuitous. Why do you do that, Goo?
Because I believe that bothers you. The
It
dude that
does.
said big.
Yeah. Why would you slap a table? Just put it down.
Domino.
Van Morrison.
Hell yeah. I have no idea.
Oh, Domino. You've heard that song. We'll come back with it on the other side. Oh, we're not at the end of the break. We are not at the end of the break. Should I play this? I'm going to play this George Kittle.
All right.
What?
This is great.
Okay. Oh, we can break now. Okay,
right,
thank you. Because Goo has a read. All right, thank you so much. We got 2 things on the other side. The longest question of Guru's career, and then Debo Samuel talking about last year. And so we're going to take a break, and that's what's happening.
It's Ram season, which means it's
I'm in the power chair.
Jesus.
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Matt Steinmetz. Daryl Guru Johnson.
Gosh.
What?
My guy at East Bay Golf Lab.
What do you...
What? Dude, just seriously when I get upset.
What do you have over there?
What do you mean, what do I have?
Look.
Oh, now I'm not mad. It's been happening quite
Thank
frequently,
you.
Steiny. Here,
I appreciate
people
it.
can see it. I've been stealing Steiny's. You needed Atco with your pins. I didn't know I'm getting ready to read my thing, and I was like, damn you.
Well, what I didn't like was you actually said this is when you wanted
But
to
I
punch
was
me in the
playing.
face.
You know I was playing. My boy Gerard said he's done with you. You were one of his favorites. He's in San Luis Obispo. He goes, any dude that won't slam the bone, I'm done with. So he texted me that. So my guy at East Bay Golf Lab that was going to invite me down, Steiny, it burned down the night before last, the whole venue. I don't know if you were familiar with it. So they're having a charity scramble tournament soon. But I just thought I'd help him out and get all the viewers and listeners. They're going to have it at he grew up in Chabot, Lake Chabot. So, thoughts and prayers, everything there. Yeah. So I got to get back out there too, Steiny. I know you don't care.
To the driving range?
Yeah. Mission Hills. I know where that's at now. My
Yeah, you
hometown.
really have picked up on this, haven't you? When did Schneebs give you the clubs?
It's been about a month.
Yeah. And how many times you played since then?
Once.
Oh,
I
you
went by
did?
myself.
Oh.
Yeah, I did tell you. Just a little golfing range.
Where?
Yeah. What's the place called? They got one in San Jose and Roseville.
Top Golf?
Yeah, Top Golf.
Okay, so that's 0.
I'm working material. Yeah.
Are we doing this or what are we doing?
No, I don't want to play.
Okay.
Now, what we're going to do, if you just be quiet.
Are you taking control of the segment?
Yeah, I can do it.
Thank you.
What was the thing I used to do on the weekends? What was the Guru Backyard Boogie, baby?
Chair.
Yeah, I got it, Steiny. So I gave you the wrong assignment, but you gave your Mount Rushmore of NBA coaches.
Okay.
Would you mind listening to my Mount Rushmore of all sport coaches? So
lumping them all in together.
I got 4.
All right.
Okay, for NFL.
Oh, so you did. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
The hoodie.
All right.
Any argument there? Basketball, Phil Jackson, and baseball. You're going to laugh. It was Jim Leland, but it went to Bruce Bochy. And it went to Bruce Bochy because in 10, 12, and 14, Steiny, he wasn't driving a Ferrari. He managed that bullpen
Sparky
with
Anderson
this
on the phone.
No, hey, I'm not mad at that one with his gut. And that's why you don't remember you showing as much emotion. Yeah, I like Billy. But still, Steiny, those are good candidates. But Bruce for me. Bruce, he did it. And he didn't have the Dodgers or the Yankees. Come on, man. Bruce was badass. And look at Texas now.
Okay, we're 60 games in.
They won 68 last year.
See?
Yeah, but they're
not even on
already
last
a
year's
turnaround.
pace.
You know, they're way above it. But that's all. To each his own.
You're so geographically biased. It's unbelievable. And that's one of the things that I don't bring to this show because I am from the East Coast. You ask 5,000 baseball fans east of the Mississippi who the greatest manager of all time is. Nobody's going to say Bruce Bochy. That's all.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean you're.
He's a Hall of Famer, though.
That's great.
Okay. And that's why you like.
What's his overall record? Yeah.
Bochy?
I know how many rings he has.
Yeah. I'm talking about his day in and day out.
He had
wins.
a modern day dynasty.
I think he's about 500.
All right.
About 500.
Yeah.
So he's like Shanahan in a way.
Well, no, he's got hardware 3 times over.
Yeah.
And I didn't name the 4th because I just did baseball, basketball.
Because you couldn't name any hockey coach ever?
Nope.
Come on.
Give me one.
I'm sorry?
Give me a. Don't what?
Who do I think is the greatest hockey coach
I just
of
said
all
give me
time?
a name. I didn't say buy time and think about it. I said
I'm
give me a
not
name.
buying time.
Give me a name.
I just want you. See, I'm trying to give you a name, but you continue to interrupt.
I'm asking you
Fred
a name.
Shero.
Okay, all right. There you go.
Greatest coach of all time in hockey history. That was pretty good. Quickness.
No, you ad-lib and you got it.
Go ahead. You said you were taking control of this. What's that?
Kurt Russell.
Now I'm gonna give you a 3.
That's not bad. Go ahead.
No, that was I gave you my 3.
I know, but I thought you were going to take control of the segment.
You do your job. You're out of here at 2.
Hey, Willard.
Do your Daryl Willard. That's our guy.
I would say baseball.
But are you before you go? Yes, you ain't mad at any. Well, I don't think you didn't like Bochy.
I don't like Bochy for the best manager of all time.
I'm gonna run that by the guys.
I would say it's tough to argue against Belichick.
All the guys I've seen too.
Baseball. I mean. Where does Casey
3.
Stengel belong?
I wouldn't. Yeah,
I know. Let me guess. Out there, who's Casey Stengel? I know.
But Jim Leland.
Life didn't start in 1988. People.
Bochy, man. Billy Martin has the most
Joe
losses
Torre.
of all.
Stoney. What's that?
Billy from the Comcast Business Text Line 510. Billy Martin has the most losses of all time.
And so does, I think Don Nelson does in the NBA, too.
Austin San Jose gave him love. He said that was one of his best coaches.
Who?
Nelly.
He's the best coach maybe to never have won it. Yes, Evan.
Tito? Francona? Just like of guys that current active managers.
Hey, is Tito's vodka as good as Grey Goose?
Oh, dude, Tito's is better, Stoney.
Tito's is better than Grey Goose?
Tito's is it now. If I stay young a little bit before my drinking days.
All right.
Tito's is it.
I have a friend, Derek, who claims that Grey Goose does not give you a hangover under any circumstances.
I'll have to find out on Payday Friday.
Can Tito say the same? Oh, do we?
Clear as
do
Clear
we?
don't give you a hangover.
Yeah, like we're going out on. You know what?
The show goes on without you.
You
bud.
guys hung me out to dry yesterday. I don't
we
even
were
want to get
dry
into
yesterday.
No, I thought we were working, and then you got what happened when we tried to leave. He said, Evan, the lick he gave Evan, and then you made him lick at your beer and what was left. Like, you could not leave.
I had to wait till the end of the Ron Lyle video.
I look like, dude, this was work.
I do not like to be at a bar by myself.
I never.
You guys
is that
leave
etiquette? Because I didn't know.
Just, I mean, I don't mind. I'll wait for
Brothers
you guys.
be like, deuces, I'll catch up with you. Holla at me.
Well,
you got to get going.
The problem is I'll be waiting for you, waiting, and then I'm like, then you just don't show up.
Well, yesterday I beat you.
I would appreciate if you'd be like, Steiny, I'm not coming by. And then I'd be like, okay, well, I'm going to leave
that hadn't been happening for a while. I think I beat you there. No, you beat me there.
You ghosted people the night of the summit.
No.
3 weeks ago.
Did I not come see you at the bar with Ernie Chavez?
You left.
Yeah.
Without saying goodbye.
That was the Irish
Ernie.
goodbye. Oh, Ernie. He never. Is that what?
He knows.
Ernie. It was the Irish goodbye.
We talked about you leaving without saying
He never
goodbye.
said it. Dude, you are something else. Why wouldn't you say, Goo had a long ride. He had to get on the byway. He had to get on the freeway.
Guru might be the most Irish person at this station.
Evan. See, now I'm getting mad. Go ahead, Steiny.
I don't have anything to say. It's your segment, remember? You're taking control.
Play the question.
We don't have
30
time.
seconds.
Oh, okay.
We only have 30 seconds left in the segment. Let's see if Dibbs and Willard heard it.
That's where it's not be played.
Why? Come on. That'll occupy 2 of our minutes with Willard and Dibbs. It'll make it go so much faster.
All right, if you let me set it up.
I'll let you do everything.
All right.
Tell you what, how about this? Let's see how long I can go without saying a word during the crossover till they notice. I'll just come out and say, I'll do the read. I'll butcher the read like I always do.
Yeah.
And let's see how long I can go without talking before anybody notices.
All right.
What's the over-under? I'm going to say 2 minutes and 48 seconds.
Well, you were kind of quiet yesterday.
Well, it's good.
You said, if I can get in here, fellas. I said, wow.
Well, that's always.
I can get in here, fellas.
Are we out at 42?
It's a cipher.
Hey, we got a break. Change over next. Crossover. You know what it is.
I have no sources.
I made up those sources.
Off clean feel, so I can accessorize with.
need a guru in my life.
Guru, man, love them waves, man. Good night.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Hey, welcome. It's a crossover brought to you by California Academy of Sciences. Every visit supports the Academy's mission to regenerate the natural world. Learn more and reserve your ticket at calacademy.org.
Dibs has the hat, so he must have been in the sun. Yeah, what's up, baby? All right, let's just get this out the way.
Santa Clara.
How much? So you haven't heard the show at all?
No, I just listened the
Ted
whole way.
Lasso show.
Actually, tons.
Listened the whole
Chaos.
way from Santa Clara. We just came from 49er
Did you
camp.
hear the Warren
So
Moon?
I'm about to embarrass myself.
Did you hear the
guys
Warren
hear
Moon
that?
interview?
Oh, you were about to have it as we arrived.
Yeah,
Perfect.
We
missed it.
arrived.
Yeah.
Why?
Perfect.
What
Listen,
happened?
you said I could set it up. Okay, look how he's
Okay,
smiling.
what happened?
So Warren Moon, my favorite quarterback of all time.
Yeah.
I know, and I love you and Shasky for giving back to the community, you two being mentor. I didn't have to even, I could have left you two out. I just wanted to throw you both. But you're mentor. So you teach radio, you teach class. I was a salesman. I had to sell education, okay?
Yeah, and
open-ended
vacuums.
question.
Yeah.
Kirby's. So Warren was coming on. So when what you're about to hear turned into, I forgot I was on, I'm being real. I took it like I was having dinner with Warren.
Okay.
Instead of asking him a question. And somehow somebody recorded it. It's 88 seconds long. But it's not a question when you laugh. It's more me talking to myself. That's me a couple weeks ago.
Oh, my gosh. I'm like, is somebody getting feedback?
Dude.
What is that?
It's nice.
Give it to him one more time, Evan.
Wow.
We don't know how.
That's literally.
I don't know how.
First of all, 88 seconds is Mark like getting ready to introduce me. So
Maybe I'm
88
not
seconds
bad.
is nothing.
Maybe I'm okay, then.
Dude.
But
I
please,
think you're
you
fine.
can laugh and let it go.
Yeah.
But I was doing too much, and I basically tried to ask him 2 questions in one. It's a minute 28.
And then tell him about your...
No. You
I
said
lost
you,
the bet.
you said you let him set it up.
I'm sorry.
So here we go. But
on,
now you got
Steiny.
me feeling a little better,
Sorry.
but this is bad.
Yeah, okay.
Guru's calling himself bad.
Man.
Michael Jackson bad.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Let's hear it.
That's
Takes
the
even longer than 88
Well, forget
seconds.
it then.
Wow.
You know what? That just really wasn't supposed to be
Started
played.
with a long pause.
Yeah.
Wow.
They missed it, Steiny. I told on myself,
Relax.
but it was bad.
I think he's ready now.
I think he's ready. He's not ready.
No, he's not ready.
Oh, maybe this will.
I did too much, and I was a little kid. And I talked to Warren before, but
Sure.
I just had a moment, and it was, oh, God.
I'll say this. The whole bit about your questions being too long, I think is unfair.
Okay.
I know. I
That's
can't
me.
say the
That's
host.
me.
Okay.
That's
I
me.
love this
Well,
man.
can we get your opinion after you hear the question? Here we are.
I got a family, I got a wife, kids, and, I need to put the phone down. I'm just on social media a little too much, and sometimes it gets to me. And I say that to say is, my partner and I were just talking about the tradition and the history of quarterbacks that get drafted where Trey Lance got drafted. And I got to tell you, Warren, Brock Purdy was incredible. Nobody saw Lance getting hurt, and he comes in. But I keep reading all these tea leaves and these stories and these prominent announcers talking about, Trey could get traded. They should trade Trey. And Warren, I'm a black man. I told my partner, and I wasn't ashamed of it. The other day, I felt like there was a race element in the sense that how can you move mountains like the Niners did and be so quick to get off of Trey Lance? Now, they didn't say that. They haven't done that, the organization. But the stuff that I was reading from fans and the stuff that I hear every day on our show, the energy was just a bit different. But can you speak to, you saw what the Niners did to get Trey Lance. Wouldn't it be too soon to not find out what Trey Lance is going to be? And don't you owe that to the organization? And before you answer, my partner was like, you know what? Maybe he ain't doing it in practice. I'm like, I don't care if he's not. We have to see it, the public, on the field, right? Wow.
What did Warren do next? Was he still there?
Yeah, he was there.
Okay.
I sent him a tweet.
What did he say?
I forget. I'm so cluster effed after they played that question. But I love you for that because the record's 147. I won't say who it is, but that was an F. That was too much. I hit him with too much, but he answered the question.
Well, you know what the trick is? I find because, and I think
Dude, that
I've
was
said
like
this,
surgery.
Well, but I think I've said this before on the air. If there's one thing in our business that is at epidemic levels of bad, and I include myself in this.
Do you really?
Because we fall into it.
Oh, go ahead.
Is interviewing. Now, going on for a minute
Before you
and a half.
continue, I got a two-part question.
go ahead.
About
Go ahead, ask it, and I'll answer the second one, and I'll ignore the
he
first
and I
one.
have had this conversation about two-part questions. Warren, just a two-part question.
Second someone says that, I'm like, I'm gone. I'm gone.
Dude, the first part is like, go ahead and throw that up and throw it in the garbage because the second part is the only one he's going to remember.
All right.
And so that's kind of what Mark's talking about.
Well, but so what happens, though, is the word conversational is a positive when it comes to interviewing.
Yeah, okay.
Right?
And you're
so
good
when
at that. You're
so
really
when
good
you
at that.
say you felt like I was sitting on the couch with Warren Moon, that's a good thing.
But I wasn't, though.
Right. So
Okay.
what happens then is I think this is the way I teach it. There's a little person in the back of our heads. And we have to, in interviewing, you got to ignore that person. Because that person is telling you that you want both the audience and your interview subject to know that you're credible. And you know what you're talking about. And in order to do that, we do the setup. So here's what's going on.
Well, that was my
the
version.
Brock
Oh,
Purdy, the
God.
Trey Lance, and then this happened, and then because you feel like you need to tell people, I'm credible enough to ask this question. When the trick is, just ask a question.
Wow.
Did the 49ers do Trey wrong?
That's all. That would have been,
you know what I mean?
5 seconds.
Right? Like, you're
I ain't
here.
mad at you, Willard.
It's an insecurity thing that we all have. Like, you're here, so you're credible
And
enough
he's
to ask
there.
a question.
And to Evans, just a young kid, because I was laughing at myself. He was like, "Nah, Goo." It's almost like you asked him 2 questions at once.
Yeah.
about the race part, and then
and then in the end, didn't ask him a question at all.
Right.
Well, that's
but he
the thing.
answered though. He
Oh,
gave
he
us
knew
an
how
answer.
you felt.
Yeah.
He's a
Well,
pro.
no doubt.
Yeah. He's a pro. So you know, it's lucky that you have somebody who will like grab the baton and just keep running.
Right. No, he did.
And what you really wanted to know was, is Trey Lance, as a black quarterback, not getting the fair shake that he should have, that a white quarterback would get?
Yeah.
And that, because I think that's how you feel. And
But I
heard-
went down the road of trying to make it too much about how I feel about what I've been.
Right.
He didn't. Hey, my address is 4316 because it started out like that. I got a kid. I got a wife. I'm on social media. That was 30 seconds of it. Cut that out. Right. Look at this.
I have a wife.
Oh, anyway, we had some fun.
Do you
with
know
that.
what though?
Yeah.
Do you know what you want to know? One of the reasons why you work in this industry is because
We're all ears.
No.
No.
Because you capture the idea of being the everyman. You capture You capture the public.
But that's who I am, though.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. That's why you are our Steph Curry.
So being like all,
You hear that, Steiny? You hear that?
Functionally,
I heard
it. Buttoned up industry wise.
Yeah,
That's not
because some
that's
that
not
have
you.
that throw it in people's face, and they're not talking
Man.
with them; they're talking at them or down at them.
Man of the people.
Okay. Speaking of which, God, I hate you. Got to go.
No,
But-
Well, no.
Oh yeah.
Are you going to bring up what I think you're going to bring up?
JP?
Yeah. Why don't you wait 3 more
okay.
minutes?
All right. Okay.
Because I don't want to be a part of that. I'm out of that.
No,
one.
why would you say that?
Because it's tearing the staff apart. That's why.
You guys kill me.
What's
Nothing.
What's tearing the staff apart?
There should be
Go ahead,
nothing
Goo.
that's his
Jordan
mind-
Poole
I may
topic.
walk
Oh,
out.
Jordan Poole.
I may
But
walk
then,
out at 2.
I love this man.
2.5 minutes.
My best friends are my best friends because we could talk about any subject
Sure.
matter, and I may not agree
Say
with you
anything,
at all,
John Cusack.
but I learn. Never
In
this.
my
What could
life,
tear us
the
apart?
19
Close.
Yeah,
But that
mean,
speaks to what's
No.
going on in his noggin, though, Willard. No, seriously. Tear us apart?
Yeah. No.
I mean,
This is... I don't get it, Stoney.
No,
Well, are you going to?
Well, no, we're talking
If you're going to
now.
soft pedal, the way you feel, then
No, you told me to hold off until you left.
go ahead. I'll just walk out.
You stay in hard pedaling.
No,
Don't
just-
walk out.
yeah.
Hey, you're
I'm
listening
here
to
for a little
95.7 The Game, KGMZ
Oh, my
FM at
boy.
HD1 San Francisco.
Early legal.
On Odyssey Station.
is.
Got that out of the way.
That was barely legal, is what that
Here,
was.
how about this? How about you get your point out and then you leave and then we can just
This is an
pillory
album,
you.
barely.
Well, you
We
guys,
can
boy.
crush you because I totally am at odds with your take about, Draymond's got to go. Yeah,
say
yeah.
gotta go.
We'll get into that.
It's time. You got to break it apart. And Draymond's the first to go. Yeah, yeah. That's what I heard on my drive down to Santa Clara.
Is that fair?
Please defend yourself.
You just talked to me an hour ago about sticking up for each other a little better, and this is the way you're going to do
But
me.
I didn't. That was Dibs. I
You
didn't
got
say
60
anything.
seconds?
Steiny is
I'm
the
going to tell you
greatest,
something.
Stick
man.
it up, dog.
Apparently, and I'm working on some things.
yeah.
It didn't, I'm working on
You're good, baby.
lowering the volume.
Yeah.
And so when I had heard it, I said, oh, okay, well,
I haven't
okay.
we haven't
I didn't
started
know-
it. Okay.
Smoke didn't come out of my ears.
I didn't know what
There's
it
no
is. What is
I'm
it?
gonna.
That's-
I was saving it
What
for
Okay.
you,
is
but now
it?
and it's nothing major. That's why
I'm out.
like. Steiny, that does hurt. Radio hurts me that you think it would tear the staff up. That was material. He was wrong.
Well,
That's
okay.
correct. Listen, Will.
Listen. At different
Been torn apart.
times,
Right.
in our industry,
Never, Rob. These
people,
I love my
no,
guys.
not never.
Yeah.
People take sports disagreements and take them personally.
How can you do that?
I don't know,
All right, man.
I don't know.
But that's a character flaw if you do that to whoever
Well,
does that.
I mean,
This is the toy department of life.
People get hot.
This is the toy department of
People
life.
get it. Yeah.
Some people say I stole that. Did she can let me know?
You did.
Okay,
You
so
did. You did.
Wow,
All right.
Evan. All right, here we go.
So
oh
yeah,
you
set
go
it up.
there.
I'm gonna
Okay.
move over to. I'm gonna
You
move
did
over to
steal
Stein's
it, but
chair.
that's okay. It's not wrong. But yes.
Now,
Talk
what
to
if
me.
I say I stole it from somebody from another market?
Fine.
Okay.
Fine. I mean,
But
stolen.
had
is
you heard
stolen.
it before?
Yes. Yes. And I mean, I've
I
stolen.
can't even. I couldn't wait to say it. Steiny was like, "That's not your original."
No, but it's factual, and no
Okay.
matter who had it first.
There we
and,
go. Okay.
If you want to talk about like 4 more years,
Okay.
any president who wants 4 more years, you weren't the first one to chant 4 more years, so
Right.
you stole that.
I
So
get you.
It's okay.
All right. So what are we talking about?
Okay.
What are we saying
what do
here,
we got?
Goo?
So yesterday
Man.
we had a great changeover like we do, and we left out of here not with you, Dibs. You had said your opinion about Poole, and you thought he was at fault. He was more of I gotta say surmise it better than that. But you
Yeah,
felt
but
like
we're-
everything that came his way was his doing. And that's how we kind of left it. Steiny and I
Yeah.
left. Then we went and had our little show meeting. And then I hear. Go ahead.
It's a little. This is one of the things that's hard. It's hard to encapsulate everything in one sentence. Saying everything is his fault or everything that came his way was his doing. That's never what I really said. I've said from the beginning, like punching a teammate, hard no. Like, no, I certainly don't want anyone to think that I ever said Jordan Poole deserved to get punched.
See, that's how I took
Oh,
that.
God, no.
Okay.
Oh, no. And Dibs will back me that I have never, ever,
Right.
ever said that. I've never felt that.
Well, he said he had it coming to him. As far as I can, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, but-
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. So that the people not in the back.
What I do feel is I feel that there is a lot in the chest of evidence that suggests that everybody with the Warriors is very frustrated with Jordan Poole. And that the punch, many of us use as the baseline as if that's when the story started. And I don't understand punches to mean that. You don't punch another human being because they did something that you didn't like for the first time.
Okay.
This has all, to me, looked all year. And I've had conversations and whispers and things like that. I'm not going to tell you that I'm reporting something or that I was there. But I think that there was a build-up of behavior that a lot of his teammates didn't love.
Go ahead.
I think that feathers were ruffled. I think that the contract landing when it did, and no, it didn't land for the first time ever 2 days after the punch because there's a negotiation that builds up to it. He was the one yelling money time and we're going to get a bag after the championship. And I think that Jordan changed a little bit. I think he changed a little bit.
Okay.
And I think he wanted more playing time. He wanted a bigger role. And why wouldn't you? That's human. but it also doesn't work when you're joining a dynasty.
Right.
And so I think there's frustration there. And one person took it way too far.
Right. And
that's what I think.
Dibs, and I'm going to get your side, too, because when I got in the car, I heard Bonte call in. So I can't never steal anybody's words, but he couldn't have said it better on how I felt. And, Dibs, I just want to know from you, like, Jordan, when the tweet went out and the way that it was worded, it felt like the chessboard or the whole organization is looking at Jordan Poole, and everybody within the Warriors they agree on one thing. Jordan Poole is wrong, or he's coming off cocky, this or that. But the way that it was said, I thought you were saying and some fans are, Mark, that the punch was deserving. It's never okay to get hit at work. It just is not.
It's not.
Okay.
But before the punch, and this is Mark's point about how Jordan Poole was acting and playing.
Got you.
And after the punch, the way Jordan Poole acted and played, and I would put the way he acted and played a lot on the organization. You didn't punish Draymond, and Steph and Clay didn't wrap their arms around Jordan Poole. What the organization did is they wrapped their arms around Draymond, and then Jordan Poole felt like he was ostracized. Jordan Poole felt like he was on his own, and so he played like he was on his own. And so are we to expect Jordan Poole to play in a different way? He has his bag, so he's not worried about like, ooh, do I need to play for my supper or not? Shout out Supper. He's got vertigo. But, he's not worried about that. He's worried about, you know what? I'd love to win another championship, but I'm going to play the way I play because I'm already paid. And if these guys don't want to, like, have my back, which they didn't, by the way, Steph throws his mouthpiece. Clay gets mad. Draymond walks off in a play. The organization doesn't punish the guy who punched him in the face. What's he supposed to do?
And that's why I felt like it was a beautiful take, and I agree with that. Willard, you're not by yourself, and it's why I feel like Bonte, when he called to say, it feels like you're ignoring those facts. Am I here to tell you he wasn't Jordan Poole acting like some hotshot or even talking about what was going to be on his W-2s on his new contract to Draymond? But Draymond is an OG. He told us this after the fact. I was in a dark place before I came to the facility that day. I deal with Steiny on a daily basis, vice versa. You guys, there's dark stuff every day. I can't come in knowingly and take it out on you. But for Jordan Poole in a social media era where social media talks, these pictures and videos are everything. There's seasons and episodes, movie-like, of words in one day captured on phones and cameras. For him to be subject to not just getting humiliated in front of his teammates, what you talked about yesterday, if you remember, Willard, nobody, we got the stopwatch on my question. We put the stopwatch on people coming to Jordan Poole's rescue. I was driving home. I go, you know what? That's lightweight unfair, because if you did deem it as a fight, Jordan Poole was on the losing end of that. What are you really supposed to do? But for the organization that has this culture that I thought was on another level than the Miami Heat, an organization that is 4-time champs, I thought they would send a message just for the benefit and byproduct of Jordan Poole, his family. There are now, guys, I sent it yesterday on IG, these cartoons where Jordan Poole is getting hit by Draymond. I mean, this is a thing. So for the people saying there's verbiage that Jordan Poole could have said, or a magic word or words to get that punch, and then have Bob Myers and Joe Lacob not suspend Draymond, but I can call Kevin Durant a couple years ago out of his name and get suspended? What are we doing here when we're watching this Jordan Poole fall down, look unconfident, and then the video in the playoffs, if you think the thing was fixed, the relationship, him just telling Draymond, get your paws off me. And I'm telling you, I got to give Draymond credit. I know I'm long-winded, because he looked like, boy, if we were at the park, I would have got with you, and Curry had to come chastise him. And I'm going to call your son, young Jude, who we broke bread with, you, him, and I, and I've been to the Super Bowl, my nephew. If that were your son and you had that connection to Jordan Poole, Willard, I do wonder if you would look at this a bit differently.
if
you
that
would look
my
at
son,
like it's all
I think
whatever Jordan Poole was wrong with antics, he didn't put his hand on a damn person.
I think that you think that I think differently about the punch than I do.
I'm going to need you to slow that down.
I'm not talking like this is one of those things. I'm not going to get upset with the station for tweeting those words out because I said them. But when you don't have the context of the conversation, this is what ends up happening. And I know Dibs will back me up on this. There's not been one day on this station where I've ever defended the punch. I'm not really talking about the punch anymore. I'm talking about, in my opinion, the larger picture of what leads to all of the things that have happened. From walking off the court to throwing mouthpieces to throwing hands up the air to Steve Kerr doing Draymond's podcast and saying what he said.
Right.
So when the organization doesn't punish Draymond,
oh my goodness,
and you all get mad at them for that, I have no issue with you being mad at. You have a point, but let's go further and examine why they didn't do that.
Right.
Why do you think they didn't do that?
And Guru, we talked yesterday.
And my opinion is because they got a problem with Jordan Poole.
Sure they do. And this is where yesterday, Guru, we talked about the real two timelines.
Okay,
and
the real one.
The two timelines are before the punch and after the punch as it pertains to Jordan Poole. So pre-punch, Jordan Poole, yes, he was a problem. He got a bag. He was a champion, and he was going to get his bag, and he was starting to feel himself. And Klay Thompson in Japan said,
I remember that.
Yeah, all the talk about Jordan Poole. And then Jordan Poole gets punched in the face by Draymond Green. Not only punched in the face, but knocked out, and nobody rushes to Jordan Poole's defense. Nobody squared up on Draymond Green. Nobody, really broke it up. Draymond punched him and either tried to hit him again or hold him up. And after that,
I think it was hold him up. Yeah.
Whatever. The video stops. And all we know from then on is that Draymond was not punished. So for me, timeline number 2 starts then. So when you look at Jordan Poole from that point forward,
go ahead,
and this is where Mark and I have a debate. Because, I think that Jordan Poole did just about everything he should have done from that point forward. He played in every game. He played in 95 of 95 games. And he played the way that Jordan Poole plays. Jordan Poole is not a run off 2 screens, catch and shoot guy. He's a give me the ball and watch me cook player. So the fact that they're trying to get him to play some way that he doesn't want to play, and he already has this bag, I think that it's at cross purposes in terms of who Jordan Poole really is and who they want Jordan Poole to be.
Now, I'm not mad at that, and Willard, I'm going to get right back to you, but are we forgetting the metamorphosis that he showed the world, Jordan Poole, with this play in this Warrior system last year to get the bag?
That's timeline 1. Again, I'm talking 2 timelines.
Well, okay, but to your point
pre-punch.
Fit and his he fit in perfectly last year.
Yes, but at the same time,
he had the building going
he was
crazy
unplayable in the NBA Finals.
Last
year, they didn't play him. And they didn't play him because he can't defend and because he's dribble like you like to say.
So there's no part of you, Dibs, and I'm shooting my own argument in the foot, but that's okay because we're just talking.
We are.
There's no part of you that thinks he got that contract because of the punch and the fact that they were like, you know what? We didn't do you a solid. It looks bad. You know what? Here's your chicken. I could be wrong, but now that everything is revealing itself, that podcast, I didn't like that. Who am I? It's just my opinion. I'm seeing stuff come out now and show it and rear its head. Andre Iguodala, you guys didn't ask about him. Bob Myers told Steiny and I on more than one occasion he was the Samuel Jackson, the negotiator. If anything ever popped off among the players, he was the go-to guy. And he couldn't bring or rectify and fix what we saw. So I say to you, that contract was almost pity money.
Well, to me, the contract, and Mark and I have talked about this, to me, the contract was, we're going to give you this contract now and see if you can make this work. If not, it's much more tradable when he has that big bag.
I agree with that.
Than it is, because Mark said it yesterday, and Mark, and I
he can't play here anymore.
Him when Mark Willard is right, because then he's going to nod his beautiful head, and the ego is going to grow even more. And, it's going to be 7 more minutes.
I feel better about my 128.
Dude, it's going to be, trust me.
You and Willard, I love you,
dude. I dream about a partner only doing 1:28. Are you kidding me?
Well, this was a question.
Man.
All you got is 88 seconds?
This guy will, you want to talk about give me the ball with 2 seconds on the shot clock.
Yeah.
I think the contract was given to him knowing that, okay, A, it works out and he's worth every penny, or B, now it's more tradable than ever.
Because of the punch.
And that's a Mark take.
Okay, no.
Because
Vontae hit that on the nail on the head when it sounded, Willard, like you guys were putting everything that's wrong with the Warriors. You're letting people get a pass, and you're putting it at the doorstep of Jordan Poole. That's the genesis of how I feel from Warrior fans.
Okay, now
and when I read that text,
that's different, and I think that's a lot closer to how I feel. Now, if we're going to say this is the other thing, everything that's wrong with the Warriors is Jordan Poole's fault. How much is actually wrong? It's not like they're that far off. They won a title 11 months ago, and this year they went to Game 6 of the second round. And I think can still compete next year.
Well, you got your star player saying, giving a speech that wasn't supposed to be authored by him.
Right.
He had to tell Dre. I don't know if Dre really knew why he wasn't giving the speech, but he had to go to this point. I got to play this card, Willard.
This is pretty simple.
Some of y'all ain't got to get on the bus. That wasn't just Jordan Poole. There were more. I'm going to call them gremlins.
You sure?
There were more than just Jordan Poole.
Kuminga.
I saw Kuminga pouting, and
maybe a little Jermichael Green, and quite frankly, who cares?
And there you go.
Okay? So yes, the Warriors didn't get along last year, and I think it was the majority of them not liking the way Jordan and Jonathan were behaving. I don't think that they like the way that I don't think that they like their ego growing.
Right.
I don't think that they like that they were complaining about the lack of minutes. Steve Kerr is on Draymond. This is why this conversation started.
It was fascinating.
He's on Jordan Poole's podcast.
Draymond's podcast.
I'm sorry. He's on Draymond's podcast talking about the Heat role players, not complaining about playing time. Nobody cares about that. They're all together for a common goal. That tells me the Warriors are not together for a common goal. Why on earth would I look at the 3 people who have done this for a decade and know exactly how to do it? Why on earth would it be on them? Now, that has nothing to do with the punch. The Warrior culture, in my opinion, the fly in the ointment is the fact that some of their young players won't get on the bus. They won't get on the bus. That's my opinion.
Okay, no, I'm not mad at you.
That's my opinion.
Shout out Ozzie Davis. Get on the bus.
You know what I mean?
Great movie. Great movie.
It's got
so whose
nothing
job
to do with
is
the
to
punch.
get? I'm asking because Steiny was like, "Can you run it back?" And I keep going to this, and I hate it, guys. I'm gonna have a Warrior conversation without mentioning the punch, but just for this point. How do you get them on the bus or they can't coexist? I don't think Poole and Draymond Green can coexist. And if I were Daryl Lakeup, I wouldn't want them to because I've seen a whole season go by to where I understand sometimes there's just enough damage to where you have to move on.
It might be there, but you're not giving Jordan away for pennies on the dollar.
No, I get that.
And
so I would tell Dre,
his value
you
is
giving
down.
Dre 3. I'm asking both of you. Honestly, are you giving Dre 3 for 90?
No. 3 for 75.
I mean, whatever the number is, that's up to Joe. I'm giving Dre 3.
You are giving him 3.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely.
For sure. And this is where I wish
Absolutely.
Steiny could have stuck around. And I know he's in the car right now, shaking his head, getting ready to get on the Bay Bridge. But you absolutely.
Yes, Steiny, no practice swings. You know what to do.
Absolutely give Draymond the 3 years because Steph Curry wants that. And that's the way this goes. And if Steph doesn't want to play with Jordan Poole, and we don't know that, but we know that, and I've said this 3 months ago, that I don't think that Draymond and Jordan Poole will be on the team together. So if that's the case and you want to give Draymond 3, you trade Jordan, you trade Kuminga, you trade the pick, you do whatever you can to bring in grown men to play with these veterans right now.
Now, those are great points, Willard, and I'll just say, why did the front office, I don't know if it was Bob, Joe, Steve, and I ask Steiny this every day we get to this. If you're going to tell me Curry, which he should have all the input in the world, as much as LeBron James, or everywhere he goes, has that much gravitas, why were they drafted? Because I can interest you in a podcast with Iggy and Steph both saying, why did the organization give us these young for they don't know how hard it is to win a championship. You could have traded the Wiseman pick for a ready-made. That name, I don't know. So if Steph wanted to go that route / Iggy, who ignored that, Dibs? And that has me wondering, does Steph have that much clout to tell Joe to scratch that check? Because now with Bob leaving, I asked Donnie this today, with Bob leaving, I wonder if Joe, that was the Band-Aid ripped off. Joe didn't want him to leave, but now that Bob left in the fashion that he left, is Bob now a killer that Steiny says he is, to where, you know what, Dre? I don't think that third year of that, it ain't feasible. We're going a different direction. I wonder how much of that has shook Lake up to where now he's like, you know what? I ain't giving the Brandon Crawford. I ain't giving the Brandon Bell contract. Clay, you better come in here and talk about subtraction.
There's too many people who have already been in public at a high level with the Warriors that have talked about a Draymond Green extension. Remember, the Athletic reported it an hour after the Warriors were eliminated. Steve has talked about it in front of a microphone. Draymond has talked about it in front of a microphone. I think it's going to happen. Now, the subject that is interesting with everybody talking about how whenever something went down, it was Bob and Andre who fixed it. Well, who's gone this year? Wow, Bob and Andre. So this whole thing needs to get reshuffled, and maybe that does mean that they can't fix it, and Jordan does need to be traded. That's entirely possible. Only Jordan can answer that. But when you go back to Logan Murdoch's article, this is one thing that, and I interpret it different than many.
Okay.
When people point to the fact that Steph stood up in that room and pointed over at Jordan's locker room and went, that young guy right there, that's the key. So many people, other people, and maybe you're right, translated that as Steph saying,
I got his back.
That man's our future. He's got that ability.
That's how I took it?
I took it as, we got to wait and see if he gets on the bus or not.
Oh,
because right now,
I didn't look at it.
Because right now he's not, and it killed us this year. So when you hear me talk and you think I'm blaming him for everything, you can translate it that way if you want. Yes, my name on it, Dash Mark Willard. Yeah. Problem number one this year, having nothing to do with the punch, from top to bottom within the organization. Not the only problem, not all the blame. Problem one, Jordan Poole.
Yeah, see that to me, problem one is Draymond Green because of the punch, and this is where he and I have had this debate because
that's what it is.
I'm more willing to blame the veterans than a 23-year-old who is a bench player. You're asking him to be the OG, and so this is where Mark and I will continue to debate this point because to me, the bigger problem was Draymond. He played great on the floor, sure. Clay was up, Clay was down, Clay was up again, and Clay was really down.
No doubt.
When you needed Clay to be up. Steph was fine as a player, but why didn't you guys have the ability to bring Jordan Poole back in after what happened? Because Jordan Poole got punched, and then Jordan Poole went sideways. Jordan Poole went rogue.
He got humiliated.
Jordan Poole was
that's a good
awful.
point.
It's a great point.
I mean,
and it's the truth, Mark.
Right.
It's the truth that you want to.
These are facts.
You want to kind of move past it.
Those are facts.
A lot of people want to kind of, it happened.
No,
it's
no
forever.
one's brushing it under the rug. The point is again, while that's a good point, it also sort of points to that being the first day of the story. And I just don't believe that.
So it's the first day of the second timeline. Right.
So
two timelines.
So did it rob the veterans' ability to bring Jordan along? Maybe. But what happened before that? And when I say that, people go, oh, you blame Jordan for the punch. No. Why wasn't Jordan on the bus yet? Why were the players so frustrated with Jordan?
Mark, do we really have actual facts of pre-punch where this kid was really alienating his teammates to where, because I don't believe now here I goes, don't forget the punch. Forget the punch. But he wouldn't have got the content.
But you don't have
they did the calculator of, so do you think Steph, Dre, and Clay were like, when they got it? Okay, gotcha.
It's business. You can't let that guy be a restricted free agent. You lose your power. He's a restricted free agent this year if you don't sign him to a deal. And so now, at that moment, they're thinking he's going to get even better. He's going to average 22 a game.
Yeah.
Then he's going to be a restricted free agent, and now someone else is going to sign him.
Look like a whole different
to
player.
A max. Yeah. And then we either have to match it, which we don't want to do, or we got to let him go and get nothing for him. They're simply holding on to their asset.
Right.
That's all they were doing. They were covering their asset.
So he's going to be moved. I don't think They can, if you're right, you guys are right, and Dre's here.
I don't know if
Jordan
they can.
Poole, see,
Depends on
gotta go.
But
He's
would you
gotta go.
want it? But I wouldn't want them to.
I want them to trade him.
I would like. But
you can't try to fix it because you had a season.
No, you
But
can't fix
there
it.
has to be
It's
a trade.
unfixable.
But there has to be a trade.
I got you.
Someone's got to play with you.
Or you could say, decide that you ain't going the Dre route. And I believe Joe Lacob, like those are questions are being asked.
You can
it
do
would
that.
be tough.
I don't think they'll do that.
If they don't go the Dre route, then Steve Kerr is gone after a year. That's my take. After Steve Kerr goes on Draymond's podcast and he basically
I love your Coach Kerr.
talks about without talking about his own young players, right?
And compared them to Miami.
Right. So if all this goes down and Draymond like, oh wow, I'm not gonna opt in because I'm not getting a deal, I'm gonna go to LA, then Steve in his final year, he won't resign, and then what, Clay's gonna bow out and now you're left with Steph and fill in the blank head coach.
And how good would it be for business to have Steve Kerr, who Steiny called Pat Riley a Don the other day? I love it because he's worthy of it, but I'm going to call Kerr a Don here. How could you even go down that road or even think about driving down that road unless Steve is telling people, oh, I got young kids, I need to be with my family, which I don't think you guys had him on. He said, hey, I'm ready. Let's go.
He doesn't want to go anywhere.
Right.
And
so why would Joe Lacob even risk having Steve come in a lame duck year? A coach of that magnitude, this should get done before the tip of game one for the Warriors.
Maybe. And
but why would it be maybe, Mark, if everything was on point?
Because Draymond's a maybe and Clay is still a maybe.
It might just not be. It's not his turn. It's not his time yet. You're
It's
not
not
going to
his
do
turn,
that.
yeah,
You're not
good
going to
call.
do that in June. And by the way, in terms of, and I remember this, right? The Monty Williams contract comes out, but oh gosh, are the Warriors going to pay?
Right.
The Warriors could pay Steve $100 million a year. It has nothing to do with the cap. I don't care.
Nothing.
I do not care. As a fan,
Joe cares.
I know he does.
At $100 million.
So whatever the hell he wants to pay. Like all I care about as a Warrior fan is would I rather Steve is or is not the coach? I'll say is. You can pay him whatever you want. I do not care. With what it costs for us to go down there, give him $1 billion. I do not care.
Right.
I'd rather he's the coach. So that's my only opinion on that. But as far as the timing of the whole thing, yeah, there's like other things that do need to be figured out first.
Exactly.
And Steve, it's almost like he's playing this game right now. How many different ways can he say the same thing? He tells us, I was on the Last Dance team. This ain't it. Steph, Clay, and Dre have years left. I want to be here for years. Now I'm going to go on Draymond's podcast. Boy, those young guys on the bench from Miami, they all work for the same goal. Man, that's why they're in the championship round and we're not. He's saying the same thing and picking 5 different ways to say it.
Right.
He wants to be here. Right. He wants Steph.
He wants
Clay,
to win. Exactly.
And Draymond here.
Right. Exactly.
Remember when he said, is Draymond going to be on the team or you want to win? Because if you want to win, then Draymond's got to be on the team.
Yeah.
He has said this like 8 different ways in the last 2 months. We know exactly what he wants. He wants his core, and he wants them to still be the core.
Okay, and I asked Steiny this. I'll ask you two before I get out of here. Steiny goes, it's called negotiations.
Yeah.
And I know Bob's working to June 30th, but how soon do you get that? I mean, Dunleavy, you want to do it or not? I don't know what's going on. Like, I want to find out who the Warriors should want to know who their GM is. And Steiny was like, slow down. But I'm like, okay, it's not on fire, but I feel like, okay, Joe, it's not hard to, if you know and you had those. Now, he wasn't running them.
Too, though,
they
don't you
know.
think?
Have you heard any other person?
But Steiny was talking money.
rumored-
What if Mike Dunleavy, what if they said, you know what, we're not giving you a raise. It's your job. Like,
he's
get
taking
it done. It looks good for business to get the successor to Bob Myers.
Classic situation that we often all do in the media, which is tell us.
Oh, all right.
Tell us.
I'll leave on that.
Right?
Yeah.
Like I think they know.
You owe me a damn thing.
They know, and they're just not telling us yet. And that's their timeline. That's the third timeline.
All right, no, I'll stay to 27.
Thank you for staying, bud. I'll talk to you all day.
Hey, swing good, Steiny. Yeah,
exactly. All right, have a good afternoon, Go. Willard and Dibs is coming up next. Sponsored by Cars.com.
Oh, that's the sound of a car being added to Cars.com. And since up to 50,000 cars are added per day over the
are a little, like, we got a little sun this afternoon.
Yeah. I had sunscreen on, too.
And I didn't. I was completely unprepared.
Yeah, you got hair.
Yeah, but I got a face.
Was that fun, though?
I don't have hair on the face.
Was it worth the 2-hour drive?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We went and saw the 49ers today.
Yeah, we did.
Gosh, there's nothing like football, man. Just being out there with the and watching the team do their thing and the energy of a football field and all the guys. So 49ers OTAs, today was basically the last day.
Yeah.
And so we went down there and we checked it all out. And we have some observations.
Can I just real quick?
Some observations.
And this is not formational or depth chart or football. Nick Bosa's quads. Javon Hargrave's hindquarters.
Oh my gosh.
My God.
J-Lo is jealous of
He's got junk in the trunk. Trunk. Guys like what? But all night long. Let me see you rush the passer.
Oh gosh. So
my God, in shorts?
Yeah, it's different. It's different when you, like anything. Like, why do you buy tickets to a game? Because it's different in person.
So you see Eric Armstead and you go,
well, he's like 8 feet tall.
Seriously, I mean, oh my God. If he was a Warrior, he immediately would be.
I'm like, big man.
Is that James Wiseman?
Let's go.
And then you see Hargrave, and it's like, guys like, what?
Seriously. Because Hargrave gets into it. Well, he gets into the whole group of the 49ers. You can't even see him. You know, because what are you, like 5'10" or whatever?
But then he comes off the line.
Oh,
it's
my
like,
gosh.
Can you imagine trying to block him? Like, if you had the last cookie on Earth and he wanted a cookie, you would last 0.00001 seconds.
Oh, no chance. No
chance. My goodness.
So there's breaking news in the NBA that we're going to do here in just 2 minutes.
If you wouldn't mind.
2 minutes. We will do that, and then we'll get back to the observations.
Bosa comes out?
Well,
the quads?
You are actually doing right now. I love that you're starting the show this way.
My God.
Because you are doing.
I have a wife.
You're doing one of the things that it actually makes me uncomfortable about being at 49er practice.
Sorry.
It's a bunch of dudes who are largely, I love you, all of us media brethren and the sisters. Great to see Jennifer Lee Chan there.
Nice,
and others.
Yeah.
But it's all of us out of shape people on a sideline talking about other men's bodies.
Oh, my God.
And it's really weird. It's weird. Like when you see Kruger and you're just like, what's up, brother? Yeah, what's going on? How are you? I'm good. And within less than 60 seconds, he's like, I want you to look at the calves.
Dude, the hips.
On number 42.
That's coming up Friday.
The calves.
Don't spoil it.
And look at the butt on the new free agent signing, Javon Hargrave. Like, oh my gosh. And everybody's talking about body parts and the way they move. And it's like, this is suggestive. And at times, about my butt. Yeah, it's uncomfortable.
Well,
it's uncomfortable.
Coming
sometimes.
up Friday when you're off, we're gonna get into all 90 of these babies.
One
right
body
here.
part for every player,
dude. McCrary Ball's hips, and Larry he's like, look at number 40. Look at McCrary Ball.
Larry,
he's making this team. Watch him turn his hips. And I was like, Larry, I can't keep my eyes off his hips.
Put your eyes up on his hips. When you dip, I dip, we dip, and then we dipped. And we came here,
and that's a 4.
Yeah, we'll there are some.
Ty Davis Price has slimmed down.
And Jordan.
All
Mason,
this and more on Friday.
Jordan
yes,
Mason.
Thank you.
He did. There was even a moment, right? Look at how slim Jordan Mason is. Look how in shape he is. I'm like, why are you talking like that? We don't have to use a golf voice out here. This is football.
And you
can just yell.
When the Jake Moody, Zane Gonzalez kicker battle ensued, there was a hush over the crowd.
I think Moody is the
Moody
future.
And Zaney kick balls. That's what happened.
I knew. We will be.
I'm going to save this for Friday.
It suggests to Moody that he needs to do yoga. Exactly.
Totally.
So we're in on that. All right. So back to football in a second. But how about this?
This is breaking.
Yeah. Chris Paul's a free agent. So the report is, and Chris Haynes was the first to have it, that the Phoenix Suns have informed Chris Paul that he will be waived. Now, you don't see this a whole lot.
And when you wave somebody, it's usually not hello.
No.
It's usually bye-bye.
No. Larry Beal somewhere is like, waving means goodbye.
Baby, bye-bye-bye.
So he gone, and Nahigian comes over and sticks his head.
Of course.
He sticks his head in the studio, and he's like, hey, look. Chris Paul just got waived.
At the waiver wire, you should look.
But he says the exact thing all of us are thinking. He's like, I hate the guy. but for 1 year? And then turns around and walks out. And I'm like, exactly.
Best boss and worst boss ever in the same moment.
But it's so cringy. But that's what all of our heads do. When a big name player in the NBA suddenly is available, especially one you didn't see coming, you go, huh? Little Marge Simpson action?
Homie.
Good.
You're a special little guy.
Should he be on our team? And I'm like,
Maggie.
No, he should not be on our team. I joked with you. Warriors can release Ty Jerome. They've got their new backup point guard. His name is CP3. I'm a hard no. Now, I got to look. I haven't even had time to look at what this means financially when he's waived. Does that just mean the Suns are breaking him off whatever's left on the contract and he would sign somewhere for a vet min? I mean, if that's the case, if you're the Warriors, he might actually be exactly the kind of player, and I don't mean you need a point guard, but guys who are just like, yeah, vet min, veteran, I understand how to do it, I'll be there. But listen, all of those things, add them all up, stack them up for me, and I'm going to Jenga that thing. I say no to Chris Paul for two reasons. Reason number one, he's not that good anymore, / always hurt. Reason number two, my emotions only go so far. I do not want Chris Paul in a Warriors uniform because it's just wrong. It just is. It's just wrong.
Oh, but KD can come here and win a chip, and David West can come here and win a chip, but CP3 can't come here and win a chip?
Understand why I'm saying that. Not because, like, a big name is not supposed to come here. No, not that big name.
Oh, yes, that big name.
I can't stand him. He's one of my he's on my top 5 least favorite players in sports.
And that's a you problem.
Yes.
It's a you problem.
My opinion is the only one I can give you.
Right.
And so I personally...
You can represent the audience, and, I personally feel like...
No, the audience can react to us, and we can all have a conversation.
Mark? How can they react?
Well, they can call 888
Thank you.
957-9570. They can use the Comcast business text line unless they're driving, or they can look at us on Twitch and YouTube and see Dan Dibley's backwards hat and get ready for the game Who's Going to Cuss First.
Yes.
Which we play on YouTube.
And I'm usually minus 800 quietly, and you're plus 450 unless your mic gets left on, because quietly during the breaks, you can cuss a blue streak.
I get potty mouth.
On occasion.
That's when I let it out.
Yes.
I wait for the breaks.
I normally am with you in terms of CP3, but I look at the way this team is and the way this future is going in terms of the championship window. And if you could bring in CP3 on a vet min deal, they had a vet min this year who didn't do a darn thing for them. He played 4 games and he looked darn good in street clothes. So can you vet min your way on this team? And I think Chris Paul might be able to command more than that. But if you're CP3 and you want one last chance to win a title, why not come here? Be a 20-minute-a-night guy, play 60 games, be a veteran who you can turn to on a second unit in the playoffs. I'm in on Chris Paul, even though I feel the same way as you do about Chris Paul in terms of his career and who he's been, the flopping, the pouting, the ineffectiveness in April, May, and June. But on this team, in this moment, I'm in. Mark, bring him in.
So he signed a 4-year, $120 million contract that goes through this upcoming season. If I'm reading this correct, though, the base salary for the upcoming year is 15.8. So the Suns will just eat it. The Suns will eat it. Chris Paul probably would do a veteran minimum contract because I don't think it matters what he signs. I could be totally wrong on this. I'm not a cap expert. But I believe his salary for next year is already set. Whatever the next team pays him simply gets subtracted out of what the Suns pay him. So he's getting the
same. It's an offset.
He's getting the same money either way.
Shout out Migos.
So in fact, I would expect Chris Paul to sign a veteran minimum deal because it means nothing to him,
right?
And it only helps the team he'd be joining. So if it were a veteran minimum deal, would you want Chris Paul on the team? Ugh.
Yes.
Yuck.
No, yes, not yuck.
I can't
yes.
stand watching him play basketball. I can't stand it.
But why? Because he's so effective in...
Is he? I mean, they're giving up on the guy.
He's very effective.
Not anymore. He's not that good anymore. He's rarely healthy. But
what do you need Chris Paul to be if you are the Golden State Warriors?
What do you need him to be?
Right. You need him to be...
an effective backup off the bench.
Right.
Yeah.
You need him to be like Ty Jerome plus.
I need him to stop playing like Dennis Schroeder with a Hall of Fame future. Like, stop falling down. Stop playing. I play a game of trying to get the officials to think something happened that didn't happen. And I know that everyone calls that hypocritical when you say it because they're like, wait a minute, Jordan Poole does it. Steph Curry, everybody does it. Sure, to a varying degree. What I don't see a lot of players in the NBA do the whole like, I'm just going to fall down on a screen, even though I didn't even get touched. Literally fall down without being touched. And that's Chris Paul. And I'll also tell you this. Chris Paul is a locker room problem. There is a reason his teams underachieve. Now, the question would be, what happens if he comes to a team where he's not the leader? That's the question. And I'd be open to finding out that answer. I'd be interested, let's say, to find out that answer. But when Chris Paul is the leader of a team, his teammates do not like him. They do not like him, and he's not good enough anymore to pull that off.
Well, no matter where he goes, he will not be the leader of a team unless he goes to our favorite Orlando or Charlotte, or maybe he goes to Memphis and he's the OG in the room for Memphis. But if he comes here, he's not walking in saying, all right, I'm the leader. It's a new culture. Steve Curry and Kevin Thompson, right? Is that what it is? And David Green, it's my team now. I'm CP3. You better recognize. No, he comes in as a veteran, limping, looking to add on to a culture.
Wow.
And I don't think that I think that he could sublimate his ego in terms of being a team player and trying to win.
Maybe. My bet would also be, because players never think that they're declining. My bet would be is Chris Paul is not sitting here today going, hey, option A would be to go back up Steph Curry. Like Chris Paul, I bet, thinks he can still be somebody's starting point guard.
You think?
I would think.
You know, he's
That'd
the
be my
fourth
guess.
oldest player in the association.
I did not know that.
Right now.
Yeah.
This year. Can you name the three players older than him who played this year? Three guys played basketball this year who are older than CP3.
I feel like two of them are real quick answers.
Okay, tell me.
LeBron James.
You got that right.
Udonis Haslem.
You nailed it.
Okay. The last one is the tough one.
Uh-huh.
Who's older
It's got
than...
Thank you, Grandy.
Who's older than Chris Paul?
Can't wait for him to get this wrong so I can put it right in his face.
Is it a big name or is it not a big name?
Do you need a clue?
Yeah.
Are you begging for a clue?
I'm begging.
Yes.
I ain't too proud to beg.
It's a big name.
It's a big name.
And in fact, it's a big name that I have said on this show up until the point where I stopped saying this name on the show.
Oh, see.
Is that too much of a clue?
Games. Yeah. Okay.
I want he played 8 games.
Iguodala. Okay.
Yes.
I thought he only played 4 games. Played 8 games?
He played 8,
Okay.
according to my basketball reference.
Right. There you go.
Other 37-year-olds, PJ Tucker and Taj Gibson. So CP3 limp.
Taj Gibson's that old? I feel like that happened fast.
That escalated quickly. You know what also happened fast?
What?
Goran Dragic is 36.
Is he really?
Yeah. Yeah, Marky.
Yeah. He's been around for a minute.
I know, but
yeah.
Like if I said Garrett Temple's 36, he'd be like, whatever.
I didn't even know that Garrett's still
exactly.
Who's Garrett?
Rudy Gay at 36, you would have thought he's 56.
Well, yeah. He looks 56.
Kyle Lowry still playing.
Kyle Lowry's a good one. Yeah. And what's Steph? 35?
I'd have to go down
35,
to
Is Steph top 10?
No, he's 27th.
27th.
Yeah, and
tied
I don't know,
for 27th.
Yeah, well,
or is this actually used months and days?
They may actually break it down in months and days. He's right behind Kevin Durant and Nicholas Batum, and he's right ahead of DeAndre Jordan, who apparently still plays. DeAndre Jordan. You know who else still plays? Blake Griffin. He was on the bench in Boston, I saw.
Oh, my gosh. That's
crazy.
He's on the Celtics.
But to the point of the conversation, Haslem, he's done. Iguodala, we know he's done. LeBron, he'll never be done. CP3 next year will be the second oldest player in the association. So I do think that he's now at the point, shout out Karl Malone as a Laker, to where CP3 would look at his career and go, you know what? I'm paid in full. I'm a State Farm agent. You know, Jake and I are buddies. I would be happy to go there and play 15 minutes a night.
I don't know.
Dribble, where is Steph?
All those other names on that list, are they just oozing with self-awareness? I mean, other than Haslam. Hell, you've made an entire career out of calling out Iguodala's lack of self-awareness.
I'd like to think my career was built long before that.
Do you think LeBron James is like, I'm getting old. Let's let AD shine?
But LeBron is still a G. He's still him.
He's not what he used to be. He's very good.
He averaged 28.9 a game.
He's not
this year.
He's not as dominant as he was in years past, or else the Lakers would not have had limped into the play-in tournament.
But if you said like Mike Jones, Mike Jones. If you said random name is 38 and he averaged 29 a game.
Oh, he's incredible.
I mean, we would be losing our mind.
He's LeBron, but he's not what
he's Tom Brady.
He's not what he was 7 years ago. I mean, peak LeBron was an automatic trip to at least the Final Four, simply by being on the roster.
Yes, but non-peak LeBron still averages 28-9. 8 and 7.
I did not say. I did not say he's not still a very good player. He's a problem. He was a problem for the Warriors just 3 weeks ago.
Chris Paul averaged 14 and 9 in 32 minutes.
Chris Paul feels.
We all have our biases against Chris Paul, and I'm with you in terms of like, that guy. But you know what? 20 minutes a night of CP3, and he played 60 games last year. Same as Steph. Can you get CP3? What do we want for this team, Mark, going forward to next year? We want veterans.
Well,
we want men who know how to win games.
I want good basketball. I want the best teammates possible. I don't know that to be Chris Paul.
Would you rather have Chris Paul for a year or Jordan Poole?
Oh, for crying out loud.
Oh, I'm sorry. You could at least say that's a good question. And I won't get credit for it.
It was a good question. It's
also a stupid question.
It was a gut punch, yeah.
That's the stupidest question I've ever heard. For next year.
Honestly, Jordan Poole. I'd rather have Jordan Poole. Yeah.
I'll say it again for the people in the back.
I'd rather have Jordan Poole.
Than?
Chris Paul.
Next year.
Tweet that and see if that'll go viral.
Dude, it should. Because you are categorically wrong.
Oh, my gosh. What do you mean I'm categorically wrong?
Well, it's your opinion, so you can't be wrong. I get that. Blah, blah, blah.
No. Well, of course you can tell. Do you mean about which one I would pick?
No, about I think for next year.
Like which one turns my stomach more? Chris Paul, way more.
Of course,
way more.
Of course, but who gives you a better chance to win a chip next year?
I don't think either of them are getting you that close.
I'm not asking you that, Steinmetz.
Well, Jordan,
I'm asking you to pick one of the two.
Jordan Poole won a ring.
I don't have a strong opinion.
I'll say Jordan. He won a ring 11 months ago. Once Chris Paul won that ring, it was never.
He got a ring.
Yeah, exactly.
When he got married.
When the phone rang. Hello?
Oh wait, I got a ring.
Oklahoma City Thunder. We'd like to buy you out. Let's go to George.
Yeah, thank you. He got a ring.
Let's go to George in Los Altos. George, what are you doing?
I'm sitting here scratching my bald head wondering why your wonderful partner thinks that Chris Paul could be second chair to anybody.
You know, he's right here, George. You can talk directly to him.
Talk to me, George.
He's got headsets on and everything.
Bro, I mean, really, you honestly think that a guy with the personality of Chris Paul, and going back to what you said, well, it's okay, Kevin Durant can come here and David West can come here, why not Chris Paul? Well, those guys didn't kick Steph off the court before a game so that Steph couldn't practice. Totally disrespectful. And when it comes down to the money, all the way down to the end where you really need him, he always seems to get hurt, and he doesn't deliver. He would be the last thing we need on our team. Frankly, we don't need another guard. Okay, we need a veteran presence with a rim protector, a big man to help on the inside to counter guys like Giannis, Jokic, and all the other bigs that are in the league. But no, man, Chris Paul, his personality would never, ever fit with the Warrior.
Man, thanks, George.
Go ahead and rock that guy.
Just between me and you, George, You don't know Chris Paul. You don't know where he is in his career. And yes, he's at the end of it. And if he is a guy who is self-aware, and we all think that he probably is, he does not want to be Charles Barkley. He does not want to be Mark Jackson. As one of the greatest players in the history of the association, John Stockton, to never win a chip. He wants a chip. And so if you're chip chasing, you come here, you come off the bench, and you get it done, CP3. Let's go. Come home, Chris. Come home.
And in general, I also get triggered by teams that are like, let's gather all the 30-somethings, right?
That's what they're doing.
Chris Paul. No, it's not what they're doing.
That's what they want to do.
No, they're sticking with their own 30-somethings. They're not trying to add more. Like, when we say Jordan Poole for a vet, that does not mean Jordan Poole for a 36-year-old.
You don't have to trade for Chris Paul.
No, I know.
He's an add-on.
No, but you're saying this is what they want to add. And I'm like, no, it's not. I'm not looking for 36-year-olds. I'm looking for people who are willing to play the way the Warriors play.
He's 37.
Yeah.
Don't sell him short.
Yeah. Like, remember the Lakers signed all the old guys, and when they were on the cover of Sports Illustrated, and everyone's like, look, Steve Nash, Kobe, Pau Gasol. They were terrible. They were terrible basketball team. You don't want that. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Your calls are always welcome. 888-957-957.
He's actually 38. Sorry.
Just had a birthday, apparently, 2 minutes ago.
My fault.
Your phone call's welcome, and also coming up next, observations from 49ers camp, some of which were uncomfortable. That's next on Willard and Dibs.
The Alameda County Fair is back in Pleasanton with live horse racing, June 16th through July 9th. 13 days of racing, more than $2.5 million in prize money, with big stakes races, including the Pleasanton Mile Race on July 9th. Enjoy craft beer and wine festivals, play daily contests. Enjoy fair food favorites like corn dogs and funnel cakes, plus the nightly Big O Tires concert series and so much more. June 16th through July 9th. Buy early and save with discounted tickets. Visit AlamedaCountyFair.com for tickets.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, what's up, y'all? Jim Duquette's going to join us in an hour 15. We got some things to say about Farhan and the future and the Giants. We'll get to that coming up in a little bit. So we're out at Niner camp today. That was fun. Want to thank everybody with the Niners for accommodating.
You know what that was, right?
Yeah, it was an accommodation sensation. I'll pay the buck. Pay the buck.
We can split it.
I already paid $400 in gas to get there and back. So what's another buck? Am I right?
About a half a tank. Let's go.
No, it was all
in your
good.
tank, full tank.
Yeah,
your car.
exactly.
Am I right?
No, the 49ers don't tank, damn it. We don't do that around here.
No. They look good.
They do.
Some of them.
I have a question to ask, and
I got answers.
I wonder if you do, because this is kind of what I'm feeling about the whole quarterback situation.
Okay. I thought we were going to go deep in the roster. I'll save that for Friday.
Yeah, no, grab your rosters and take a look at the quarterbacks. There are 4 of them. One of them's hurt. His name is Brock Purdy.
I got Brandon Allen, number 4.
Yep.
Saw him out there.
We watched him.
Trey Lance, number 5.
That's number 5.
Yeah, threw a pick. He did. These are facts.
He did.
Brock Purdy.
Right?
Didn't see him.
He's irrelevant.
Sammy D looked pretty good.
Sam Darnold, number 14.
Yeah. Am I missing a QB?
Nope, those are them.
I see some CBs and some RBs, a couple of FBs, some LBs, a couple of DBs.
You got the RBs in there? I'm hungry.
Totally.
Anyway.
We have the meats.
Okay, so there's been so much discussion about all this, right? And we got time for it all summer long. Brock, Trey, did they do him dirty? We can do all this. Here's the question that I would like to ask everyone, and this is an exercise for us to work through all this. Okay, if you were Sam Darnold or Brandon Allen, who, by the way, people are like, who the hell is that? Well, Brandon Allen was Joe Burrow's backup last year.
Mm-hmm.
These are quarterbacks in the league who have some credibility. They have a resume. They have options. Okay? They have options. Keep that in mind. Brandon Allen, Joe Burrow's backup last year. Would other teams want him as their backup? Yes, they do. But he came to the 49ers to be the QB4. Sam Darnold, 1 week into free agency, with a bunch of contract clauses, right? Bunch of incentives, which means it took time. They were talking to him for some time, but within the first week of free agency, he said yes to the 49ers. So my question is, what is it that the 49ers said to Darnold and Allen and their representatives that got them to say yes?
You got a shot. You got a shot to be QB2. That's what they said. And by the way, QB1 is coming off a surgery, so you may have a shot at QB1. Although if QB1 is healthy, we love our QB1. But you know what? And go ahead and close the door, Sam.
Close that behind you.
Brandon.
Yeah.
And we won't close the door because the AC is reliant.
It's a Dan day.
We can't actually close that door because the AC shuts off.
We would melt.
We closed the door and Spadoni got mad because he came in, it was 94 in here, and I get that, Joe, and it's my fault because I'm the AC guy. That one's on me. But when they close the door, they say to Brandon and Sam and their reps, we don't love QB2. We have a QB2, and you know him. Even though he was drafted 3rd, he might actually be 4th on our depth chart. We're not going to say that now, but we know, and you know that we know, and we know that you know that he's not our number 2. He's our number 2? Question mark? But Brock Purdy's the one, unless he's hurt, and then the whole thing is wide open.
Yep.
It's not like we have Brock, and if he's hurt, it's Trey, and you guys could all fight for number 3 because we know that Trey's actually knocking on Brock's door. He's not. It's Brock, and if Brock can't get healthy, and he will get healthy, but if something happens to Brock, it becomes a 3-man, not a 2-man.
Open season.
A 3-man jamboree.
Open season, and let me tell you, that could go any direction. Any direction. So the reason I asked that question is it's my question. I would love to know that answer. You'll never get it. They're never going to be honest with you, at least not on the record about that. But truly, I think it's relevant because of where we are with this conversation. What happens too often when we talk about Brock Purdy and Trey Lance is immediately people go, oh, you're a Brock guy or you're a Trey guy. And you have to pick a side and do all of this stuff. As I've said a number of times these last few weeks, I don't care who the 49er quarterback is. I want it to be the person who wins the most games. And so throw Brandon Allen into this mix too. I don't care which one of them wins the job. I want the 49er season to go well. I get called a Brock fan a whole lot the same way I did a Jimmy fan. It has nothing to do with my assessment of Brock Purdy. He's not even healthy right now. I loved what I saw last year. I think you're kind of a crazy person if you didn't, but whatever. If you think he's Jimmy 2.0 like we discussed yesterday, knock yourself out. That has nothing to do with it. I am more interested right now not in what I think or what you think or what our listeners think.
Man.
I'm interested in what the 49ers think. And that speaks volumes to me. Someone sat in a room with Sam Darnold, who was the third pick in the draft a handful of years ago, coming off a really interesting end of the year in Carolina last year, has been a presumptive starter in this league, and by no stretch is he at a spot where it's like, dude, you're barely a backup. Sam was either going to be someone's high-level backup or competing for a starting job. Do we agree? That was Sam Darnold's resume.
Right.
That was his lot in life right now. And somehow, the 49ers, in less than a week, got him to pick here. What did they have to say to Sam Darnold for him to decide, yep, that's the place for me?
Well, two things. The first thing is you'll come here no matter what and have a chance to develop and burnish your reputation a la Mitch Trubisky in Buffalo.
Okay.
Even if you don't play a game or take a snap, being here and being loved on by us, you're going to be better no matter what. And that's a pitch to them. And Sam Darnold looks at that and goes, okay, yeah, I'll buy that because I've been in New York and I've been in Carolina and I've had no structure. And Steve Wilkes, the defensive coordinator, who was the head coach, who's now the DC here, he vouched for Sam Darnold. And so you feel at least good about working with somebody, not directly, but working around somebody who knows you and vouches for you. The other piece of it is you got a chance. So you're saying there's a chance. And there's a chance because if Brock Purdy's healthy, it doesn't mean he stays healthy. Yeah. And if Brock Purdy is not healthy, that means it's wide open. And if Brock Purdy is healthy and Brock Purdy starts the whole year and doesn't get hurt and he's great and he doesn't need a replacement, well, the worst thing that can happen to you is you get $2 to $3 million to come in and play underneath the QB whisperer, take a year, learn, get better, bolster your reputation, and then go out and get another job.
You think that was enough? I think that's an interesting pitch.
At the very least.
You think that's enough? I wonder.
To me, the bottom line of the worst case scenario for Sam is that you don't play, you come here, you learn, and you emerge a better quarterback.
I mean, I'm just thinking around the league. Like, if people were actually trying to win, maybe there are some teams that just want Caleb Williams and they want to stink. But, look at some of even the other West Coast teams. Sam's a West Coast guy. He grew up in San Clemente.
Right.
Okay? The Rams.
He won't start there.
You sure?
Yes.
Supposedly Matt Stafford's back is about to crack for the rest of his life. You're not going to start there?
Would you rather struggle in L.A. or not play in San Francisco?
Well, why would you struggle in L.A.?
Because they stink. I don't think they're going to be that good.
That's fine, but it's not like they have no talent there.
Right. If I'm Sam Darnold, I would rather sit and watch than put more bad tape out there.
Okay, that's fair.
That's for me if I'm Sam Darnold. Because he started 55 games, and he's 21-34 with a QB rating of 78.2.
Yeah.
That ain't good, kid.
It's not good. It's not good.
He's got a lot of bad tape out there.
I guess, based on resume, none of us would say that Jimmy Garoppolo and Sam Darnold are in the same situation. Even though I think there are a lot of people who think they're probably equal talent in terms of quarterback.
Which is wrong.
So what did
Jimmy's way better.
What did Jimmy get from the Raiders?
Jimmy got $75 million.
Got $25 million a year. I know it ended up all not guaranteed with what happened later. We got $25 million a year. So Sam took 3. He took 3.
Right.
With no promise for where this is going. Here's maybe a fun.
To me, it's what did Trubisky get?
Well, I think that was also 2 or 3. He was a clear level backup.
Right. He got $27 million though.
So
after not playing.
Right. So what? Okay. I wonder what y'all think about this. What if for a day we forget about what we think about Brock and what we think about Trey? What do you all think the 49ers think about Trey? That's what let's get into that. 888-957-9570. Based on all observations, what do you think the 49ers think about Trey Lance? That's next on Willard and Dibs.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA Midsummer Days. We're celebrating with lots of savings. Oh, yeah.
Hypotheticals.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Dude, are you getting 15 more minutes of fame? What is this? What are you looking at over there?
I'm looking at the retrospective on NBC Sports Bay Area about one of our great fallen giants, the hum baby, Roger Craig. Yeah,
baby.
Yeah, and these are things, and these are uncomfortable truths about our business, where you go in and you record things, you record memories of people before they pass. For example, and I don't want to spread bad juju about Willie Mays. Willie Mays is an older person, and when he passes, the Willie Mays retrospective piece will come out within 30 seconds.
Yep.
And it's because we all have recorded our memories of Willie Mays. Those of us who didn't remember him playing will have memories of Willie as a mentor, as a Giants legend, and all the rest of it. So when Roger Craig passes and NBC Sports Bay Area comes out with their 7-minute piece on the hum baby, and they roll out, comments from Vida Blue, rest in peace, which was, I haven't heard the whole piece. I've just been watching it silently because somebody directed me to it saying, Dibber Claus, look at you in a suit with hair.
Wait, what?
In a suit with hair, dog.
You did an interview in a suit with hair talking about the hum baby?
Correct.
Wow.
Which means it must have been back.
Damn.
It must have been, based on my hair situation.
Hair baby.
Well, yeah. Where? It had to be at 2018.
I love the young people.
That's not that long ago.
Grandy, don't think that you're not losing your hair, Grandy.
Did you have hair 5 years ago?
I see you, Grandy. Your hairline is going back.
No, it's not.
Back.
He's got
back.
Nah. He's got thick hair.
Dude, he's 2 months away from a 5 head.
Fine. No, he's not. Leave him alone. He looks great.
I'm not leaving anyone alone.
Buzz
I'm
him.
coming after him.
Buzz him. No, not your
pumpkin.
hair. Yeah, buzz Dibs.
No, it's a fact. Those are my words. Whatever.
So you're in
Take
there.
That to HR. I'm in there. It's me. It's Vida. It's, hey, this is Marty Lurie and Larry Bear. And yeah.
That's the list?
I'm one of the OGs.
They're like, we need something on Roger Craig. Let's go to Larry Bear. Let's go to Vida Blue.
Makes sense.
Go to Marty Lurie. He's just
go right here in the back.
Let's go to Mark in the back. Gosh, I feel like we need one more, like Ocean's 11. You feel like we need one more? I think we need one more. All right, let's get one more. How about Dan Dibley?
Let's go with it. And
I'm like, we got to talk to him while he's still got hair. It looks like it's not going to be much longer.
Okay, and I'm going to pull back the curtain a little further because this is how it works. When you go to NBC Sports Bay Area, at the time it was Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area, and you do a show called Chronicle Live. And I did it maybe every week or every other week. Some weeks you would go in there and they would say, hey, do you have a minute to talk about Willie Mays, Vida Blue? And they give you a list of like 6 or 7 people. And you say, I could talk about these 4 or these 5, and Dwight Clark was one of them. And I knew Dwight a little bit, rest in peace. And, all these athletes, and you do a Jerry Rice one, and you do all these different ones, and then you don't realize and you don't remember what you did.
Wait, you've already done the Jerry Rice retrospective?
I don't know.
It's going to be alive for like 30 or 40 more years.
Yeah, that might have been one for the Legends series, because they did a Legends. I don't know if you remember the Legends shows they did. They did like a 2010 Giants, Legends. They did the 12, the 14.
It's called evergreen content.
Exactly.
Is what it's called.
And what's funny is when they did the Jerry Rice one, they showed footage of him golfing at Stonebray in a celebrity event. And I'm actually emceeing this celebrity 5-hole shootout. And you can see in the background my now 20-year-old, my then 4-year-old son,
oh, for crying out
the
loud.
aforementioned Pookie. So whenever they show the Jerry Rice Legends, like if there's a Giants rain delay, or if there's, whenever they need, like, we got to throw something on the air.
Throw something on.
And they throw that on. I see my man Keon as a 4-year-old in his light blue hoodie watching me announce Jerry Rice in the celebrity thing, and it's like, oh my God, Pooks.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
And now he's 20, bro.
It's crazy how long they will play those things.
Totally, right?
I mean, in another market, in another lifetime ago, I did some of those down.
I had hair in this piece.
I did those down at Spectrum Sportsnet in LA for Kobe and Shaq. And I'll still get it every now and again. Someone will text me a picture. They're like, I'm at a bar drinking with the buddies and you're on the TV here.
Yeah.
They're like, how much did you get for that? I'm like, 0.
Totally.
And my hair's a different color now, and there's less of it, and I don't even live there, and Kobe's not even with us anymore.
I know, right?
I'm like, guys, let's get some new content.
Holy
Holy smokes.
The other ones of the NFL Network did their top 10.
Yeah.
And I'm on like 2 or 3 of those top 10, like the top 10 craziest plays. And so you go to the Super Bowl and some producer grabs you and says, hey, can you talk about the ghost of the post? Of course I can. Yeah. And you go up there and you do 40 seconds on whatever play, and then either they use you or they don't, and then that baby keeps on playing.
Boy, this turned into almost like not a rap battle, but like I've been on TV. Oh, yeah, I've been on TV. Oh, but I was on TV another time, and then I've been on TV too.
Yeah.
We can move on now.
You'll probably win. But I had one more that I was going to pull out. But
go right ahead.
Last night on Jeopardy, and we're about a week and a half behind.
Pac-12 Network, David Coppett, call me. Anyway, go ahead.
David?
Yeah.
I used to work with David on the Earthquakes.
I still do. Yeah, I think.
And it doesn't return my calls.
Anyway.
David, would you mind calling me back?
What's up, Dave?
Remember we were supposed to have coffee 3 years ago? Nothing says your TV career is over. Other than, you can't even get a coffee date anymore.
When someone won't return a call when you're like, can I buy you something?
Seriously.
And they're like, I'm not interested. Like, damn it.
I love David Coppett.
Trying to buy you something right now.
How many unsolicited texts before you actually shut it down? Hey, David, I don't know if you lost my number, but hey, it's Dibs.
For me,
infinite number of outcomes.
More than you're supposed to. More than you're supposed to. I'm actually looking for potentially a little bit of a new location where not to live, not a new city.
Yeah.
But just a new dwelling. And there's a place that I'm like, oh, that'd be perfect. And I got into a dialogue with the person, and the person's like, yeah, I think we already got somebody who's committed, but I'll call you if it falls through. And each day I'm like, how about now? How about now? Did it fall through? Did it fall through? Did it fall through? And they're like, I'll let you know. It still not for sure.
Man.
Boy, I wish I had met you earlier. And now it's been like boop, 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 like unresponsive.
3 boops.
And I'm like, I think I should call them again today. And lovely Christy's like, oh, you sweet thing, you don't know that they didn't pick you, do you? I'm like, is that what that means?
We don't do losses.
Like, I don't take no for an answer.
No.
How do you think I got you? Crap. She didn't get it. Anyway, so you had another TV job that you wanted to tell everybody about.
If you could text me David Coppett's number, this is more important.
Hell no, I'm not doing that.
One of the Jeopardy answers from a week and a half ago had to do with flubber. And it was the $1,000 in Single Jeopardy. I'm like, what is flubber? And I turned to my wife. I'm like, I was in that movie. And she looks up. She's like, I know.
She's feed the baby.
Exactly.
Stop.
But I was in that. I know.
Thanks, Al Bundy. You're living in the past.
I'm going to need Coppett's number.
Wait, what? Oh, I'm sorry. Let's go live to Dibs in Flubber.
It was almost serendipity for the Giants to have such an even-keeled veteran presence during a tumultuous time as the 1989 earthquake. I think it's unfortunate that the Giants didn't get an opportunity to contest a normal World Series. Maybe Roger Craig wins it if things don't have that big delay in the middle because of the earthquake. But Roger Craig certainly was a steadying influence during a very volatile time.
Man,
cogent.
That was weird. Where
High
was
pitched?
I thought someone after about 12 seconds was supposed to come in and cut him off. I thought that's how this worked. Why didn't somebody cut him off? That went way too long.
Seriously.
Thank you, NBC's.
Great question.
That was back when I got
fan.
to eat. Not like Crumb Radio.
They're like, no, let him finish. Like,
was
no.
my voice higher pitched back then?
Yeah, you were like,
crazy.
Were you hoarse? It sounded like, were you coming off of a cold? Had you just yelled at someone? I mean, like,
might have been mid-quake season. Wando has scored.
Oh, yeah,
totally.
Yeah. Your voice was I'm glad you finally went through puberty at age 52. That's
Thanks,
great.
fellas.
I'm glad that happened.
Thanks.
Let's
I'm
go
a Giants fan.
All right, so the question.
Always have been.
The
It's
question. I think maybe this is a way to make it a little bit less emotional. Let's try this today. Stop everybody talking about what you think of Trey. What do you think the 49ers think of Trey? Because here's what I think. I think they're not that into him. That's what I think. And I hope that takes some of the teeth out of it. I don't think the 49ers are that into Trey. I think that they're open to being wrong. They might even be hopeful that they're wrong. But they're sitting there going, my man, if you pop and you roll, we'll be ready because we drafted you and we love you. You're a great guy. But we are counting on nothing. We are counting on nothing. And my evidence of that is, A, they have, whether it's behind closed doors or not, they have already told everybody that Brock Purdy is their starter based on his 8 games last year. And then they went on the free agent market and got what I would consider probably the top backup on the market. You could even make the case that someone might have taken a look at him as their starter. And they got him within a few days, which means they certainly told him, we think you have a chance to thrive and play here with the 49ers this year. And then when all that was done, you can say it was just a camp body, but it was Joe Burrow's backup last year in Brandon Allen, which means that other teams would have given him potentially a QB2 role. And he signed up for QB4. Why would they do that? You only do that if you don't really believe that Trey Lance is going to blossom. You'll be open to it if he does. You'll be very pleasantly surprised if he does. But I don't think they're counting on it. I just don't think the 49ers are that into Trey Lance.
No, and I think you're right. And it's pretty easy to determine that based on the moves they made in the offseason. You're right, with Sam Darnold coming in, even Brandon Allen, a guy who has started more games in the National Football League than Trey Lance has. So this is not just a camp body. This is a QB3 who might be a QB2, and the QB2 that you brought in used to be a QB1. Yep. So if he is a QB2, I'm sure he's okay with that because he came in knowing full well what he was in terms of his situation, his contract. He's already made a boatload of money, and he wants to make that next contract, but he looks at what his deal is here in terms of incentives with the 49ers, and if he plays a bunch, and if he makes a bunch of snaps and plays enough that he'll get his bonuses, but if not, he's making a good kind of in-between salary, a salary that you would get as you're waiting for your next job. So if Brock Purdy comes in and he's the starter and Sam Darnold's the backup and he never plays, then Sam Darnold can go on and get a job elsewhere, maybe as a starter, maybe as a stopgap, maybe as a backup again, depending on what he's able to do. Like Mitch Trubisky got a job as a, hey, come in and compete for the job, be a placeholder until, Kenny Pickett took over the job.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what Darnold is looking at in his next spot, unless Brock Purdy gets hurt and Sam Darnold comes in and completely balls out, then it's a total different trajectory.
We'll go to the phones here in a second, but on our YouTube chat, one of our faithfuls, Danker, wrote, all of this means nothing until we get to see Lance with McCaffrey, period. 2 quick points. I don't think you're going to get to see it. How are you going to get to see it? An act of God would need to happen. Somebody would either need to get hurt, and he would need to beat out people in camp that right now, privately, I don't think he's ahead of. So that's number one. And number two, if you love your quarterback, like think about what you're saying right now. Go to the cities where they love their quarterback. How about Jacksonville as a good comp? They have a quarterback from the same draft as the 49ers do. Do you think anybody in Jacksonville is like, well, Trevor Lawrence had a tough first year, but until we see him with an elite running back, we're not going to make up our minds. I'm sorry, that's not how it works. It's not how it works.
Do you know who their backup is?
Jacksonville's?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's C.J. Beathard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
So
is he knocking on Trevor's door?
Good Lord, no. And I know Trevor was the number 1 overall pick in the draft. Lance was only 2 picks later. Trevor, big-time college football, many years.
Yeah.
I understand all of that.
Got his team to the playoffs.
I understand all of that. But it's just, I'm not going to tell you that Purdy didn't benefit from playing with Christian, and Trey has not. I understand that point and that aspect. But to think that an organization is going to decide on their quarterback only until they've seen him play with an elite running back behind him? Come on. Kyle Shanahan has gone into most years of his career without an elite running back even on the team.
Right.
So they're not suddenly going, well, let's decide. No, we're not going to make any decisions about anyone until we see him play with Christian. That's not how you run the organization. What if Christian gets hurt week 1?
Right.
And then what? Well,
can't decide about Trey.
Yeah, like it's too important of a position to make it dependent on some other position.
Right. You know when you can decide about a quarterback, it's on days like today. And you and I were out there with Lucas, our producer, and I'm not saying that today is the definitive decision-making day for anybody, but watching the quarterbacks go through what they went through, which was 11 on 11, it was helmets, but no pads, no tackling. It was a pass rush without contact. There was pressure, but there was no real threat of any quarterback being under any duress other than, ooh, look at me, right. I'm close to you. And Trey Lance had the only interception of the day, which turned out to be a pick 6. Kerry Hyder Jr. took it right in the breadbasket and took it about 20 yards to the house. And Trey Lance, it appeared, broke down and rolled out and ran the ball more than any other quarterback when things got tight down the field. Just the eye test on one day for me and you and the other 15 or 20 or 30 reporters that were on the sideline. I'll say this about Trey Lance. He did not pop in terms of that guy, he's coming for Brock Purdy.
I won't say anything more because it was 30 minutes of one day, and probably, what would you say, of the 3 quarterbacks, I bet we watched them all do 10 to 15 plays.
Yeah.
Right? So not going to make any sweeping judgments out of that.
Nothing sweeping.
But in that half hour, he looked third best of the 3, like without a doubt. For that half hour.
Second-ish even, if you want. I mean, Brandon Allen looked pretty good.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Like I thought Sam looked the most comfortable. Trey was the least decisive. He was the quickest to tuck and run.
Check down.
He threw the only pick. He threw the wobbliest ball of the 3. And again, it's 1 half hour. It's one day.
Sam Darnold had a couple of wobblers as well, but he also had a couple of throws that were, a couple of throws where it was 20 yards down the field, in tight coverage, over the middle, where, and that's my big issue with Trey Lance, having seen it up close and personal today. It doesn't feel like he is willing to cut it loose. He feels more likely to, when in doubt, pull it down and run.
I get it. I mean, by the way, even if that's true, and he is hesitant to throw the ball downfield or let it rip, I mean, how could Trey Lance not be mentally affected by everything that's gone on? How could he not? So I'm not blaming the guy.
Yeah.
But here we are. That's what it looked like to all of us. And again, that was just 30 minutes of today. Matt in San Rafael here on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Matt, what are you doing?
Hey, guys. Actually heading home to pack and flying back east for a little brief vacation.
Look at you. Fly safe.
Very, very pleased. Before I get into my points, Dibbs, the only way the Giants would have won that 89 series is if the earth opened up and swallowed Canseco, McGuire, Stewart, and Eckersley, because that wasn't even a match. The second thing is, how are you guys moving around with all the names you guys kept dropping during that last segment all around on the floor? But the main thing I wanted to talk about is, what do I think the Niners think of Trey Lance? I think they're ecstatic that Brock Purdy has panned out, because they have to be looking at Lance and going, oh my gosh, he is not, there's a very slim chance it could turn out to be a quality quarterback. But it's like 98% that he's going to struggle because mechanics, because of inability to read the field, all these sorts of things that I think they were hoping they would be able to train out of him. The biggest one, though, is the mechanics, because it really just seems like he doesn't throw the football the way they thought he was going to. and they've just got to be doing cartwheels because they found a guy they tripped over a guy that was laying in the gutter and picked him up, and lo and behold, he's a diamond, or looks like he could be. But a guy that they can insert and start and make a run with.
Yeah, Matt, have a great trip. I think it's a good take, which is this. Now, there's some ifs in here before you get to the final take. But if Trey Lance doesn't pan out as a quarterback in the NFL, imagine what we would all be saying about this regime if they hadn't stumbled into something else.
Fire Kyle right now.
I mean,
it'd be a fireable offense. No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt.
That trade and that player, let's say the 49ers, and by the way, this is still on the table, because what if Brock, turns into a pumpkin? If this doesn't work out and then the 49ers are suddenly like not a playoff team, and Trey, I don't think you'll get to this point. I don't think you're going to get to it at all, but I don't think you'd get to this point even this year. But if over the next couple of years the quarterback play is poor and the 49ers are at ground zero and they were to miss the playoffs a couple of times in this division, woof, that would not be good.
No, it becomes a fireable offense, in my opinion, especially when you expend that much capital. And I think in the short term, if Brock Purdy plays this year and they go 8-9 and he's healthy and he's wobbly and he's not good enough, and maybe Trey plays a couple of games and he's not great, then you go into next year with what? Trey Lance either gets his fifth-year option picked up and Brock Purdy is entering the second to last year of his deal, and you got to make a decision on one of the two, or maybe it's Sam Darnold. No matter what happens, if this year doesn't go well with Brock or Trey or Sam, it's a wobbly future.
No doubt. Aiden in San Jose here on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Aiden. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. Just got home from the airport myself.
Sweet. What you got?
Just want to touch in on Dibs has mentioned about the hair loss. Man, Turkish hairlines is a real thing, guys.
Yeah, that ship has sailed, much like the Adriatic Sea. I don't know if I'm getting it back enough, but thank you, Aiden.
Yeah, no worries. In regards to how the team is going to feel about Brock Purdy, I mean, there's absolutely no way that Trey Lance is going to come in and have that rapport that the team established with Purdy. That's their go-to guy. I don't care what anyone else says. Later.
Thanks, Aiden.
Later.
All right. See ya.
Rock that guy.
Yeah, or not. But anyway, for me, it's not even about that right now. The Purdy thing is one thing, and I think most people have sort of gotten that. It's the other stuff that I think if you are hopeful on Trey Lance, if you're a big Trey Lance fan, again, for me, my observation is the concerning part is the level of work they've done to bring in other high-level QB2s, if you will. That's what, to me, is the red flag. And some of you can say, well, it's because of all the injuries. And maybe you're right, but my response would be, as I said an hour ago, what did they say to Sam Darnold's representatives that made them say yes? What made them go, that's where we want to be? Come on, Sam. We know you just started a bunch of games in Carolina a couple days ago. We'd love for you to be QB3. And he's like, can't wait. Where do I sign?
Right.
That just doesn't add up to me.
They told him he'd be QB2+, for sure. And
QB1's hurt.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's why he's 2+.
Yeah.
You're QB2, but you're going up against Trey Lance, a guy who we're not sold on, and QB1 is hurt. Yeah. So there you go.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Your calls continue, 888-957-9570, plus Jim Duquette on the baseball edge in just about a half hour. We got some Giants questions to put out there for sure, based on what Farhan said recently. And the guy coming up next for the Giants from the farm is probably not the person you may think. We'll get to all of that here around the corner on Willard and Dibs.
And it's Dan Dibley, and the time of year has arrived when people enjoy working outside, and Golden State wants to know how they can help you with your home project. Are you in need of replacing weather-beaten fencing or looking to build that deck you've been dreaming about? With assistance from your professional contractor or builder.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You win again. Congrats.
That's what I do, man.
All you do is win, win, win.
No matter what.
It's my partner right here, people. I hate him and I love him.
Do not come down my road.
Don't step to this. G-Funk, step to this. I dare you.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
What's going on, everybody? Y'all having a good afternoon? We went to Niners camp today. It was
Pretty fun.
It was super fun.
I can't wait to really get into it Friday with Larry Krueger.
Oh, gosh. I know you brought your roster with you.
I've got a roster of 90 names. We are going either numerical or alphabetical. We're going name by name.
Here's the creepy
and
part.
And Nahegan loves this.
No, but here's the creepy part. It's one thing to go name by name and talk about football. I
cannot wait.
Larry's been to all of their houses. That's the creepy part. He has been to all of their houses with a selfie stick and like pointing his phone at them. Like, can you do an interview?
Totally.
I know they drafted you in the 7th round, and you have no chance to make the team, but can you do an interview? Can you do an interview? I got a YouTube channel. And there you
He's
go.
got takes on Deshaun Jameson.
He sure does.
Number 49.
We heard them.
My favorite
he likes
was
him.
he keeps like because we watched practice with Larry today. He's like, look at number 46. Look at that. And we'd be all like,
yeah, it's a football player.
Yeah. We'd be all like, is that wait, that's alphabet. Oh, Pepper Taylor. Yeah. He's a long snapper. That's a bad example. Dude, Pepper Taylor.
Last name first name last. Anyway.
That's kind of how the bit with they'd be like, I think 68 is going to make this team.
Seriously.
And we both would be like,
He had me watching linemen from the other side of the field. He goes, watch this. Watch this. Watch number 72. And I'm like, okay.
Is that Trent Williams? No, he's 71.
You know, and then they go
There
around.
is no 72.
Whatever his number was. I'm like,
the bit died.
He looks like a football player.
I'm with you.
He's got a Niner jersey on. So,
Man,
anyway.
I think 53 is going to make this team.
I do too, Larry.
Is that D Winters or Winters D?
I just go with him. I'm like, yeah,
Totally.
he looks amazing.
That's coming up Friday.
Right. He's got big legs. I'm like, yeah, there's 2 of them. He's got 2 legs.
One on either side.
I don't know how anybody's going to stop him. That's great. Anyway, I love Larry. That was a ton of fun to get down there and see everybody and see the 49ers. Jim Duquette, we mentioned a couple times, is coming up in 25 minutes. Jim, big-time former baseball exec, former general manager of the New York Mets. Then he moved on when he was replaced by Omar Minaya, moved on to the Baltimore Orioles, is just a deep-level baseball talker. And with regard to Farhan Zaidi saying, for instance, this, we thought Jim's take on this would be pretty interesting. This from Sirius XM MLB Radio, where Farhan says the deadline will be aggressive.
You know, when we look at our team, we think it's a pretty deep team. You know, we've worked really hard on our depth. We've worked really hard creating a layer of younger depth where when we have injuries, when we have a need, we can go to AAA, we can go to Sacramento and bring guys up. And that's been a theme for us. You touched on it at the beginning of this conversation. And that's what our hope is that as we need reinforcements, or even as guys are banging the door down, that the improvement comes from within. So we're not really thinking about needs so much because I don't really think we have glaring holes on our team. You know, you mentioned we've got a lot of guys in our lineup swinging the bats well. Our pitching staff's done a nice job. Our bullpens really stepped forward after a slower start. So, you know, we think we have everything we need to compete within the walls of our clubhouse. But like you said, the trade deadline's a long way away. Injuries can happen. Other things can happen. So I think as we approach it, it's really a goal of ours to be in the playoffs this year. So I think we'll be aggressive when we get to that point.
Okay, so more on that coming up in a little bit. And again, Jim Duquette, and that is in part his show, along with Jim Bowden, Sirius XM, MLB Radio, the front office show, Jim Duquette and Jim Bowden. And so we'll talk to him a little bit about that coming up here in about 15 minutes. And again, there could be, I'm not saying the Giants have called anyone up. The next name up might not be the name you think is going to be the next man up. And the Giants potentially have something pretty exciting being built. So we'll tell you about that here in a sec. Let's go to Danny in San Jose, though. Danny, hey, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing?
Hi. I just wanted to talk about Trey Lance.
Yeah.
Because you guys keep talking about Trey Lance is this and that. But last year, what people got to realize is that Trey Lance was operated, obviously, by Kyle Shanahan. And Kyle Shanahan was using him more of a running back than a quarterback. And I knew there was something wrong, and I even told my brothers, hey, something's up. Like, when you see Kyle Shanahan's play calls, it's more of a running back. And I just wanted to say also that Trey Lance is going to have a breakout year, and I just want everybody to see and watch. That's all I got to say.
Danny,
Yeah, we'll mark the tape, Danny. We'll mark the tape.
Yeah, before you hang up, can I ask you a question?
What's up?
Okay, so there's no way to know if you're right or wrong. So as Dibbs just said, we'll mark the tape. But here's my question. If you feel like Trey Lance was being used as a running back more than a quarterback, my question to you is, why do you think the 49ers did that?
Because it came out that a few months ago that Kyle Shanahan said that his finger wasn't appropriate, right? I mean, that's what Kyle Shanahan said. So that says it all. I mean, that's why I knew there was something up. He wasn't using him more of a quarterback. Look at the play calls. Look at what he did in the first game and a half or game and a quarter. Look at it. It was more of a running plays. It wasn't more quarterback.
Yeah.
Now, Shanahan is gonna open up the playbook.
Okay, so second question, follow-up question, if I may, Danny.
Danny's joining us live from San Jose.
Yeah, let's go to...
Gotta reset it.
Let's go to Mark in the back.
Yeah.
So, Danny, if it was all about the finger, an injury, for the number 3 overall pick in the draft, why do you think that they're not giving him the starting job back now that he's healthy?
Well, we don't know that if he's going to get the starting job back.
Yeah, we kind of do. Yeah, Danny, we kind of do. We do. They've said it. I know people have a hard time with this, but if you're going to take at face value that Kyle said it was the finger, then why are we not taking it at face value when everybody in the organization says Brock Purdy's the presumptive starter?
Well, it's like Trey Lance said, I just want a chance to compete.
Well, sure.
Yeah. That's what he said.
Sure. Yeah. And he's going to get that. I mean, right? Like, if he were to go take the job somehow, I don't necessarily know. Danny, thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much. I don't know how he does that.
I think it's interesting about the finger in terms of the play calling, because I thought that the play calling was more reflective of Trey Lance and where he was as a pass-throwing quarterback, and we'll never know. Kyle Shanahan didn't say either way, oh, we just ran it because, Trey Lance had finger issues and we didn't feel like he could throw it. And he didn't say that they just ran the ball because they didn't have faith in Trey Lance to throw the ball. He didn't say either way. What he said was, he called the plays to give them the best chance to win football games. If that was the finger, was that because Trey Lance was limited? We'll never know. I think it's more because Trey Lance was limited than it was because the finger.
Yeah, I guess I can buy portions of both of these things.
Yeah,
if you will. Kyle Shanahan did directly say the finger was broken in the preseason. It did not correctly heal, and that created some issues. Okay, fine. So let's take that all at face value. But that doesn't explain all of the other things that the 49ers have done that go alongside that. It doesn't explain bringing Jimmy back. It doesn't explain signing Sam Darnold. It doesn't explain signing Joe Burrow's backup in Brandon Allen. It doesn't explain Brock Purdy being named the presumptive starter even though he had no elbow when they said it. Like, we've got to explain all these things.
Right.
And so, again, I think what we're trying to create today is a lane where we take the emotion out of this conversation and just put it on the 49ers. Don't put it on either of us or you to assess these quarterbacks when we can't. They're both young. They're both inexperienced. They've both played very little football. But let's look at the 49ers' actions, and you tell us, what do you think the 49ers think of Trey Lance? And my answer is I just don't think I don't think they're that into him.
Well, if they were that into him, then they probably wouldn't have signed Sam Darnold and Brandon Allen. They would have just signed one of them, and then they would have been clearly QB3, and maybe it would have been Brandon Allen. And because he's a guy who you could look at and say, well, he's not going to threaten anybody for anything. Right. He's a guy who's probably just happy to still be in the league. Sam Darnold, though, is a quarterback who is looking for his next job, and he's looking to play and earn his next job. Now, his next job probably won't be here unless Brock Purdy gets hurt and he beats out Trey Lance, and Sam Darnold all of a sudden balls out and leads them to what Brock Purdy did last year. If that happens, then Sam Darnold's going to stay here next year, and then Trey and Brock are both in trouble in terms of what would have happened, I think, going forward. But you wouldn't have signed Sam Darnold if you were sold that Trey Lance could be QB1. If you had two QB1s in Brock and Trey, you wouldn't have brought in Sam. You would have brought in only Brandon.
Yep. I do want to add one more thing to this conversation as well. After I tell you that you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. That day where Kyle Shanahan said that the broken finger did not heal correctly and it caused issues, he said that on August 10th of 2022. So when he said that the finger caused issues, he said it caused issues last season, referring to 2021.
Right.
Not 2022.
Not 22.
On August 10th, 2022, his statement was, I'm excited to be working with Lance in camp now that the finger is healthy. And then many of us are taking that statement, flashing forward another month to Chicago and saying, oh, Kyle Shanahan says the finger caused issues. Not really. He said they caused issues during his rookie year.
Right.
And that he was healthy now for year 2, and we're going, oh, well, that's why he told him to run because his finger was hurt. Not really. It had been hurt. It was supposedly fixed by then.
Right. He told him to run because they were playing in a monsoon, and he didn't have great faith, in my opinion, of Trey Lance's ability to step back and throw the football. That's why I think that he approached the game the way he did. Now, if you had Jimmy Garoppolo or Brock Purdy or any other quarterback in that spot, in Chicago, in that field, in those conditions, would it have been a lot different? Well, it would have been a little bit different. If he had Jimmy Garoppolo under center against Chicago, would he have run the ball with the quarterback 13 times? God, I hope not.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it would have been a lot more handoffs.
Right. I do that. Look, the finger has been an on and off issue the whole time. It'd be wonderful if he shows up this year in camp and it's just accuracy all over the place. It just hasn't been that. It hasn't been that. It wasn't that in camp last year. And I, again, like we're only at OTA level, and you and I watched for a half hour. I didn't find him to be tremendously inaccurate. It wasn't terribly accurate either. Right. It wasn't perfect. But whatever. That was a half hour of OTAs with no pads. So that's completely different. But I just think there's too many things here. There's too many things. It's funny, like after the Jordan Poole conversation we had yesterday, my opinion has a couple of things that thread from one to the other. You know what I mean? Like we have these conversations. Oh, you hate Jordan Poole. You hate Trey Lance. Look, I'm seeing all of these things all over the board that would suggest the organization has reservations about the player. I see it with the Warriors and Jordan Poole, and I see it with the 49ers and Trey Lance. It appears to me that the organization has reservations about the player in both cases. And I'm not basing it on one piece of evidence.
Right.
In both cases, it's like 10 pieces of evidence.
Right. And it all points to the same thing. And ultimately, the proof is in the pudding with Jordan Poole. If he's not going to be here next year, then you know how they feel about Jordan Poole. If he is going to be here, well, you at least know something about Jordan Poole. You know that they kind of want him. And maybe it's because they weren't able to trade Jordan Poole, and yet they're stuck with Jordan Poole. But at least if he's on the team, you'll know that they have faith in him. If Trey Lance comes out and he is QB2 and Sam Darnold is a clear-cut QB3, then you know exactly how they feel about Trey Lance versus Sam Darnold. And Brock Purdy's going to be the starter. We know that. But if you break camp and it comes out that Sam Darnold is QB2 and Trey Lance is QB3, or if Trey Lance is traded before then that tells you more than what we know now about how they feel about Trey Lance.
I mean, nobody has talked about this guy, and we probably should. The fact that Brandon Allen is there absolutely gives the 49ers what they would in theory need if they did get to the point where they wanted to trade Trey Lance.
Right.
Like, again, I'm with you. I think the message they can't send Trey and they can't send the NFL is that we had a camp battle, Trey landed in third. They can't do that. Trade value, gone. Now, if they love him and they want to keep him, and I hope that's the case, then he gets the backup job, whatever, he moves forward. But the second, as you say, they break camp and they send out that depth chart. In fact, I'll give you a little clue right here, right now already, because sometimes teams will try to do this to sort of like make, you know exactly what I'm going to say.
And I hate it.
If it says Brock Purdy's our starter and our backup, QB2, is Sam Darnold or Trey Lance. If they do that, it's a tell. He didn't win QB2.
Right.
And they can't do that. They can't send that out to the world, and I don't think they can even say that to Trey. So Brandon Allen being there gives you a legit QB3. You have what you need if you did go, gosh, I think if Sam's going to beat him out, I think it probably makes sense for them to start getting on the phone if Sam beats him out.
Well, and based on what I've seen today and what we are sensing in terms of everyone who's down there all the time, Sam will beat out Trey Lance. Now, Sam Darnold is no world beater. Sam Darnold is not going to beat out Brock Purdy. And Brendan Allen, he's a nice quarterback. He's a good QB3.
QB3,
if
sure.
he's your QB3, you're probably pretty happy in terms of where he is. And I'd take both Sam and Brandon over C.J. Beathard, as we talked about Jacksonville earlier in the show.
Yep.
I would take them both over C.J. Beathard as QB2 in Jacksonville. So if you're looking at Trey Lance and you don't believe that he can be QB1, and I don't think that they look at Trey Lance as QB1, at least right now, well, then you've got to trade him.
Courtesy of our buddy Matt Barrows, let's now go live to the great Mark Randy, who has the actual stats that were tracked today in practice from the three quarterbacks. Grandy, what do we got?
Yeah, this is a friend of the program, Matt Barrows. Trey Lance, 4 for 8 with 1 drop. Sam Darnold, 4 for 8 with 2 drops. Brandon Allen, 1 for 8 with 1 drop, according to Matt Barrows.
And 1 pick for Trey Lance, by the way, too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's also the pick. Yeah, I mean, the defense played pretty well out there.
Well, they own the day, for sure.
Yeah, the defense looked good. Defense looks good, which is something you say when the offense looks bad.
Well, and the defense is always ahead of the offense at this point.
It's OTA.
I said that jokingly.
Yeah.
And Larry Kruger's like, yeah, you're right. And I was like, well, I'm just trying to be like cliche guy over here because anytime the offense looks bad, you say that trying to excuse the fact that the offense looked bad.
I got something for you. Larry's going to be in Friday. My daughter's graduating from 8th grade. So
good for Ella.
Yeah, I won't be here. And
I better save my voice.
Yeah, you're going to have to, talk.
Some talking to do.
Right? It's just a crazy day for you. So
be
good
in
luck.
The power chair.
Man, get on over here.
Yeah.
You want to do second half of the show over here?
No, I'm good.
All right. So
I like this paradigm.
Warm up.
You talk. I surf the net.
Yeah. Chat with people
I
on
sense
YouTube.
a toss is coming, and I jump back in.
Have a beer. No, you can use this with Lair.
Oh.
Anytime, if you guys disagree on anything, I just want you to look at him and go, hey, Lair, what'd you think about Lamont Wade before the year?
Ooh.
Just do that and
Yeah?
then see what he says.
He was down on late night Lamont.
Gosh, he was using him as the example of like Farhanian tactics all over the, oh my gosh, this is Farhan, like Lamont Wade is your first baseman. Lamont Wade is your first baseman. How on earth are we to be a respectable organization and go into the season with Lamont Wade as your first baseman?
Nice job looking over the baseball today, making good swing decisions throughout, and obviously Lamont led the way. He's just become so knowledgeable when it comes to the strike zone, makes such good decisions. He's so stubborn about not swinging at pitches outside the zone and even in the zone if he can't drive them. So it's really the ideal approach at the plate for us, and I think up and down the lineup we were able to execute that tonight.
We as an organization believe that Lamont Wade might be an all-star, and he might. By the way, also, Grandy, will you spotlight out of that Gabe where he goes, he's just so stubborn.
Yeah. So stubborn.
I think we could use that.
So stubborn in the strike zone.
So stubborn.
Yeah.
Here, you want to hear that again?
Did a nice job looking over the baseball today, making good swing decisions throughout, and obviously Lamont led the way. He's just become so knowledgeable when it comes to the strike zone, makes such good decisions. He's so stubborn about...
There you go.
He's so stubborn.
So stubborn.
Totally. So stubborn.
He's so stubborn.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have a feeling we're going to hear that one again someday. All right, Gene in Concord. What are you doing? What's up?
Man, I'm sitting in traffic, man. I'm just here trying to get home. So, I love you guys' take on who's going to be our quarterback, but I want to bring up a few things. I read something a little bit about Debo coming into the season last year where he was really unprepared. And that may have something to do with, Shanahan's play calling and how they utilized him in the game plan and put a little bit more of the weight on Trey as far as running the offense. Now, I get it. Cal didn't really trust Trey to, run the offense, and it's evident. As you can see, the first 2-3 games, they just ran him. They didn't really have a choice to, pass the ball. And, my question to you guys, how much of the Debo factor, him coming in really not in great football shape, has something to do with that, with the play calling?
That's an interesting question. I think Debo really won the day yesterday with his press availability.
No doubt.
He got everyone's attention by just saying, I was awful. I was awful. I was affected by the contract talks. I was not in the shape I wanted to be. I sat with Kyle. We watched the tape, and I hated every second of it. Was not a direct quote, but that's essentially what Debo was talking about. So first of all, I think that plays really well. Everybody loves it when somebody takes accountability like that. But with regard to how that may have affected the play calling, I'm curious. There's no way for me to know. I do remember that starting in Chicago, when the Niners got into the red zone, they were featuring Debo Samuel, and he fumbled. He fumbled in the red zone right out of the gate, and it shook things up. And all year long, I thought it was a tough act to follow, but he did not look like he looked at the end of the year before.
Right.
When he was he went on that run where he looked like the best player in the NFL.
He had the ball every single play.
Every play.
Yeah.
He
was all they had.
Against the Rams. He put them in the playoffs.
And against the Packers, if you remember that game,
Yep.
he was RB1 and wide receiver 1.
Yep.
All at the same time. He got the ball every single play.
It does put Kyle, I would say, in a little bit of a weird spot if their main offensive weapon they felt was a little bit compromised. And then you're handing things over to a brand new young quarterback, and it's raining sideways. I think we're all mindful of that. Nobody thinks Trey got a fair shot. It just, unfortunately, the way it goes sometimes.
That's football.
Yeah.
You didn't get a fair shot, and then you got hurt. And the guy who came in for you, not Jimmy G, although Jimmy G came in and played very well, but the guy who came in after Garoppolo and Trey still wasn't healthy, he didn't lose. So, yeah, it's not fair. And yes, you can lose your job to injury. And you lost your job to injury, Trey Lance, and that's just the way football goes.
Should the Giants be aggressive at the deadline? Kind of no matter what. What are they building? What's the ceiling for the Giants? Jim Duquette, former high-level baseball exec, GM for the Mets, with the Orioles as well, and now Sirius XM MLB Radio, and they talked to Farhan just a couple of days ago. He joins us. Coming up next, we're brought to you by Cars.com. It's Willard and Dibbs.
He's so stubborn.
Oh, that's the sound of a car being added to Cars.com. And since up to 50...
And it caroms back toward the infield. Patrick Bailey might have himself a triple. He will. Haniger has scored a big league triple for Patrick Bailey.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Keaton Wynn is the name I want you to remember.
Okay.
Keaton Wynn is on the 40-man roster. I know everyone's waiting for Kyle Harrison. Wynn's got a little bit better command of the zone. He's walking fewer people. Last 4 starts, 16 innings, only 1 run allowed with 24 strikeouts. So if the Giants are looking for help in the rotation, I do think there's going to be an influx of young guys, but he might be the first ahead of Kyle Harrison. And then, of course, then maybe you're at the deadline and you do something there, which is what Farhan told Jim Duquette not too long ago, earlier this week. And Jim, former exec with the Mets, the Orioles, former GM, and now with Sirius XM MLB Radio, joins us here on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Jim, how are you?
What's up, guys? Yeah, that was pretty interesting. Talking to him the other day, and expecting to upgrade as you get closer to the deadline, which I would expect as well with the Giants. That listen, the one thing, as you guys have seen, the National League postseason picture right now, the bar is pretty low. There's only 7 teams that have 30 wins. Giants are one of them.
Yeah. I mean, that's the situation. And Jim, it's so early with regard to the deadline, but when a team is waiting for homegrown talent and there's finally starting to get some, how do you weigh that? Because obviously being aggressive at the deadline usually means giving some of that young talent up.
Yeah, it does. And I think a lot of it, is going to be dependent too on who's available, the type of quality that's available, right? And you might, and if I'm Farhan, I'm probably saying a couple guys are off limits. I'm not moving them, and that affects who you can get. Harrison's a guy. I've seen Harrison, and I would not want to give that kid up. He's going to be a big part of the future for the Giants. So, that's the thing that I think if you're in Farhan's shoes, you don't, you kind of go through and you let the other teams know, hey, I'm not going to give up, these 3 guys. And, you end up biting the bullet sometimes and saying, well, in a certain circumstance, we can get a controllable pitcher. Maybe we do it, but I don't see that controllable pitcher going to be available at the deadline. I think there's going to be a couple of what I would say, 3-month rentals.
Is it more tempting for a player or for a guy in Farhan's spot, knowing that with 6 playoff teams and a National League that is pretty bottom weak and kind of middle heavy, does it make you more apt to try to act at the deadline?
That's a good question. I would say that because it is, the gap between, I would say Atlanta's the best team right now in the National League, and then, you can throw Arizona, Dodgers, from there, there's a toss-up. I think there's a drop-off at the moment. I think it's going to get better as the summer goes on. But when you're at the deadline and you see that you're within striking distance, the GM can make a difference. And we've seen it over the last several years of making a trade where you go out and get a guy that, ends up being, the deciding factor in the division or in the postseason. So, it is really tempting to, because and here's the thing. I've always felt this way, even when I was in the front office, and it's been a while since I've been there, but you see even now, you almost have to make a move these days if you're in it. The players are fighting their tail off for you, and they hold you accountable. And we've seen it in a couple instances where even in Houston, that first World Series they won, they traded for Verlander. They didn't trade for anybody at the deadline, and a couple of their players called out the GM, and then all of a sudden here comes Verlander at the end of the month. So, more times than not, you hear the players, griping if you don't do something. So there's extra pressure, I think, for the GM.
Jim Duquette, former GM of the Mets, now Sirius XM MLB Radio, is our guest here. Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. All right, Jim, what would you offer Shohei Ohtani?
Well, we know there's a certain number that he is going to be looking at, and I think it's his teammates right now. Mike Trout's number, that's the number that's the biggest at the moment. I think it's 426, 420. It's in that range. I should know it off the top of my head, but I got a bunch of numbers I'm trying to remember, and that's one of them that he's going to surpass. And so then the question is, how far above that is it going to be? I don't believe it's going to be 500. But there's a lot of people that do. And here's the thing. It's hard to deny that it could get there, because I think the Giants are going to be in on them. Dodgers, Mets, Angels. Who knows about the Padres? They spend money like they've got a ton of it, and that they can't be buried with it. The owner's like, I can't take it with me, so he spends like going out of style. So, maybe even the Yankees. So I guess at the end I wouldn't rule it out. But right now I feel like, being above that or setting the record, Ohtani's going to have 4 or 5 different teams that he can go and choose from.
If you were in Farhan's seat, and I know that you're not, but he's in a spot where he missed out on Judge, who's now heading to the IL, and he missed out on Bryce Harper, and that's been hit and miss, and he missed out on Carlos Correa, and boy, that turns out to be a good miss, quote unquote. Would you advise ownership that maybe it's better to stay the course and try to develop from within, as opposed to what might be fool's gold with these high-priced guys?
Most of these don't end well. I mean, if you just look at it over time, and even the future Hall of Famers, Pujols' last couple years did not end well. The Angels cut bait there. Miggy, Miguel Cabrera, that has not ended well and has not aged well. Robinson Cano, you could go through the majority of them, but there's also a cost of doing business. In finding, that superstar player. Here's the thing I've always said, and even when I was there in the front office, when they were paying that kind of money, they're not, obviously, in age 39, 40, 41, or whatever it is that they're going to end up paying them through. You have to look at that as deferred compensation only. They're not, teams know they're not going to be productive in that sense. So it really becomes an ownership decision. Are you willing to go there? If I was the GM, I would try to pass on most of those guys. But, you have to be willing to take the grief. And it's a huge PR hit. And sometimes it ends up, you end up not having a very good team. And that's the challenge in these things. That's what the Padres are even facing. They signed a bunch of guys. Look where they are right now. They're under 500. So, it's difficult. There's a lot of pressure on those guys to perform. There's pressure in the front office to do them. My general feeling has been, man, it's too much money to be spending on guys anyway. But then you don't end up with a player. And boy, if you don't have any other options, sometimes it forces you to do things you don't want.
You know what? It's interesting what you're saying, Jim, because I think it speaks to a lot of fans here in San Francisco. We look at who Farhan is and the way he does business, and it feels like he thinks the same way you do, which is that these are usually bad deals. Right. But are they coming from the GM or the owner? Let me throw it to you this way. You think Farhan's happy that the Correa thing fell through?
He is now. Yeah. Yeah. He is now. And you know what? You know who else is happy that it fell through and they could have gotten him for less money? The Mets. They're happy too. And so, and in the moment, I remember, I don't know if I came on your show, but I remember the outrage and holy, you got to be kidding me. The Giants, they can't close the deal. And yeah, you get questioned about your ability to land a big one and, are they ever going to attract, are they ever going to spend money? But at the end of the day, they're lucky they don't have Correa right now. And, you could say the same for Judge long term. I think Judge, will be back soon. And, he got injured crashing through a gate, it's like, okay, that's going to happen, but this guy's a beast right now, and one of the best players in the sport. But again, that's going to, 7, 8, 9 years from now, that's not going to age well either.
Do we reach a tipping point for these monster deals where they start becoming less frequent? Is the new wild card format going to be, I think, part of what ultimately moves teams to realize that if you get into the playoffs, even with a, quote, mediocre roster, you can still win a championship without spending $500 million.
Yeah, I keep wondering that, myself. Like, okay, and by the way, the Players Association thought that would be the case. Like, you add another wild card. They were concerned about the competitiveness of teams because the bar is lower, and like it's looking like right now, it made. Who knows? We might have an 84-win team. The way it's looking in the National League, we might have an 82-win team go to the postseason, and so that bar is lower, and teams are going to be less willing to spend money. having said that, if you look at the money that was spent this winter, it didn't stop teams, So, and I asked Farhan that question, and that was asked on our show, and he even argued. He said, "Listen, I think in looking at it, it appeared like teams were willing to spend more." And historically, I think we've seen that coming out of new CBA agreements that teams have spent more. So I thought, intuitively you'd say, yeah, I don't think teams will spend money, but I think it showed this year anyway that that was not the case.
Jim Duquette, former Mets GM, with us here, Willard and Dibbs. Jim, you said earlier that you've watched Kyle Harrison. What do you see?
Yep. I love the guy's stuff. I love his mound presence. There's everything about him. I think the command is kind of the last thing about it. That I think when we were talking to Farhan, he admitted it's not been quite what they expected. Having said that, command and control are kind of tricky things, right? You might not walk a lot of guys, but he is not able to command the pitch where he wants it yet. And even Farhan pointed to a game that he had seen recently where, he got to a good count, and then he ends up hitting a guy on a breaking ball. It was a back foot breaking ball. Hit a guy. A couple of tough pitches that were borderline calls that were challenged that he didn't get the call that would have been called strikes. Like the point is there are extenuating circumstances sometimes when you look at the numbers on the surface. You go, well, that doesn't look good, but the story might be different. So the point is he may not be that far away when it comes to the command of his stuff than what the numbers look. And that's what I felt like how Farhan was answering the question about his readiness or how quickly he might help.
Readiness is such a nebulous thing because any team is 2 wins away from being in it or 2 wins away from being out of it. In terms of the Giants' window to maybe be contenders, is it bigger and longer than most teams based on their youth?
I think that is a fair point. Yeah, I think every year, it's different, and get off to bad starts like you see with some of these teams, like the Cardinals in particular, and it's hard to dig out of, and so you sometimes have a step back. But I think generally speaking, yeah, if you're competitive and you're well rounded, and the thing I look about this team now, you got the 5 or 6 guys that are sitting there with OPSs over 800, and so you're not relying on 1 or 2 guys like some teams, like the Mets are right now. They've got 2 guys that are swinging the bat. Everyone else has been garbage. It's like, for me, those type of teams, and then you insert a couple of young guys. Yeah, you can have longevity, and so I think that with the way things are trending, and some of the production they've gotten out of Bailey and Schmidt and some of the other homegrown guys, that gives you payroll flexibility in that marketplace to make sure you're spending money in other places. And I think the Giants are going to spend money year in and year out. We've seen that, but it gives you that payroll flexibility to maybe extend on a Shohei or somebody like that.
Okay, that's what you just talked about there at the end, Jim. That's the rub here in San Francisco, and I bet you know that, right?
Oh, yeah.
So everybody's waiting for who's the big fish, when's the right time, how does it blend with the homegrown players based on these guys you just mentioned, Schmidt and Bailey. We know maybe there are some more coming. Logan Webb is already here and signed up. Like, what's the right timing of this? What should the fans be demanding of the next handful of months?
Well, here's the thing. I think with the Judge negotiation, all right, I don't think that was the exception. So what I mean by that is, okay, well, they made a run at the guy. He's a local guy, and he's one of the best players. So we're going to make a run at him. If we don't get him, then that's it moving forward. I think that by design, they signed Conforto to the shorter deal and Haniger to the short, some of these shorter deals that they signed guys to, Jock, so that they could have the payroll flexibility to add impact. I think most of the time, if you look at the World Series teams over the past dozen years, I've been at every World Series for Sirius XM covering it. We do a pre and a post game every year. I usually have one of the league championship series. Almost every one of those teams have a star player or 2. 1 or 2 of them are homegrown. 1 or 2 are signed from the outside. And it's not always the recipe, but for the most part it is. And you guys saw, those championships there. Most of those championships were homegrown there in San Francisco. It's been a little bit different here, probably since the Giants' last World Series.
No doubt about it. I think you got that keyed up there pretty good. Jim, hey, really great stuff, man. Thank you so much for coming on. Look forward to doing it again.
You got it. Anytime, guys. Talk to you soon.
Okay, there it is. That's Jim Duquette, Sirius XM MLB Radio, former GM of the Mets. He does not think the offer for Shohei hits 500.
No.
That's the first time I've heard that.
But he also said that those deals tend to not be very good deals. So, I got that's a good question, which puts the crown of superiority on my head.
It does, but you did not get that's a good question. You got that's a good question.
Which counts.
Yes, it does.
It was audible,
Very
and it
quick.
counts. And it wasn't from a co-host, and I wasn't begging for it.
Bonte is not a co-host. He is a co-worker.
Whatever.
Those are two very different things.
And he's the king.
I only have one co-host. His name is Ephraim Salam. Anyway, go ahead.
It's funny because I was trying to think about my comeback, knowing that it wasn't me, but you caught me off guard. You're damn right it is. Don't miss it Sundays from 2 to 6, whatever the
5
time
to
it is.
8. Get
Nobody
outta
even
here
gives
with
a
it.
crap about your
do I.
weekend job. Of course you do.
Which weekend job?
Seriously,
Go
right?
ahead.
But what he said, yes, he doesn't think it's going to be $500 million, but he also said, and I'm trying to remember the phrase he used in terms of like the back end of all of these contracts. It's not a sunk cost, but it's basically money that you're not going to be able to recoup, because when Shohei is 38, 39, and 40, you're basically paying him for the previous years.
Look, what crazy person wouldn't want Shohei Ohtani on their team? But sometimes I do wonder what it is we're asking for. Like, how many of these deals, it feels, and he just said it, like, everybody wants him, and I'm totally included in this. You celebrate like crazy. Oh my gosh, my team just spent $300 million and we got blank. The teams that didn't get the player, seemingly a minute later, are like, thank God.
Whew.
Thank God we didn't get the player.
Farhan in particular, right?
The San Diego Padres have, 7 deals that are 9 figures. The 4 games under 500.
They're fourth in the division, right?
Correct. Like they're having a pull the hair out from the side of your head type of a season so far. And maybe it turns around. They have a lot of talent. But sometimes it's funny because he's right. To win a championship, you need star players. But these deals to go get the star players are usually very poor. So I just wonder sometimes what it is. Do we actually want what we're asking for? Or do you just have to pound away and be patient for your star to be homegrown?
We want what we're asking for, but we also want it to work. So we want them to sign Juan Soto, and we want him to be the best player that he's ever been. We don't want this Juan Soto.
Yeah, you seen this Juan Soto?
Mark, that's not what we want.
Lamont Wade is way better than Juan Soto so far this year.
We want Aaron Judge, but we want 70 home run Aaron Judge.
Yeah.
We want Carlos Correa, but we don't want I'm hitting 220 and I'm in and out of the lineup Carlos Correa.
I don't even think he's hitting 220.
You know what I mean, though?
Yeah, I totally know what you mean.
That's why I was asking Jim about that, and what he said after he praised me for my good question.
He did. That's a good
question. The fact that most of these deals, almost all of these deals on the back end, turn out to be bad deals. So if you, like Shohei Ohtani, you're going to give him 10 years, and let's say it's $450 million. You're giving him $45 million a year. The first 6 years, he'll probably give you $45 million a year worth of baseball, maybe a little bit more.
Maybe a little bit less.
Okay, but let's just say that he gives you value for 6 years. The last 4 years probably will be way, way worse. So as a team, you know that if you do one of these deals, you're hoping for 6 good and 4 not bad, but 4 subpar, right?
Like so it's almost like you're walking in going, okay, this is a bad deal, but we're hoping that the first half of it is an okay deal.
So good.
So in other words, I guarantee you it's bad, and all I'm doing on the good side is hoping. I mean, that like the way you even put that, by definition, it's a bad idea.
Xander Bogaerts, 30 years old. This year he's making $25.45. He'll make the same salary for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 more years. So in 2033, if there is such a year, Xander Bogaerts will be 40 and he'll be making $25.45 million. And I know in 2033, $25.45 million will not be what it is this year, but that's still a big number no matter how you slice it for a guy who's going to be 40.
And so far, 252, 7 home runs, OPS 725. He is the ultimate, player.
And he's got 9 more years making what he's making this year.
Correa, meantime, 208, 6 home runs.
I gave him 220.
OPS 673.
Jeez Louise.
Just straight bad. Bad.
Yeah. He's playing every day. He's showing up.
Yeah. No. He got hurt.
He
got hurt last week.
True, yeah.
A couple weeks ago, he got hurt. But
Manny Machado, 17.09 this year, next year, and in 2025. Then it jumps to 25.1. Then, Mark, in 2027, when he's 34 years old, 39.1. And that goes for 7 years. So when Manny is 36 years old, he's making 39 large, and he gets that for 5 years. How's that deal going to feel, San Diego?
Oh, my goodness. I was just looking this up. Do you know how many Giants have a current OPS higher than Carlos Correa?
Game show music, please.
What do you think?
Well, Jim Duquette joined us and said that the Giants have, 6 guys who have an OPS of 800?
I mean, he might have been
He's ballparking it.
Yeah, he's ballparking it. Yeah.
So how many Giants?
I'll tell you what. What if I do this? What if we put the baseline at 750, which is, I think, north of 750 is when you're a solid MLB hitter. How many Giants have a current OPS at 750 or higher?
And that's on base plus slugging.
That's right. And can you name them?
No, I can't. But how many have an OPS of 750 or higher?
Yeah.
Now, are we counting a guy who maybe is 1 for 2 with a triple?
No.
You're talking about guys who actually have done their thing.
All of these people have 150 at bats or more.
So Slates is not among them.
No, not Slates.
Thank you.
No.
I'm going to say there are 7 Giants, Mark, with an OPS of 750 or above.
Well, it's way more fun to be like, there are 6. Who are they?
Well, I like my 7.
Yeah,
I'd like
a good
credit
guess,
for my 7.
But you overbid, so Price is right. But there are 6. Who are they?
You smug little mother father.
Let the record show he was talking to Grandy. This is radio. Go ahead.
Grandy didn't like that. Who are the 6?
Who are the 6?
Late Night Lamont.
Number 1.
Okay.
Number 1, 909. Damn, that's elite.
Man, I don't get the dump button ready, Grandy, but I'm going to say Schmidt.
No.
He's not one of them?
No, I don't think he's had enough ABs to
Oh,
qualify
yeah, you're right.
here.
Darn it.
Yeah.
It's got to be Conforto.
Michael Conforto, 808, number 4.
Okay.
4.
Man, Yaz, quietly?
Mike Yastrzemski, number 5, is at 780.
Yeah. How about Saby Sabes?
Blake Sable.
That's who I meant.
Number 6 at 760.
Look
That's
at the
correct.
Dibber. I'm a Giants fan.
Real quick, who's number 2 and 3? You should be able to get this.
Jock?
I mean, one of them.
Tyro for sure.
Tyro Estrada, number 3,
and
834.
JD Davis.
Let's
go. Bring it home, Dibber.
Look at this guy. He's a Giants fan.
Score that.
He's also presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Sound from 49ers camp. And what do you think the 49ers think of Trey Lance? 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibbs.
Mom?
Gillette, the best a man can get. Buy now at a retailer near you.
This is actually going to be in alphabetical order.
Oh.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Are we doing the rest of the show in alphabetical order? Is that the plan? Is that what we're doing?
We should. I mean,
then we need to start with Matt Barrows. His last name starts with a B.
I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be cool if we could get to Dibs before Willard, but that's not happening. We know that.
Matt Steinmetz, once upon a time, asked the question, why does Willard come before Dibs all the time?
Sure.
Why isn't it Dibs and Willard? And, that's just the way it is.
Right.
Some things will never change.
Boy, that's a great question.
Thank Bruce Hornsby in the range.
There it is.
Skidaloo, dun, dun. Skidaloo, dun,
That's just the
dun,
way it
dun,
is.
dun. Wait for the piano. Dun, 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 dun. And my host and I talk all the time, and he just sits there and shuts his mouth. That's just the way it is. Boom, 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 boom. Skidaloo, dun, dun. Skidaloo, skidaloo, dun, 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 dun.
Wow.
Did you ask Steiny?
You really committed to that.
I had
I
to.
was like, he's going to
There's
do it
no
all the way
going
until
back.
5 o'clock. Yeah, go ahead, Lucas. What do you got?
I was waiting a long time.
Yeah.
Here's a follow up on the thing you were
Yeah,
saying
take
about
a memo.
30 minutes
want a
ago.
beer?
Take a number, dude.
Did you ask Steiny why Steiny comes before Guru?
I knew.
Lay off.
I knew someone wasn't going to be able to handle it. The second I said that, I knew somebody was going to be the one to step forward and be like, I'll be the immature frat boy here. It'll be me. I knew someone was going to do it. My bad. My fault.
Speaking of Steiny,
Yeah.
he weighed in on our earlier conversation.
He did?
Because we were
Whoa, you got a text from Steiny?
on his way to the golf course.
Mm-hmm. He
You know,
texted you.
He's got a Wednesday tea time at 3.
I know, but there's two huge things that happened here. First of all, Matt Steinmetz sent someone here at work a text. That's no different than Jimmy Garoppolo sending Kyle Shanahan a text. It doesn't happen. Second of all, you got served, Steiny, because there's no way around it. You did that while driving. You dirty little driver, you.
No.
Yeah.
2:43. I'm sorry, 2:43. He left here at 2 on the number. He very easily could have been and probably was at his destination.
I disagree.
I know this
he
about
left here at 2. That doesn't mean it. By the time he got out of that garage, it was 2:18.
He doesn't park in the garage.
Okay,
he
that's a
parks
good
in the
point.
street.
Okay.
One thing I know about Steiny, he will not text and drive. First of all, he can't see his phone because the man needs to throw on the readers like you in order to text. He's not a text and drive guy, but what he said to me, first text we've had between us in 10 days, which is a story for another day. Yes, sir. In on CP3.
Oh, gosh.
And I said, me too.
No, you're not.
And I said, can I quote you? And he said, tease, please.
Nope.
Up in 10 minutes, I'll tell you what Steiny says about CP3. Please. And I said, nice.
Yuck.
I don't handle that, but I get it. I don't handle the teases. I'm also in on CP3.
Y'all in on CP3? By the way, if you're just joining us, the Suns, and it's funny, they're...
Sorry, I didn't mean to hijack the segment.
No, you're fine. Conflicting, it's not like we have a plan here, right? They're conflicting reports a bit. I can tell that ESPN does not fully have their sourcing all together yet on this story.
Uh-oh.
Because they have not run with what Chris Haynes said. Chris Haynes said that the Suns have informed Chris Paul that they will be waiving him. The headline on ESPN is Sauces. Suns, CP3, discuss his future with the team. Well, that's two different things. That's two totally different things.
Right.
And ESPN does need to, right, you got to source it, then you got to double down, triple down. Windhorst has to weigh in. Here comes Ramona, Stephen A. out the side. And if everybody's all on the same page, boom, let's go with it. So it's a little bit more of an entity than a singular reporter like Chris Haynes. I believe what Chris is saying here. And so that makes Chris Paul, in theory, available on what could be as low as a veteran minimum contract. And I am still a hard no.
Yeah, I hear you there.
I can't.
Couple things to that. I'm looking at Spotrac, a.k.a. Spot Rack, or however you want to pronounce it.
Go ahead and Spot Rack that site.
Spot Rack that site. His contract for next year, $30.8 million, 15.8 of which is guaranteed. It's a partial guarantee.
That's the cap number,
So,
15.8.
yes, they would have to pay him 15.8 to say, get out of here, go away. I believe that's the partial guarantee, which tells me if you're Chris Paul and you still want to play basketball, and I'm assuming that he does because he has no chip and he's one of the probably 10 best players to never have won a championship.
That's a big statement, but okay. In the neighborhood, sure.
I'd put him, you could safely put him in the top 10, I think, of all-time NBA players to not have a championship.
Go ahead. We
can play around with this if you want. I know you had other plans, although you didn't because you just told the audience. What's funny, I'm just going to say this real quick.
My plans, I have 3 kids. My plans are always, this is what I think I'm going to do, but it may go a different way. And it's fine.
And I'm not saying that this show is disorganized, but I will also add this. I was just at my locker, and we're moving. I think that's a known secret, or it's a known fact that this company is moving in about 3 to 15 weeks. We don't really know, but I just discovered in the area near my locker a Joe Low and Dibs rundown from September of 2019.
Do you want to do it? Get it. Let's do it for a segment.
You want me to?
No, I don't.
There's Jimmy Garoppolo content on there.
Then now I do.
Jimmy, it was a Monday show. Jimmy coming off a good game, and because Joe Fortenbaugh was like super like we will strictly stay to the rundown.
Yeah,
the rundown was the rundown. Are these Niners for real? Coming off a Jimmy Garoppolo game.
Are these Niners for... Yeah, by the way, flash forward. Yeah, they were.
I should go grab it.
They were.
Yeah.
You should grab it. By the way, I just Googled, and this is just some fan site, but I wanted some help with the best players to have never won an NBA ring.
Yeah.
You tell me, does Chris Paul fit on this list? Does he move someone out off the list?
Okay.
I'll go from 1 to 10. And you go
a lot more fun when you go 10 to 1.
Well,
but I get the bit here.
No, but it's better this way because the ones at 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are clearly better than Chris Paul. If I get to a name and you think Chris Paul is a better player than this guy, you could just let out a big buzzer or a scream or do whatever you want.
I mean, Grandy's the one with the buzzer, but
fall out of your chair.
I'll do what I do.
All right, Karl Malone, Charles Barkley, Allen Iverson.
That's where it gets interesting.
Really?
CP3's third all-time in assists.
Oh, my gosh. Allen Iverson is way better than Chris Paul.
And I think you're just a Chris Paul hater.
Maybe. John Stockton, Patrick Ewing.
Yes.
Elgin Baylor, Steve Nash, Reggie Miller, Dominique, the human highlight, and Tracy McGrady.
He's better than McGrady.
Those are the 10 on this particular list.
He's better than McGrady.
Okay.
I would say categorically in terms of career accomplishments, and I don't want to come across as a Chris Paul stan, as the kids would say, but the dude is third all-time in assists. Yeah. He's behind only Stockton, the aforementioned John Stockton. He's ahead of Mark Jackson, who's not on that list. And Dominique Wilkins was an amazing offensive player, no doubt. Allen Iverson, in another setting, would he be considered on this list? Great scorer, for sure.
So
I would put him ahead of Tracy McGrady. So, yes, he is among the top 10 all-time to not have won a chip.
Hoops Hype did the best 13. I don't know why they picked 13. The top 13 players who, quote, deserve a ring. And actually, on that list, T-Mac didn't even make it, and Chris Paul did, but let me add in a few other names.
Okay, please do.
Adrian Dantley, Russell Westbrook, James Harden, and then there is Chris Paul. Yeah, the others were all on the list.
Right. If I were to just say...
So I think it's right where you said for sure top 10, and I was kind of like, it's close. I think those are both fair takes.
You did...
I was like, is he? Is he?
You were quick to dismiss.
Well, he's Chris Paul. I want to root against him.
Has he had a better career than Russell Westbrook or James Harden?
You know what people will say. Like, I like him better than Russell Westbrook, but people are like,
MVP.
Chris Paul didn't win an MVP.
Totally. He never averaged in triple double.
No. Chris Paul ever been the one on a team that made the NBA Finals? Chris Paul even ever made the NBA Finals?
I think he did with the Clippers. Was he on that Clipper team?
Chris Paul?
Yeah.
He was on the Clipper team. They didn't go to the NBA Finals. They choked it away.
Yeah, man.
They choked it away big time.
That's my fault. Clean up on aisle 2.
Say they choked it away big time. So, anyway, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
But for me, it's twofold, which is, A, yes, I will admit a bias. It is an emotional thing. I do not want Chris Paul in a Warrior uniform. He is one of my least favorite NBA players. So that's my fan response.
Yeah.
Now, my basketball analysis is this is an aging, declining player big time. You think Steph, Clay, and Dre, some of you believe they're declining? Holy hell. Chris Paul is declining. He is very often hurt, and he has a history of being a locker room bully. Would he tuck that away because he's joining Steph, Clay, and Dre? Maybe. I'm not willing to take the chance. Hard no on Chris Paul.
Yeah, to me, it's a soft yes. It's not a hard yes, but I'm more than open to it because he's not going to come here and be the bully. Whether or not he's acted in that fashion at previous stops in the association, do you think that he would come here and exert his will on Steph, Clay, and Draymond?
I wouldn't think.
At all?
I actually, my opinion there is that he wouldn't come for that reason. I don't think he wants to come be somebody's fourth or fifth fiddle. Like, it's not even that he wouldn't be the one.
Right.
He ain't the 2. He not the 3. He not the 4. Maybe he's the 5. I mean, where does Chris Paul fit in the Warriors' pecking order if you put him on the team?
The 5, if
Okay.
Jordan Poole's not here.
Yeah.
But if you're Chris Paul and you look at his career and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12 All-Star appearances, 9 consecutive, you're a Hall of Famer. You are third all-time in assists. You're a made man. There's only one thing in your CP3 career that you don't have. And you want it, I would imagine, more than anything else in your basketball life, and that's a championship. So if you're Chris Paul and you're going to say bye-bye to Phoenix and they're going to send you on your way and you're going to get 15.8 or whatever the exact number is to go away, you basically have your pick of any team to go be a vet min and go try to win a chip. Wouldn't this be the best opportunity for you?
I don't know.
You want to go play with LeBron in LA?
I'm sure he does. He's part of the banana boat gang.
True. That would be a possibility.
Especially if the Kyrie thing doesn't work out. I bet he would.
Where else would you want to go as Chris Paul?
Ugh.
You wouldn't want to go to Miami because you would actually have to
Yeah, I'm not going to
get Jimmy Butler.
I'm not going to any of the places that are not championship ready.
Right.
All right. So what's your list? You know what I mean? The Denver Nuggets. You want to go fill in for Ja while he sits out his 30
You want to go
82
babysit
games?
that collection?
Well, it's what they need, actually.
No, for sure.
It's exactly what Memphis needs. That's actually, I think I just stumbled onto what I would do if I were him.
That's a tall order, though.
Yeah, but
You got to whip them into shape?
Dude, somebody needs to. And if they did, they've got the talent.
Yeah.
You know, and you'd have a huge role. You'd have a huge space in the locker room. You'd have a huge on-court role because Ja is going to miss, my prediction, somewhere between 30 and 82 games.
I think 50 is the number.
So it's going to be big. And so you can be mostly, like, I know they've got another young point guard in Tyus Jones, but like, you're going to need somebody to have a role, get a lot of minutes, be off the bench. But also, we're not looking to you to be our main physical guy anymore, but we are looking to you to be our mental guy. They need that. If I'm Memphis, I'm super interested in this.
Yeah.
No, I'm not if I'm Golden State. We got our point guard. His name's Steph Curry.
Well, if you're looking for a backup and you're looking for veterans, if I'm Chris Paul and I'm looking for more of an Ottoman situation where I can throw my feet up for 20 to 25 games a year and then be ready for April, this is the spot.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. How about some calls? Hey, Bud in Oakland, you're on with Willie and Dibby. What are you doing?
What's good, man? Trying to make it home safely. Hey, was Carmelo Anthony on that list?
So, if the list starts to expand to 15, 17, 20, yes. I saw his name get kicked around, but no one had him in the top 10.
Okay, so listen, the whole Chris Paul thing, I'm not feeling it. You know, I understand they still have to work it out and everything, but here's the thing. One, if he did make the decision to, not stay, or they wanted to get rid of him, if Houston is really in play to try to bring James Harden back, I think that's the place that he'll go for Houston to try to rekindle whatever flame that they had.
Flame out.
I don't think that he would want to come and play behind Steph Curry. This is a guy in the team that has broken up his Clippers. This is a guy in the team that came and stole his thunder when they were on their way to something. So I think his ego may come into play. And like I said, in 3, his physicality. When the team every team he's been on, every team that when they needed him most, his health has come into play. When he was with the Rockets, they had plenty of chances to stay right there with the Warriors. His health came into play. Right now, Phoenix, health came into play. I forget the other team he played with. I believe early on with the Hornets, I think he was pretty good with the health wise. But when his teams needed him most, he has been hurt. So I don't think that that's something that we can actually put up with right now when we're actually looking to try to compete once again. He can help and do some little things, but like I said, I really think it comes down to ego and him having to play behind Steph Curry. I don't think he'll want to do it. Thanks for taking the call.
Thank you, Bud. Appreciate
it. It's funny that we're all looking at this from the perspective of, would Chris want to come here? Do the Warriors want him? Is that the direction we're looking? Of all the things we're looking at right now with the Warriors, think of everything we've discussed.
Right.
There's the emotional part of the locker room, which is getting the most discussion. Draymond, Jordan Poole, etc. So there's that. You hear people yell about a big man, need a big man. There are financial issues. Add all of those into a bucket, and suddenly the excitement is where to add an aging, backup, future Hall of Fame point guard? That's what the Warriors need?
Who's your backup point guard right now?
I mean, they honestly don't even really have one. I mean, it's Jordan Poole. Do the Warriors even utilize a traditional point guard? Draymond Green plays point guard for this team sometimes.
Agreed. More times than not.
Yeah,
but
so
for me, if you're looking
Ty
at
Jerome during the regular season would come in and get some minutes.
Right. I look at this team in terms of if you're going to run it back with Steph, Clay, and Draymond, and you're going to move off of Jordan Poole and Kuminga, and let's just say, hypothetically, you're able to trade those two and the pick and get a couple of mid-level-y veterans. You throw in Chris Paul on a vet min, another veteran. Now you've got a veteran core of players with GP2 and Looney and Wiggs and Steph, Clay, and Dre. That, to me, is the team you're looking at. If you're going to run it back with Steph, Clay, and Dre, you want to get as many veterans as possible. And if there really is no water under the bridge between Chris Paul and Steph and Chris Paul and Draymond, I don't think that Clay's got any beef with anybody outside of Jaren Jackson Jr. and maybe Devin Booker a little bit.
Yeah, I was going to say, he was flashing four fingers at the Suns.
He was.
Chris was on the team.
But I don't know if it's ever gotten beyond the pale.
I don't
Dylan
think
Brooks, for example. I'm not going to advocate for Dylan Brooks to come in because that went beyond good old-fashioned NBA jawing. You know what I mean?
That's pretty rare, though, that they can't put things aside when it comes to money. Richard Sherman was a 49er. So I just...
LOB!
Yeah, I don't think about it from that perspective. I just think if everyone's sitting here, what an interesting move it would be when at least half the fan base, it feels like, is sitting here going, man, you're declining. It is time to try to regenerate it however you can do that. Steiny and Goose spent all kinds of time today on it's time to move on from Draymond. You'll have a healthy number of people who agree, even though I don't. And so your response to that is to go get a mouthy, future Hall of Fame, 38-year-old, declining point guard? Like, who are we adding to the big three? Even older people. I don't know. I just don't know where the room is for that.
The bench is where the room is.
And so, again, even if you loved that, doesn't Chris say, well, I don't want to do that? I don't think Chris is sitting here going, it's time for me to hold a clipboard. Like, I think he thinks he can play.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sure he thinks he can play.
Yeah.
But for whom and for how long? You know, if you look at his career, and you mentioned his declining numbers, his field goal percentage was 44, lowest since his second year in the association. He still is averaging 9 assists a game, even though he's declining. Yeah. So he becomes a niche player no matter where he goes. He's not going to be the Chris Paul that he was, a guy who can get you 19 and 11 just rolling straight out of bed. He's now a guy who's going to get you 25 minutes a game, and he's going to be a little bit of a different player. Now, if he wants to be a starter and he wants to be a frontline PG and still chase it at that top level, well, then you're not going to be on a good team. That's not the way this is going to go.
If I'm him, I'm looking at a young team with talent where I can have a leadership role and help them maybe as much emotionally as I can physically. I look at Memphis. I look at the New Orleans Pelicans.
Yeah.
Isn't that where the Hornets were when Chris was on them?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a city where he's already been. Like, he played a lot of basketball years there. I look at, do you look at the Minnesota Timberwolves? You know, I look at these teams that just look Cleveland Cavaliers, young, talented teams who could use a little veteran hand. That's if I were him, that's where I would want to go.
It depends if you want to win a championship or not. Because if you go to any of those teams you just mentioned, I don't think you're going to win a chip. Cleveland is not going to be a championship team.
4 seed this year.
Ooh.
Well, I mean, the 8 seed is in the finals.
They're the 4 seed, and they got bounced by New York. That then got bounced by Miami, which bounced the top seed.
I understand that, but they won 51 games last year. Like, let's not act like they're completely off the map. Like, it's a good young basketball team.
Sure.
And I'm sure
they're adorable.
Well, they are. That's fair.
The Cavs.
Maybe you can go there. If they lose Malik Monk.
Yeah.
Yeah. You want to go back up De'Aaron?
Yeah, he doesn't want to back up anybody, according to you. And
no.
You may not be wrong.
I didn't say that, by the way.
No, but I didn't mean that in terms of,
I don't want to back up Steph. Like, I don't want to back up a legend.
Chris Paul has come off the bench a grand total of 0 times in his career.
Wow.
He's played 1,214. He's started 1,214. Take that, Klay Thompson, because Klay actually came off the bench his rookie year and hasn't come off the bench since. But I was just looking at his numbers. Chris Paul has never, Mark, come off the bench in a game in the association. So maybe that's the deal breaker there.
Or what about Dallas if Kyrie leaves? Go feed Luka.
Sure.
Those are all things that I would do before I would look at the Warriors. But again, that's Chris Paul's perspective.
Yeah.
From the Warriors' perspective, I just don't think it's enough of a need to go fill it with such a large presence.
What is the need for the Warriors?
Well, the first thing is...
And we always talk, they need a big.
Yeah.
Oh, they need a big.
No, that'd be nice. That'd be nice to have somebody who's tall. Not everybody who's tall in their NBA team. Yes. Again, the number one need is not some position or some name. The first thing they need is this team needs to get their head screwed on straight. This team needs to get back to their flow. They need to get their mojo back. They lost their mojo.
Right.
That's
so
what
maybe
you
get that back by subtraction, addition by subtraction.
Only all of them can collectively answer whether or not the Jordan Poole situation is recoverable and whether or not Jordan Poole is tradable. And those are both huge questions right now. I don't know the answer to either one. Only they can say whether this is recoverable, and only the market can tell us whether or not he's tradable. So that's the tough spot the Warriors are in, because they may want to trade him and there just isn't any taker, or they may want to keep him, but room's not big enough for those egos. But that's problem one. I mean, I think you and I, we've spent about 3 days this week talking about that very thing. I think that's the problem.
Is the room itself. Just the ethos, the culture.
The makeup.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the makeup and the attitudes in there. And no, nothing is ever all one person's fault. But if you ask me, my read on who is the biggest issue right now, it's Jordan Poole. It's Jordan Poole. The team does not look like they enjoy his decisions. That's what I think.
Well, and if the team is going to come back, and if Jordan Poole's decisions aren't going to change, and if I'm Jordan Poole and I'm looking at my career so far, and I look at my year, I don't look at my year and say, God, I had a bad year. I got to really make changes because I didn't play as well as they need me to play. And gosh, golly gee, it's on me. And I look at the year and go, dude, I averaged 20 a game. I played in every single game. And yeah, my shooting percentages were down and my turnovers were up. But, I didn't have a role that I was comfortable with. And I got punched in the face by my big brother. And I had to deal with that. So I'll tell you what, Warriors, you can keep me or trade me. I'm still going to be Jordan Poole. And if you trade me, watch me go out and get 25 a night on my new team. And if you keep me, I'm not changing one iota about the way I play.
Well, I don't know.
And that's me being Jordan Poole.
I don't know that he's saying that. I do think he thinks he had a good year. He said that. He said that in the locker room.
Yeah.
He pointed to a bunch of nights where he did really good things, and there were nights. You and I, the basis of that conversation that got Festus and Bonte going and everything about whether or not he can be playable in the fourth quarter, one thing that will always stand out this year, one of the games where I took my kids and the lovely Christy, and we went and watched them play Joel Embiid, the MVP, and Embiid was amazing. He was absolutely dominant for an entire game, and the Sixers led most of the way. And then the Warriors pulled it out in the end. Why? Jordan Poole. He was incredible. He was restaurant quality in the fourth quarter. He really was. He was DiVincenzo. And so
I get in trouble when we use that because my wife Supper thinks that we stole that from her. And I said, no.
What do you mean we stole it from her?
Supper thinks that because she says restaurant quality,
just because,
and so she thinks that I stole that from her and that we started using it because of her. That's what she thinks.
Yeah, I don't think that that's the case at all.
It's actually not the case at all.
But between the two of us, who threw that out first? I feel like it was
you
me.
did. I agree with you, Mark.
Yeah.
I
Now,
agree
just
with
because
you.
her nickname,
and I won't give you credit unless you deserve credit.
Please
You
don't.
know that.
Yeah, that's right.
You know that, Mark.
Just because her nickname is a meal does not mean she owns the phrase restaurant quality.
She actually owns all restaurant-related terminology.
Well, that's because you live with her.
And you're damn right I do, and I'm hoping to continue living with her. So we had this argument about a month ago because we were watching a Warrior game, and Dante strokes a three, and I go, DiVincenzo, that's restaurant quality from way downtown. And she looks at me, she goes, stop stealing my stuff.
Wow.
And I said,
you're running my material.
I said, no, that's a Willard and Dibs thing. We've been saying it all year, babe. It's because Dante's got an Italian name, and so it's a restaurant quality.
I want the restaurant quality.
Thank you. And she's like, no, you got that from me. You stole that from me. You take all my good stuff. And I'm like, babe, okay.
Yeah. You know what's funny is Christy doesn't like it either, but not for that reason at all, because she likes to watch on YouTube. That's right, all you YouTubers. That's right. I got a spy in there. But anyway, what's up, Christy? Anyway, she likes to watch on YouTube. She doesn't like it when we do this with our hands.
No?
Or maybe she just doesn't like it when I do it.
Well, it's probably
she thinks
both
it's
of us.
weird. She's just like, what are you doing with your hand?
A DiVincenzo.
Yeah.
Molto bene. It's the Italian gesture.
Bellissimo.
All that and more.
Yeah. Dante, he's gone.
Anyway.
That's too bad.
You mentioned restaurant quality.
Yeah.
Every time you say it now, I cringe because I get in hot water.
Sorry. Supper, quit stealing my stuff. Anyway.
Totally. She's a diehard listener.
Big time. P1. Jordan,
home goods right now.
Jordan was great in that game. He was fantastic in that basketball game. So, of course, we remember some of the good moments with Jordan Poole. It's not like he's a terrible basketball player. I thought that it was not a great year, though, because he did not really progress the way I think a lot of us thought he would. And to go back to, although you're sort of playing, but to go back to what you said you would say if you were Jordan Poole, if Jordan Poole said that to the Warriors, I would, my gosh, I'd spend the next 24 hours calling every team in the NBA. If you tell me if Jordan Poole is going to say, I'm going to be Jordan Poole and I'm going to do it my way, well, then what I got for you is the highway. It doesn't work. That doesn't work.
Then trade me. All y'all better trade me.
That's what we're going
I
to do.
led the team in scoring last year.
No, you didn't.
Total points.
Yes, you did.
Who scored more points than me?
Nobody.
Exactly. Because I'm Jordan Poole, and I played in all 82. Kavan and I. Where was Steph with his injuries? And Draymond with his nights out? And, Clay can't play back-to-backs. And Andrew Wiggins with the 2-month sabbatical.
If you even start using that tone and naming those names, You're traded.
Trade me.
You're traded for no one.
You know what? I believe, and I have to check with my agent because I am Jordan Poole. When you trade me, I'm pretty sure that my contract comes with me. And according to my numbers, and I'd have to look at my contract, I have it here somewhere. Oh, that's right. 28.7, 30.9, 33.1, 35.3. Go ahead and trade me.
You can flex all you want on
Dunleavy Jr. Or Dunleavy the Third, whichever Dunleavy you are.
Joe Lacob made $28 million while we started this conversation. Whatever.
That's fine.
Yeah, you can flex on that all you want, but again,
it's the flex moment of the show.
I don't know. I don't know if it's salvageable, savable, all of the things that we say. I have no idea. Only they can answer that.
And I am obviously play acting with Jordan Poole's.
Yeah, if that's the
position.
attitude, then yeah, I'm completely out.
What if the attitude is as simple as I'd like to start and I'd like to play starter minutes? I know he played 30 minutes a night, which is darn near starter minutes. And I'd like to play in an environment where I don't have to worry about getting punched in the face. Not that I worry about it each and every day, but it happened.
Right.
And the dude is still here, and I don't really feel comfortable being around that.
Well, he's going to be here. So you got to tell us whether or not that's some sort of a deal breaker for you. And by the way, your answer is not binding because we have you under contract, and so we're not just going to automatically trade you for nothing because you asked us to.
Yeah, no.
Right?
Nor do I want you to trade me for nothing.
Well, Draymond's going to be here, so is that a problem?
No, it's not a problem.
Okay.
Is it a problem if I shoot the ball every time that it happens to touch my fingertips? Is that a problem?
I don't know. We've dealt with it for 2 years. Why would it be a problem now?
Is it a problem that when I get the ball, I'm going to go tunnel vision and dribble until I can get to the rack?
I mean, you're saying a bunch of stuff that's not actually the way he
I'm just asking
thinks.
if that's a problem.
Right. Yes, it would be.
Okay.
Yes.
Just
it's gonna be a
curious.
problem.
Coach Kerr, I'm wondering if that was a problem.
And if you're going to demand a starting role, that's a problem.
I don't know if he's going to demand a starting role.
You're going to start some nights. That's the way it works. Right? We've got injuries and load management, but no, you're not on the opening night starting lineup.
It's like when I get to sit in the power chair. I get to sit in the power chair when you're getting load managed. You know, when second half of back to back and you can't answer the bell, then I get to Jordan Poole it and I get to be in the power chair.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it's different for me. I'm not 23 and I'm happy to be playing off the ball. You know that. So I'm just playing tongue in cheek about the bit and our show and the whole deal, but if you're Jordan Poole at 23 and you do want to start, and then the message basically is you start when Steph is hurt or Clay is unavailable, then Jordan, let's pat you on the head. Now you get to start, Jordy.
I got a fun one for you.
This all has been fun.
Who gets traded first? Jordan Poole or Trey Lance?
Oh, I thought you were going to say Joey Bart for a threesome.
Throw it in.
Scat-da-da-da.
Throw it in.
Yeah. Man.
Who gets traded first? Joey Bart.
That's a great question.
I was going to say that's a great question, but I don't want him to get credit.
Joey Bart, Jordan Poole. Well, you added to the question, so...
I think that Joey's in play because Patrick Bailey, switch hitter, right?
Yep.
And Saby Sabes can catch, and he's a lefty. So, is he lefty?
Yes.
Sable?
Yeah, Sable is lefty.
I mean... And Bailey's better from the right side, if I'm not mistaken?
No, he's better from the left side.
Okay, so maybe you do need Joey's big bad.
Well,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh.
Well, no, is Joey Bart in a way, and I know baseball's different, but in a way, you deal with the same thing that you did with Wiseman and Lance. Joey Bart was the number 2 pick in the draft.
Yeah, but not their pick.
So can you stare him in the eye? I love when we do that. Can you? How dare you give him a backup role?
Right.
Well, I don't know. You know, I'm sure Joey Bart, like all athletes do, he thinks he's pretty good. He thinks he's hot Schmidt. Sorry.
Stealing my bit. It's kind of my bit, the edgy stuff.
It is.
The play on words, but I'll allow it.
Yeah.
You played it well.
Tell Supper I stole your bit. See how she reacts.
Exactly.
No, but he thinks, A, he can do really good things, and B, he thinks he deserves a shot. Now, the difference is, I would contend Joey has been given a shot, unlike Trey Lance, and maybe to a degree, unlike James Wiseman. Those guys did not get that much of a shot. Joey has been given a shot, and it feels like it's getting worse. His OPS was 5.5.
Yikes.
Not 6.5 where Correa is, and that's terrible. It's even worse than that. He hit 0 home runs this year. 0. He's a good catcher.
I think Bailey projects to be a better catcher. Bailey has already had more of an offensive impact this year than Bart did. So I don't know. If you want to keep him as your backup, your catcher too, knock yourself out. Technically, he's cheap. I mean, he got a big contract for a drafted player, but it's not an overwhelming contract, right? He's a guy under team control. So you can keep him if you want. He's got options. You can send him down.
Yeah.
You're not forced to trade him, but it's on the table if somebody's excited about him.
Right. And I don't know if anyone's excited about him at this point, but I would say Jordan Poole gets traded first, then Trey Lance, and I don't think that Joey Bart does get traded.
Interesting.
But if Joey Bart...
You think he just walks after team control expires?
Joey Bart?
Yeah.
Probably. Or maybe he gets traded in the offseason. Because the one thing about the catcher position is you are one oblique injury or one glute issue or a hamstring pull away from needing a second catcher. Because you got to have two catchers, right?
Yeah.
So if something were to happen to Patrick Bailey, if Patrick Bailey goes into a bit of a rookie funk, or Blake Sable somehow pulls a hammy when he's playing the outfield because we like to play guys all over the diamond, I do think that Joey Bart has more value in terms of third catcher insurance at this point.
Yeah.
Trey Lance, I think that the writing's on the wall. It might be pencil. It might be crayon. I don't think it's Sharpie yet. And maybe I'm just basing this on being out there today and talking to so many different reporters and cognoscenti and experts, but it feels to me more and more like Trey Lance is closer to QB3 than he is QB1. And if that's the case, I think that he needs to be traded. But I'll say this, Jordan Poole, if he doesn't fit with Draymond Green, and I don't think that he does, and I do believe they're going to keep Draymond Green and sign him to a 2 or 3 year deal. And if that all happens, Jordan Poole is traded before the draft, which is, I believe, 2 weeks from tomorrow.
Yeah, that's coming up real fast. It is unbelievable the quiet that is going on in the Warrior organization right now. Bob left, and it just went.
Bob hasn't left yet.
Well,
Bob's working for 23
Bob
more days.
announced that he was leaving. Yes, you're right. You're right.
And I
Bob
would
announced
love to
he's
go
leaving.
down to Chase Center and knock on Bob's door and see if he's actually there.
He's not there.
You open the door, and he's in there, empty desk. There's that one pen light shining on him, and he's just got his head in his hand, and he's just looking at the clock. Tick, tick, tick.
I think
tick,
Bob is
tick.
working from home. I think we've learned how to do that now, and I think Bob's going to work from home until June 30th.
Can you imagine the visual if you
Oh my
open the
God.
door and Bob is actually there in a completely windowless, pictureless office, desk completely empty, and he's just sitting there, head in hand.
I mean, like something crazy could happen, like a hair would be out of place, like he's just in there all decrepit,
right?
Sweating, hasn't showered, shaved in at least 4 or 5 days. Joey Bart's not even at ARB yet. He's pre-ARB.
Right.
He's under control for a long time.
Right, but if he's not very good,
Also 26.
that's the thing.
He's not that young.
No, and if there's a team out there who needs a catcher, and he's a good defensive catcher.
Yeah, he's doing a good job.
If you're a team that needs a catcher, maybe you find a way to trade for Joey Bart at the deadline. The deadline's what, July 20th, I think, or
did they move it up? It's usually the last day of July.
Yeah,
They might have moved it up this year.
They might have.
It's been a little bit of a
that thing moves all over.
Trade.
Probably the 31st still.
MLB trade deadline August 1st.
Yeah, okay.
August 1st this year. Yeah. So, Joey's only making $735,000 this year. His money was wrapped up in his bonus for being drafted number 2 overall. So that one provides a lot more flexibility. But isn't it fascinating? These 3 picks that we compare all the time, I mean, all of them have either whittled their value all the way down to the studs or still TBD, which is Trey. But James Wiseman worked his way all the way down to where the value was just reacquiring GP2. We're sitting here saying Joey Bart, at best, his future is backup catcher. Would anyone even want him? And the Trey Lance situation is, if it gets to that, if he's not going to win the QB2 job, then I think you need to explore that. And again, we would be talking about, is there a team that wants to give him a shot at being their starting quarterback? But all of their values could be down to the floor within the next
2 months, potentially.
Right, and you could argue that Trey Lance and Joey Bart's value is already there. I mean, Joey Bart has had multiple chances to come up and at least seize part of the job, and he's been unable to, and then he got hurt, and now it feels like he's kind of buried, and same thing with Trey Lance. It looked like last year he got the job, and he played 5 quarters, and he got hurt, and then he was unable to make it back, and Brock Purdy flashed like he's never flashed before, and then the team went out and got 2 other guys to come in and maybe be the people to replace Trey Lance if Trey Lance is disposable or tradable. So I think that it's an interesting one in terms of Jordan Poole because Jordan's value is far and away higher than the other 2. It's not even close. But the idea that maybe Jordan doesn't fit with this core, think about what Trey Lance's numbers would be if he had Jordan Poole's numbers. I mean, that's a 4,200-yard passing year with 30 touchdowns.
We would be very excited about him.
Right.
Yeah.
Even if there was a problem with Trey Lance, maybe he had a fumble problem, or maybe the veterans didn't love him, and so maybe Trey had to go. But the value you could get for Trey Lance if he had Jordan Poole's numbers, it'd be a non-starter.
Joey Bart is actually in negative WAR. He is below replacement level this year.
Man.
His OPS is 581. His career OPS, he is 450 at-bats into the big leagues.
That's about almost 3/4 of a year.
Yeah. Plate appearances, we're coming up on 500, almost 450 official at-bats, and his career OPS is 634.
Jeez.
I mean, he's not been good. This is not a good offensive player.
How many strikeouts in that 450? He's got probably 120 strikeouts in 450 ABs.
Ready for this?
No, don't say 150.
Keep going.
180?
176 strikeouts.
He's gone punchy almost half the time. Like 40. Dude, that is high.
Yeah.
So are the pitches he swings at.
Career on base percentage is below 300.
Man.
Yeah, career batting average is 223.
I hate when you get into that somber tone.
He's not a good offensive player.
Dearly beloved.
Right?
We're gathered here
Patrick
today
Bailey shows up and
to mourn the passing of Joey Bart's career as a Giants.
Oh, Lamont in Oakland. Is this Lamont Wade?
Hey, Lamont.
No, it's mid-afternoon Lamont here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Lamont, what are you doing?
How's it going, man? I'm in traffic. I just got off work. The kids in the car line at work when the parents drop them off, they do say Lamont Wade Jr., so I'll take it.
Good for you.
Lamont Waite Jr., am I right?
Yeah, exactly. That's it right there.
You're an all-star, Lamont. Go ahead.
I just want to change the topic just a little bit. I apologize. I know we're on the baseball hype, and it's very exciting. But, man, I just wanted to talk about a kind of unheard theory about the Warriors.
Okay.
I'm really not hearing anyone talk about. You can tell me, you can say, hey, Lamont, you're crazy. We've already heard this already. But everyone is like, okay, the punch, that's it. Draymond's getting traded, or it's going to be Poole. The organization's cuffed and all this. But you know what? Everybody's wrong. Here's what's going to happen. They're going to stay. Poole's going to grow the hell up. Draymond's going to relax. And if you want to take this big brother new media role, he's going to chill and take it, the correct way and not be punching people and punking his own teammates. And I think we're going to move forward. And I think Poole is still going to be the next starting point guard after Curry. That's why they're paying him all this money. And I think we're going to get over the hump. That's what I think is going to happen.
Well, Lamont, what you're saying is on the table. It's absolutely on the table. As far as, and I think we've said this a number of ways, when we talked about the 2 things that the Warriors need to figure out. And one is this savable?
Yeah.
Is Jordan savable? And the only other question is he tradable? I don't know the answer to either one.
You'd rather have it be savable than tradable if you're the Warriors.
I think so.
Yes, without a doubt.
I think so.
You got a guy averaging 20 a game. If you can fix it.
What if you got something back that you loved? I don't know that you would.
Well,
but what if you
I was
did?
running through one of your scenarios. Maybe you came up with this one, or it was one that you stole from somebody like my wife. The Toronto trade of AJ Anunoby. And Chris Boucher would be the other piece to make the salaries match up. Former Warrior. The Warriors drafted him, 30 years old, makes about $11 million. Between Anunoby and Boucher, they make about a combined 30. So you could do a pool in Kuminga and throw in the pick if you needed to throw in the pick, or you could make that work.
Raptors Rapture tweeted this out yesterday, so I want to make sure
you don't follow him. You're just Google. This is some Googlage.
Well, it got sent out by Warriors World.
Oh, okay.
Warriors World sent it out.
Shout out Rashid.
What up, Rashid? So the Raptors would get Jordan Poole, Ryan Rollins, and the Warriors' number 19 overall pick.
Okay.
In exchange for OG Anunoby,
AJ Anunoby,
and Thad Young.
Don't call me Thaddeus. I'm down to Thad now.
That's why we're trying to be efficient here.
Okay. No, I like it.
Every second counts on the radio.
Yeah, it does. Win the big days.
Yeah, so I removed 2 syllables.
Yeah.
And those show up in my paycheck on Friday.
Yeah.
So, yeah. What do you think about that?
Well, I'd have to do a little bit more research on Thaddeus Young. 4.4 points a game last year, 3 rebounds in, not a lot of playing time. Man, he's 34 years old.
Yeah.
So he is that veteran piece. Played about 15 minutes a game.
Big man.
Looking like a J. Michael Green sort of a player.
Yeah, but he's a big man.
Doesn't shoot the 3 like J. Mike, but he'll come in there and, grab you 3 rebounds a game.
Well,
he's a big body.
But that's based on minutes. His career rebound per game average is 5.7.
Right.
Right. And he's had plenty of games or plenty of seasons with the Pacers and Brooklyn through the years where he was actually a starter. So,
7 teams.
It's a body. Make the salaries match.
Yep. I'd rather have Chris Boucher.
Okay, fine.
Quite frankly.
Would you rather have Anunoby or Poole?
For this team, Anunoby.
Okay.
Anunoby. He's a veteran. He's got length. He can defend. And I think that he would fit with what the Warriors are trying to do. For me, the biggest issue with Jordan Poole is the way he goes about playing offense. Unless you have Steph or Clay out, you don't need that. When you have Steph and Clay and Wiggins all available, you don't need Jordan Poole to shoot it 17 times a game.
Right.
But that's what he is predisposed to do.
Well,
it's what he does.
It's usually what he does.
Right.
It's usually what they're asking him to do. They need Jordan Poole's points. I remember starting in these playoffs off, and it's like they're not winning this thing without Jordan Poole. And I think they know that too. So it's just got to be a matter of getting on the same page. And I know that that's an easy statement, like a catch-all to say. And if any of you have, lived a life on Earth, you know how hard that can be. Getting a staff, a group of friends, a family on the same page. That's like, we got to get on the same page. Okay, just get on the same page. Like, it's really hard.
Think about you and your 5 friends. Like, where do you want to go tonight? That could be a 4-hour text thread.
Yeah.
And you're just going out drinking.
4 friends? How about with your spouse?
Oh, that's easy.
Is it?
Where do you want to go, honey?
Right.
Done. Box checked. Because then she comes back, I don't know.
That's veteran experience.
What do you want to do? And I respond with, whatever you want to do, honey. Mm-hmm. And then I get hit with, you never have any ideas.
Yeah, that gets annoying after
and then
a while.
I throw out like 7 ideas, and it's
like,
pew. Those things are getting swatted like Mutombo. How about sushi? No. I hate Indian food. I don't feel like Thai. Pizza? Again? Trust me, Grandy, I hear you in my head.
That is actually the way to do it. Don't say, whatever you want, honey, because they want you to have an opinion. But what you need to do, this is kind of like the way the A's and Chargers leave town. Have an opinion that you know is bad. And then
that's Indian food.
There you go. It's like, we've got a ballpark. It's going to be levitating. There's our renderings. It's going to sit in midair. See, we tried. Oh, you voted it down? Okay, fine. What do you want to do? We don't want to do anything. Get out of here. Okay, we'll go to Vegas.
Indian food is my version of, we're going to look at San Jose. She's like, you don't have territorial rights to Indian food.
Exactly.
That's a no.
Come up with an idea that you know she's going to hate, and then she'll fire back finally with the idea of what she does want to do, and then you go.
I usually got to come with 5 rejectables. So after Indian food, which is an automatic no, because we're just whatever, we're not into it. No, nothing against the actual cuisine.
I love Indian food.
Yeah, the only time
Don't eat it late at night, though. I ended up in the hospital one time with
Dude,
that.
the last time I had Indian food was when I was going for my second interview at 95.7 The Game. I went to that Indian place on 3rd Street.
Indian food?
Bad idea.
Well, God, you are such a nut job.
What
is the matter with you, honestly?
Dude, you want the story?
Sure.
I mean, I was in a panic because the job... I was in need of Indian food. The job that I was going for was across the street from the job I currently had. So I went up for a first interview, and as I'm being interviewed, I'm looking out the window, and I can see my studio where I currently was working at Old and Busted. And I'm looking, I'm like, oh my God, they can see me. They're looking right at me. So I was freaking out. So I go back for a second interview. I leave Old and Busted. I go around the corner and get a whole big plate of Indian food. Yummy. And about 22 minutes later, there's a volcano. And it's not going well for your boy. So now I'm sitting in there.
In a job interview? Oh, gosh, really?
I got a couple questions for you. And your boy is like, dude, the rumbling and the gurgling. And I get through it. It's like, oh, thank you. Nice to meet you. Yeah, I'll mull over the offer. I sprint to the bathroom.
Did you use the bathroom in
I had to.
95.7 The Game?
I could not make it down to the lobby. And the Starbucks at the time had a code, and I didn't have the code, and I could not get caught between floors. Luckily, I was only in there for about 36 minutes. Blow it up, blow it up.
That's not good.
No, it's awful.
When you don't have the code. Seriously, who made that up? This is the worst idea.
The worst.
In all of Earth is the bathroom code or the key that is attached to a 4-foot pole that somebody has hidden behind the counter. Like, if we're at a gas station, we need the bathroom. We don't want it.
No.
Nobody wants to go in there.
This is a good bit.
God,
this is a really good bit.
Seriously. Can we figure something else out?
Do you guys have a bathroom? Yeah, here's the key. It's attached to a cinder block.
Go back to your car and write me an essay on why you want to use it. If we like it, we'll let you in. Good Lord. All right,
I'll just hold it.
Perfectly. We're sponsored by Caltrans Stormwater. 888-957-9570. We got time for more of your calls next on Willard and Dibs. God, you are such a nut job. What is the matter with you?
Let's change this to that.
things will never change?
Boy, that's a great question.
Thank Bruce Hornsby in the ring.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Why'd you say wait for the piano when that's all there is piano?
Oh, it's so good.
That's all there is.
I stand by my impersonation.
It was an impersonation sensation.
That's a buck, and I'll pay it. Grandy, thank you for that.
Cha-ching!
That was nice. When you do these cockamamie bits, you never know how they land.
Oh.
That one, I think, landed.
Speaking of cockamamie bits.
Uh-oh.
I just got a text from the lovely Christy.
Uh-oh.
Who does not like it when we do the DiVincenzo. There's this restaurant quality. Those of you on YouTube can see how we do it. We put the hand in the air.
And I'll miss him.
Bellissimo. Okay.
Dante, we're going to miss you around here.
She goes, that's so funny. I was just driving from the dog park and I heard this. So I just logged on to YouTube to take a look. And the problem I have is not that you do it. It's how you do it.
What?
Dibs, you don't even know this. Dibs and Jude do it normal.
Oh.
Yes, my 9-year-old son has learned when Dante hits a 3 to DiVincenzo.
What a good boy.
He DiVincenzo's, huh?
When you make dinner, does he give it to you?
Well,
Dad, this is a restaurant quality.
He does like spaghetti.
That's so good.
Yeah, just butter sauce, Dad. Give me some garlic bread.
No cheese.
Let's go to bed. Yeah. So
I love this kid.
She says Dibs and Jude do it normal. They go up and up with their DiVincenzo fist. You do circles. which is gross.
Wow.
End of text.
As an Italian, I'm offended.
By who?
You.
Why? What did I do?
I'm just making it
okay.
up.
It's your damn circles.
Yeah. By the way, your last name's not Grandini. What the hell are you talking about?
Hey.
Ah,
Hey.
What?
I'm Italian.
Spells his
Cross
mark
him.
with a C.
Grandi.
true.
Yeah, it's not as good as DiVincenzo.
His middle name is Giuseppe.
Yeah.
I don't know if you knew that.
Is it really?
Marcus Giuseppe Grandi.
Did you know that that's Jude's middle name? I'm not lying.
Giuseppe.
Not lying.
You are totally lying.
Birth certificate will be here tomorrow. Giuseppe.
Jude Giuseppe Willard.
That's the kid.
Get out of here.
And he DiVincenzo's.
And he does it the right way. And he does it honestly.
Yeah.
His middle name is really Giuseppe.
No joke.
That's legit.
No joke.
I lied about Grandy. I got no idea what his middle name is.
I was going to say, does any man in America have any idea what any other man's middle name is? I have no clue what your middle name is.
You've told me yours a few times, and I don't remember.
You should have a clue.
It's like Andrew or Albert or...
It's my dad's name.
Thomas. Mark Thomas Willard. Okay.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah. Yeah.
I got stuck with my dad's middle name. Sorry, Dwayne. Rest in peace. Edward.
Dan Edward
Daniel.
Dibley.
Daniel's a family name. And
Daniel Edward Dibley.
Yes.
You know that your initials read dead?
Exactly. Trust me, I knew that as a youngster, back when that was a thing, you know? And people would ridicule
No wonder
me.
you keep killing people on the air.
Totally.
Who haven't passed away
Who
yet.
have I killed recently?
Oh, my gosh. Your middle initial is E?
Yeah.
Wow.
He's dead. Yeah.
Okay.
What do you do?
Explains a lot.
Change it?
Nothing you can do about it. You can. You can change it. Change that thing.
Change it to a D. Be triple Ds.
I might go change Jude someday. We'll see. Let's go to Vince in San Jose. Hey, Vince, what do you do? Oh, by the way, quick tease. Stephen A. gets loose on very salacious things in 60 seconds on this radio station. Go ahead, Vince. What are you doing?
Just sitting in this city traffic trying to get home. But,
Good luck.
I was calling because if Jordan Poole is really the answer for the future of the Warriors, then we just need him to be mentally better. He's got all the talent in the world. We saw it 2 seasons ago now. And I just feel like his decision-making was just terrible this year. He was doing too much. He was trying to do too much. He just didn't play within the game, and I feel like he was trying to force a lot of his decisions to work, and it just ended up in turnovers and really bad shots.
Yeah, Vince, listen, I think it's a great take. I really do. Jordan Poole's issue this year, he's a very, very talented basketball player, but I don't like his on-court decision-making. And yes, that opens my mind to the possibility that he's not a great off-the-court decision-maker, too. I don't know, but if you think about the things that he does on the court that you don't like, which is shoot when he probably shouldn't, and if he's stubborn about that off of the court, then I think you have a window into the frustration that the organization feels.
Right. And
I don't think that this is a controversial take at all.
It's not, but I think the controversial part is in terms of the future. Is it so bad? Are they so frustrated that he can't be a Warriors anymore?
Not necessarily.
Is all of this born out of the way that the year went for him, the way that the year started for him? Why did Jordan have this kind of a year where he was incredibly inefficient? He seemed to shoot more and turned over more than ever before.
So, Wednesday has a nickname. You know what people call Wednesday?
Hump Day.
Right. So, Lucas, do you want to set this up for a second? What happened with Zion Williamson, and what is Stephen A. yelling about?
So I'll try and make this as short as possible. Zion made headlines yesterday when he announced that he impregnated a woman who's 8 years his elder.
Okay.
He is 22 years old. She is 30.
Congratulations to both of them.
I don't know if she's a dancer or a porn star, but apparently Zion also has another female friend. She considers herself Zion's girlfriend. That is Mariah Mills, one of the most famous porn stars in the world.
Oh.
She took to Twitter and had a 26 post rant on how offended she was that Zion's sleeping with other people, blah, 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 blah. Anyways, all this news is out there. Obviously, Zion has missed a lot of basketball games in the last couple years. Stephen A. has tied these two different things together.
I mean, she's a porn star. One would surmise she's kind of an expert at whatever it is she does. And, I've been waiting for the leg injury to cure to heal, Zion. I've been waiting for a while. She's been waiting for a while. New Orleans has been waiting for a while. I mean, we've been waiting, man. I'm not going to get into all of this. I'm just going to say, yo, man, when you going to play? Forget her. Forget all that. That's your personal business. When you going to play, Zion? You played 24 games your first season, missed 21 your second season, didn't play your third season, and only played 29 out of 82 games your fourth season. I mean, damn, bro. No wonder you ain't healthy.
Does it even matter what he's talking about? I don't even know if we needed the setup. I don't even care what he's talking about. When Stephen A. goes high, so high, I'm in. It doesn't matter what he's talking about. That's funny.
It's funny, but if you're Zion Williamson, it's probably a little less funny because
if you're the Pelicans, it's not funny.
No, it's not funny at all. And the young man is 22 years old, and he's got this sort of off-court issues, and on the floor, he is not even coming close to fulfilling the promise that he had. Think about when he went to Duke.
$1 bajillion on this guy.
And he was supposed to be the next big thing.
Yeah.
And now he's injury-riddled, and you're dealing with all of this dogging you off the court. That's bad. It's not Ja Morant level bad, but Mark, this shows to me an incredibly high level of immaturity in a player.
It's the exact same contract that Ja got. It's 5 years, $194 million.
Right.
And this is what the signature moment of the year is Stephen A. Smith's voice going high.
Right. And Zion couldn't play himself back into enough health to help his team in critical games in the play-in tournament, and injury questions continue to dog him.
You want to do it again tomorrow?
I do, actually, yeah.
All right.
Fun today.
Then we will. Yes, it's always fun. Thanks, everybody, for listening, for watching, for doing all you do. We appreciate it. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Best of the game, that's an hour of 95.7 The Game's best content from the day, and it's hosted by our own resident Italian, Mark Grandy. So for Dibs and Grandy and Lucas, I'm Mark. To all of you, shoot your shot. That's all you got.
At Pennzoil, we have one job, pioneering a motor oil so advanced, you don't have to think about your RPMs build, how your wheels hug the curves, and how with the Pennzoil Platinum up to 15-year, 500,000-mile protection guarantee, your adventures will be many. Pennzoil, long may we drive. Find it at Firestone Complete Auto Care. Enrollment required. Keep your receipts. Other conditions apply. See pennzoil.com/warranty for full details.
It's Bonte Hill from the Morning Roast, and we have some big news. The largest land animals that ever lived have arrived at the California Academy of Sciences at the world's largest dinosaurs exhibit. Get ready for a sauropod summer with life-size dinosaur models, fossil replicas, and much, much more. It's open now, so come on out. Every visit supports the Academy's mission to regenerate the natural world, so come on out. It's open now. Learn more and reserve your tickets at calacademy.org. That's calacademy.org.
Wine, NASCAR. Not exactly the first pairing that comes to mind, but in Sonoma, it's a classic duo. You've got 12 challenging turns for drivers, beautiful wine country, and high-energy campgrounds. It's a perfect combination all around. And after a weekend of stargazing, in the sky and on the track, you'll end up wishing you discovered this classic pairing years ago. The NASCAR weekend at Sonoma Raceway, June 9th through the 11th. Get your tickets today at sonomaraceway.com.
It's Ram season, which means it's time to serve with Ram 1500, Ram 3500, and Ram TRX. Hurry in now for great deals on the trucks that are built to serve. And right now during Ram season, get 10% below MSRP on the purchase of a 2023 Ram 1500 Bighorn. Don't miss this great offer. Not compatible with lease offers or with any other consumer incentive offers. Residency restrictions apply. Take retail delivery by 7/5/2023.
Why do we knock on doors like this? Why do we make pets look like people?